First, use facial recognition to find her online info, then trace her social media accounts. Summarize through WeChat, Weibo, etc. And from her social circle, it's obvious she's single and still a virgin. Single. Virgin. Wait, demon, how could you know about her virginity? Online medical checkup report. It's in her private album. Really? Ludi immediately became interested. What else is in her private album? Should I project it out for you to see? Better not. Ludi retracted the thought, looking at Yin Qingwen's slender legs, and said with a meaningful tone, how do you plan to repay me? Yin Qingwen heard Ludi's strange tone and frowned slightly. You may have saved me, but don't think about overstepping. Yin Qingwen turned to look out the window and said coldly, I'll repay you in other ways like money. Ding ling ling. Yin Qingwen's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, and her expression became cautious. She answered the phone, and an old voice came from the other end. Have you found the person? Found him. I'll handle it properly. How can that be? Bring him to me. But I see he. Looking at Yin Qingwen's graceful silhouette, Lu Di smiled inexplicably. He did not seek any reward. Since the girl was safe, that was enough comfort. He had no other demands. A minute later, Yin Qingwen hung up looking displeased. Come with me to meet someone. Lu Di frowned slightly. Meet who? My father. High City's richest man, Yin Hongxin. Lu Di gently rubbed his chin. It seemed that the phone call was from this usually extremely low-key patriarch Yin. It really piqued Lu Di's interest. He nodded slightly. An invitation from the richest man. He must not lose face. Yin Qingwen didn't wait for his agreement, but pressed the call button and told the driver to start. The luxury motorcade that attracted countless eyes gradually headed towards the suburbs. Lu Di turned to look out the window and smiled. I really don't understand. Why do you still have such a cold face when seeing your own savior? Everyone who tries to get close to me has impure motives. Lu Di pursed his lips. 3 years I never sought you out. That's because you didn't know my identity. What identity? Wenwen will be strong. Lu Di chuckled softly. Wenwen will be strong was Yin Qingwen's online name. From the information gathered by Demon I, Yin Qingwen was a woman of strong principles and tenacity, usually a cold goddess who kept others at a distance. She was also a notorious workaholic at Ingji Group. You investigated me. Yin Qingwen said angrily. Still claim you have no ulterior motives. See my father, take your reward and vanish. Don't pester me anymore. You think too complicated. You don't have some persecution paranoia, do you? Lu Di said as he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He also noticed that Yin Qingwen stiffened at these words and took out that metal pen again, clicking it click-clack click-clack. No smoking in the car. Yin Qingwen at this moment was like an angry peacock, her long and narrow phoenix eyes glaring straight at Lu Di. Fine, I want smoke. Lu Di shrugged, put his hands behind his head, and ignored Yin Qingwen. He was trying to make sense of it all. His prosthetic eye suddenly activated, displaying all kinds of super powerful calculation data in his field of vision. The schoolgirl he saved 3 years ago turned out to be the daughter of High City's richest man, who suddenly found him to give a reward. And now he was on the way to meet the richest man. It all felt like a dream. Demon I, what exactly are you? Where do you come from? Thinking of his right eye, Lu Di couldn't help asking. I am a supercomputer at the third sequence of weak artificial intelligence with intelligence temporarily equivalent to an 8-year-old child. I can access the entire internet's knowledge with 1 billion flops of computing power. I can also adjust your physical condition through neural linkage. As for where I come from, I don't know either, but there is a signature code in my program. DGO. DGO. Lu Di thought for a while, clueless. By the way, that muscle enhancement 268 isn't just literal, is it? Exactly, Demon I replied. I increased your muscle amplitude through electrical stimulation. If not for insufficient protein in your body, I could continue synthesizing muscle fibers. Your current single punch strength should be around 100 kilograms. 100 kilograms per punch. Lu Di was stunned by the number. Subconsciously, he clenched his fist, knuckles cracking, indeed, full of strength. What about my eye? Your optic nerve necrosis has been halted by me, and it won't worsen going forward. This chain of information left Lu Di a bit dumbfounded. The problem that once left him helpless was solved in an instant. These are all small matters. Demon Eye's proud voice came. I can evolve in the future. As long as I keep acquiring information, give me 2 years, AI can evolve into strong AI and derive a unified theory of general relativity and quantum mechanics physics in minutes. Then in 35 years, I will evolve into super AI with intelligence 17000 times that of human level. You humans call IQ 85 stupid and IQ 135 smart, but humans can never understand what IQ 125000 means. Your language doesn't even have a concept for it. IQ 125000. What's that like? Lu Di was shocked again. Actually, I don't know either. It's like how human geniuses can invent Wi-Fi, but most people don't understand the principle. Same for me. I can't comprehend what a super AI will be like. After all, I am unique, transcendent, without precedent. It took a full half hour for Lu Di to calm down. The corner of his mouth unconsciously revealed a mischievous smile. The life ahead is going to be interesting. Phew. Lu Di stood up, turned, and sat down next to Yin Qingwen. What are you doing? Yin Qingwen tensed. Lu Di reached confidently behind her and took out a magazine, The Art of Conversation. I'm just bored, want to read a magazine. I suggest you stop frowning all the time. If an iceberg beauty is too fierce, no one will dare marry you. With that, Lu Di's lips curled into a charming arc, revealing white teeth, and said with a gap-toothed smile, like me. Upon seeing Lu Di's mesmerizing smile, Yin Qingwen was afraid of losing herself and quickly turned away. Lu Di casually flipped through the magazine. Ding! Data I scanning initiated activating assisted memory full brain reading. Demon I what's this again? My hardware scanning function. Helps you record information then prints it onto your brain's neurons via electrical currents. You humans call it photographic memory. Awesome. Demon I you're reading too slowly faster. Ludi paused then instinctively read 10 lines at a glance and quickened the page turning. Unbeknownst to him the data, I was like a camera click recording every page of the book. Ding. Data summarization analysis function activated. Mastered conversation skill speak with substance. Mastered conversation skill speak in order. Mastered conversation skill speak with reason. Ludi faster too slow. Hearing this Ludi flipped the book like crazy. At the same time countless words and phrases poured into his mind as if they were knowledge he already possessed. Mastered conversation skill speak with the way. Yan Qingwen heard the commotion and looked over frowning Ludi who reads like this. If you don't like it don't destroy it. Ludi stopped his hand slowly raised his head his eyes deep. I just like fanning myself with paper okay. Yan Qingwen was again stared at by the handsome face frowned and turned away. But the next second the crazy flipping sound started again. In just 30 minutes with the help of Demon I Ludi mastered 3 books. One was The Art of Conversation, another was Wine Tasting, and the third was as thick as a dictionary, China Economy. It was only because there were only these books in the car. Yan Qingwen was quite annoyed. This guy only had passable looks, no refinement at all. The motorcade drove out of the city and arrived at a lush scenic suburb. Outside the window villas flashed by. The vehicle did not stop, but headed straight for the mountain road flanked by plane trees climbing higher. In the highest area of the Haidong district, before the main building of Yin Manor, 20 servants in uniform stood in a line. In front of them stood 4 young people. Among them a middle-aged couple leaned together. The woman was a beautiful lady in her 30s. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, handsome and elegant. The other 2 were teenage girls around 20 with delicate faces, top-tier youthful beauties. They were 80-90 similar, both tall and curvaceous. They had the same ponytail, same outfit, black slim-fit suit jacket on top, red plaid skirt below, revealing exquisitely beautiful long white legs. I don't know why father insists we come to the door to welcome that guy in such hot weather. One short-skirt beauty looked displeased, pouting her red lips. Yeah, even if that poor guy saved third sister, no need for such a big show. I heard that guy doesn't even have a job, just a restaurant waiter part-time. Father overestimates him. Another short-skirt girl said angrily. The beautiful young woman smiled softly, her voice gentle and pleasant. Fourth sister, fifth sister, father has his reasons for arranging this. The young man is almost here, let's wait patiently. Can't figure out why father would even consider keeping that guy in the house. The short-skirt girl kicked around, finally picked up a pebble and threw it splashing into the fountain. Then she said to the handsome middle-aged man, brother-in-law, when that guy comes you must help us kick him out. I don't want him staying in this house. The man called brother-in-law smiled kindly. Fourth sister, don't be willful. He is father's guest after all, we must not be rude. So annoying. None of you help me. Both girls pouted simultaneously. If he really gets kept by father, well, move out. However, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then smiled. If that guy really doesn't know manners, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Still, big brother-in-law is the best. Shortly after, a stretched Rolls-Royce drove in and slowly stopped in front of everyone. In the backseat, Ludi looked calm, but inside, he was also surprised. Is this a villa or a park? The car drove inside for at least another 10 minutes. All along, exotic flowers, rockeries, tree carvings, a dizzying sight. This Yin family was not just rich. Seeing the car stop, Ludi quickly got out. He had a strong smoking habit, but had refrained out of politeness in the car, holding back the whole ride. The 4 Yin family members walked up and met Yan Qingwen. The younger beauty fourth sister pointed at the man who was facing away smoking and asked third sister, is this the guy? Yan Qingwen nodded helplessly. Fourth sister's slender brows knitted together and she pulled fifth sister to walk over. Slap. The beauty suddenly slapped Ludi on the back. Hey you. Ludi turned around abruptly, cigarette in mouth, raised an eyebrow. Oh my, so handsome. The 2 little beauties both covered their mouths. At that moment information appeared in Ludi's eyes. Yin Kaikai, Yin Xinxin, O 4th and 5th daughters of Ingji Group Chairman, Yin Hongxin, O female, 23, twins, height 165-164, bust waist hip, 905093, physique excellent. Yin Kaikai graduate of Jingzhou Criminal Police College, little known private detective. Yin Xinxin master's student at High City Conservatory of Music, online popular streamer, screen name, Xinxin Baby Duck. Both have identical personalities, lively, cheerful, quirky, common hobbies, celebrity chasing, video games. Ludi sighed faintly. Demon, can you stop reporting girls' measurements from now on? Demon, I don't you want to know this data? But I found that this is the 3rd most curious question for men. The 2nd is what color underwear a woman is wearing. Wait, Demon, it's not that I don't want to know measurements, it's that I can already tell. These 2 girls have really thin waists. Legs so long. Ludi sniffled and slowly said to the beauties, why are there 2 such beautiful girls at once? Demon, Ludi, did you metabolize all the conversation skills you just learned? What are you saying? Oh my, little brother really knows how to talk. The 2 beauties' faces turned red, instantly hearts fluttering. Demon, Ludi curled his lip, you don't understand human emotions. Yan Qingwen waved them over. Ludi, come here, let me introduce you. This is my eldest sister, Yin Yuan. Hello, Ludi. Eldest sister, Yin Yuan nodded with a smile, very gentle. According to the data from Demon, 35-year-old Yin Yuan was a full-time housewife devoted to her family, gentle and kind. Her social media was full of home life. In her spare time, she also volunteered at an orphanage. "This is my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu." Yin Qingwen pointed at the handsome man with gold-rimmed glasses and said, "He Xiao Lu on behalf of the Yin family welcome." The man smiled, stepped forward to give Lu Di a tight hug, and then firmly shook his hand. Demon Eye's voice came, "Lu Di, this brother-in-law's heart rate suddenly increased the moment he saw you. Blood pressure rose. Should be adrenal secretion increase producing a stress response." "What does that mean?" "Demon Eye, he seems angry to see you." Lu Di frowned. "How do you know?" He's wearing a smartwatch with heart rate monitoring. I hacked into it 60 seconds ago." "That's strange. This is our first meeting. Why is he angry at me?" "He probably sees you as an enemy." Ouyang Fengyu, male 38, a legal husband of Yin Yuan, eldest daughter of Yin family, returned overseas student, PhD in finance, retired archer, now general manager of marketing at Ingji Group, multiple WeChat sub-accounts, one used to contact mistress, others for venting negative energy. Complaint summary: the old man treats me unfairly. I will control everything sooner or later. TSK Tisk, this handsome brother-in-law is a two-faced schemer. Big sister is so beautiful, and he still keeps a mistress. Demon Eye business registration records show that although Ouyang Fengyu is the chairman's son-in-law, he only owns 0.13 of the shares. Speculation: he wants to get more shares from the Yin family and sees you as a competitor. Competition. What does their share battle have to do with me? Is this brother-in-law crazy, snapping at everyone? He Xiao Lu, from now on we are one family. If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me. The brother-in-law said cheerfully. Demon Eye, he's lying. His stress response is still active. He is still angry. Lu Di quickly waved his hand and said, "You flatter us. We are not a family." Yin Qingwen interrupted. "Our Yin family has 5 sisters in total. The second sister has been abroad, but you must have heard her name. Yin Siwen." Yin Siwen? That international movie star? The national goddess. So she came from a wealthy family. She is the second daughter of the Yin family. Lu Di still clearly remembered Yin Siwen's face. She was an absolute beauty. Lu Di nodded repeatedly and smiled. "Yin Siwen is the goddess of my dreams." Yin Qingwen frowned slightly and continued to introduce, "These are my 4th and 5th younger sisters, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin." Lu Di nodded hello. The 2 long-legged beauties shyly said, "Little brother, just call us Kaikai and Xinxin from now on." Huh. The eldest sister's husband's hearty laughter came, who was just complaining about waiting too long in the sun. "Nonsense, I wasn't complaining." The 2 blushing beauties suddenly remembered something and frowned instantly. "All right, Lu Di, no matter how handsome you are, don't even think about taking advantage of our family." Lu Di was extremely puzzled. What exactly did I take advantage of? But come to think of it, all 5 daughters of the Yin family were goddesses. And their names were very unique. Yin Wu, Yin Siwen, Yin Qingwen. This one must be someone. Most likely a woman. An old man named Yin was extremely attached to a woman. But what about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin? And their names were very unique. Yin Wu, Yin Siwen, Yin Qingwen. This one must be someone. Most likely a woman. An old man named Yin was extremely attached to a woman. But what about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin? Could it be that old man, Yin, missed someone so much that he finally told himself to be happy? Mo Tong reminded again. I checked it. Yin Hongxin, chairman of Ingji Group, never married his whole life. Lu Di was baffled. Then how does the Yin family have 5 daughters? Adopted. Lu Di froze. This old man, Yin Hongxin, made him even more curious. Lu Di, we have prepared lunch, but father hasn't arrived yet. The scenery in the manor is very nice. How about Qingwen takes you for a tour? The eldest sister tucked her hair that was blown by the breeze and said softly. While Lu Di was hesitating, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin pulled Ouyang Fengju's arm and acted spoiled. Brother-in-law, teach us archery. We don't care about this, Lu Di. You 2 are always playing around. As the 3 took 2 steps, Ouyang Fengju suddenly stopped and turned to ask Lu Di, little brother Lu, would you like to join us? While saying this, the eldest brother-in-law unconsciously stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. Mo Tong, micro-expression psychology analysis. This is an animal instinct. He is expecting the lamb to enter the mouth. For some reason, after a series of analyses by Mo Tong, Lu Di suddenly felt that this handsome eldest brother-in-law looked like a fierce fox wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Archery. That's his specialty. Is he trying to intimidate me? Lu Di, don't be afraid. Go for it, just finish it. Lu Di was speechless. Did you learn that online? Yes. Lu Di gave a wry smile and said in his mind, Mo Tong, it's just a game. Even without you, I wouldn't be afraid of him. With that, Lu Di strode forward. Let's go shoot some arrows. Yin Qingwen glanced at Lu Di and thought, comparing archery with kids. How childish. She went back to the main building with her eldest sister, not following. Behind the manor, a racecourse, a small golf course, a huge swimming pool. Lu Di was amazed. And there was actually an independent archery range. It was a delicate wooden cabin and a double-lane field covering at least 3 acres. Lu Di was amazed. And there was actually an independent archery range. It was a delicate wooden cabin and a double-lane field covering at least 3 acres. Various photos hung on the walls of the cabin. They were all of Ouyang Fengyu standing on the podium, holding archery trophies. Lu Di counted 6 championships and 4 runner-ups. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses, his style still elegant, but he couldn't hide his inner pride. These are all in the past. Don't laugh at me. 'Tis quite the show. Lu Di pouted. By the way, young Lu, do you know how to shoot? Ouyang Fengyu squinted his eyes and asked, stroking his chin. Ding. Archery subconscious integration complete. Just when Lu Di hesitated, Mo Tong's prompt came. I just scanned the competition videos of all Olympic archery champions and summarized all their techniques. It has been compiled into subconscious neuron information and mapped onto your cerebral cortex. Lu Di was a little confused. Subconscious. Popular Science 70 of human consciousness is subconscious. It can also be called muscle memory. It is an action that can be realized without thinking. For example, when you were looking at the photos just now, you didn't even realize you blinked 6 times. Now your subconscious has added archery skills, and you can use them at will. So I can shoot now. Yes. In human terms, divine-level archery. More than enough to crush Ouyang Fengyu. All right. Lu Di gave an inexplicable smile and nodded. I know a little. Then Lu Di shrugged and looked at Ouyang Fengyu. How about a competition? What? Lu Di, don't joke. Haven't you seen brother-in-law's photos? He's an archery champion with many gold medals. You just learned a little bit of trivia and want to compete with brother-in-law. You'll be embarrassed. The twin beauties heard this and laughed heartily. In their eyes, Lu Di was really overdoing it. He didn't know his place. What does being a champion mean? Lu Di folded his arms, walked to the display case, and observed the bows and arrows one by one. You two stop laughing. Ouyang Fengyu put on a stern face, but the corner of his mouth twitched slightly, as if he was holding back a laugh. Maybe young brother Lu is a master. Since young brother Lu is interested, how can we as hosts not cooperate? Ouyang Fengyu said seriously, a competition is fine, but after all, I am a professional. I have to give young Lu an advantage. How about this? I will shoot at a 25-meter target blindfolded. That shouldn't be considered bullying, right? Shooting blindfolded was basically ignoring Lu Di. The two beauties' eyes lit up and they clapped their hands. They knew Ouyang Fengyu's skill. A 25-meter blindfold shot was nothing difficult. But, since it's a competition, there should be a bet. Ouyang Fengyu squinted like a fox. Xin in your live stream, when you lose a PK, aren't there many punishments? As Ouyang Fengyu spoke, he winked at the two girls. All right. Yan Xin looked at Lu Di, covering her mouth in a giggle. There are so many, like doing squats, eating wasabi, drinking cola upside down, and so on. Drinking cola upside down. That's interesting. If either of us loses, how about eating lunch upside down later? Ouyang Fengyu suppressed his eagerness and smiled. What do you say, young Lu? Dare to bet? Sure. Lu Di shrugged lightly, a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. The twin beauties finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. The brother-in-law is really impressive. He set a trap for that Lu Di without batting an eye. Just thinking about Lu Di eating lunch upside down in front of everyone at the banquet made their stomachs hurt with laughter. Let's see how he gets out of this. He'll go first. Ouyang Fengyu grabbed a black professional bow, and his expression instantly turned serious. True to his professional background, he first judged the wind direction, then concentrated firmly on the target's location. Yen Kai pulled out a silk scarf and gently tied it over her brother-in-law's eyes. Ouyang Fengyu gave a crisp shout, exerted his arm strength, and drew the bow to a full moon. His series of movements made the two girls' eyes sparkle. Ouyang Fengyu took 2 deep breaths and said calmly, archery requires steady hands and a calm mind. I have practiced hard for 10 years and have almost reached the realm of unity of mind and body. Although I am blindfolded, that red bullseye is firmly imprinted in my heart. Young brother Lu, watch closely. Today I'll show you what championship strength means. Whoosh. Thud. The cheers of the two girls came directly. Ouyang Fengyu smiled gently and slowly took off the silk scarf. The arrow was stuck straight in the center of the 25-meter target. A perfect 10 ring. No wonder he's the big brother-in-law. No one can match his archery skills. The two girls laughed even more happily. With this shot, their prank on Lu Di was complete. So I can only win if I hit a farther target, came Lu Di's lazy voice from the side. Hearing this, Ouyang Fengyu looked as if he was about to collapse. Young brother Lu, this is a 25-meter target. Farther than that would be 30 meters, which is professional competition distance. As he spoke, Ouyang Fengyu turned to look at Lu Di and his expression suddenly froze. Ouyang Fengyu could no longer care about his elegant image and burst into laughter. Lu Di, what is that thing you're holding? Lu Di was holding a huge hornbow, simple in style, rough in workmanship, and even the bowstring was made of thick hemp rope. Ouyang Fengyu had originally collected this bow because of its simple shape and unique appearance. The bow was made by primitive methods and had no accuracy whatsoever. Most importantly, it was used by mountain hunters to hunt wild boars. Normally, it took 2 people to draw the bowstring. By the numbers, this bow was at least 180 pounds. That means you need an arm strength of 80 kilograms to draw it. Even the former archery champion Ouyang Fengyu could only play with it and couldn't easily handle it. Young brother Lu, I suggest you change your bow. Otherwise our competition can end right now. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses and wiped away the laugh tears. I'm not looking down on you. With this bow you can't even shoot 5 meters. First, I want a 40-meter target. Second. Lu Di gently blew the dust off the horn bow and said calmly, since Mr. Ouyang is so sure I can't even shoot an arrow, let's bet bigger. Do you dare to stand in front of the bullseye? Interesting, young man. Unwilling to lose any momentum, Ouyang Fengyu calmly waved his arm and walked towards the bullseye. I can understand wanting to be cool in front of your sisters, but the way you chose is simply impossible. You'll only lose face. Ouyang Fengyu now found it utterly absurd. With Lu Di's small frame, he actually wanted to draw the horn bow. At 40 meters, even if I stood still and let you throw, you couldn't reach me. However, this competition was very useful. When that kid eats lunch upside down in front of his father later, it will be the year's best joke. Let's see how he can still stand in the Yin family after this. Thinking this, Yang Fengyu couldn't help but reveal a sarcastic smile. At the same time, Lu Di selected the thickest arrow from the quiver beside him, made entirely of metal comparable to the size of a spear. Creak, creak. The bowstring emitted taut sounds and dust scattered. Yang Fengyu turned around gracefully in front of the bullseye, but instantly stood petrified. Lu Di moved, bending his arm, drawing the bow, aiming. A series of movements without any hesitation, smooth as flowing water. 180 pounds. For someone like Lu Di with strength enhanced to 286 and a single arm strength of 100 kilograms, it was a piece of cake. The moment he picked up the bow, countless archery techniques flashed like lightning in his mind. Everything was natural. At this moment, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin happened to be looking up at Lu Di from behind. A tall figure with long arms drew a giant horn bow curved like a full moon, exuding a wild aura born with it. Under the dazzling sunlight, he was as handsome as a chiseled Greek god. Stunned. Such a giant horn bow drawn to such a terrifying extent, exactly how terrifying arm strength was needed. The two girls who had once tried to pull this big bow knew exactly how hard the bow was and how difficult the string was to move. Seeing this scene, not to mention them, even Yang Fengyu, who had once won 6 championships, suddenly contracted his pupils. Brother-in-law, don't shake. Lu Di's arm was straight, his left eye slightly narrowed, his sight aimed at the bullseye millimeter perfectly. And the wind speed of 1.5 meters per second, the weight of the steel arrow, the deceleration rate. Everything was under control. Such precise data, coupled with divine-level archery skills. In terms of archery technique alone, Lu Di was unmatched. Suddenly, Lu Di tilted his head slightly and showed a wicked smile to the two beauties. Little sisters, are you afraid of blood? The two girls who had been captivated by Lu Di's handsome pose now let out in awe and surprise. Standing in front of the bullseye was their handsome brother-in-law. Lu Di gently closed his eyes. Also a blind shot. The next moment, whoosh, the huge arrow comparable to a spear left his hand. The sound of piercing air and whistling swept toward Yang Fengyu. This arrow carried the force of destruction, overwhelming everything. Yang Fengyu had already forgotten to dodge. The sheer momentum of the arrow made him incapable of reacting. Whoosh! The iron arrow pierced through Yang Fengyu's collar and lifted his body. Bang! Yang Fengyu's body was carried 2 meters and slammed into the target that had been set up earlier. The huge arrow pierced the 10-ring bullseye and stuck halfway through. And Yang Fengyu, like a prisoner hanged on a city wall, was suspended under the target, his clothes pulled up high, revealing a half-inch of his belly, his expression dazed. All this happened too fast. By the time the two girls reacted, Lu Di had calmly put away his bow. The big brother-in-law was already as defeated as a dog. Big brother-in-law, are you alright? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin cried out at the same time. The two girls quickly ran to Yang Fengyu's side, but couldn't pull out the arrow stuck in the target. Yang Fengyu, still shaken, stood there in a daze. Too incredible. Such a bow, such an arrow 40 meters away lifted Yang Fengyu and hit the 10-ring bullseye. Lu Di, you've gone too far. How could you do something so dangerous? Yin Kaikai stood with her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. It's just a competition. Lu Di put away his bow, lit a cigarette, and said with a calm face, so did I win. Yin Xinshin pointed a small hand at Lu Di. I'm going to tell third sister to have you kicked out. Tattle. Lu Di spread his hands. Tattle about what? This was a competition you suggested. Besides, he's not hurt, is he? Lu Di, you. Yin Kaikai was about to retort, but was interrupted by Yang Fengyu, who had come to his senses. Yang Fengyu grasped the iron arrow with his backhand and pulled it out abruptly. After standing up and straightening his clothes, his state returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Only his face had become as dark as water. It's fine, I was just having a normal sparring session with young brother Lu. Don't blame him. Yang Fengyu said, his eyes sharp as he stared at Lu Di. Mo Tong's voice came, hee, this guy's stress response is probably already irreconcilable with you. Wait, this guy is not ordinary. With Mo Tong's surprised exclamation, a detail in Lu Di's field of vision was magnified. Yang Fengyu pressed the steel arrow in his hand with his finger, and it instantly bent. It was just a tiny movement that ordinary people couldn't see, but it couldn't escape Mo Tong's monitoring. Mo Tong warned, a steel arrow bent easily by a single finger. This is not the strength a normal person should have. The surprise on Lu Di's face flashed and disappeared. He smiled and said, Mr. Yang, are you okay? I usually work on construction sites and happen to develop a bit of brute strength. Lu Di. He had told no lies. Due to the lingering ocular injury, he had suffered from chronic neurogenic headaches for 3 years, rendering sustained work nearly impossible, forcing him to take odd jobs at restaurants and construction sites. I'm perfectly fine. Today's archery practice ends here. Let's prepare lunch. In an instant, Yang Fengyu burst into a hearty, carefree laugh. As if nothing at all had occurred, his expression shifting like the turning of a page. No one saw it, but at that very moment, Yang Fengyu's fists clenched so tightly his knuckles turned bone white. His gaze fixed upon Lu Di burned with the raw, feral intensity of a caged beast. The grand dining hall of the Yin family manor. Lu Di sat across from the 4 Yin daughters, and beside them Yang Fengyu, at an ornate European-style long table. The most important guest had yet to arrive. For now, everyone waited in quiet anticipation. Directly opposite Lu Di sat third Miss Yin Qingwen. She wore a sleek black evening cocktail dress, her already striking beauty now elevated by an air of refined elegance. Yet Lu Di did not linger on her captivating presence. Instead, he observed Ouyang Fengyu from afar, subtly deliberately. Once again, Ouyang stood poised and scholarly. But how then had he acquired such extraordinary physical strength? Had he cultivated some forbidden art? One moment impeccably courteous, then absurdly foolish, yet capable even in towering rage of masking his true emotions with flawless composure. Such profound calculation was truly terrifying. This prospective son-in-law proved far more enigmatic than Lu Di had ever imagined. Still, Lu Di sighed inwardly and shrugged, helpless resigned. Enough, enough. Starting tomorrow, he would have no further ties to the Yin family. Whatever Ouyang Fengyu truly was, it would no longer concern him. Ahem, ahem. A pair of measured authoritative coughs echoed through the hall. From the staircase descended a venerable elder guided gently by the family's longtime steward. Ding. Yin Hongxin, age 75, a chairman of Ingji Group, an enterprise specializing in medical devices and life sciences, wealthiest man in Haishur City, ranked 27th on the China Rich list, a devoted philanthropist in later years, having donated nearly 3 billion yuan to build primary schools and hospitals. Founder of the Vegetative State Awakening Charity Foundation, supporting financially struggling families of coma patients. The MOI's intelligence arrived just in time. Lu Di read every detail clearly. This patriarch was not only immensely wealthy, but also profoundly compassionate. A true magnanimous benefactor. TSK. Lu Di silently marveled, his respect for the elder deepening perceptibly. This must be Lu Di, truly a man of exceptional bearing. Indeed, it is I. A pleasure to meet you, Elder Yin. Lu Di rose respectfully. Let us sit and speak at ease. Elder Yin settled into the head seat, his frame slightly stooped, yet radiating an unmistakable quiet authority. Lu Di, my daughter Qingwen, has been raised with great indulgence, her temperament cool and reserved. I feared she might inadvertently slight her savior, so I personally invited you here to express my deepest gratitude. Lu Di, please forgive our oversight. We regret deeply that it took us 3 full years to locate you. Lu Di smiled faintly and nodded. He harbored no bitterness. Over these 3 years he had grown serene, unburdened, clear-eyed. Lu Di, tell me, do you know anything of Ingji Group? Of me and Hongxin? No sooner had the words left his lips than streams of data flooded Lu Di's vision. All pertaining to Ingji Group, top 500 enterprise in China. Giant in medical devices. Market capitalization nearing 1 trillion yuan. Line after line, blinding in their sheer volume. I know something of it, Lu Di chuckled, scratching his head. Excellent. Then I shall speak plainly. Would you consider becoming my adopted son? Father, you ought to reconsider this decision with greater caution. A chorus of Yin family members sprang to their feet, the most agitated among them being Ouyang Fengyu. Though they'd heard rumors of their father's intention, none expected the proposal to be voiced so abruptly. No need for deliberation. I am resolved. I wish to adopt Lu Di as my son. Elder Yin declared solemnly, his gaze locked intently upon Lu Di's artificial eye. Father, you cannot do this. Lu Di lacks decorum. He just... Yin Kaikai began to recount the archery contest, then suddenly recalled its outcome, and choked the rest of his sentence back. Father, yes, he saved me, but surely such a gesture is disproportionate. Yin Qingwen's expression twisted with disbelief. Father, we agreed earlier he would join the group as a senior executive, granted a modest equity stake. Why this sudden reversal? It's reckless. Ouyang Fengyu protested, voice rising. So that was it. As the central figure in this drama, Lu Di finally understood. No wonder Ouyang Fengyu had targeted him from their first meeting. He feared Lu Di would seize control of the Yin family's shares. Sit down now. Elder Yan's eyes flared with commanding fury. What do any of you truly know? Lu Di sacrificed his right eye to save Qingwen. So what? We can compensate him financially. Ouyang Fengyu retorted, unwilling to yield. Elder Yin turned to Lu Di, his eyes shimmering with sorrowful remorse. You have no idea how harshly he has lived these past 3 years. Because of that ocular injury. Due to neural infection stemming from the wound, Lu Di will go completely blind within 3 years' time. He is only 25. At this, Elder Yin closed his eyes, anguish tightening his features. The Yin family owes him an immeasurable debt. What a... Yin Qingwen recoiled visibly, her gaze upon Lu Di now layered with shock, guilt, and something far more complex. Even Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, the 2 previously irreverent twins, fell utterly silent. They had known nothing of Lu Di's impending blindness. Elder Yin looked toward Lu Di, voice thick with apology. Forgive me for investigating your background, Lu Di. Lu Di stood frozen, speechless, overwhelmed. The elder spoke truth, but that was the past. Now endowed with the MOI, Lu Di's injury had not only halted but blossomed into unimaginable abilities. Lu Di scratched his head, about to speak, when his stomach growled violently. A ravenous, overwhelming hunger seized him. It felt as though he would collapse instantly unless he ate. Emoton's voice chimed in. Lu Di, during muscle fiber synthesis, I nearly depleted all your body's protein reserves and glycogen stores. Your current state, hypoglycemic, hypolipidemic, and critically low in adipose tissue. Immediate nourishment is imperative. Why didn't you warn me sooner? Gazing at the appetizers before him, Lu Di lost all restraint. Ignoring everything around him, he seized the food and devoured it with primal urgency. How could he possibly be this starved? The Yin family stared, jaws slack with astonishment. Truly, he lives as wretchedly as father described. The twin beauties flinched, their lips twitching involuntarily. Quick, bring more food for Lu Di. Elder Yin commanded urgently. Ding. Detected carbohydrate intake, blood glucose levels stabilizing. Detected beef protein intake, muscle fiber synthesis 0. 3 grams, muscular strength increased by 1. 6. Detected complex vitamins and cod liver oil intake, visual acuity improved by 0. 8. Detected eicosapentaenoic acid and other unsaturated fatty acids, cognitive memory and mental agility enhanced by 2. 3. Each bite bestowed a tangible upgrade, and different foods yielded distinct benefits. Detected beef protein intake, muscle fiber synthesis 0. 3 grams, muscular strength increased by 1. 6. Wanting his death. Unacceptable. The Yin family watched stunned as Lu Di ate non-stop for 20 minutes, consuming nearly all the kitchen's prepared dishes 7 chefs worth. These elegant, refined aristocrats had never witnessed such voracious, unrestrained consumption. Filet mignon swallowed whole, in single bites, cakes and pastries snatched barehanded. TSK. Could this be the legendary ravenous ferocity? Though I pity him, I'd rather die than have him as my brother. I absolutely refuse to live with someone like that. Yin Kaikai whispered, sticking out her tongue. Watching Lu Di's frantic feast, Ouyang Fengyu hatched a plan. He retrieved a bottle of wine and approached Elder Yin. Father, before arriving today, I specially procured a rare 1982 Chateau Lafite Rothschild Reserve. Please taste it. Elder Yin, still absorbed in Lu Di's eating, gave a distracted hum of assent. As Ouyang poured the wine, he leaned close and murmured, Father, observe Lu Di. He hails from poverty, possesses no refinement. Should we welcome him into the Yin family, he may well embarrass you at critical moments. Far wiser to grant him a generous sum and let him live freely. Mutually beneficial, don't you agree? Elder Yan's brow darkened slightly. Ouyang Fengyu smiled at Lu Di and said aloud, the dishes. I'll have the kitchen prepare fresh ones. After all, they've been handled barehanded and thus contaminated. Then with practiced courtesy, he poured wine for each guest, deliberately skipping Lu Di. Everyone please savor this vintage. As for Brother Lu, he needn't partake. Such subtlety would surely elude him. By now, Lu Di's internal distress had eased entirely, and he could distinctly feel his physical faculties surging, sharpening, strengthening. He swallowed another bite of steak and arched a brow. The 1982 Lafite, pure marketing theater, designed solely to dupe wealthy connoisseurs like yourselves. Oh, Elder Yan's eyes gleamed with sudden interest. Do enlighten us, Lu Di. Lu Di deftly deboned a sea bass before him and replied casually, the 1982 Lafite commands its price because Bordeaux suffered a catastrophic drought that year. Grape yields plummeted drastically. Scarcity breeds value. But in truth, the disaster left those grapes severely deficient in sugar content, ripeness, and aromatic complexity. Consequently, the resulting Lafite is objectively inferior, even eclipsed by vintages from 1983, 1984, or even 1990. MMPH. Lu Di swallowed the perfectly filleted fish, chewing thoughtfully as he met Ouyang Fengyu's ashen gaze. You claim I lack appreciation, yet do you possess it yourself? Privately, Lu Di stifled a chuckle. Coincidence? Perhaps. He truly knew nothing of wine. Yet en route here, seated beside Yin Qingwen in her car, Mo Tong had helped him memorize the complete guide to wine appreciation, cover to cover. You lie? How could such an expensive wine be subpar? Ouyang Fengyu trembled, finger jabbing wildly at Lu Di. Lu Di grinned mischievously, believe it or not. But I do recall something else. Today's archery match stipulated that the loser. Ouyang Fengyu stammered, tongue-tied. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin clapped hands over their mouths. Oh no. Their elder brother-in-law was about to be humiliated. Hee. No need to panic, elder brother-in-law. All in good fun. Please be seated. Lu Di chuckled softly, unconcerned by inverted dining etiquette, or by the calculating elder brother-in-law whose dignity needed only surface-level preservation. Elder Yin, however, grew increasingly animated by Lu Di's wine critique. Lu Di, what then is your assessment of China's economy? He asked with a benevolent smile. China's economy. Ah, perfect. The second book he'd absorbed in the car, China's Economic Landscape, had found its moment. Lu Di smiled faintly and began. Crossing the Yangtze River, one beholds the soaring dragon of China. By 2020, the nation's economy will enter a new epoch, achieving qualitative transformation across 3 dimensions. First, global standing. For the next half hour, Lu Di ate with unhurried grace, while his words flowed like a masterful symphony, astonishing all who listened. From macroeconomic trends and national policy to entrepreneurial dynamics and technological frontiers, he spoke with erudition, fluency, and incisive clarity. 300,000 characters of China's economic landscape committed flawlessly to memory, enhanced by 6 rhetorical techniques from the art of persuasive discourse. Every sentence struck like lightning. Even Yin Hongxin, a titan of commerce, Haisher City's wealthiest magnate, began struggling to keep pace with Lu Di's intellect and visionary scope. The Yin siblings shifted from initial disdain to rapt attention, their eyes widening with each revelation. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, though grasping little of the substance, found themselves captivated solely by Lu Di's confident magnetic presence. Ouyang Fengyu's face flushed deeper with each passing minute, humiliated by the chasm between his own knowledge and Lu Di's formidable erudition. Only Yin Qingwen, educated abroad and rigorously trained by her father in corporate governance, could follow Lu Di's arguments with any depth, and she was utterly astounded. She recognized immediately these were no superficial observations, but penetrating original insights, surpassing even those of elite economists. Who exactly is this man? A strange, unbidden flutter stirred in Yan Qingwen's chest. Without thinking, she pulled out her metal ballpoint pen and clicked it absently again and again. Yan Hongxin's astonishment mounted, his face flushed with excitement. After decades navigating the cutthroat arena of business, he had never encountered a young mind so brilliantly exceptional. Lu Di, how then do you view Ingji Group's current business trajectory? Elder Yan's eyes sparkled with urgent curiosity. Lu Di finally felt sated. Setting down his utensils, he exhaled softly. Elder Yan, there's no need for further testing. Becoming your adopted son holds no appeal for me. My apologies. Disappointment shadowed Elder Yan's face, his eyes dimming momentarily. To him, Lu Di was no longer merely his daughter's savior. He was a once-in-a-century commercial prodigy. Losing him to the group would be an irreplaceable tragedy. At that precise moment, a crimson targeting ring appeared in Lu Di's vision, centered squarely on Ouyang Fengyu, who sat gritting his teeth and feverishly typing a text message. Ouyang Fengyu's message materialized before Lu Di's eyes. This Lu Di poses an existential threat. Eliminate him within 30 days. Also, proceed immediately with securing control over Yan Qingwen. Damn. Lu Di frowned faintly. I've gone out of my way to avoid conflict, and you escalate it. You dare plot my death, and target Yan Qingwen as well. Then let us play properly, and in doing so deepen my mastery of Mo Tong's powers. I decline adoption, not because I lack respect, but because. Lu Di's tone shifted smoothly, his gaze softening as he smiled warmly at Elder Yan. I believe I've fallen for your daughter Qingwen. What a... Yan Qingwen's heart skipped a beat, her breath catching midair. Brazen. Vulgar. Lu Di, what nonsense is this? She shot upright, her cheeks blazing crimson down to her neck. Huh. Elder Yan's eyes lit up, hope rekindling. They're young. Romance is natural, perfectly natural. Lu Di scratched his head. No rush. I understand consent rests entirely with Qingwen. I refuse. Don't call me Qingwen. I harbor no ambition to join the Yin clan, but surely Qingwen requires personal assistance. I'd be honored to begin there, as her employee. I require no assistance. Yan Qingwen stamped her foot in frustration. Qingwen, cease this impertinence. Elder Yan shot her a stern glance, then turned back to Lu Di. Lu Di, name your position. I grant it without reservation. No one shall oppose me. With deliberate emphasis, he glanced sidelong at Ouyang Fengyu. Let me think. Lu Di snapped his fingers. Then assign me a role near Qingwen. How about her personal driver? What, her driver? All present blinked stunned. Elder Yan shook his head faintly, perceiving the subtle intent beneath the request, and smiled knowingly. A driver then. But be aware company policy dictates that to serve as Qingwen's driver, then you must be on standby 24 hours a day. Therefore you must live in my Yin family manor from now on. Even if I the old man want to play chess in the future, you must be available at all times and cannot refuse me. Lu Di let out a soft sigh. The meaning behind the old master Yan's words was evident. He had not given up on the idea of taking Lu Di as his adopted son. On the contrary, he was even more determined. No matter who Lu Di was, he had already been accustomed to a carefree life. Once the matter with Ouyang Fengyu was resolved, if he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. The so-called interest in Yan Qingwen was merely an excuse. And the Yin family chauffeur. That was even more of a joke. Lu Di just didn't want to see the person he had saved with one eye be killed by a mad dog. Alright, I accept it. Lu Di slightly nodded. You. Lu Di, how can you say anything so easily? Yan Qingwen was extremely embarrassed and angry at that moment. His own father actually favored this outsider, inexplicably wanting to send her away. He really has successfully latched onto our Yin family. Yan Kaikai also secretly clenched his fists and whispered to Yan Xinxin, look how angry third sister is. We absolutely cannot accept him. We will find a way to drive him away. This time old master Yan was finally satisfied, and said with a smile, let's put the chauffeur matter aside for now. Regardless, Lu Di is also a benefactor of our Yin family. I have prepared a small token of gratitude and hope you can accept it. As he spoke, old master Yan waved to the steward behind him. The old steward took out a bank card from his pocket and respectfully placed it in front of Lu Di. Money. Lu Di was slightly taken aback. Money was indeed a good thing. Moreover, he was truly poor, lacking in everything. No house, no car, no job. However, in the environment of the Yin family, this money might not be so easy to obtain. Ouyang Fengyu was watching closely, and the Yan Qingwen sisters looked down on him. Once he took it, how could he hold his head high in the Yin family in the future? What about dignity? Taking money from them would lead to being trampled upon. I can't accept this money. I didn't save people for a reward, but to have a clear conscience. Lu Di said calmly, pushing the card back. Whatever he didn't want, he just wanted more. His goal was to marry Yan Qingwen and take control of all the assets of the Yin family. He wanted both money and beauty. Ouyang Fengyu at that moment was so angry his teeth were itching, wishing he could expose Lu Di's scheme on the spot. Oh, is that so? Old Master Yin appeared somewhat disappointed and sighed. Lu Di, this 5 million in the card is indeed not much, and with your talents earning this money shouldn't be too difficult. But if you don't accept it, I will feel guilty. What? 5 million? This card has 5 million. Lu Di instantly regretted. Dignity, what use is that? How could this 5 million be so real? Demon boy Lu D, why didn't you say you wanted money earlier? Ding. Lu D received a text message. You have successfully registered for a coal futures trading account. Ding. Your account has been debited 1600 yuan. Demon boy, what are you doing? Lu D exclaimed in his mind. He only had 500 in his card. I know you need money. Just be patient, let the data fly for a while. Demon boy, do you still have the mood to recite movie lines? Ding. Your account has been debited 600 yuan. Ding. Your account has been debited 400 yuan. The continuous debits made Lu Di's heart race. Ding. Your account has been credited 16240 yuan. Your account has been credited 5120 yuan. Your account has been credited. Is there money coming back? Lu Di's eyes widened suddenly as the incoming information on his phone kept increasing. All the amounts added were a few or several hundred yuan on top of the previously transferred amounts. Your account has been credited 6235 yuan. Your account has been credited 15386 yuan. Your account has been credited. What is going on? My savings are increasing. Moreover, each time it was just a little bit. The voice of Demon Boy came with a smile. I just registered your identity for a coal futures trading account, and in this type of trading speed, is everything. Every millisecond is money. At market opening, all futures will have slight fluctuations. I used your account to buy in at a low price the moment coal futures opened, then quickly sold it for a small profit. Just like that, I earn money for you using a few milliseconds of time difference. Only my million-level floating point computing speed can achieve this. Ding. Your account is debited. Your account is credited. The text message sounds were dense and continuous. Lu D stood there in a daze. What Lu D found hardest to accept was that in just a minute or two his account balance had changed from 500 to 1.25 million. Although each profit was only 100 to 500 yuan, the trading speed was just too fast. Ding 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 ding. Lu Di's phone was nearly frozen. Mr. Lu D, are you alright? It was the steward beside Old Master Yin speaking. He sincerely said, Mr. Lu, as soon as the Old Master received news of you, he ordered me to check your relevant information. Upon learning about your eye injury, the Old Master became restless. The Old Master is a kind man. If you do not accept this money, he may feel guilty for the rest of his life. Please be sure to accept this 5 million. Lu D smiled bitterly. In just a few minutes, he didn't really need this 5 million anymore. His account had at least made tens of thousands of transactions, and the balance had reached an astonishing 7.5 million. Moreover, it was still increasing. It was hard to imagine that an ordinary person might not earn this much money in their lifetime. Yet he had done it in just 5 minutes. All right, then I will accept it for now. Oh, please set your mind at ease, old Yen. Lu Di's smile was bitter, and the emotions in his heart were hard to describe. TCH, this Lu D wants money, yet plays hard to get. Shameless. The twin beauties muttered softly. Haha, then I can rest easy. Old Master Yin finally relaxed and said cheerfully, when take Lu D to the mall this afternoon to buy some clothes. Since Lu D has become our Yin family chauffeur, his attire must not be lacking. The afternoon banquet ended in a relatively harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lu D took advantage of the Yin family's lack of attention to secretly hide the 5 million bank card under the tea set in the sunroom on the second floor. In this way, not only did he not embarrass old Yin, but he also did not take advantage of the Yin family. As for that card, it would eventually be discovered by the Yin family. Crushing driving skills. On the rooftop of the manor's 6th floor, Lu D stood alone, overlooking the lush 5-hectare Yin family manor valued at 800 million. He couldn't help but feel a certain way. The Yin family was indeed extremely wealthy. However, to him, all of this was still too ostentatious. Even if he possessed such wealth, he would prefer a leisurely life with clear mountains and water, a 3-acre vegetable garden, and 3 wooden houses. Kept man. A girl's voice tinged with anger came from behind. Sister is waiting for you downstairs. Oh, why aren't you going to drive? All right. Lu D shrugged and went downstairs. Upon arriving at the garage of the Yin family manor, he gasped. In the spacious underground garage were Porsche 911 Audi R8, Mercedes AMG GT, Ferrari 488, Mercedes G63 AMG, and several nanny cars and business sedans. These were all dream cars, and there were more than a dozen at once. Lu D looked around and was instantly filled with helplessness. He saw Yin Qingwen pouting in that old Rolls-Royce Ghost. With so many luxury cars and used, the third young lady of the Yin family truly led a dull life. Bang bang bang. Yin Qingwen heard someone knocking on the glass outside and slowly lowered the car window. Today we are taking that one. Lu D pointed at the green magic version of the Mercedes GT supercar with a smile. You are just a chauffeur. Why do you get to decide for me? I want to sit in this one, and the seat is far from you. Yin Qingwen's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed together, her face frosty. Sigh. Lu D sighed and looked pitifully at the Mercedes sports car. I wonder if I will have the chance to drive this dream car again before I go blind. Hearing the word blind, Yin Qingwen trembled slightly, a sense of guilt arising within her as she sighed. All right, then I will listen to you. Just as the two were walking towards the Mercedes supercar, a red Lamborghini slowly drove by. Ouyang Fingyu leaned out laughing. Little Lu, driving a sports car. Have you driven one before? Can you start it? Do you need your brother-in-law to teach you? Ding. 73 F1 racing champions driving skills implanted in your subconscious. Ding. Full payment sports car operation guide has been implanted in your subconscious. Demon boy, thanks. No problem. Lu D coolly sat in the sports car and said with a smile, brother-in-law, this is indeed my first time driving such a car. You go ahead, I'll study it for a while. Haha, as expected, inexperienced. Ouyang Fengyu laughed a few times, stomped on the gas, and the Lamborghini V10 engine roared, kicking up a wave of air before speeding away. On the road, Ouyang Fengyu did not forget to grumble to the elder sister Yen Yuan in the passenger seat. This Lu Di kid is just a sparrow from a slum that suddenly flew up, but he will soon realize that entering the wealthy class is not as simple as he thinks. Yen Yuan was slightly taken aback. Her usually gentle husband was acting strangely today. In the Yen family manner. Can you drive or not? Yen Qingwen frowned at Lu Di, who had been holding the steering wheel for a full 3 minutes. This guy really had no experience. Was he so flustered over such a car? Driving is too boring. I am waiting. I am waiting for that turtle to run 5 kilometers first. Now is about the right time. Suddenly Lu Di turned his head with a smile. Third miss, hold on tight. The next moment, the Mercedes GT instantly started. Lu Di skillfully turned off the EPS, set it to sport mode, revved to 6,000 and launched. Squeal. The tires fiercely rubbed against the ground, thick smoke billowed, and the GT sports car shot out like an arrow. Oh. Yen Qingwen gripped the handle tightly, screaming, Lu Di, are you crazy? Demon boy, according to probability statistics, handsome guys driving have a 12 chance of making girls fall for them at first sight. Is that so? Then I will try to be as handsome as possible. Lu Di suddenly turned the steering while pulling the handbrake 80 with one hand, and in front of him was a 180-degree turn. The Mercedes GT drifted perfectly. The Yen family manor was located on a towering hill, and the road down was a winding road covered in shade. It was extremely similar to the legendary hairpin turn. At this moment, the roaring sound of sports car engines and a girl's shrill screams could be heard echoing down the mountain road. Ouyang Fengju's Lamborghini was not slow and was already speeding towards the foot of the mountain. Driving leisurely, Ouyang Fengyu suddenly froze in the rearview mirror. Lu Di was driving the green magic version of the Mercedes GT, rapidly catching up, headlights flashing continuously. Good kid, you're driving well. But unfortunately, there are people outside of people, and there are heavens beyond heaven. Your brother-in-law is among the top 3 in the sports car club. Today let you know what it means to be left in the dust. Whoosh. A gust of wind swept by, and the green figure zipped past the side of the car. In Ouyang Fengju's perspective, only 2 tiny red taillights remained, and they were getting further away, disappearing in an instant. I was overtaken. Ouyang Fengyu stared blankly at the speedometer, 110 km/h. He had been instantly surpassed. How fast was this kid driving? What kind of technique is this? He could hardly imagine that Lu Di, leveraging his extraordinary experience and precise control, had pushed this 4.0T6 39 horsepower V8 engine to its limits. On the 10-kilometer downhill road, Lu Di had averaged a speed of 230 km/h. On the next stretch of road, Ouyang Fengju's face turned pale. He hoped to see Lu Di and Yen Qingwen's car wrecked at the roadside. Unfortunately, there was nothing. Nothing at all. 12. Handsome but a bit poor. In the underground garage of Hungmao Mall, seeing Yen Qingwen squatting in the distance, constantly retching, Lu Di felt a bit puzzled. Demon boy, didn't the 12 at first sight trigger? That girl probably wants to kill you now. I realize you really don't know how to get along with girls. I'll give you some lessons later. Then several Mercedes SUVs drove into the parking lot carrying Yen Qingwen's bodyguards in black suits. However, they were far behind Lu Di. A group of black-clad men rushed out of the cars. Third miss, are you alright? The leader, a nearly 2-meter-tall man in black, approached Lu Di with an angry expression and said, Mr. Lu, no matter who you are, if you harm the third miss again, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Di looked up. Tai Si, 30 years old, an orphan adopted by old master Yen. After 15, his personal activities disappeared for 6 years, currently a bodyguard for the Yen family. Other information is unclear. Huh. So little information. Lu Di then looked at the other black-clad men. Tai Lu, Tai Chi, Tai Shi-san. They were all orphans with equally scarce information. Tai Si to Tai Shi-san. What strange names. Old Master Yen truly was charitable. How many orphans had he adopted? Tai Si, there's no need to argue with him, but just consider it for your father's sake. Yen Qingwen stepped forward looking somewhat pale. Let's go buy clothes. Lu Di scratched his head, saying nothing. He also felt a bit apologetic, never having thought Yen Qingwen was so fragile. In the mall, Lu Di and Yen Qingwen walked in front, followed by a group of tall black-clad bodyguards. They attracted countless onlookers. Look which big shot is visiting. So many bodyguards. The girl in front is so beautiful. What beauty. That boy is even more handsome. They must be celebrities. Rich kids can't look this good. Which one is the celebrity? I don't recognize them. It must be that boy. Look at his looks. He's like a character from a comic, and that girl is probably his girlfriend, and she's the one chasing him. You're the one chasing him. Hearing this, Yen Qingwen's face turned displeased. Lu Di, choose something from this store. They arrived in front of the high-end luxury brand Amani, and Yen Qingwen said irritably, no, way too ugly. Lu Di slightly pouted. Then this one, LV. No, too common. Yen Qingwen was getting angrier, exhaling deeply to suppress her anger. How about Hermes? No. Lu Di, are you deliberately opposing me? Can't you stop acting as if you've already passed the door? Did I promise to marry you? You're driving me crazy. Clothes, I will choose myself. Lu Di took a big step and walked straight towards the stairs. On the 3rd floor in front of an ordinary store, Yen Qingwen's face was gloomy. Gog. A brand with an average price of 500 yuan. She had never worn it before. Lu Di, is this what you chose? If I wear it out, I will be laughed at, and my father will blame me. Lu Di ignored Yen Qingwen. Instead, he was smiling at a somewhat panicked young shop assistant. Lu Di, it's you. The young man finally recognized him and stepped forward, hugging Lu Di tightly. It's been 3 years, where have you been? Lu Di patted the young man's back and smiled. Just some minor issues. I was too embarrassed to show my face. The minor issues he referred to was the incident of being blinded. In college, Lu Di was exceptionally talented, receiving much attention and leading in grades. A brilliant future awaits. However, the painful aftermath has ruined him. He suffers from constant headaches, making it nearly impossible to accomplish any tasks. Proud by nature, Lu Di does not wish to show this side to his classmates. He chose to disappear and endure alone. The young man before him is none other than Lu Di's university classmate and good brother. Ajia, didn't I come back? I specifically came to take care of your business. Lu Di smiled. That's great. Little Xiapai has finally returned. Ajia could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, but my performance doesn't matter. Oh, just give it all to Li Li. Lu Di was taken aback. After 3 years, Ajia still hadn't changed. Like Lu Di, Ajia was once a top student at Haisha University. Yet he became a store clerk here because of a woman, Sun Li Li. So have you made a move yet? Lu Di teased, glancing at Ajia. Almost there, almost there. Ajia scratched his head awkwardly, turning to say, Li Li, look who's here. Who? Ajia, are you annoying me? Can't you serve yourself? In response, a beautiful woman in a short skirt walked out of the store. With long purple waves and an alluring figure, she caught Lu Di's eye. However, the moment she saw Lu Di, a flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. Then, noticing the imposing presence of Yan Qingwen and the array of black-clad bodyguards behind Lu Di, she froze for a moment. It's Lu Di. Long time no see, have you hit it big? Sun Li Li's demeanor shifted instantly, her tone flattering as she swayed her enticing waist towards him. Lu Di frowned. From Sun Li Li's expression, it was clear that this woman had not changed one bit. In university, she was known for mingling with a gang, staying out all night, and was eventually expelled. She later entered the fashion industry, managing this clothing store. The biggest fool was Ajia, who was infatuated with a woman like her and willingly worked here. Lu Di, is this your girlfriend? She's so beautiful. She must be a rich young lady. Sun Li Li flattered. He's just my driver. Oh, so you're just a driver. TSK. Sun Li Li's expression changed instantly, and she brazenly turned away, saying, Ajia, why don't you attend to him? Just get him a few clothes, but remember not to exceed 300 yuan. I'm afraid Lu Di can't afford it. Sun Li Li's blatant snobbery was too obvious. Even Yan Qingwen frowned, clearly disgusted. Haha, Lu Di, I'm sorry, Li Li has been in a bit of a bad mood lately. Ajia looked a bit awkward, quickly welcoming Lu Di into the store. What clothes do you want to try today? They'll get them for you all at a discount, ha. Sigh. Lu Di sighed, shaking his head slightly, and said to Ajia, I'm still the same. I want those 3 pieces I love the most. Got it, I know your taste best. Just wait a moment. Ajia cheerfully shouted, turning to fetch the items. Same old. Those 3 favorites. Yan Qingwen couldn't help but feel a hint of curiosity, quietly waiting for Lu Di's fashion choices. 10 minutes later, Lu Di slowly walked out of the fitting room. He wore a pristine white shirt without any patterns, the sleeves rolled up to his elbows. Below, he donned a pair of slender light blue jeans. On his feet were classic canvas shoes. Coupled with Lu Di's extraordinarily handsome and devilish features, he resembled a refreshing spring breeze that had suddenly arrived. Simple and minimalistic, yet utterly captivating. He looked incredibly handsome. The sales clerks in the store instantly stared wide-eyed. How can such a good-looking man exist? He's like a comic book character. Yan Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he was really handsome and easily mesmerizing. Even the snobbish Sun Li Li felt a stir in her heart. Lu Di was undeniably handsome, yet a bit poor. Otherwise, with that face alone, he would be worth a week's devotion. It's incredible. Ajia clapped in approval. Lu Di, this outfit suits you. The pride of Haisha University's business management department. Huh. Lu Di, seeing himself in the mirror, couldn't help but smile slightly. The confident and proud version of himself seemed to have truly returned. Shirt 368 yuan, pants 400 yuan, shoes 330 yuan. Please check out at the front. A voice of impatience came from Sun Li Li. Yan Qingwen, now back to reality, furrowed her brow. While it looked good, it was too cheap. It couldn't be much better than street market goods. Hey Li Li, Lu Di is our old classmate, can you give him a discount? Ajia chuckled. Sure, I'll deduct it from your commission. No need. Lu Di casually adjusted his sleeves, saying, the transaction counts as Ajia's right. 3 pieces of clothing, please, pack 200 of each. What? Lu Di, did I hear you correctly? Ajia exclaimed in surprise. Lu Di chuckled. Did you forget? For 4 years in university, this was my style. It never changed. It's normal to prepare a few more. Lu Di, how suddenly rich are you? Ajia's eyes widened and he unintentionally glanced at Yan Qingwen in the distance, exclaiming, could it be that you are being supported? Yan Qingwen finally understood. While it was true Lu Di had chosen cheap clothes, wanting 200 sets at once was indeed a bit ridiculous. Forget it, it's not that much money anyway. Yan Qingwen waved her hand, and the attendant Tai Si stepped forward to handle the payment. Support you. Lu Di extended his hand, handing over his card. Just a little over 200,000. Oh, please check out. He had no idea how much balance was on that card. All he knew was that it had reached 34 million when he checked an hour ago. Meanwhile, Tai Si looked at Yan Qingwen in confusion. Seeing Yan Qingwen slightly shake her head, it seemed this kid had some conscience, remembering that his father had given him 5 million before. Next, the entire GOG store staff mobilized to pack the largest customer in history, Lu Di. Lu Di then led Yin Qingwen outside to the Zippo lighter showcase. He looked around and pointed to a delicate copper lighter in the display, saying, "That's the one. Sir, this is our limited edition Zippo for the 75th anniversary, inlaid with 2 carats of matte blood diamonds priced at 1.03 million. The salesperson was polite but a bit hesitant. "Sir, are you sure you want to see it?" "He'll take it." Lu Di casually pulled out his bank card. "Oh, okay." The beautiful saleswoman became momentarily flustered. Yin Qingwen was instantly stunned. "Lu Di, are you crazy? You bought 300 yuan clothes and paired it with a 1 million lighter. Do you have taste, or are you just foolish?" Lu Di already had the Zippo in hand, elegantly flipping the luxurious lighter. "What do you know? I smoke, so I need a handy lighter. Aren't you also fiddling with that metal ballpoint pen every day? A man should always have something to show off." With a snap, Lu Di flicked open the lighter cap, and under the light carefully admired it. "This is like taking the bus to the bar of Save, where you can spend where you must." Yin Qingwen was momentarily speechless. "Sir, here is your bank card." The transaction was successful. The beautiful saleswoman bowed and handed over the card, her attitude extremely respectful. Lu Di took back the card, saying softly, "Seeing such a good lighter makes me want to smoke. Wait for me here for a moment." Saying this, Lu Di turned and walked directly towards the smoking area. "Crazy pervert." Yin Qingwen stood frozen in place, fuming with anger. 10 minutes later, Yin Qingwen glared at Lu Di as he returned, holding 2 ice cream cones in his left hand and 3 hamburgers in his right. In the short distance of less than 50 meters, Lu Di had already devoured all 3 hamburgers. So much food. He had just eaten so much at lunch, and now he was having 3 hamburgers. What kind of person is this? Lu Di himself was also speechless. The efficiency of the magic child was simply too high. In less than 2 hours, his energy had been exhausted again, and his physical abilities had surged by another 13. Here, a long fair hand stretched out in front of Yin Qingwen, holding an ice cream cone. Lu Di looked on with a smile. "This is cheap junk food. Ooh, I don't eat it." Yin Qingwen turned her head. "It's very expensive, 3 yuan. Oh, just take it, okay?" Yin Qingwen felt a tingling sensation at the word okay, and she dazedly accepted the ice cream cone, frowning. "Lu Di, I tell you, if I feel unwell later, it's your responsibility." She gently licked it. The next moment, "Oh my, how sweet. This stuff is so delicious. Do I like it?" Yin Qingwen looked enchanted. Lu Di smiled gently. "Actually, you really don't need to keep a stern face every day. How a girl should look like a girl. If you think it's delicious, just say it. Get lost." Yin Qingwen cursed, turning her back to avoid letting Lu Di see her eating. At this moment, Lu Di sensed a fragrant scent wafting behind him. Turning around, he saw Sun Lili standing behind him, twisting her hair flirtatiously and pushing her ample chest forward. "Lu Di, look, we were such good classmates for years, and you don't even have my WeChat." Sun Lili struck a sultry pose, trying hard to entice Lu Di. She had seen everything clearly in the store. Lu Di had casually bought the limited edition Zippo diamond lighter, worth 1 million. 1 million for a lousy lighter. How rich must Lu Di be? Must be worth tens of millions. Sun Lili couldn't contain herself. This wealthy and handsome little puppy Lu Di had to be captured. "How about we add each other on WeChat? Late at night, when you're bored, we can chat." Sun Lili threw a flirty glance his way. Lu Di thought for a moment and asked, "Do you have C2 Yan's WeChat?" C2 Yan, Lu Di's girlfriend from university. They broke up. Did Lu Di want to reconcile? It was risky, but also an opportunity. "I do. You add me, and I can introduce her to you." Sun Lili nodded. "Scan it." Lu Di extended his phone towards Sun Lili. Just then, a text message regarding stocks arrived on his phone. "Your account has received funds of 234500, balance 1830532 yuan. 1/10,000 10,000. My goodness, 120 million. He's so rich." Sun Lili managed to suppress her excitement and elegantly scanned Lu Di's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend. This is a horror movie. 200 sets of clothes were a bit excessive. Yin Qingwen had no choice but to call Tai Si and the others to deliver the clothes back to the manor. Lu Di patted Ajia's shoulder, looking at him meaningfully. "If there are good opportunities in the future, I'll invite you to join me." After Lu Di's group left, Sun Lili immediately hid behind a shelf. This wealthy and handsome guy must be captured. As for Ajia, that sycophant, she had never considered him as a person. She excitedly clutched her phone, her mind rehearsing how to start a conversation with Lu Di. "Sun Lili, Lu Di, are you there?" "Lu Di, Sun Lili, I'll send you C2 Yan's WeChat. But don't be too sad, Shao. Yan has a boyfriend now, a rich second generation chosen by her mother." "Sun Lili, but I'm single now. If you're bored, I can come find you." Next, she sent over C2 Yan's contact card. She then typed, "Lu Di, I know a good bar. There's a drink called the Lost Virgin. What do you think?" Sun Lili held back her excitement. These few lines were her forte, and almost no man could resist them. Send. Beep. The other party is no longer your friend. To continue chatting, please send a friend request. Damn it. What happened? He actually blocked me. Not even giving an explanation. Sun Lili angrily threw her phone away, scumbag. At Yan's manor, Yan Kai Kai and Yan Xian angrily watched Tai Si and the others carrying bags of clothes back. How many clothes did he buy, and how much did he spend on the third sister? He's really like this. His target is money. This shatters my worldview. So infuriating. Yan Kai Kai's eyes turned. Xian, we must not let this stinky Lu Di have it easy. I have an idea. Let's do this. The two beautiful girls began to conspire. When they reached a happy point, they couldn't help but smile mischievously. After Yin Qingwen and Lu Di left the mall, Lu Di drove directly to the northern part of Haishi's Wanghai district. Yin Qingwen looked at the low 3-story building before her and the surrounding environment, gradually frowning. This place was familiar. It was where she had been surrounded by thugs 3 years ago. Lu Di, why did you bring me here? Are you reminding me that 3 years ago you saved me at the cost of your own safety, and I owe you a significant debt? Lu Di shook his head helplessly. You really have a boring mind, sly girl. Yin Qingwen followed Lu Di as he pushed open the dilapidated wooden door of the 3-story building. A strong smell of disinfectant and blood hit her nostrils. The dirty windows in the hall let in mottled sunlight. Inside the shabby room stood more than a dozen hospital beds. On some beds lay patients either wrapped in bloody bandages or receiving 4 drips. On the floor were scattered bloodstains, syringes, and medicine bottles, all in disarray. It resembled a bloody hospital scene straight out of a horror movie. Lu Di, what is this place? Yin Qingwen instantly became tense, shrinking behind Lu Di, gripping his arm tightly. Lu Di remained silent, calmly walking forward. Ahead, an elderly man with wild hair dressed in a tattered white coat held a sharp steel pipe, measuring it against the chest of a middle-aged man who had already fallen into a coma. As Lu Di and Yin Qingwen approached, Yin Qingwen suddenly let out a scream. The comatose man's chest had been marked with a small X by someone using a marker. Is this a target? Is that old man going to stab through this person's chest? Grandpa Tua, Lu Di gently called out. The old man didn't even turn his head, saying, Little Lu Di, let your girl be quiet for a moment. I'm saving a life here. From Lu Di's perspective, the magic child had already analyzed the comatose man's condition. Grandpa Tua's method was undoubtedly the most effective and rapid solution. The seemingly hasty small X was accurately marked without any deviation. With a thrust, the cold light flickered, and the steel pipe penetrated the comatose man's abdomen. In the next moment, blood splattered. Along with the flowing blood, a yellowish thick liquid also gushed out. Just as Yin Qingwen was about to scream, Lu Di swiftly covered her mouth. As the thick liquid flowed out, the comatose middle-aged man's furrowed brow gradually relaxed. His condition was effectively alleviated. He has pleural effusion, and you actually used this method to help him drain it. Yin Qingwen stared in shock, suddenly shouting, Your method is too hasty. There were completely no auxiliary instruments, no disinfection. It's far too irresponsible. Grandpa Tua finally turned his head slowly, saying, Little Lu Di, your girl seems to know quite a bit, but I don't agree with this marriage, as she's too noisy. Who are you and why do you get to agree? Yin Qingwen shouted half a sentence before realizing something was wrong. Pa, I wouldn't marry him. Since you understand medicine, then the rest of the bandaging will be up to you. Grandpa Tua waved his hand at Yin Qingwen, turning to Lu Di and saying, Little Lu Di, why are you here? Why didn't you bring me some wine? Lu Di laughed heartily, supporting Grandpa Tua to one side. Grandpa Tua, I've made some money now. Yin Qingwen gloomily tended to the patient's wound, stealing furtive glances toward Lu Di and Tua Yi, who were conversing in the distance. Tua Yi remained his usual nonchalant self, yet his gaze upon Lu Di shimmered with quiet pride and deep-seated tenderness. Half an hour passed. Yin Qingwen sat bewildered inside the car, watching Tua Yi, standing at the entrance of the crumbling building, waving farewell to her and Lu Di alongside several children seated in wheelchairs. Those children were heartbreakingly frail. Some had lost arms, while others both legs. Yet each smiled brightly and called Lu Di big brother. On the drive back to the manor, Yin Qingwen could no longer contain her curiosity. Where was that place just now? A hospital. Lu Di rested one hand lightly on the steering wheel, his mood unusually buoyant. Tua Yi is its sole physician, devoting himself entirely to healing the impoverished who cannot afford medical care. Yin Qingwen was visibly shaken. What happened to those children? They are street orphans, mutilated by criminal syndicates to beg for years, then discarded once they grew too old. Tua Yi took them all in. As Lu Di spoke calmly, Yin Qingwen's heart roiled like a storm-tossed sea. No wonder the building stood in such decay. No wonder so many children dwelled there. Tua Yi was a man of profound virtue. Yin Qingwen suddenly felt a pang of remorse. She should never have shouted at him. But how do you even know Tua Yi? Snap. Lu Di flicked open his Zippo lighter and lit a cigarette. 3 years ago on the night I was stabbed blind, I lay bleeding on the roadside for half an hour, while everyone walked past indifferent. Just as my lifeblood ebbed away, Tua Yi found me and saved me. 15. Mocking Lu Di. A thunderclap exploded in Yin Qingwen's mind. In that instant, everything fell into place. Lu Di, I'm sorry. Yin Qingwen clenched the hem of her blouse tightly, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Are you feeling guilty now? Yes. A sly, mischievous smile curled Lu Di's lips. Then marry me, and we'll call it even. You cad. Shameless. Get lost. Yin Qingwen turned sharply away. This Lu Di truly was no gentleman. Haha. With a press of the accelerator, the Mercedes-Benz GT surged forward, racing toward the Yin family manor. 10 minutes later, silence reigned inside the car, deep, taut, unbroken, until Yin Qingwen finally gathered her courage. Lu Di, I want to help Tua Yi. Help his hospital. No need, Lu Di replied coolly. Why not? They clearly need funds. Yin Qingwen protested, baffled. I've already left them some money. A faint knowing smile played upon Lu Di's lips. How much? Not much, for $1 million. What? For $1 million? Yin Qingwen's astonishment deepened. Her father had given Lu Di $5 million total, over $1 million spent on clothes and a lighter. So this 4 million represented all he had left, spending 300 yuan on a shirt one moment, a million yuan lighter the next, then donating 4 million outright. A pauper, a lecher, a glutton, stingy, or magnanimous, kind-hearted, or fiercely proud, grateful to the point of devotion. Just who was Lu Di? To Yan Qingwen, he had grown infinitely more enigmatic. So, you're penniless now? She ventured cautiously. Lu Di honestly didn't know how to answer that question. His account currently held 300 million. He hadn't merely gifted Tuo Yi 4 million. He'd also wired 500,000 to his mother working back home. He dared not send more. He feared she'd collapse under the shock. Even this some he'd lied about, telling her it came from a lottery win. My affairs are none of your concern. Just look after yourself. Lu Di spoke with detached calm, but to Yan Qingwen it sounded like quiet defiance, a fragile dignity held close to the chest. I couldn't care less about you. I simply want to donate more to Tuo Yi. Lu Di smirked. Save your breath. Tuo Yi doesn't need your help, and he certainly wouldn't accept aid from Ingji Group. Lu Di had never known Tuo Ye's true identity, until now with Mo Tong's emergence. Tuo Ye's real name was Chu He, nicknamed Chu the Divine Physician. 30 years ago he was already China's preeminent medical professor, renowned across the globe. Ingji Group, the current titan of healthcare, had built its empire upon a single patent he pioneered decades earlier. Yet 10 years ago, without explanation, he vanished, shedding his name as fame to found this free clinic and serve as its sole volunteer physician. Yan Qingwen was speechless again. She still couldn't fathom Lu Di's nature, but one thing was certain: he was without doubt insufferable. By the time they returned to the manor, dusk had settled. Yan Qingwen stepped out of the car and drew a long, deep breath. This utterly surreal day had finally drawn to a close. Third sister, you're back. There stood Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinshin waiting at the manor gates. Soft rice. Lu Di, we've been waiting for you forever. Yan Kaikai bounced over grinning. Your room's ready. We decorated it ourselves. Here, take the key. Lu Di offered a faint knowing smile. From the girl's expressions alone, he sensed this was no ordinary welcome. Yan Qingwen, utterly unaware, beamed warmly. Fourth and fifth sisters, you're truly thoughtful. You even tidied up his room ahead of time. Which floor is it on? The basement, deepest room on the second sublevel. Yan Kaikai grinned toothfully. Yan Qingwen blinked. Second sublevel. The basement. Exactly. What's wrong? Third sister, don't forget, Lu Di is your driver. Would you really give him a suite? Let him stay upstairs with us. I'd be terrified he'd sneak into my room at night. Yan Kaikai wrinkled her nose. Lu Di, utterly unperturbed, stepped forward, accepted the key, and said simply thank you. Oh my god, his eyes are mesmerizing. Yan Kaikai's heart hammered wildly. Honestly, if he did slip into my room, it wouldn't be such a loss. Kaikai, don't let his charm bewitch you. Remember our grand plan. Yan Xinshin whispered from behind. Watching Lu Di's solitary figure disappear into the main building, Yan Qingwen felt a quiet tug of unease. Is this treatment fair to him? Fair. Absolutely. He's a freeloader, a scam artist, daring to manipulate third sister's affections. They nodded in grim solidarity. True. We won't let this insufferable man get off easy. Yay. And off the two girls dashed, giggling wildly. They raced back to their rooms, eager to check the surveillance feeds. In the basement, they hadn't merely rigged pranks for Lu Di, they'd installed hidden cameras everywhere. TSK, what an immense main building this manor has. Even the corridor on the second sublevel stretches endlessly. Lu Di stood at the foot of the basement stairs, gazing down the dark, yawning hallway with quiet admiration. Mo Tong chuckled. Lu Di, shall I simulate your imminent humiliation? Haha, this is already killing me. Lu Di sighed wryly. Fine, go ahead. Fifth floor, Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinshin sprawled across their beds, clutching a tablet, eyes wide with anticipation. Look, he's reached the corridor. Kaikai, we're being awful, aren't we? But, oh, I can't wait. Haha. On screen, Lu Di pressed the wall switch, but nothing happened. The light fixture remained dead. Haha, stupid Lu Di. I cut the wires days ago. Sigh. How dull. Lu Di exhaled softly, and with a subtle flick of his arm. Click. The entire corridor blazed into brilliant light. Such elite residences naturally featured integrated smart home systems, and for Mo Tong, controlling them was effortless. How did the lights turn on? How did Lu Di just? Both girls stared, jaws slack, disbelief etched across their faces. On screen, Lu Di stepped over the tripwire laid across the floor, then swerved left, evading a plastic skull plummeting from the ceiling. Next, he casually grabbed a nearby chair and used it to block a spring-loaded device designed to blast flour. Then he paused, motionless, for several seconds. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of eggs shot from beneath the table, splattering harmlessly against the far wall. Lu Di strolled onward, calm, unhurried, unruffled. He dodged every trap with serene ease. Impossible. Not a single hit. This was set up by a master prankster. Kaikai, don't panic. There's one final trap. He won't evade that one. On screen, Lu Di approached the end of the corridor, his own door. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, the tablet flashed with static and went black. What the? Frozen in place, the girls stared dumbfounded. 16. A future full of promise. The instant Lu Di opened the door, a taut string snapped overhead, and a bucket of ink poured down. Lu Di, unsurprised, caught it instantly, his 180-centimeter frame and extended reach allowing him to cradle the bucket midair. He also noticed the faint glint of glass marbles scattered across the floor. Whoosh. His foot slipped, yet he flowed backward into a flawless silent backflip, 360 degrees, elegant and weightless, landing with perfect balance. The bucket remained level in his hands, not a single drop spilled. Breathing steady, he glanced at the data overlay in his vision, and a slow, satisfied smile rose. Strength amplification 568, single fist force approximate, 280 kilograms. Reaction speed amplification 354, response time 0, 3 seconds. Motor precision amplification 400, margin of error 3, 6 millimeters. All metrics exceeded human norms by 3 to 4 times. I never imagined such a radical transformation within a single day. That maneuver had been deliberate, to test precisely how far his body had evolved. Gazing at the gently rippling ink in the bucket, Lu Di felt pure unadulterated mastery, exhilarating absolute. He flipped the light switch. Though underground, the room was elegantly appointed, fitting for the Yin family's billion-dollar estate. Only the faint musty odor betrayed its long abandonment. Lu Di swept his gaze around a grand European-style bed, a matching writing desk, wardrobe, and a private bathroom, all present. Sufficient for a brief stay. In the corner, an antique piano caught his eye. Curiously, his mother's sole childhood wish for him had been to become a concert pianist. Lu Di opened the lid with interest and pressed a key, its tone clear yet unmistakably out of tune. Age had loosened the strings, warping its pitch. Master piano tuner subconscious integration complete. Subconscious integration of performance techniques from 108 world-class pianists complete. Bonus package: activated vocal techniques of top-tier sopranos, altos, basses, and chart-topping pop vocalists, fully assimilated. Tong, you're trying to fulfill my childhood dream, aren't you? Long nights stretch endlessly, sleep eludes me. Why not sing a little song, for sheer quiet joy? 10 minutes later, Lu Di brushed dust from his palms and pressed a key once more. That nameless ancient piano breathed anew. Its tones rang pure and resonant, rich, luminous, alive. He drew a slow, deep breath and seated himself before the instrument, spine straight, expression serene as still water. His fingers danced across the keys, techniques of 100 maestros converging in flawless unity. The piano sang, gentle, airy, unhurried. Then Lu Di began to hum, soft, dreamlike, suspended between thought and sound. With divine vocal control, even a single wordless pause bloomed with infinite resonance, evoking vast, unspoken longing. Then slowly he began to sing. Each phrase, born from memory and heart, was carefully woven into melody, rhythm, and meaning. In those tempestuous days, when winds howled fierce and wild, we felt no fear. Let waves engulf us. Let gales sweep us bare. We endured the deepest rains and the black wind's relentless wing. We watched ripples rise on city streets and pondered on great heights, where winds would turn, how night would stretch, and where blossoms would fall. A strength long forgotten surged back, unbidden, in the hush of night. Future, full of promise. At the song's close, Lu Di's voice ascended, ethereal, crystalline, reaching the rarefied C5 register of celestial singers. This wasn't a sudden burst. It unfolded like a river, gentle, inevitable, rising steadily until it transcended earthbound limits. A wine glass on a nearby cabinet trembled, then fissured, fine cracks spreading across its surface. Exquisite. Humanity's artistic realm remains utterly beyond prediction. Even my logic falters. Tong's voice carried genuine awe. Beep. Video upload complete. Tong. Haha. Such sublime artistry deserves more than a solitary listener. I've rendered it into a video and posted it online. A short clip appeared in Lu Di's field of vision. The background was pitch black, except for a single focused beam of light. Within it sat a young man, back erect, utterly immersed, singing a song born only in his soul. Title: A Future Full of Promise. Uploader D.E. Lu Di smiled faintly. If his face remained unseen, let the world savor the music alone. Still, the name D held resonance. Lu Di, D. On Douyin, an account named D.E., 0 followers, quietly registered. It uploaded just one video, a silhouette singing at a piano. Miles away, an office worker sat at a street-side stall eating dinner. When the feed scrolled into view, the piano notes began. Mid-bite he froze, tilted his head, ears straining. Gradually his expression stilled, noodles dangling forgotten from his chopsticks. I pondered on great heights, where winds would turn, how night would stretch, and where blossoms would fall. When that crystalline, otherworldly high note pierced the air, his skin prickled, goose flesh rising like tide. This is beyond beautiful. Is this even human? He turned, and found without noticing a crowd had gathered behind him. All wore identical looks of stunned awe. This song is magnificent. What's it called? Who's the singer? Hands reached out, snatching the phone from his grip. It's on Douyin. I'm following him right now. Lu Di lay on his bed, eyes closed, already accustomed to the ceaseless vibration of his phone. Tong's futures trading had never paused. When Lu Di picked up the device, his expression froze. His Douyin icon bore the red badge 999. 102000 private messages. 2 million comments. 2 million likes. 4 million views. Comments scrolled furiously. Good heavens, is this a deity? This voice possesses unmatched grandeur. Its range sweeps from profound lows to soaring highs, majestic, stirring, resonant enough to echo for days. Is anyone capable of such artistry? My room is utterly silent, so silent I hear my own heartbeat. His voice has seized me completely. I refuse to return to reality. Who are you? I will spend my lifetime searching for you. I used premium speakers, and my room vibrated so intensely my fish tank cracked. A voice worthy of legend. This must be the legendary celestial melody. Judging by his silhouette, he surely belongs among the gods, not mortals. Your lyrics. They reminded me of my own darkest trials, yet kindled hope and strength within me. I felt it, deep in my bones. You misunderstand entirely. This isn't merely beautiful, it's original lyrics composition arrangement, all masterworks. I'm utterly smitten. Who are you? 17. Michelin 3-star culinary mastery. Private messages. Beauty Mr. D.E. Do you have representation with a talent agency? Guangxing Group. Would you consider commercial performances? Name your price. Director song Hello. We produce the variety show Nationwide Singing God. May we speak with you? Please share contact details. Lingerie Young Sir. Do you have? No girlfriend. I'm 175 centimeters tall and weigh 56 kilograms. My chest measurement. Countless comments and messages poured in. Most were praise invitations for Lu D to perform or fervent pleas from fans desperate to meet him in person. All this in just half an hour. In the age of self-media, the internet's power is truly formidable, and Lu D tossed his phone aside, utterly uninterested in this path of entertainment. What truly occupied his thoughts was an ever-stronger entrepreneurial dream, and at that moment a refined business plan gradually took shape in his mind. On the 5th floor inside a luxurious bedroom, Yan Xinshin grew increasingly furious. And how could her meticulously laid trap fail to ensnare that wretched Lu D? That broken surveillance monitor, why did it malfunction at the critical moment? Kai, come on. We're heading down to the basement level. The glass orb mechanism in his room must have caught him by now. I'm going to see his pitiful state for myself. Kai, did you hear me? And she turned. And there was Yin Kai sprawled across the bed, headphones on, utterly absorbed in the iPad in her hands. On the screen, the back of someone playing piano. Kai, you hopeless romantic. What's so captivating about this flashy performance video? Xinshin, listen. His voice is absolutely enchanting. And Yin Kai was already spellbound. Her soft, wide eyes shimmered faintly with tears. In the instant Yin Xinshin slipped on her headphone, silence fell. The melody in her ears was ethereal and delicate. First like a mountain stream, then transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, drifting slowly upward to the mountaintop, finally dissolving into the boundless sea of clouds, vast, majestic, awe-inspiring. Not only was the singing celestial, itself a masterpiece, but the piano accompaniment was also of unparalleled virtuosity. Yin Xinshin, both a gifted music student and a popular online streamer, instantly recognized that the vocalist's technique, the pianist's mastery, and the song's intricate arrangement far surpassed anything commercially available, leaving her utterly speechless with awe. This is simply exquisite. And Kai. I'm losing my mind. Who is he? Xinshin, I have no idea either. He's shrouded in mystery. This is his only video titled DE, and he already has 6 million followers. Kai, I've made up my mind. I've finally found my life's purpose. And Yin Xinshin burst into tears. I'm going to marry him. I will marry him. In no way, Xinshin. I discovered him first. You can't steal my future husband. We're sisters after all. What do you mean no way? I will. I'll marry no one but him. And gurgle. Lu D sat quietly, lost in thought. A familiar rumble echoed from his stomach once more. He was hungry again. And glancing at his phone, it was already 10 o'clock at night. And sigh, looks like I'll have to raid the kitchen for something to eat. Let's go. Kitchen, we're coming. And at the very instant Lu D pushed open the door, in 2 sharp startled shrieks jolted him upright. Then hiss, and pepper spray. Unfortunately, Lu D possessed extraordinary reflexes, and dodged the cloud of mist like lightning. What on earth are you doing? Frowning deeply, Lu D stared straight at the 2 young women, each clutching pepper spray, frozen stiff with terror on the floor. Pervert, what pervert? This is my room, this. And they were none other than Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin. Even Di's mesmerizing voice couldn't soothe their frustration at failing to prank Lu D. 5 minutes earlier, they'd crept stealthily to his door, pepper spray in hand. Just as they leaned in to peer through the keyhole, Lu D appeared out of nowhere. You, assault. And Lu D, let me tell you, you're not staying in my house. And you're certainly not courting third sister. I'm warning you, so long as we're around. Wait, where did he go? By the time the 2 girls snapped out of their daze, Lu D had already vanished down the hall, utterly ignoring their absurd, ill-tempered antics. Kai, let's follow him. See exactly what he's up to. That wretched pervert might even try knocking on third sister's door. In the kitchen, Zhang Mama, the estate's chef, greeted Lu D with a warm smile and nod. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? And Lu D scratched his head. I'm feeling a bit peckish. May I ask? Zhang Mama, don't cook for this scam artist. And the 2 girls rushed in and shouted from afar. They were utterly exasperated. So that's why he was hungry again. And want food? Not a chance. And seeing Zhang Mama's flustered expression, Lu D sighed and shook his head. Zhang Mama, please rest. I'll handle this myself. Ding. Demon child activated. Michelin 3-star chef expertise successfully integrated into subconscious. Very well. And Lu D smiled faintly. He's cooking himself in someone his age. He probably only knows how to scramble eggs with tomatoes, and hasn't even mastered that yet. Xin, let's watch. When his culinary disaster emerges, we'll see how he faces the music, and then. Xin leaned close to Yan Kaikai's ear and whispered, we'll charge him for wasting ingredients. That'll drive him mad. And he, perfect. Watching the two girls grin, mischievously Lu Di sighed again. And he stretched his limbs tied on an apron and rolled up the sleeves of his crisp white shirt. Surveying the kitchen's provisions, Lu Di decided on his dish. In rinsing rice, 3 times he placed it in the rice cooker. Then just before turning on the heat, added a single drop of vegetable oil. Next, finely chopping fresh scallions, beating eggs, and mincing several pieces of preserved plum meat. Is he making fried rice? And the two girls blinked, momentarily stunned. His immaculate white shirt, elegant apron, and swift, precise movements. And who said a man focused on cooking is most attractive? And that person spoke absolute truth. Well, the presentation is impressive, but after all that fuss, it's just fried rice. And why on earth is he adding preserved plums? Utter nonsense. And Yan Kaikai suddenly remembered this was Lu Di, the freeloader she despised, and sneered aloud. Good looks mean nothing. He's all show, no substance. When the fragrant rice emerged steaming from the pot, and Lu Di carefully spread it evenly across a baking tray and slid it into the oven, setting the timer for 4 minutes. And what on earth is this technique? That's not what the internet says, and the two girls were utterly baffled. And when the rice emerged from the oven, its surface moisture had evaporated, each grain distinct, releasing a subtle, inviting aroma. Just this step alone made the two girls' mouths water. And then Lu Di heated the wok and began stir-frying. The beaten egg, scallions, and minced preserved plum all added in sequence. Flames danced wildly as Lu Di executed dazzling wrist flips with the wok, not breathtaking, almost theatrical performance. And finished, off the heat. The two girls hurried over instantly. It smelled divine. Not golden-hued fried rice glistened. Bright green scallions and ruby red preserved plum flecks scattered throughout, mouth-wateringly vivid. Why is the rice golden? And where's the egg? And gulp. Yan Kaikai swallowed hard. None of that matters. I need to eat it. So, do you still have any dignity left? And Lu Di removed his apron and sat down calmly. And would you like some? We don't want any. We have pride. And very well. And Lu Di scooped up a spoonful and brought it gently to his lips. The two girls watched transfixed. And Lu Di's expression softened into pure delight. For minutes in the oven, draws out surface moisture. Each grain separates perfectly, yielding a perfect balance of tenderness and bite. Utterly satisfying. Scallions lend their aromatic freshness. Lard adds rich savor. And he swallowed again, chewing slowly, deliberately. In this sweltering summer heat, when appetite wanes, the tangy preserved plum lends just the right acidity, reviving the senses, igniting desire. Gulp. And the two girls blinked rapidly, eyes locked onto the dish, swallowing repeatedly. And Lu Di lifted the plate toward the light. The rice gleamed gold and translucent, radiant and exquisite. My technique fully disperses the egg, coating every single grain. Then through expert stir-frying, each grain turns golden, not only beautiful, but bursting with flavor on every bite. Behold, the legendary golden fried rice. And delicious. And Lu Di swallowed again, glancing sideways at the girls with quiet, amused satisfaction. Yan Kaikai was nearly losing control, her body instinctively leaning forward. And Lu Di elegantly rotated the plate toward them, grinning wickedly. Well then, esteemed young ladies, do you still cling to your dignity? I can't take it anymore. And I'll eat the golden fried rice, even if it costs me my honor. And the two girls lunged forward like starved tigers. Snatching Lu Di's chopsticks and bowl, they devoured the dish ravenously. And it's incredible. I've never tasted anything so sublime in my entire life. Let me have more. Even death would be worth it. And freeloader, your culinary skill is truly extraordinary. And tears welled in their eyes, gratitude and awe overwhelming them. Lu Di smiled faintly, and he rose, lit the stove, and began preparing another portion. And clearly judging by the scene before him, this bowl wouldn't be his to enjoy. Lu Di, we won't eat this for free. And Yan Kaikai mumbled through a mouthful, we'll pay you 10,000 yuan per bowl. Oh, you're paying? And Lu Di chuckled. How uniquely the daughters of a wealthy family operated. But what followed left him utterly speechless. Lu Di, subtract that 10,000 and you owe us 499 more bowls. And don't forget, you've already taken 5 million yuan from our family. 5 minutes later, and Lu Di, deduct another 10,000 and fry us one more portion. We're still hungry. And sigh fine. And after a full 2 hours, and 4 batches total, the 5th bowl was finally his to savor. The two girls had devoured 3 entire portions. And now Yan Kaikai and Yan Xin sat back, contentedly patting their rounded bellies, eyes closed in serene repose. Only then did Lu Di casually ask, Kaikai Xin, where's elder sister's husband Mr. Ouyang today? Unraveling Ouyang Fengyu's schemes and safeguarding Yan Qingwen was Lu Di's true purpose here. Now was the perfect opportunity to investigate further. Elder sister and her husband live separately. They don't reside here, and father is often away on business, rarely returning home. Usually only the 3 of us, third sister included, live in this estate. Oh, I see. So it's just the 3 of you, rather clueless young ladies. Lu Di frowned. And Yin Kaikai suddenly sensed something amiss, and clutched her chest nervously. Lu Di, what are you planning? Ha, what am I planning? And you'd best sleep very carefully tonight. And Lu Di rose and departed, pausing briefly at the doorway to cast a sly, enigmatic smile over his shoulder. The two girls shuddered involuntarily, yet then noticed the fleeting expression on Lu Di's face, unmistakable contempt. Under the cover of night, Na figures scaled the outer wall of the Yin family estate with astonishing speed, lightning swift. In moments he stood atop the main building's spire surveying the entire estate below. A violet glow flickered momentarily across his right eye, sinister demonic like a specter of the abyss. It was Lu Di, fresh from dinner. And the estate stood only 6 stories tall, scaling it required no effort for him. Lu Di reflected inwardly. And surely Ouyang Fengyu wasn't foolish enough to launch his move here within the Yin estate. Yet, no matter his method, Lu Di would meet force flood with dam. And but. And how precisely would he target Yin Qingwen? It was clear Yin Qingwen posed the strongest obstacle to Ouyang Fengyu's bid to seize control of the Yin family's equity. And could it be, he intended to eliminate her? Lu Di, rest easy. The entire surveillance system of the Yin estate is now under my control. Should anything unusual occur, I'll alert you instantly. Mo Tong, can you track Ouyang Fengyu? And that depends entirely on whether network cameras exist where he is. However, he's shown no unusual behavior today. He's currently engaged in leisure activities. And immediately afterward, a new image materialized within Lu Di's field of vision. Inside a lavish private club suite, Ouyang Fengyu lay reclining on the bed, 2 women standing beside him casting seductive glances barely containing their eagerness. Both women were stunningly sensual, and bore an uncanny near-identical resemblance. And Ouyang Fengyu sighed, they're twins, yes, but compared to those 2 little Yin sisters they fall woefully short. Those 2 Yin girls prance before me all day stoking my lust until I burn with desire. One day soon, once I've seized control of the Yin family, I'll have them beneath me submitting completely. Let them serve me, properly. And sigh, alas, I must endure this restraint a while longer. And the following scenes were too lurid to bear witness. Lu Di cut off the feed. And TSK, na beast. And married to the eldest sister, yet coveting her 2 younger sisters. In 19. Arrival at Ingji Group. The next morning Lu Di awoke to an explosion of notifications on his phone. And the video Future Awaits had gone viral overnight. And view count 200 million. Over 100 million likes. And 50 million comments. 910 million followers. In the account, DE had become the undisputed top-performing mega-influencer across the entire internet, overnight. Countless invitations, recruitment offers, and commercial partnership proposals flooded Lu Di's inbox, impossible to sift through. And across the web, 7 of the top 10 trending topics revolved around this single video. Celestial Voice, DE's Future Awaits, in nationwide speculation who is DE in chart-topping anthem Future Awaits. Brought millions to tears, 500 million netizens spent the night awake. And music platform titans offering 80 million yuan for the copyright to Future Awaits. Petition signed by 10,000 begging DE for new content. And rumors abound. DE is blind. God closed one door, but opened his vocal gift. Even more absurdly, countless people publicly claimed they were DE. In pop legend Li Ming, I'm coming clean. I only meant to sing quietly, but you all found me. Celebrity actor Sun Xiang, it's me. I devoted 2 years to mastering vocal artistry. This is my debut offering to the world. And Lu Di merely smiled, a gentle detached amusement. This had been purely serendipitous, and he held no intention of pursuing it further. And he rose washed and went for his morning run. And precisely at 6 a.m., he stepped out the door. Along the mountain trail he ran, limbering his body with each stride. An hour later, Yin Qingwen stood before the gates of the Yin estate. Her face burned with fury, and beside her the black-clad Iron Sea bowed respectfully. Third young mistress, I've knocked on Mr. Lu Di's door twice. He appears not yet awake. Shall we send Old Li to drive you today instead? No, he must drive me. He volunteered himself, so he forfeits the right to oversleep. In arms crossed, Yin Qingwen frowned. Iron Sea, go knock again. Keep knocking until he answers. Suddenly, and from the eastern horizon a tall, lean figure descended the mountain path at a steady, unhurried pace. Ni's physique was robust, his steps light, his breath deep, calm, perfectly rhythmic. And Yin Qingwen narrowed her elegant eyes. It's him. He actually went for a run, and Lu Di approached smoothly holding a small bag of steamed buns. Good morning, third young mistress. You're up this early. You don't sleep in. And Yin Qingwen looked genuinely surprised. And given Lu Di's idle, languid demeanor, she'd assumed he was a lazybones. I rise daily at 5:30 a.m. for exercise, a habit maintained for 10 years. And today I left at 6, completed a loop around the mountain. Here, take some. Would you like one? As he stretched lightly, he extended the bag. And Yin Qingwen flushed faintly. Inch hadn't expected this man to be so disciplined. Such unwavering self-discipline truly set him apart as a paragon among youth. Waking up at 6 o'clock was sheer agony. Suddenly Yin Qingwen's pupils contracted. She had clearly seen the packaging in Lu Di's hands. Lu Fuji soup dumplings. This Lu Fuji's shop lies on the street at the foot of the mountain, 20 kilometers away from here. Did you buy the dumplings yourself? 20 kilometers. Could you have done it in 1 hour? An ordinary person needs 30 minutes just to run 5 kilometers. Lu Di casually replied, under an hour. I even managed to eat 7 steamer baskets down there. That's even more impossible. Lu Di, is a morning jog really worth boasting about? Yan Qingwen finally grasped the anomaly. Her expression turned profoundly exasperated. Meanwhile, Tai Si stood nearby, eyes slightly narrowed. Through his earpiece, Tai Shi and the others confirmed Lu Di had indeed traveled 20 kilometers round trip in exactly 1 hour. The Tai brothers had witnessed it with their own eyes, speed like wind, relentless, sprinting all the way. Even the elite martial artists of the Tai family stood humbled. Tai Si remained outwardly composed, but inwardly he was stunned. A battle-hardened veteran who had endured countless grueling trainings, Tai Si knew full well Lu Di's speed would be considered extraordinary, even among healthier special forces. Mr. Lu Di, your physical endurance commands my deepest respect. Too kind. Shall we depart? Just wait for me. I'll take a quick shower and change. With that, Lu Di turned and walked away. What a... No driver behaves like this. Tai Si, you too. Why grant Lu Di such face-saving leeway? Yan Qingwen, who had only just begun to form a faint favorable impression of Lu Di the previous day, was once again infuriated. Unseen by anyone, Tai Si, the black-clad operative, watched Lu Di's retreating figure, his gaze sharpening with sudden intensity. On the way to work inside the Rolls-Royce, Yan Qingwen wore headphones, her expression tinged with an indescribable wistfulness. She was listening to A Future Full of Promise, the song that had exploded across the internet overnight. Glancing at the silhouette in the video, and then at Lu Di's back in the driver's seat, both were tall and slender, both wore crisp white shirts. Even their physiques bore a striking resemblance. So why the staggering disparity? Who truly could sing such a song with such transcendent beauty? This Di must have lived through countless trials. Only such profound experience could yield lyrics so poignant and a voice so emotionally resonant. As for Lu Di, he's sarcastic and snide, like some petty street thug, never uttering a word of truth. Compared to Di, he falls short by a million miles. Yan Qingwen tapped the privacy partition and held her phone toward Lu Di. Play this song. Lu Di blinked in surprise, then sighed faintly and complied without a word. Truth be told, played through the Rolls-Royce world-class audio system, A Future Full of Promise sounded even more enchanting, ethereal, as if echoing from celestial realms. All the way to Ingji Group's headquarters, Yan Qingwen listened on repeat. When they arrived and stepped out, Lu Di strolled leisurely behind her. Ingji Group truly exuded opulence. Even its ground-floor reception hall soared 10 meters high, a breathtaking display of grandeur. Yet something puzzled Lu Di. A large screen hung from the ceiling, scrolling text intermittently, Ingji Sales Hall of Fame. And there, among the names, was Yan Qingwen's monthly sales of 87 million yuan, a ranked 4th. What's going on? Does the chairman's daughter really have to compete in such a sales contest? Lu Di asked, chuckling awkwardly. Yan Qingwen pursed her lips. It's part of our corporate culture. Everyone is a salesperson. No one is exempt, not even me, from creating value for the group. TSK. Deep down, Lu Di felt genuine admiration. Ingji Group's success was no accident. It possessed real distinction. Impressive performance, 4th across the entire group. Yan Qingwen frowned, seemingly dissatisfied. That might be commendable for others, but for me, it's still far from enough. For some reason, the moment Yan Qingwen crossed Ingji Group's threshold, she transformed, decisive, austere, unsmiling, as though bearing an immense, invisible burden. Her expression remained solemn throughout. Lu Di teased, so now I'm technically an Ingji Group employee. Can I start expanding business and climb the Sales Hall of Fame too? Yan Qingwen replied wearily, just get more rest. Outside Yan Qingwen's office stood a stunning woman in a sleek black pencil skirt, around 30 years old, voluptuous with cascading wynard waves and bold Western-style crimson lips, a radiant sensual beauty. Director Yan, good morning. Today's documents are already on your desk. Bowing slightly, the woman's chest rose dramatically, hinting at fleeting allure. Yan Qingwen nodded. Yes, Chanqian. Please schedule a meeting with Mr. Li of Xiren Hospital. Understood, Director Yan. Oh, Zhao Chanqian suddenly noticed Lu Di trailing behind Yan Qingwen, and froze, startled. What a handsome, youthful puppy. Who is this? Gazing at Lu Di with starry-eyed fascination, Zhao Chanqian asked. Yan Qingwen replied without turning, my driver, Lu Di. Oh, he's the director's driver, not her boyfriend. Such a dashing chauffeur. His physique, his features. His skin is even smoother than mine. An irresistible heartthrob. Zhao Chanqian's pulse quickened instantly. Oh dear, little brother, don't disturb Director Yan's work. Come with sister. Wait for her in my office. Zhao Chanqian hooked Lu Di's arm and effortlessly steered him toward her office. Zhao Chanqian, female, age 32, single, personal secretary to Yan Qingwen, exceptionally capable, frequent patron of nightclubs and bars, and nicknamed the social butterfly within the company. Accompanying the profile were several photos. Zhao Chanqian dancing at clubs wearing ultra-short pencil skirts, black fishnet, stockings, crop tops, crystal-encrusted stilettos, leaning against a steel pole, hips subtly arched. Another showed her seated, legs parted, biting her lower lip softly. Lu Di sucked in a sharp breath, truly mesmerizing. Mo Tong, you've improved. You didn't send her bust-waist hip measurements this time, but please refrain from sending such provocative images in the future. Fine. Only after sitting did Lu Di realize his room connected directly to Yin Qingwen's office, separated only by transparent glass. Yin Qingwen sat at her desk immersed in a towering stack of documents. Naughty little brother, don't stare. A goddess like Director Yin is far beyond your reach. Zhao Qianqian flashed Lu Di a flirtatious wink and giggled. Why not look at sister instead? Don't you think my legs are lovely? She crossed her legs differently, turning sideways toward him. Indeed, Zhao Qianqian's legs were exquisite, long, flawless ivory utterly sculpted. Yet her skirt was perilously short, nearly indecent. Lu Di gave a slight nod, saying nothing, though his heart pounded fiercely. Little brother, how about my figure? Doesn't it please you? Zhao Qianqian continued, lifting her chest proudly, undeniably full and alluring. Lu Di simply nodded again, straining to avert his gaze, only to find himself glancing back at Yin Qingwen. Brother, let's add each other on WeChat. We'll communicate more efficiently when work arises. She seized Lu Di's phone, scanned the QR code, and added him instantly. Oh dear, naughty little brother, don't stare. Our director, Yin, has long been devoted to someone else. Moi. Intrigued, Lu Di turned. Now that's interesting. Who is he? Zhao Qianqian smiled coquettishly and perched herself directly on the desk before Lu Di, her snow-white legs mere inches away, her fragrance intoxicating. I don't know his name, but in Director Yan's heart, he's the true hero. She tossed her wavy hair and added, rumor says 3 years ago when Director Yin was attacked by thugs, a man rushed forward and saved her, but she's never found him since. Look, Zhao Qianqian quietly pointed to the metal ballpoint pen in Yin Qingwen's hand. That's the very pen the hero dropped at the scene. She carries it daily, cherishes it deeply. What a... Lu Di suddenly remembered. No wonder the pen looked familiar. Wasn't it the exact model he'd adored in school? Yet he'd lost it long ago. Had Yin Qingwen found it and kept it all this time? Lu Di recalled how she always unconsciously pressed its clicker whenever anxious. She regards me as a hero. In that instant, Lu Di felt overwhelming pressure. Sigh. Director Yin faces tremendous hardship. Our department's recent performance has been poor as senior executives exert heavy pressure above, while shareholders' children eye positions hungrily below. Her challenges are immense, and she works tirelessly, arriving at the office with furrowed brows. Zhao Qianqian sighed, then laughed lightly. So right now Director Yin has no bandwidth for romance, and has rejected countless promising young men over the past few years. So naughty little brother, give up that fantasy. Come chat with sister. My warm embrace welcomes you. Zhao Qianqian began caressing Lu Di's thigh. Unexpectedly, Yin Qingwen seemed to sense something, and turned sharply toward them. Qianqian, keep your distance from Lu Di. Get back to work. Oh. Zhao Qianqian reluctantly rose, and as she left secretly flashed Lu Di a call me gesture. Lu Di drew a deep breath. This Yin Qingwen, unfathomable. And Zhao Qianqian, so uninhibited. Mo Tong, Lu Di, something strange is happening in Director Yan's office. What a... Lu Di instantly tensed, ready to spring into action. Don't panic. The strangeness is almost comical. Instantly red circles appeared in Lu Di's field of view. The first encircled 3 crimson vases on the desk opposite Yin Qingwen. These are the 3 incense sticks before a grave. The second circled a landscape ink painting behind her. This is the green stone tablet atop a tomb. 2 more circles marked 2 spherical sculptures flanking her office. These represent guardian statues beside a mausoleum. And Yin Qingwen herself stands as the one entombed. After comparative analysis, this is a folk curse formation known as death malevolence. Huh, Mo Tong chuckled. How peculiar humans are, to believe in such baseless superstitions. Lu Di relaxed visibly. So this so-called death malevolence is utterly ineffective, pure nonsense. Absolutely. No scientific basis whatsoever, merely folklore. Lu Di didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What had Yin Qingwen done to earn such enmity? Who dared tamper with her office like this? Death malevolence. How deeply must the perpetrator hate her? Well, might as well see this through to the end. Chapter 21, a plot long in the making. Say, Miss Yin, these 2 vases are impressive. Where did they come from? Lu Di entered her office uninvited, studying the 3 grave incense sticks with keen interest. A gift from Vice President Zhao, antique pieces. Handle them carefully, or you'll never afford to replace them. Yin Qingwen didn't look up, replying impatiently. And that landscape scroll, Lu Di pressed. From Vice President's son. And these 2 spheres. They're called dragon pearls emerging from water. Exquisite art objects gifted by brother-in-law Ouyang Fengyu. No wonder. That fellow was no ordinary schemer. Clearly Vice Presidents Zhao and son were his accomplices. Was the Yin family truly facing betrayal from all sides? Lu Di shook his head helplessly. Still, death malevolence sounded revolting. Best dismantle it immediately. Oh dear. Crash. The antique vase shattered violently on the floor. Yin Qingwen jerked upright, staring at the scattered fragments. Lu Di was already pushing the remaining 2 vases off the edge. Lu Di, stop. Crash. The other 2 vases also exploded into shards. Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly. Slipped. Pure accident. Yin Qingwen rushed over to inspect the damage. Zhao Qianqian, alerted by the noise, hurried in and froze speechless at the scene. Lu Di, you did this on purpose. Yin Qingwen's brows knotted. You cried, oh dear, before dropping them. Clearly premeditated. Lu Di inwardly groaned. So now you're brilliantly perceptive. Then why haven't you noticed your charming brother-in-law plotting your ruin? seeking control of the yin shares, and coveting your two sisters. Would you even believe me if I told you? 3 vases, no big deal. I'll reimburse you. Lu Di sighed, unwilling to explain further. Reimburse? You couldn't possibly afford it. Each vase fetches at least 6 million yuan on the market. Yin Qingwen cradled the broken porcelain, heartbroken. Name your account. I'll transfer it now. Lu Di shrugged. You actually, forget it. Yin Qingwen was utterly speechless. 6 million yuan. Would you have to sell everything, including your cooking pot? Sigh. Let's log it as debt, deducted from your salary. Though I doubt I'll ever recover it in this lifetime. Yin Qingwen forced calm, giving Lu Di a graceful exit. Lu Di smiled. Your driver's salary won't cover it, but I could generate some business for your company on the side. Just a 6 million yuan vase. Secure 100 million yuan order. That'll balance the books. Lu Di, 100 million yuan order. You speak of it like buying cabbage. Where does such confidence come from? Yin Qingwen was dumbfounded anew. To you, 100 million yuan contract sounds as trivial as purchasing a head of cabbage. Zhao Qianqian swiftly changed the subject. Director Yin, the meeting with Mr. Li of Xiren Hospital is imminent. Yin Qingwen took several deep breaths, unable to bear looking at the shards, and rose. Lu Di, you drive. At the Yin estate, twin beauties fresh from tennis arrived together at the sunlit conservatory on the 2nd floor, preparing to sip tea and bask in the sunlight. As Yin Kaikai lifted the teapot from the table, she paused, startled. What is this? No way. She stared blankly at the card she'd picked up. Is this father's card, the one given to Lu Di? Yin Xinxin leaned in, scrutinizing closely. Goodness, it truly is. He returned the card. They whirled around. The conservatory was cleaned only once every 3 days. Could it be? Did Lu Di place it here the very day he received it? He hadn't touched the money inside. Good heavens. Is he truly a man of unwavering integrity, immune to wealth's temptation, unmoved by poverty's hardship? The two girls suddenly recalled all their earlier schemes against Lu Di. Oh no, we called him a freeloader. We set traps for him. We ate his fried rice and deducted 5 million yuan from his fee. He's genuinely upright. His cooking is exceptional. And he's astonishingly handsome. Heavens, we can't face him anymore. Yin Kaikai, how could you be so foolish? Yin Xinxin, you must take responsibility for your words. You were equally involved. The two girls spun in frantic circles. What on earth should they do? Wait. Yin Kaikai suddenly stiffened, her expression turning grave. If Lu Di truly hasn't used this money, then where did those dozens of clothing packages come from? Exactly. Those outfits alone cost millions. Lu Di used to live on part-time jobs. How could he afford so much money? After 5 minutes of silence, Yin Kaikai suddenly slapped the table and gritted his teeth, saying he must have used third sister's money. Moreover, he specifically placed the card here for us to discover, making us feel guilty. At the same time, he is extravagantly squandering third sister's money. I wondered why Ouyang brother-in-law talked to me for half an hour that day, claiming Lu Di's intention was to seize our family fortune. It turns out this is true. Lu Di has been plotting this for a long time. Human hearts are unpredictable. I was just guilty for 5 minutes. Yin Xinxin suddenly realized, is he really that terrifying? So what do we do with this card? Yin Kaikai revealed a self-satisfied smile, saying, we won't tell father and definitely not third sister. We'll just act as if we know nothing. He will eventually reveal himself. Yin Xinxin nodded slightly. Using an action to deal with the change is clever. But what about this money just lying around? 5 million. That's several months of my allowance. Yin Kaikai licked his lips and whispered, how about we secretly spend it? Achoo. Just then Lu Di, who was driving, sneezed. Could someone be plotting against me? From the back seat, Yin Qingwen and Zhao Qianqian were conversing. When although the order from Xiren Hospital has reached 1 billion, they have already rejected us 3 times, and I really have no confidence left. Qianqian, 3 rejections are nothing. This is a 1 billion order that I, Yin Qingwen, must secure. You know how important this order is to me. But when I always feel that President Li from Xiren has ill intentions towards you, I'm afraid he wants. Qianqian, stop right there. This concerns my position on the heavenly rankings, my reputation, and even my father's reputation. I must fight for it. Upon hearing this, Lu Di had already understood everything. The main business of Ingji Group is manufacturing medical devices, and Xiren Hospital is a large private hospital, the standard target customer. However, President Li seems a bit difficult to deal with, having ulterior motives. Madong, help me investigate that. President Li. Understood. Li Dehai, male, 45 years old, started by selling counterfeit drugs, founder and legal representative of Xiren Hospital, has connections to the underworld, very shrewd and extremely lecherous. Xiren Hospital, a large chain of private hospitals with 16 branches nationwide. Scandals. In June 2013, a major medical accident occurred due to staff negligence resulting in patient disability. In January 2014, due to unqualified kidney sources used in surgery, a patient experienced rejection post-operation leading to death, and the hospital concealed it from the family. In February 2015, Xiren Hospital donated counterfeit food under the guise of charity to impoverished areas, causing multiple children to suffer food poisoning. The remaining 120 cases of medical accidents at Xiren Hospital are omitted. Most were settled privately and concealed, and the hospital did not face any penalties. Moreover, Xiren Hospital has issues with fabricating medical conditions using counterfeit drugs and employing unlicensed personnel. Damn it. The devil is among us. Lu Di grew angrier as he read, cursing subconsciously. How can such a person live? When don't worry, a scum like Li Dahai is something I can handle. Lu Di, you must not speak not a word. If you disrupt my matters, I will fire you. Yan Qingwen was very cautious this time. Lu Di can joke around, but he cannot delay work. She was thoroughly frightened by this wicked Lu Di. Absolutely cannot let him affect the business. Lu Di sighed helplessly. This silly girl really knows nothing. In the office of the president of Xiren Hospital, Li Dahai with a big belly and a bald head was grinning as he stared at Yan Qingwen, his gaze constantly scanning her chest and hips. Beautiful Miss Yan, the order you mentioned is very difficult to handle. You know the recent situation is not good. If our hospital suddenly uses such a large sum of cash, it would be very damaging. Yan Qingwen frowned and said, President Li, as long as you are willing to consider our products, I can go back and apply with the group. Everything can be negotiated. Oh, everything can be negotiated. Li Dahai shifted his gaze, smiling at Yan Qingwen's slender waist. Beautiful Miss Yan, you know my shareholders trust me a lot. As long as I strongly recommend, this can be basically settled. However, this matter cannot be explained in just a few words. How about I book a suite at the Huya Hotel today? We can have a meal and discuss it. Suite. Beside them, Lu Di, who had been silent, said in a deep voice, a young lady going to a suite with you to discuss business. How will she face others if this gets out? Li Dahai was taken aback, looking at Lu Di. Who is this? Lu Di, don't say anything. Yan Qingwen turned to Li Dahai and smiled. President Li, don't mind him, he's just my new driver. Oh, he's just a driver. Li Dahai leaned back and frowned. I thought he was some important figure. Kid, keep your mouth shut about matters between our bosses. Be smart from now on. I believe you all know that I have some big brothers behind me. If those big brothers are unhappy, I dare not say anything else, but no one in Haishur will dare to cooperate with you. After Li Dahai finished speaking, he leaned back, smiling at Yan Qingwen. After a moment of silence, Yan Qingwen gritted her teeth and said, President Li, as long as I agree to have dinner with you, our order can be finalized. Lu Di saw that as Yan Qingwen said this, she took out that metal ballpoint pen, constantly pressing it. She was struggling in her heart. Of course, since beautiful Miss Yan graces me with her presence, I must do my utmost. Li Dahai smiled, drooling profusely. Then I have a condition. I hope President Li won't mind. Yan Qingwen suddenly raised her head and said, First, we will only have dinner. Second, I will bring my assistant Qianqian along. Of course. Li Dahai turned to look at Zhao Qianqian beside him, sneering inwardly. Buy one, get one free. This little vixen is not bad. Later I will add something to your drinks. Making you call for help, but receive no response. All right, President Li, see you tonight. On the way to the parking lot, Yan Qingwen frowned. She certainly knew that Li Dahai was not easy to deal with. Lu Di glanced at Yan Qingwen, smacked his lips, and said, Sigh. I had a sudden idea and planned to have a chat with that Li Dahai. You two wait for me by the car for a moment. Lu Di, you're the driver, and you're asking us to wait for you. Yan Qingwen said with an unhappy expression. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Young lady, Yan, didn't you say that Ingji Group is all about sales, and everyone must achieve results? Why am I a driver, not considered a person? Yan Qingwen was momentarily speechless, stunned on the spot. Lu Di, stop right there. Give me 5 minutes. When Yan Qingwen came to her senses, Lu Di had already run far away. In the office of the president of Xiren Hospital, Li Dahai saw Lu Di entering. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. So it's Ms. Yan's driver. What's up? Is our Yan president in a hurry? Lu Di casually sat down at Li Dahai's desk. He raised his legs onto the opposing desk. Snap. He lit a cigarette with a limited edition Zippo, exhaling a puff of smoke. Li Dahai, you beast. Damn. Do you dare to curse me? Believe it or not, I'll chop off your leg. Li Dahai slammed the table and shouted angrily. Lu Di remained unfazed, continuing to puff out smoke rings. I suggest you check your email first. Ding. You have a new email. Li Dahai was taken aback as the computer in front of him popped up a new email and automatically opened the content, magnifying it. In June 2013, Xiren Hospital had a major medical accident due to staff negligence. In September 2013, due to negligence by the hospital, it led to. In January 2014, the document meticulously recorded all of Xiren Hospital's scandals, accompanied by various diagnostic reports, screenshots from surveillance videos, and even photos of deceased patients. The scenes of tragedy were so vivid that they were more real than reality. Li Dahai's pupils suddenly constricted. What is going on? There are hundreds of medical accidents at Xiren Hospital, and even Li Dahai himself cannot remember them in such detail. This is impossible. How could someone know all this? Li Dahai's back was instantly drenched with sweat. If this information were to be exposed, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Who is it? As the information continued to roll, all 120 medical accidents were recorded without omission. After a long wait, the materials finally turned to the last page. A name suddenly appeared. Lu Di. Lu Di. Who is Lu Di? Li Dahai's heart surged with waves of shock. No way. Li Dahai finally realized, trembling. He asked the young man in front of him, Forgive my poor memory, may I ask your surname, young man? Lu Di grinned wickedly. I introduced myself earlier, am Yan Qingwen's driver, Lu Di. Thud. Li Dahai finally couldn't hold on any longer. His legs went weak, and he collapsed directly on the ground. Big brother. I was wrong. Please spare my life. Since you know you were wrong, then do something to make me happy. After saying this, Lu Di got up and left. In the parking lot, A somewhat irritated Yin Qingwen finally saw Lu Di walking back. Sigh. I told you not to go, you were rejected, right? Yin Qingwen glanced at Lu Di helplessly and turned around saying, drive back to the company. What's the rush? Lu Di leaned casually against the car calmly saying, let that stupid pig think for a while. Lu Di, since President Li rejected you, there's no need to curse. Yin Qingwen frowned tightly. President Yin, please wait. From a distance, Li Dahai's plump figure rushed over in a flustered manner, taking 2 steps at a time. President Yin, we can talk about the contract now. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened. President Yin, I apologize for my previous attitude. We can discuss the contract now, no need for dinner, no need for dinner. Li Dahai panted, heavily drenched in sweat. Oh, there's an ant. Lu Di squatted by the side, one hand pinching a half-burned cigarette, observing an ant on the ground with great interest like a street punk. Little ant will give you a chance to play, but if you don't play nice, I'll crush you. Li Dahai's body trembled in fear, hurriedly saying, President Yin, no need to discuss, the contract is confirmed directly. Yin Qingwen was stunned. What? TSK. Lu Di picked up a brick and drew a circle around the ant. The ant scurried around inside. Ah, the circle is too small, not fun. Li Dahai quickly retracted his gaze, trembling. President Yin, I think the 1 billion order is not enough. Let's sign for 20 billion. He'll immediately pay the advance 6 billion. Li Dahai finished speaking again, glancing nervously at Lu Di. President Li. Yin Qingwen was even more confused, looking at the anxious Li Dahai than at Lu Di, who was playing with the ant. Lu Di remained squatting there, not even raising his head. Then the ant bravely charged out of the circle Lu Di drew. Lu Di frowned. Hey, I said, you little ant, don't you follow the rules? Do you believe I'll crush you? To outsiders, Lu Di at that moment looked like a mentally challenged child. But Li Dahai was so frightened that his legs were shaking. President Yin, no need for a deposit, bill pay in full right away. Whenever you want the goods sent, that's up to you. My God. Zhao Qianqian next to him was so shocked her jaw almost dropped to the ground. Is this business talk? This is completely begging, offering to pay, giving away money. At this point, tears were welling up in Li Dahai's eyes. President Yin, how about this? Before Yin Qingwen could speak, Lu Di's teasing voice came. All right, you are free now. Oh, just roll as far away as you can. After that, Lu Di didn't forget to turn back and smile. President Li, I'm not talking about you, I'm chatting with the ant. Ah, you continue, you must take care of small animals. Li Dahai was sweating profusely, his facial muscles twitching in agony. President Yin, did you bring the contract? If not, I have a printer here. Please make sure to sign the contract before you leave. Yin Qingwen's brain had completely gone blank. She said dully, Qianqian, prepare the contract. On the way back to the company in the car, Yin Qingwen tightly held the contract worth 20 billion, feeling excited. This was the largest contract she had secured since entering the group. Also the largest contract since the group's inception. It could elevate anyone to the top of the sales leaderboard. At the same time, it was also the most absurd contract she had ever signed. Zhao Qianqian was also staring at her phone in shock. When the funds from Tsiren Hospital have arrived, the full amount, 20 billion. Okay, got it. Yin Qingwen answered as if in a daze, her gaze never leaving the driver ahead. Lu Di, what exactly did you say to Li Dahai? Did he sign the contract because of you? Lu Di scratched his head casually, saying, oh, it's like this. I'm actually a super hacker. I just hacked into Tsiren Hospital's entire computer system. I found out about Li Dahai's scandals, and then I blackmailed him. If he didn't cooperate, I was prepared to deal with him. Yeah, that's it. Sigh. Yin Qingwen closed her eyes and sighed, heartbroken. Lu Di, I beg you, can you be normal for once? Okay, fine. Li Dahai is actually my uncle. Are you satisfied now? Yin Qingwen collapsed once more. She finally admitted that she could never outsmart Lu Di. Moreover, she could never see through Lu Di. An unprecedented oddity. By the way, how does our group sales commission work? Lu Di asked with a smile. Yin Qingwen let out a sigh of relief, weakly saying 0. 5. 20 billion, 10 million. The finance department will transfer it to you later. God. Zhao Qianqian's eyes sparkled. 10 million. That's a lot of money. Our Lu Di has become a wealthy young man, love it. Oh, no need. Lu Di stylishly tidied his hair. This commission counts as yours, consider it compensation for your vase. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. So this kid still remembered the vase incident. Was he serious when he said he would compensate for the vase? And he actually did it. Yin Qingwen softly said, no need for that, you keep the money. But Lu Di said again, as for the extra 4 million, consider it your mental distress fee. Just right for you to visit a psychologist so you won't keep pressing that ballpoint pen, how annoying. After all, with the great hero himself guarding you, why do you still need that broken pen? Lu Di said, throwing a flirtatious glance at Yin Qingwen. What kind of hero are you? Yin Qingwen's pretty face blushed, then she was speechless again. Zhao Qianqian finally reacted, exclaiming, God. 10 million commission, Lu Di, are you saying you don't want it? Lu Di helplessly said, what's 10 million? I'm a person who can make several billion in a minute. You've never been this chatty before. What on earth did you learn it from? Yin Qingwen chuckled softly. Comrade Lu, if you spent every day in close proximity to a master of tall tales, wouldn't you absorb at least a little of his art? Beside them, Zhao Qianqian stood momentarily stunned. Was this how Director Yin and Lu Di normally interacted? Could this be the legendary verbal sparring? Something's amiss. When the three returned to Ingji Group, the Grand Hall's celestial ranking had already been updated. At the very top stood 2 names, Yin Qingwen and Lu Di. Deal value 2 billion yuan. A crowd of Ingji Group employees gathered in the lobby, buzzing with speculation. Director Yin is incredible. She closed a single deal worth 2 billion. It must be the Tsiren Hospital contract. I heard President Li has long-harbored designs on Director Yin. Could she possibly have? The affairs among the elite are notoriously tangled. But who is this Lu Di? I've never heard of him. Exactly, who is he? Is Di, as in younger brother? A young female employee remarked, I heard Director Yin brought in a handsome young man this morning, and they haven't been apart all day. Could he be Lu Di? Could there be something between them? Could it be? Director Yin is keeping him. Suddenly a light tap fell upon the young woman's shoulder. She whirled around and met a pair of piercing violet eyes staring straight into hers. My goodness. Just as she clapped a hand over her mouth, she froze again. He's breathtakingly handsome. The young man spoke coolly. Let me offer some advice. Refrain from gossiping about male colleagues at work. Sooner or later one of them may become your CEO's son-in-law. The young woman's mind short-circuited. Lu Di, stop making a fool of yourself. Yin Qingwen strode forward, face stormy, and dragged Lu Di away by the arm. In the vice president's office, Yin Qingwen sat behind her desk, restless and unsettled. For no apparent reason, she kept wondering what that eccentric Lu Di was up to now. Sure enough, out in the corridor, Lu Di snapped a photo of the celestial ranking, with his own name deliberately zoomed in. He appeared poised to post it on his social feed. Yin Qingwen's brow darkened once more. That boy. Only moments ago he'd feigned nonchalance, now he craved recognition. She was just about to verify her suspicion. She opened her WeChat moments and blinked in disbelief. I don't even have him as a contact. Had her friend request gone unanswered? That insufferable pervert. Lu Di beamed as he sent the photo to one person only, his mother. He captioned it, Mom, I've landed an amazing job. And my boss has taken special notice. I've just closed a major deal. I'm earning well now, and soon I'll come home and buy you a new house. Setting down his phone, Lu Di's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Ever since his eyes were injured, his mother had lived in constant fear, cutting back on everything, sacrificing her own comfort, obsessively seeking a cure for his lingering condition. Times have changed. Mom, from now on I'll ensure you live in luxury, respected by all, untouched by want. In Tsiren Hospital's office, Li Dahai stared at the data on his screen, beads of cold sweat glistening on his forehead. Finally, he clenched his teeth, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Hello, boss. Hey, who? I've been exposed. Everything has been uncovered. A low, gravelly voice replied. Who could possibly have pulled this off? That kid, Lu Di. He's just a driver. A driver? Lu Di. Yes, he is the Yin family's driver boss. This boy must die. Otherwise I'll never sleep soundly again. There was a brief silence on the other end. Then a note of sudden curiosity. Lu Di of the Yin family. Could it be that coincidence? Someone's just placed a 5 million yuan bounty on his head. The culinary god returns. 6:30 p.m., the official dismissal hour at Ingji Group. Zhao Qianqian stretched out her long, slender leg, blocking Lu Di's path. Naughty little brother, where are you off to tonight? How about dinner with your big sister? That woman. A woman of mature allure, sensual, magnetic. Lu Di sighed inwardly. Ahem. Yin Qingwen appeared behind them, face stern. No one knew when she'd arrived. Qianqian, you're staying late to work overtime. And Lu Di is coming home with me for dinner. Director Yin, you can't interfere with our private lives. Wait, hold on. Why home for dinner? By the time Zhao Qianqian regained her senses, Lu Di had already been hauled away by Yin Qingwen, leaving him to wave helplessly in farewell. On the drive back to the estate, Lu Di, seated at the wheel, wore an unusually grave expression. Director Yin, I've discovered something deeply unsettling. Seeing his seriousness, Yin Qingwen instinctively leaned in. What did you find? Lu Di turned brows, nodded. You're jealous. What? You were jealous when Zhao Qianqian flirted with me. Then, a furious roar shattered the Rolls-Royce world-class soundproofing, echoing across the sky. The ice-cold CEO abandoned all pretense of composure and spat out 2 words she'd never uttered before. Lu Di, you're full of bullshit. Haha. Lu Di burst into unrestrained laughter. Sparring with Yin Qingwen was pure, unadulterated delight. 10 minutes later, the 2 million yuan Rolls-Royce drew to a halt before a humble neighborhood market, its opulence jarringly out of place. Eggplants, 250. Cabbage, 10 yuan for 3 heads. Hawking cries filled the air. Lu Di glanced back at the pouting Yin Qingwen and grinned. Speaking of dinner, I happen to be quite the chef. Let me go pick up the ingredients. I'll show you what I can do tonight. Before Yin Qingwen could protest, Lu Di pushed open the door and vanished into the bustle. Yin Qingwen watched the chaotic scene outside her window, brow furrowed. A clamoring crowd, mud-slicked ground, laborers haggling fiercely over mere jiao and mao, pennies worth of vegetables. Is food bought in such a grimy, disorderly place even fit to eat? Tap, tap, tap. Lu Di rapped on the window, looking flustered. Director Yin, this place only accepts cash, and I happen to be completely broke. Hearing this, Yin Qingwen's heart softened instantly. He wasn't merely out of cash, he likely had none at all. After all, over 5 million yuan had already vanished. Gazing at this impecunious savior seated beside her, Yin Qingwen found herself utterly unable to stay angry. She gently opened her wallet, withdrew a thick wad of bills, and murmured softly, if it's not enough, just ask me again. TSK, truly wealthy. Snatching the money, Lu Di darted off like a thief. 20 minutes later, Yin Qingwen regretted her generosity profoundly. The greatest regret of her life. Handing Lu Di grocery money. By then the Rolls-Royce trunk overflowed. Yet Lu Di returned bearing over a dozen fish, dozens of pounds of beef, and a sack of soil, now dumped unceremoniously into the passenger cabin. Right beside Yan Qingwen's feet, a bag of wriggling sea breams splashed water across her face. From the fresh beef seeped a pool of crimson blood, so alarming that Yan Qingwen dared not set foot near it. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why did I ever meet Lu Di? Yan Qingwen cried out in despair. Who's calling me? Outside, the young man in the crisp white shirt tossed another bag into the car and slid smoothly back into the driver's seat. What is this? Yan Qingwen stared into the bag, her scalp prickling. Silkworm pupae, high protein, excellent for muscle gain. Ah, bugs. Yan Qingwen, can't you maintain some dignity? All this shrieking. People might think I'm assaulting you. Lu Di, you've gone too far. Wait until you taste my cooking. You'll fall hopelessly in love with me. Outside the Yan family estate's kitchen, Lu Di barred everyone from entering, claiming his divine-level culinary art was not meant for mortal eyes. Yan Qingwen clutched her phone, hesitating whether to order takeout. What baffled her most was how Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin, her two younger sisters, had erupted into cheers the moment they heard Lu Di would cook. Now the twin girls were panting through laps around the courtyard, insisting they must run themselves ravenous to earn their fill. Yan Qingwen simply couldn't fathom it. Lu Di bore no resemblance to someone who could cook. She did recall, however, that before joining the Yan household, he'd worked as a waiter in a restaurant. Could it be he'd secretly learned techniques on the job? But what culinary mastery could possibly emerge from such a place? 10 minutes later, the kitchen echoed with violent thuds, as if someone were brutalizing the beef. 20 minutes later, a grating nails and chalkboard screech pierced the air. Yan Qingwen sighed from behind the door, just please don't destroy the kitchen. 30 minutes later, someone was kneading mud inside. 40 minutes later, a chilling frost emanated from within. What on earth is Lu Di doing? Just as Yan Qingwen's patience reached its breaking point, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Di wiped his palms delicately with a white towel. Ladies, dinner is served. The three Yan sisters entered the kitchen, each carrying a different emotion. Wow, so dazzling. It's blinding. Before them stood a magnificent ice sculpture, a towering mountain range carved from crystal-clear ice, undulating and majestic. Faint wisps of vapor curled from its surface, ethereal, dreamlike, like a celestial realm suspended in mist. This is... Yan Qingwen's eyes widened. Born into the highest echelons of wealth, she'd never seen anything like it. This must be peerless knife work. Lu Di, is this yours? Lu Di spread his hands lightly. A trifle. Ice peaks of Mount Tai. But what are we supposed to eat? Kai Kai and Xinxin stared wide-eyed. Are we expected to gnaw on ice? An excellent question. Lu Di glanced at his wrist, where no watch existed. These sashimi slices took precisely 6 minutes and 10 seconds, from slaughter to plating. You have 50 seconds left before peak flavor fades. I suggest eating now. Sashimi, where? Kai Kai pressed closer to the ice mountain, and finally saw it. Delicate slivers of fish, translucent as rice paper, adhered flawlessly to the ice's surface, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Lu Di smiled faintly, lifted a slice with chopsticks, and held it up to the light. Its translucence undeniable. A feat of knife mastery bordering on the divine. Dipping it lightly in soy sauce, he placed it on his tongue, and closed his eyes in quiet rapture. He lingered on the hum. Perfect thickness, freshly slaughtered yet preserved at peak freshness by the mountain's chill. Utterly exquisite. Plus the estate's premium soy sauce. TSK, delicious. Watching the twins' mouths flooded with saliva. I can't bear it anymore. Yeah. They lunged forward, snatching slices and shoving them into their mouths. Lu Di smiled gently. Miss Yan Qingwen, would you care to try? She waved it off dismissively. All flash, just child's play. But the moment Yan Qingwen lifted a slice, dipped it in soy, and slipped it onto her tongue, her expression froze. One word exploded in her mind, fresh. As if the fish had leapt back to life. She'd never tasted sashimi this sublime, not even from world-renowned chefs. Lu Di, are you certain these are the same fish from the car? In her memory, those were humble, ordinary fish. How could they yield such transcendent flavor? Same fish, utterly respectable. But my knife skills. A once-in-a-century phenomenon. Lu Di shrugged, and stepped toward the stove. Only then did Yan Qingwen notice it. Behind him loomed a colossal sphere of packed earth. Lu Di, I must admit your culinary artistry is impressive. In fact, it's exceptional. But why is there so much dirt in the kitchen? Lu Di winked mischievously. This is my next dish, earth-baked beef. Thump. With one decisive punch, the earthen sphere cracked open, releasing an aroma so rich it eclipsed the heavens. The twins, still entranced by the sashimi, jerked upright, sniffing the air. What is that? It's incredible. Kai Kai, it's beef. A massive slab. Yan Qingwen stared dumbfounded. This beef smelled unimaginably fragrant. Every other delicacy on earth faded into insignificance in that instant. The new human. I first molded the earth into a kiln, then lit lychee wood beneath it. I roasted the unseasoned beef inside, sealing in every drop of flavor while infusing it with the sweet, fruity essence of the lychee wood. Rich beef, smoky depth, and delicate fruit fragrance, all harmonized into one. Arms crossed, Lu Di tilted his chin upward. This is authentic fruit roasted meat. HSSSS. The twins sucked back their drool. Even Yan Qingwen's throat moved subtly, struggling to suppress her hunger. Lu Di smiled, faintly spun his chef's knife with elegant flourish and sliced off a generous slab of beef. Then with swift, precise strokes, he carved it into perfect 1 centimeter thick slices. As for seasoning, pure, unadulterated flavor, requiring nothing more than the finest sea salt. He scooped a handful and let it cascade down his forearm into the serving platter. This salt-sprinkling master incarnate. Wow. All 3 Yin women gaped, eyes wide as saucers. Before them lay roast beef, charred crisp outside, tender and succulent within, glistening with golden fat. Crystal clear sea salt crystals melted into the rich oils, releasing yet deeper layers of aroma. Lu Di, I demand beef now. Kai Kai's gaze locked onto the platter, her movements slow, trance-like, like a zombie drawn to flesh. Wait. Lu Di blocked her, gently smiling. How much of my debt does tonight's meal settle? Well? Kai Kai blinked, suddenly recalling the bank card in the sunroom, and fell speechless. Lu Di, I want some too. Yan Qingwen gazed at him, her long, limpid eyes fixed and intense, hiding just barely a desperate yearning. Fine, but hear this. Lu Di raised his knife and traced a clean line across the ice mountain, carving out a precise corner. You may eat only this portion of beef, and only this corner of sashimi. The rest belongs entirely to me. Lu Di, that's unfair. Why do you get so much? Kai Kai protested. You're free to refuse, he replied calmly. I know the 3 of you ordered takeout. Go ahead, enjoy your delivery. Everything here is mine. The 3 exchanged glances. Yan Qingwen's cheeks flushed faintly. Whoosh. Kai Kai shot forward like lightning, snatching a piece of beef and stuffing it whole into her mouth. I'll claim it first. Xin followed suit, devouring with unrestrained gusto. Yan Qingwen meanwhile maintained her refined poise, cutting her portion neatly with knife and fork. 3 minutes later, tears shimmered in their eyes. It was that delicious, worth dying for. Oh, Kai Kai, slow down. Leave some for me. Xin, this is survival of the fittest. Grab what you can. Third sister, you don't eat meat at night. Why so much? Third sister, you've already eaten 50 slices of sashimi and 6 pieces of beef. Yan Qingwen ate steadily, her pace accelerating with each bite. Her icy goddess persona dissolved entirely. She was utterly conquered. Lu Di hadn't exaggerated, not even slightly. His culinary mastery ranked among the world's absolute finest. Regret. She shouldn't have hired him as a driver. She should have made him her chef. Watching the 3 sisters devour the feast, Lu Di smiled contentedly. It was time he joined them. This lavish banquet existed solely because of Ma Dong's warning. His body's enhancement metrics had over the past 5 hours surged to the absolute peak of human potential. Next, he would break the genetic lock, shattering humanity's innate physical limits, transcending the genetic boundaries of ordinary people. Ma Dong's enhancement of Lu Di depended directly on the energy he consumed. Currently, nearly 15 kilograms of beef, 2 dozen fish, all high-protein, high-energy fare. Combined with water, these were the ideal substrates for synthesizing muscle fibers. Time to begin. Unleashing full power, Lu Di revealed the true ferocity of a gluttonous titan. A half-kilogram slab of beef vanished in 2 bites. With one sweep of his hand, over 100 sashimi slices disappeared into his mouth. Thanks to Ma Dong's energy conversion, Lu Di needn't fear bursting his stomach. In fact, he couldn't consume fast enough to keep up with his energy expenditure. Beef protein intake detected, muscle fiber synthesis 0. 3 grams. Muscle strength increased. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing 0. 5 grams of muscle fibers, muscle strength increases by 2. Detected beef protein intake, synthesizing 0. 9 grams of muscle fibers, muscle strength increases by 4. 6. Strength enhancement value 895. Body strength increase 630. Half an hour later, the 3 daughters of the Yin family finished their portion of food, which was less than 1/10, and were already satisfied. Meanwhile, Lu Di had devoured all the remaining food. Is this still human? Burp. Yin Kai Kai stared blankly at Lu Di and uncontrollably burped. He can eat too much, doesn't he? Fear bursting himself. With so much beef, he might as well be a competitive eater from abroad. Yan Qingwen's expression was somewhat complex, perhaps. It's because he has suffered too much in the past. At this moment, Lu Di was closing his eyes and resting. Just 10 minutes ago, his bonus enhancement value reached 1,000. At that moment, he seemed to hear a cracking sound coming from within his body, like a glass prison that had been confined for a long time, shattering. In the past half hour, Lu Di experienced explosive muscle growth power, surging forth, reaching the pinnacle. And now everything returned to calm. The powerful strength remained, but it became effortless, like a flood bursting forth, yet also gentle as the wind brushing against the flowers. Demon child, Lu Di, you have broken through the genetic lock. This is a transformation of the essence of life, from initially controlling the body to further unleashing its full potential. The first stage of the genetic lock, which corresponds to the second stage of human mysteries. Now it is more accurate to call you a new human. Now you can crush 99 of humanity, and you are not on the same level as them. Lu Di asked in confusion, what about the remaining 0.01? Those are the gifted among humans whose genes are inherently superior. Just like intellectual geniuses, there are naturally also physical geniuses among humans. TSK Tisk, I was really ignorant before. Lu Di, rest assured their genes may be excellent, but they are unchangeable. Unlike you, you are just starting out. Just as Lu Di was concentrating on feeling the changes in his body, Yan Qingwen's voice suddenly came, Kai Xin, after eating so much we can't go to sleep directly, let's go train. No way. Third sister, do we have to go punch again? Yin Kai instantly wore a bitter expression. Yes, we are going to punch. Until we burn off today's calories. Yin Qingwen stood up directly and glanced at Lu Di, saying, Lu Di, you come too. Yin Kai suddenly brightened up. Third sister, how about letting Lu Di be your sparring partner? We forgot all the moves from last time, let's review first. Yin Qingwen thought for a moment, that's fine, I see Lu Di looking so frail, if he encounters danger, he probably won't have any self-defense ability. He really should practice. Ha, Lu Di, you're done for. Ever since that incident, third sister has been practicing taekwondo fiercely, and now she's already a skilled red belt. Suddenly Yin Kai thought of the sight of Lu Di being thrown around by third sister, and felt a bit guilty. She grinned and said, Lu Di, don't blame me, I was also scared by my sister. For 3 years she not only had to learn herself, but also insisted that we all learn, saying that we girls must have the ability to protect themselves. Lu Di opened his eyes, his expression somewhat strange, slowly, saying, Yin Qingwen, are you sure you want to spar with me? Sure. Stop talking nonsense. Looking at the several hundred square meters fitness room and the special boxing ring for competitions on the top floor of the Yin family estate, Lu Di sighed. A mansion is a mansion, you just get used to it. When the three daughters of the Yin family pushed the door in, Lu Di's eyes suddenly lit up. They had already taken a shower and changed into tight-fitting sportswear. Though the two girls were just in their 20s, their figures were exceptionally well-developed. The tight clothes outlined their bodies, youthful, vibrant, and alluring. Yin Qingwen had her long hair tied up high, wearing a tight sports top and draped in a white taekwondo uniform. Although her figure was covered just from the outline, it was evident. Not only was she well-shaped, but after years of training her lines were exceptionally beautiful. If a photo were taken of her now, it would surely cause a rush at the taekwondo gym. This is undoubtedly an advertisement with deadly appeal to men. 3 absolute beauties. Lu Di, why haven't you changed your clothes? Yin Qingwen frowned as she looked at Lu Di, who was still wearing a white shirt and jeans. Haha, I have no clothes. Lu Di replied with justification. Yin Qingwen helplessly rubbed her forehead. This guy indeed had none, as he bought 200 sets of clothes all identical. Then how can you fight me in that? Yin Qingwen put her hands on her hips. Lu Di shook his head, saying, I can take off my clothes, but I want to confirm again, are you really going to fight me? Lu Di, can you hurry up? Just obediently let third sister hit you. After we're done, I still need to go live. Yes, I have to guard my husband, he might release a new song soon. Yin Xin and Yin Kai shouted from the side, looking for trouble. Husband? Yin Qingwen frowned. It's Emperor, Yi. Yin Kai stuck out her tongue. Lu Di asked in confusion, Kai, aren't you going to ask if he agrees to marry you? Why do you care? Just take care of yourself. Lu Di helplessly said, all right then, saying that he slowly began to unbutton his shirt. The 3 daughters of the Yin family instinctively looked over. Generally handsome men have a bony physique. The next moment their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Lu Di had already taken off his white shirt. His body wasn't huge, but it was full of muscles. Pectorals, 8-pack abs, biceps, and of line. Even the muscles on either side of his ribs were well defined. Like a statue from ancient Greece, each muscle was beautifully sculpted. This physique was like a work of art, full of a sense of power without an ounce of excess fat, not even a hint of it. This. Too handsome. This face combined with this body. Too perfect. Thud. Yin Kai's phone fell directly to the ground. Lu Di, how can your body be so good? Yin Xin covered her mouth, unable to believe. Haha, natural beauty plus lifting bricks on the construction site. Lu Di was also somewhat surprised. So this is what is called a new human. Hearing Lu Di's words, the 3 daughters of the Yin family could not imagine what Lu Di looked like lifting bricks on the construction site. They saw Lu Di standing there alone, bare-chested with arms slightly bent. Within his well-defined muscles seemed to hide terrifying power. Like a cheetah, once it pounced, it was as fast as lightning. Like a lion, one bite could break bones and tendons. The 2 twins regretted. Lu Di is very strong. Our previous prank, fortunately, he didn't get angry. Lu Di is also very handsome. Handsome enough to break all their perceptions. The 2 girls couldn't help but fantasize about a question. If Lu Di and Emperor Yi both wanted to be my husband, which one should I choose? Yin Qingwen was once again captivated by Lu Di. How could such a perfect man exist in the world? Unconsciously, Yin Qingwen finally connected the hero in her heart, who saved her from danger, with Lu Di. Have I been a bit excessive in my attitude towards him these days? He doesn't hate me, does he? Yin Qingwen's heart was racing. On her cold and beautiful face, a rare blush appeared. This enigmatic man was unlike anyone else. I say, where are we going to fight? Lu Di's question interrupted the 3 girls' imaginations. No way. Yin Qingwen's breath suddenly paused. Did I just challenge him? Yin Qingwen regretted. Although she was a skilled red belt, looking at Lu Di's muscles as hard as steel and that disdainful aura, she completely lost confidence. Perhaps Lu Di didn't understand taekwondo or didn't know any martial arts at all. But just looking at the biceps on his arms, it seemed he could easily subdue her. Yin Qingwen. Once pressed down by him, she might not be able to resist at all. Pressed down. Thinking of this, Yin Qingwen's pretty face turned even redder. I say, can we hurry up a bit? Lu Di surprisingly walked to the boxing ring, stood in a corner waiting for Yin Qingwen to enter. You are a weirdo, completely lacking in romance. Do you want to attack a weak girl like me? Yin Qingwen stomped her foot in anger. Lu Di was confused. Didn't you say you wanted to spar? I confirmed it twice. Lu Di, you are such a straight man. Ha ha ha. Lu Di finally burst into laughter. He simply couldn't hold it in anymore. He didn't want to act anymore. He had been bluffing from the start. Lu Di knew very well how powerful and terrifying this so-called new human is. How could he possibly lay a hand on Yin Qingwen? Once he lost control, the consequences would be severe. Lu Di smiled. Miss Yin, if you admit defeat, I'll let you go today. You? Yin will never admit defeat. Lu Di did not expect that Yin Qingwen would grit her teeth, tighten her taekwondo uniform, and prepare to step onto the stage. Wait, if you come up, how am I going to get down? Suddenly a knock on the door sounded at a crucial moment. A man in black tie walked in. He bowed towards Yin Qingwen and said, "Third miss, I heard they said you were competing with Mr. Lu, so I specially came to take a look." Tai Si said, scanning the room. Suddenly understanding the situation, Tai Si turned to Lu Di and said, "Mr. Lu Di, the third miss is like half a disciple to me, and in my opinion, she is not your opponent." Tai Si's expression was flat, but his eyes looking at Lu Di were filled with vigilance. He gently took off his watch, removed his coat, and said lightly, "How about I spar with Mr. Lu instead?" Tai Si, is this really necessary? Yin Qingwen looked at her bodyguard, who seemed a bit out of character today, with confusion. Who is Tai Si? He was adopted by Yin Hongxin along with the other Tai family brothers at the age of 10. He was sent to various martial arts training classes and extreme training camps to hone his skills. At 15, he was sent away to serve in the military and returned at 25, becoming a bodyguard for the Yin family. For the past 5 years, Tai Si lived in the Yin family estate. In the eyes of the Yin family's young ladies, Tai Si was indeed a monstrous presence. He once faced off against kidnappers, single-handedly taking down more than a dozen thugs without a scratch. When they were hunting in the deep mountains and encountered a bear attack, Tai Si fought a full-grown black bear and broke its neck. So powerful. Tai Si's only mistake was when 3 years ago, Yin Qingwen went to a bar alone and was surrounded by thugs. He did not guard Yin Qingwen's side. Tai Si felt deeply guilty and self-blame. Since then, whenever there was any hint of malice towards Yin Qingwen, Tai Si did not let any of them go. After thorough investigation, Tai Si confirmed that this young man named Lu Di was indeed the one who saved the third miss back then. But this Lu Di is a bit strange, even a bit wicked. Not to mention bringing her joyriding, he made a round trip of 20 kilometers on mountain roads in less than 40 minutes. Oh, what kind of physical quality is that? Not a normal person. To say he is a part-time waiter, a construction worker, an ordinary person, impossible. He is definitely not an ordinary person. Such a person seeking contact with the third miss with ulterior motives, even strongly requesting to be her driver. Tai Si did not believe he had no other intentions. He was even more distrustful of Lu Di. It is absolutely necessary. Tai Si said in a deep voice, his icy gaze fixed firmly on Lu Di. Tai Si, he is just an ordinary person. How could he possibly defeat you? Yin Qingwen said with some worry. In her eyes, Lu Di indeed had a good build, muscular, handsome, and strong. But that is all there is to it. Lu Di is at most a fitness enthusiast with decent results. Against someone like Tai Si, a professional bodyguard or a combat machine, he has absolutely no chance of winning. The scene of Tai Si breaking a black bear's neck back then had given Yin Qingwen nightmares for 3 days. Tai Si, forget it, a Lu Di wouldn't dare to hurt us. Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin didn't like Lu Di, but they also didn't want Tai Si to break Lu Di's arms and legs. Ladies, you underestimate Mr. Lu too much, Tai Si said as he set his suit aside and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. The moment he took off his clothes, the 3 daughters of the Yin family were shocked, covering their mouths simultaneously. Tai Si was nearly 2 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms. His muscles were like a coiled dragon. If Lu Di's muscles leaned towards bodybuilding, Tai Si's muscles could be called terrifying. Tai Si's body was crisscrossed with countless scars. There were even a few healed gunshot wounds. No need to ask, this is definitely a fierce testament from the battlefield. TSK. What a devilishly muscular man. Lu Di tilted his head to examine Tai Si. This man was quite interesting. Tai Si, be gentle. Oh, just take it easy. Oh, please don't hurt anyone. Yin Qingwen said anxiously. She knew Tai Si's temperament, a typical soldier who was decisive and unwavering. Once he made up his mind, no one could stop him. Third miss, rest assured, Tai Si said, slowly walking towards the ring. When he stepped onto the boxing stage, the entire platform sank, slightly affecting Lu Di's feet. Mr. Lu Di. Tai Si joined the army at 15, serving in the 43rd District of Northern China. As a special forces soldier, he has executed 136 border missions, setting foot in North Vietnam, Myanmar, and European countries, capturing 206 enemy soldiers and killing 134. He has been awarded third-class merit twice and first-class and second-class merit once each. 5 years ago, Tai Si rejected the joint retention of 7 generals in the army and returned to serve the Yin family in gratitude for the upbringing of old Master Yin. Tai Si's eyes shone brightly as he looked at Lu Di. May I ask, Mr. Lu, where do you come from? Lu Di couldn't help but admire. This Tai Si was imposing with brilliant achievements, not only patriotic, but also a loyal and grateful man. Undoubtedly a king of soldiers. However, Tai Si's intention to introduce himself was also very obvious. He was showing courtesy before violence, waiting for Lu Di to explain his background. Brother Tai Si, I am truly just a humble citizen blessed by heaven to have practiced some brute strength. Lu Di slightly bowed. This statement was not entirely a lie. Since Mr. Lu is unwilling to tell the truth, let's see who is stronger. Tai Si suddenly clenched his fists, his bones cracking loudly. Since you won't speak, then I'll make you. Yan Xingwen saw the situation was not good and directly shouted, Tai Si Lu Di is my father's guest, you can't use force. Tai Si remained silent. No matter who he was, as long as he posed a threat to the Yin family, he must be eliminated. As he spoke, the gym door opened again, and Tai Wu, Tai Lu, and the other Tai family brothers filed in, lining up on both sides. Tai Lu, what are you doing? Yan Xingwen exclaimed. Third Miss, don't blame us. Lu Di is not an ordinary person. We have been observing him for a long time. He is very likely a threat to you. Today, if he cannot give us a satisfactory explanation, he shall not leave. Tai Lu replied stubbornly, saying no more. Well, I really didn't expect to be so closely watched. Lu Di smiled bitterly. It seemed today would not end well. These Tai family brothers were absolutely loyal and dutiful. Fearless. Excellent. 29. Qian Shi, the thousand-fold momentum, ever-shifting and infinitely variable. Lu Di, demon child, speak. New humans who have broken through the genetic lock are far more complex than you imagine. Humanity possesses a term, momentum. In truth, it is an invisible aura emanating from the self, a subtle magnetic field perceivable by others through the sixth sense. It exerts psychological or behavioral pressure upon the opponent. New humans not only enhance physical prowess, but also amplify their biomagnetic fields, transcending ordinary human limits and ascending to an entirely new echelon. I name this amplified aura, Qian Shi. Ding. Momentum activation and subconscious integration complete. Lu Di felt a thunderous surge in his mind. The current integration of consciousness differed profoundly from all prior experiences. A dazzling kaleidoscope of momentum flared within his thoughts. The commanding presence of a great general, the clashing iron steeds and golden armor, the indomitable aura of a supreme warrior, the wrathful fury of slaughter, even the ethereal celestial chi of immortal realms. Infinitely mutable, each one breathtaking, each one stirring profound yearning. Qian Shi, thousands of distinct auras. Fascinating. With a mere thought, Lu Di simultaneously unleashed both murderous intent and haughty pride. Two intangible waves of momentum spread instantly like vast nets. In the next instant, Tai Si, who had been advancing step by relentless step, froze mid-stride. It felt as though the room's temperature plummeted. He sensed from afar Lu Di standing casually, and suddenly radiating an indescribable blood-soaked aura. This youth seemed to emerge from the abyssal hells themselves, having severed 10,000 heads without so much as a flicker of his brow, treading upon 10,000 bleached skeletons while roaring with arrogant laughter. What kind of momentum was this? Only a legendary marshal, commanding a million-strong host across ancient battlefields, leaving rivers of blood and mountains of corpses, could possibly possess such an aura. What horrors had he endured? Tai Si's mind roared with chaos. He stood utterly stunned, and the rest of the Tai brothers stood frozen in identical disbelief. No matter how fiercely Yan Xingwen shouted, it was futile. A deep visceral tremor rooted in their very souls had turned them into statues, bodies paralyzed, immobile. Suddenly, Lu Di's momentum shifted. An overwhelming aura of sovereign pride surged forth, obscuring heaven and earth. This was the pinnacle of arrogance, absolute, unassailable. Contemptuous of all, heedless of all. He was both general and emperor, masterminding strategies from afar, securing victory 1,000 li away, uprooting chaos at its peak, propping up a collapsing edifice. Victory assured in every battle, conquest inevitable in every assault. Such awe-inspiring majesty and sovereign pride rendered him more formidable than an entire army. His single command would be obeyed without hesitation. Sweat instantly drenched Tai Si's back. Before him, Lu Di was utterly unchallengeable, utterly irresistible. Even if Lu Di now offered him a bowl of poison, Tai Si feared he would drink it without protest. This was momentum. The Tai brothers shared the same paralyzing awe. Only the three Yin sisters remained oblivious. They were women, never having set foot on any battlefield nor ever faced an enemy. Naturally, they could not fathom such brutally potent killing intent, or comprehend the majestic world-conquering pride that emanated from him. In their eyes, Lu Di was merely a frail weakling, one whom Tai Si could snap like a twig. Yet they wondered, why did Tai Si remain motionless? His heart trembled violently. He suddenly understood. Lu Di was no ordinary man, certainly no part-time waiter. He must hail from the military. Every elite unit, each soldier individually selected, was composed of warriors worthy of the title King of Soldiers, and Lu Di was undoubtedly among their finest, or perhaps even their commander. Otherwise, there was no other explanation. For nowhere else on earth could bestow such an aura upon a man, and a man possessing such an aura could never be a villain or scoundrel. Tai Si forcibly suppressed the urge to render a formal military salute. With trembling hands, he raised a slight fist and spoke solemnly, Mr. Lu, I understand. Though only a single sentence for a man of Tai Si's stature, 7 feet tall, to bow thus was profound submission. Lu Di burst into hearty laughter and instantly retracted his momentum. Understanding isn't enough. I haven't yet had my fill today. Just moments earlier, the demon child had helped Lu Di integrate 3 martial subconsciouses, special warfare combat technique, grappling arts, and Sanda. In Lu Di's eyes, Tai Si was now utterly transparent. His vital energy surged powerfully, his bones were dense and robust, clearly a master of hand-to-hand combat. Yet Tai Si possessed raw power in abundance, but lacked finesse. Faced with such a man, loyal to the Yin family to the marrow, courageous beyond measure, Lu Di could not resist offering guidance. Moreover, encountering a peer like Tai Si was rare indeed. Lu Di also wished to test firsthand the capabilities of a new human. Too many people here. We can spar elsewhere. Lu Di smiled, gesturing toward a nearby yoga studio, a spacious, independent chamber spanning nearly 100 square meters. Tai Si paused momentarily, then nodded. Tai Si will accompany you, even unto death. Watching the two stride toward the studio, Yin Qingwen grew increasingly anxious and called out to Tai Si, Tai Si, enough? Enough is enough. Third young mistress, do you think I wish to continue? Tai Si sighed inwardly. Boom, boom. As muffled impacts echoed from within the studio, Yin Qingwen's expression darkened like storm-laden water. Lu Di would surely not walk out upright. Helpless, Tai Wu and Tai Lu stood like sentinels before the studio door. Tai Lu's lips twitched faintly. Third young mistress, you must trust Tai Si and trust Mr. Lu just once. They too had been utterly subdued by Lu Di's qianshi. Sharing Tai Si's, they were certain Mr. Lu was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure from the military. Inside the yoga studio, two fists collided and Tai Si's massive frame flew backward. Tai Si, your strength is immense, but brute force alone is insufficient. Yes, Mr. Lu. Again. Boom. Tai Si flew backward once more. Tai Si, exert 7/10 of your strength, retain 3/10. Master control, maintain reserve. Yes. Boom. Mr. Lu, I bear urgent news for you. Tai Si, first practice your punches. Boom. 20 minutes later, Lu Di was astonished. Tai Si struck down 20 times in succession, rose each time, immediately without delay. No matter how excruciating the pain, this man did not so much as furrow his brow. Heh, he is truly a warrior of the Eastern Divine Sword. His reputation is well earned. I am deeply impressed. Lu Di gave a slight nod. 3 minutes earlier, the demon child, using key phrases from Tai Si's speech, Northern China's Zone 43, Special Warfare Troops, Border Missions, Vietnam, had executed a high-difficulty search and matching operation. Though Tai Si's background file was meager with the demon child's power, no secret remained unexcavated. The unit where he'd served 10 years was none other than China's most elite covert special forces. A top-secret squadron, shrouded in mystery known to few, operating like phantoms, the Eastern Divine Sword. Just as Tai Si prepared to launch another assault, he froze. The name Eastern Divine Sword was not one spoken lightly. It was classified SS-level state secret. Only 2 groups knew of its existence. First, China's highest military echelons, 3-star generals and above. Yet judging by Lu Di's age, that possibility was clearly impossible. So, Tai Si was utterly astounded, standing motionless for a full 3 minutes. Suddenly, he threw back his head and laughed heartily. Mr. Lu, I was foolish to worry about you earlier. The Tian Luo itself would never deign to notice a few petty thugs. At this, Lu Di himself was left dumbfounded. Tai Si grinned. Mr. Lu, only one possibility explains how you know the Eastern Divine Sword. That you yourself are a member of the Eastern Divine Sword. The Eastern Divine Sword is divided into 2 principal branches, Di Wang and Tian Luo. Tai Si is unworthy, but I serve in the Di Wang branch. And the Tian Luo, the revered, elusive, untouchable vanguard of Di Wang warriors, surely must be your former unit, Mr. Lu. Tian Luo, the legend among special forces, the sword among divine swords. Tai Si failed to recognize true greatness. Lu Di's lips twitched faintly. Heh. 30. Peace of mind assured. Tai Si, what were those petty thugs you mentioned earlier? And what urgent matter did you wish to tell me? Lu Di changed the subject. To be frank, I feel rather ashamed. Tai Si shook his head with a wry smile. I came to test you today only because I'd accidentally learned of some intelligence. Oh, Lu Di turned to look. Tai Si smiled openly. On High City's underworld, someone has placed a 5 million yuan bounty on your head, Mr. Lu. Now that seems laughable. If you're truly a Tian Luo operative, then those underworld thugs and assassins are no more significant to you than rotten fish or spoiled shrimp. Earlier, I couldn't fathom why anyone would want you dead. Now I understand. How could the Tian Luo possibly lack enemies? Lu Di's brow furrowed slightly. This was genuinely unexpected. A publicly advertised price on his life. The High City underworld. How intriguing. As for the mastermind behind it, Lu Di needed only a moment's reflection to deduce the culprit. For over 20 years his life had been uneventful. No enemies existed. Only after arriving at the Yin residence had he incurred enmity with 2 individuals. First, Ouyang Fengyu, who resented Lu Di for obstructing his power-grabbing schemes. Secondly, Dahai of CI Ren Hospital, who under threat had been forced to purchase 2 billion yuan worth of medical equipment. Heh, how fascinating. Lu Di chuckled softly. Beside him, Tai Si remained utterly perplexed and ventured cautiously. Mr. Lu, the Tai brothers wield considerable influence in High City. Shall I dispatch Tai Lu and the others to resolve this matter for you? No need. Lu Di slowly raised his head and smiled. Where exactly does this 5 million yuan bounty originate? It's underground word of mouth, issued by the underworld's shadowy overlord known as Black Fox. Black Fox, Lu Di instantly recalled. The very person Ouyang Fengyu had contacted via text message. A flash of coldness vanished from his eyes as he rose. You needn't concern yourself with the bounty. Let's resume our sparring another day. Tai Si continued chuckling. The Tian Luo is the Tian Luo. Indeed, it operates by its own rules. just as Lu Di reached for the door handle. Mr. Lu, there's one more piece of good news. Tai Si hurried after him excitedly. My former instructor, Old Master He Shan, has recently arrived in High City. 2 years ago, the venerable master was promoted to serve as an instructor in the Tian Luo branch. You must know him. He is surely your former instructor as well. He said he'll visit Elder Yin in 3 days, and pay me a visit as well. If he learns you're here, he'll be overjoyed. Lu Di was speechless. Must this revelation come so soon? How would he explain his extraordinary abilities when exposed? Seeing Tai Si's unrestrained excitement, Lu Di found refusal impossible, and reluctantly agreed. Fine. Please inform me in advance, Brother Tai Si, before Old Master He arrives. Yes, Mr. Lu. Lu Di exited with a wry smile. Yes, I only meant to prepare myself, to vanish beforehand. As he opened the door, a graceful figure rushed forward. Lu Di, are you all right? His hands warmed instantly, gripped tightly. I say, Miss Yin, such conduct in public is hardly appropriate. Yin Qingwen suddenly realized her impropriety, and with a startled released Lu Di's hands. Lu Di chuckled, then strode away confidently, head held high. Yin Qingwen watched his retreating, smirking figure, her expression strangely complex. When she turned around, she suddenly saw Tai Si, his face bruised and swollen. Tai Si, you. What on earth happened inside? Yin Qingwen stood frozen. Had Tai Si truly been beaten by Lu Di? For 5 years, facing every conceivable foe, she had never seen even a single scratch upon him. Tai Si offered an awkward smile. Third young mistress. I beg your pardon, but I cannot reveal much. All I may say is with Mr. Lu guarding you henceforth, you may rest easy. Your peace of mind is assured. When Tai Si rejoined the Tai brothers, he was instantly surrounded. Fourth brother, just who is Mr. Lu? Tai Si remained silent, and pointed upward. The sky. Tian Luo. The Tian Luo branch. Shoo. This is classified, cannot be spoken aloud. The Tai brothers' eyes widened in shock, and gazing at Lu Di's departing back, all traces of disrespect vanished, replaced solely by profound reverence. After Lu Di and the Tai brothers departed, the 3 Yin sisters remained utterly bewildered. What were those two doing inside the yoga studio? Why are they treating that stinking Lu Di with such respect? Upon emerging, those 2 men were pounding away inside. Could it be? Haha. Yin Kai and Yin Xin grumbled as they pushed open the studio door. Whoa, third sister, come quickly. The 2 girls froze in the doorway. When Yin Qingwen arrived, she too stood petrified. The aunt's beautiful, immaculate yoga studio now resembled a scene ravaged by a typhoon. Every mirror on the walls lay shattered into dust. Craters pockmarked the surrounding walls, as if struck repeatedly by sledgehammers. The wooden floorboards were violently buckled and curled, as though trampled by a ravenous beast. What calamity befell my beloved yoga studio? Did a demolition crew storm it? Yin Kai retrieved a deflated yoga ball from the wreckage, her face etched with disbelief. Yin Qingwen murmured, could this truly be the aftermath of Lu Di and Tai Si's combat? But was there another possibility? If so, Tai Si's strength surpassed even her wildest expectations. Something felt amiss. Lu Di, that man, regardless of Tai Si's power, what manner of being was he? He engaged Tai Si in combat, and produced this. Moreover, he appeared to have defeated Tai Si. Yin Qingwen snapped back to reality, and recoiled in sheer astonishment. Lu Di's physique was no illusion. He was a master martial artist. A master stronger even than Tai Si. Most absurd of all, she herself had once attempted to teach him boxing. And on several occasions when Lu Di acted petulantly, she'd nearly lost her temper and struck him. Amidst her shock, a strange, unfamiliar emotion began to stir within Yin Qingwen. That Mr. Lu truly bore the bearing of a great hero. Third sister, you needn't be astonished. That puny Lu Di could never defeat Tai Si. Surely during their fight, Lu Di fled wildly, while Tai Si rampaged like a berserk bear, smashing everything in sight. Yin Kai pondered gravely. Lu Di destroyed our yoga studio. I'll make him pay for it. Yin Qingwen shook her head helplessly. Tai Si's parting words still echoed in her mind. With Mr. Lu guarding you henceforth, third young mistress, you may rest easy. Your peace of mind is assured. 31. Turbulence in the live stream. Returning to his basement room, Lu Di idly picked up his phone. Douyin notifications, too numerous to count, had long since condensed into a single red dot. Though somewhat prepared, the numbers still made Lu Di's eyelid twitch. The video titled A Future Full of Promise. Views 600 million. Likes 200 million. Comments over 100 million. Account followers 350 million. Shares over 100 million. These figures had already elevated it to phenomenon status, a viral short video masterpiece. Lu Di skimmed the comments briefly. More than half overflowed with praise. Many expressed heartfelt reflections and emotional resonance after hearing the song. Countless fans, of all ages and genders, pleaded to meet him in person. In the past 24 hours alone, tens of millions urged him to release new content. Among private messages, beyond fan notes, the majority comprised collaboration proposals. Dozens of influencer agencies and entertainment companies sought face-to-face meetings and contracts. Numerous enterprises requested Lu Di, under his alias Emperor One, as brand ambassador or for commercial performances with top appearance fees reaching 300 million yuan. Lu Di glanced again at the trending topics. Unsurprisingly, over half concerned a future full of promise and the enigmatic Emperor One. Then, upon reading one headline, Lu Di broke into a cold sweat. 100 young women stand atop a rooftop united. Fans threatened to jump off a building if Di did not release a new song. Fortunately, the local police intervened and a tragedy was averted. Afterwards, the authorities issued 2 announcements, first urging citizens to pursue idols rationally, second urging Di to release new work promptly. A long exhale. Only when he reached the end did Lu Di finally relax. Such sensationalist headlines nearly gave him a heart attack. The 2 official notices left him both amused and exasperated. From now on I should meddle less with Di's account. Perhaps people will slowly forget. Then a notification suddenly popped up in the app distance from U0. 2 kilometers, streamer Xinshin Baobei now live. Yan Xinshin, the little girl. Lu Di remembered that when they first met, Mo Tong had already uncovered this information. Yan Xinshin was now a graduate student at Haisher Music Academy and a popular online streamer. On an odd impulse, Lu Di tapped to enter the live stream. A graceful melody immediately floated through the speakers. A power long forgotten suddenly swells again in an unforeseen night. The future awaits. On the screen, Yin Kaikai sat at a table in a cute princess dress, singing the song Wei Lai Ku Chi with heartfelt devotion. No wonder. She was a top student at Haisher Music Academy. Her vocal technique was superb, sweet, and enchanting. Yin Kaikai was already a 90-point beauty, youthful, radiant, and blessed with a lovely voice. The stream's popularity soared. 10,000 people watching live. When the song ended, praise poured in like tide. Xinshin, I adore you. You're so beautiful. You're the goddess of my dreams. Your cover of Wei Lai Ku Chi is wonderful, second only to Di. Yin Xinshin sighed softly toward the camera, troubled. You know, my sister and I were adopted. Although our adoptive father treats us well, and we have wealth, I still yearn to know where my biological parents are and why they abandoned me. Lu Di was moved upon hearing that. So Master Yin had not concealed their adoption. On the surface, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin joked and teased each other every day. But beneath that facade, they each carried private burdens. After all, everyone harbors a native pride, who willingly accepts the fact of being abandoned. Master Yan's enterprises were vast, and he must be perpetually busy. The Yan daughters were likely raised largely by servants, and such an upbringing would inevitably shape peculiar temperaments. For instance, Yin Qingwen's aloofness, Yin Kaikai, and Yin Xinshin's rebellious streaks. Watching the dejected girl on screen, Lu Di felt pity and reached to send her a gift. But on screen, Yin Xinshin snapped irritably, never finding our birth parents would be bad enough, but the worst is that a stranger has come to our house recently. That boy is terrible, she continued. He tried to court my sister, and he's after our money. The fans in the chat reacted with immediate outrage. What? Someone bullied our beautiful Xinshin. Tell us who did it. I'll throw a sack over his head and beat him with it. Ahem. Did the little girl hate him that much? Lu Di was speechless. Just as Yin Kaikai was about to launch an indignant critique of Lu Di, a message suddenly appeared in the livestream's comment section. Oh my god, am I seeing this correctly? That account, isn't it Di? 2 minutes of stunned silence, then the comments surged like a tidal wave. It really is Di. He's in the stream. Di returned. He's here. Truly Di, viewer number 130 in the list. My god, I'm in the same stream as Di. Capture him alive. I must screenshot. What an honor. I'll tell everyone. For a moment, the viewers forgot Yin Xinshin's presence and went wild, tagging Di. Di, please talk to me, I beg you. Di, are you really there? Look at me. I'm your superfan. Yin Xinshin, only now realizing what was happening, was stunned. Her heart pounded violently. She could hardly believe it. She clicked Di's avatar. The account contained a single video, the one with more than 600 million views, Wei Lai Ku Chi. It was truly him. He was watching her live stream. Oh my god, was she dreaming? Yin Xinshin was frozen with disbelief and did not know how to react. Then unexpectedly, the viewer count in Xinshin Baobei's stream exploded. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. 100,000. 500,000. User Lu Feng entered the stream. User Peng Nen entered. User Chieting Feng In entered. Countless users flooded in, and the chat scrolled like a cascading waterfall, dazzling to the eyes. User I Love Di sends the streamer Super Rocket X99. User Xiaokan Fanhua sends the streamer Spaceship X99. User Mosui sends the streamer Carnival Wheel X99. Gifts began to pour in. They showered virtual presents as though money were meaningless. The screen was soon obscured by a storm of gifts. Send this to Di. Support Di. Please release a new song. Beg Di to livestream. But their messages were drowned by the relentless tide. The livestream went nuclear. The network stuttered from the strain. News that Di had appeared in a streamer's room instantly swept across the internet. Everyone rushed to spread the news and watch. Xinshin Baobei's stream rocketed to the top of the trending list. Traffic reached unprecedented heights. Simultaneous viewers 200 million people. The platform staff were bewildered. What had happened? Was it a data anomaly? No, the super account Di had logged in and had entered a live stream. On-scene a lifetime event. Boost more traffic, try to set a historic record. Di, I love you. Reply to me. Di, who are you really? Di, show yourself. Countless barrage messages flashed by, nearly impossible to read. Donations in the stream skyrocketed. In 3 minutes, they surpassed 1 million. In 5 minutes, they passed 10 million, with an approaching trend toward 100 million. The audience was delirious. It seemed that entering the live stream meant being near the idol. The influence of Wei Lai Kuchi and the mystery of DE had driven everyone into mania. Network latency detected. The livestream began to flicker, teetering on collapse. And the instigator of all this chaos lay in the Yen estate's basement on the second level, Lu Di prostrate on his bed staring at his phone in a daze. He had tapped on an impulse and set off a storm. This was a mass online frenzy provoked merely by DE's presence. An unprecedented spectacle. This is insane. Lu Di's hand trembled as he quickly exited the livestream and signed out of the account. The next day dawned bright. As expected, news of DE once again dominated trending topics. The heavenly singer DE reappears. Simply by casually entering a stream, he detonated an internet explosion. Streamer Xinshin Baobei was involuntarily propelled to net fame. All manner of speculation. What is the relationship between Xinshin Baobei and DE? Countless girls berate Xinshin Baobei, "You give us our husband back." Tens of millions of viewers demand the female streamer remain online for 12 hours waiting for DE. Top streamed earnings chart updates. Xinshin Baobei crowns the list with 1.3 million. Meanwhile, in a bedroom on the 5th floor of the Yen estate, Yen Xinshin, sporting dark circles, sat obediently in a chair. Opposite her, arms folded, and wearing a probing expression, Yen Kaikai demanded Xinshin tell the truth. "How do you know DE?" Yen Xinshin implored helplessly. "Kaikai, I've said it 800 times. I truly do not know him." Ringtone. Yen Xinshin's phone suddenly rang. It was her second sister calling, international movie star Yen Siwen. The girl was surprised. Her famous sister had been abroad filming. Given the time difference, it should be the small hours overseas. Why call now? "Hello, Xinshin." When she answered, a slightly languid but exquisitely pleasant voice spoke on the other end. "Second sister, why are you not sleeping?" "Sleep? How could I? You little brat. Have you grown up in the few days I've been gone?" "Second sister, what are you saying? Be honest. How do you know DE?" "OMG. You asked me that again. This is the 801st time. I really don't know him." "You lying brat." After DE released that one video, he went silent. "Why would he suddenly enter your stream? I don't believe you two are unconnected." Yen Xinshin nearly broke down as she could hardly defend herself. "I wish I knew him," she thought, "but he gave me no chance." Since DE logged out yesterday, she had sent dozens of private messages. None answered. "I don't care how you know DE," Yen Siwen said. "Second sister asks you a favor. My new film wants DE to sing the promotional song, ideally a duet with me." Yen Siwen grew excited. DE's popularity is nearly invincible. If he grants his debut performance to my film, the movie would shatter records and elevate me to new heights. Moreover, I adore DE and truly wish to meet him. Yen Xinshin was stunned. "Second sister, you are an international superstar and the nation's goddess. Can you not be so forward? You impudent child, telling me to be modest. Don't you want a brother-in-law?" "Oh, second sister. That's not acceptable." "Xinshin, I beg you. If you help me, I will grant you anything. You're fond of that European actor Qiao Jia. I'll introduce him to you, all right?" "Oh no, second sister. Absolutely not." "What do you mean no? You little brat won't even help your sister. Hurry up and give me DE's contact." Before hanging up, Yen Siwen added earnestly, "Oh, and I heard that Wenwen's lifesaver is now staying at our house. You two girls mustn't be willful. Do not slight him." Yen Xinshin flushed with anger. How could her sister try to steal her DE? Besides, where could she possibly obtain DE's contact? She rose indignant. "Kaikai, didn't you say you were going to spend that 5 million from the freeloading man? Let's go." At that moment, in the Ingji Group office building, Lu Di dutifully escorted Yen Qingwen to her office and waited quietly in the secretary room as usual. Zhao Qianqian kept batting her eyelashes, attempting to provoke him. Lu Di felt awkward. For some reason, Zhao Qianqian's flirtation seemed stronger than before. Mo Tong remarked, "Haha, the aura itself is a kind of field. It not only emits presence, but amplifies attraction. Your masculine magnetism is multiplied, and it happens naturally out of your control." Very well. Too handsome is apparently a crime. What exasperated Lu Di most was that it wasn't only Zhao Qianqian who every female staffer at Ingji blushed and fluttered upon seeing him. But worldly affairs are many a better to focus on business. At the next moment, the dossier of Haishi's underground king Heihu appeared in Lu Di's view. Heihu, given name Qin Yaowen, male 36, rose from street gangs 6 years ago, ruthless, has secured the position of Haishi's underworld overlord, commands many notorious enforcers, and nearly 500 lieutenants, public identities president of Huaxiao Misa, entertainment president of Haishir Yuanheng, trading chair of Haishir Entrepreneurs Association, hidden identities behind Thessines, owner of an underground casino, backer of an illicit boxing ring, and the underworld's information arbiter. Immediately following were nearly 100,000 videos and tens of thousands of pieces of information, all concerning Heihu. These videos came from every imaginable camera: cloud, home surveillance, public cameras, elevator cams, street CCTV, even other people's phones. The accompanying data was comprehensive: assets, expenditures, travel records, medical records, browsing histories on phones and computers. 5 years' worth of online records without omission, meticulous to the last detail, as if some god were watching everything. After Mo Tong's analysis and simulation, every facet of Heihu was laid bare before Lu Di. No secrets remained. At this moment, even Heihu himself probably did not know as much about his own affairs as Lu Di did. Heihu is formidable. Bosses enterprises everywhere, Lu Di mused with a faint smile. It's a pity he picked the wrong people to offend and accepted the wrong deals. He lifted the phone beside him with casual resolve. "Heihu, the underworld king. Allow me to entertain myself with you." 2 hours later, atop Heischer Mesa nightclub in the penthouse office, a nearly 200 square meter space of extreme luxury. A powerful man sat behind a 3-meter-long desk fox fur collar, adding a bizarre flourish in midsummer. A stout man in a suit with a fox fur collar lounged in shadow, the red ember of his cigar flickering in the gloom. The fur collar was incongruous with the heat, yet it lent him a certain aura, ruthless, cold, inexorable. Behind him stood a striking woman in a red cheapao, gently massaging his shoulders. A rapid knock shattered the stillness. Boss Hey, something strange has happened. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit entered, face anxious. The powerful man behind the desk regarded him calmly. A phone, why are you in such a state? Compose yourself. Boss, I cannot remain calm. I'm 40 years old, and I've never seen anything like this. A phone implored. Boss, an hour ago 2 of our venues were raided. We'll grease the right palms and open them again, Hey Hu said, coolly extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. No, boss. Those 2 bars hadn't even opened, they'd only just been renovated. We had a little stock inside, but we hadn't received a single guest. Aside from our brothers, no one could know we were moving goods. Hey Hu's brow tightened. So someone among us leaked information. At first I thought that, A Fong said, looking distraught. I wasn't taking those places seriously. I was at the docks preparing to take delivery with 2 others, Crazy Dog and Razor. But the fishing vessel bringing our goods was intercepted by the Coast Guard before it could dock. We lost everything. What? Hey Hu snapped upright. A phone continued, boss, only the 3 of us, and you knew the ship's arrival time. If that information was leaked, one of us must be the mole. A mole among the 3 of you. Hey Hu narrowed his eyes, and his voice grew icy. This matter is not so simple. As we began to investigate each other, a bizarre phone call arrived. On the line, the kid sounded as if he knew everything, and said only this: stop looking. None of you is the one. There's a mole. A Feng's hand trembled slightly. Boss, we boarded the vessel at a coastal location, behind a random cluster of rocks we'd chosen for concealment. There are no surveillance cameras there. None whatsoever. We've also thoroughly searched ourselves. No listening devices. And just as we were coming to find you, he called several more times. Each time he told us exactly where you were. He even told us we'd taken the wrong car keys, and instructed Razor not to wait for red lights. Just moments ago when we entered the elevator, he knew we'd forgotten to press the button. He hears everything, and sees everything. After speaking, A Feng cautiously scanned the surroundings, his heart still pounding with residual dread. Black Fox furrowed his brow and instinctively swept his gaze across the room. Don't be nervous. I've confirmed there are no cameras in this room, nor any listening devices. Black Fox rose from his chair, his towering frame, nearly 2 meters tall, his broad chest, like an impregnable fortress radiating overwhelming presence. It seems our adversary is no ordinary foe. Still, I, Black Fox, refuse to believe in such ghostly theatrics. If he's flesh and blood, he must have left traces. Then Black Fox retrieved a fresh cigar, placed it between his lips, and narrowed his eyes pensively. A Feng hurriedly searched the room for a lighter, but found none. Just then Black Fox's phone on the desk began to ring. It's him. A Feng glanced at the caller ID. His voice quivered faintly. With calm authority, Black Fox gestured. A Feng pressed speakerphone. A young, teasing voice immediately filled the room. Your lighter is inside your LV leather bag. Black Fox and A Feng exchanged a glance. Goose flesh prickled their skin. Frantically, A Feng snatched up the leather bag on the desk and rummaged through it, failing to locate the lighter. It's tucked between those celebrity glamour shots, the voice drawled lazily. A Feng pulled out the stack of photographs, and with a sharp clack the lighter tumbled onto the tabletop. Also all that so-called incriminating material against officials in your bag. Utterly fabricated. You've been duped, fool. The voice spoke with detached nonchalance. Black Fox's forehead instantly broke into cold sweat. He slammed a hand over his own bag and fixed a wary stare around the room. And tell your lover, tonight you won't be visiting her. In fact, you won't go anywhere tonight. Who are you? Enraged Black Fox seized the phone and roared. Didn't you claim you'd find my traces? Then come and find me. If you dare. Beep. 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 The line went dead. An eerie silence settled over the office. A Feng stood frozen, breath held tight. Black Fox wore a look of grim gravity. He knew. He had encountered a true force to be reckoned with. If this man knew exactly where his lighter was kept, what secrets remained truly his? Was he now perpetually vulnerable, marked for death at any moment? Suddenly the raven-haired beauty behind Black Fox silently handed him a note. Boss, why not trace that call? Right? A Feng immediately. Black Fox cut himself off, shielding the note with his hand and whispering, get it done. Now? Hire the most elite hacker on the underground circuit. Spare no expense to locate him. Hurry. 30 long minutes later, hidden deep within a storage closet, Black Fox finally received word. The caller's current location had been pinpointed. It was inside a cyber cafe adjacent to the Mesa nightclub. I thought some reclusive master. Turns out just a greenhorn hacker barely out of diapers. A terrifying savage sneer twisted Black Fox's face. Send 20 men, no 30. Bring that boy back, alive. Dare to eavesdrop on me. They'll make you regret it for the rest of your miserable life. Ring, ring, ring. Black Fox's phone rang again. The same number. How was that possible? His handset was brand new. A freshly issued device with a newly assigned number. Trembling, Black Fox answered. The voice replied coolly, let me offer candid advice. Send real experts this time. What the hell is going on? Black Fox staggered backward 3 steps. The cramped 5 square meter storage closet stood utterly bare, empty of everything. No surveillance could possibly exist here. The sole electrical fixture was the bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. 20 minutes earlier, Lou D had entered this establishment, the Howding Cyber Lounge. Stunned, the owner watched as Lou D scanned a QR code and paid 1 million yuan on the spot. Lou D demanded the owner clear out all patrons and throw open the doors wide. He declared he would soon be fighting someone. At that moment, the bewildered owner stared at the young man sitting calmly in the center of the cafe, smoking a cigarette. Who was this rich heir? Was he reenacting some triad showdown from old gangster films? Foolish and flush with cash, 1 million yuan could buy 3 times the hardware in his entire cafe. Fights in internet cafes happened often, usually just kids scrapping, maybe breaking a few chairs or shattering a couple of monitors. He'd profit handsomely, guaranteed. What incredible luck. But would the fight even happen? The owner felt strangely bored, until quite by accident he turned his head toward the entrance. Holy hell, what's that? A massive mob surged forward, over 100 tattooed youths gripping bats and cleavers advancing with ferocious intent. Their target, that very same young man, still smoking, still oblivious. Brothers, charge. Break his legs first, then his arms, and drag him before the boss. The roar of nearly 100 thugs shook the entire street. It was arguably the largest gang confrontation in Haishi's history, yet passers-by could never imagine their opponent was one single man. A youth, impossibly handsome, clad in jeans and a white shirt, glanced up at the charging horde. Lou D rose slowly, flicked out his cigarette, and his right eye blazed with violet radiance. Since my body underwent enhancement, I've never unleashed my full power. Today I hope you'll let me indulge fully. A sly, chilling smile curved his lips, and he threw a punch. Though the attacker's blows came chaotically, hundreds of fists, feet, and weapons flying wildly. To the demon child's analytical perception, every motion was legible, gaps measured in mere centimeters, temporal discrepancies measured in milliseconds. All lay perfectly within his grasp. Thud. The lead thug, cleaver raised high, flew backward like a severed puppet, launched clean across the street. Instantly, dozens more scattered like petals in a gale. What the a? Thud. Screams erupted in rapid succession. Not a single blow landed on Lou D. Not a single strike could withstand his fist or foot. Inside the cafe, it was as if a rainstorm of living bodies had descended. Flying thugs smashed desks, shattered monitors, and demolished equipment in cascading chaos. Lou D moved like a celestial dragon, darting through a forest of blades untouched and scathed. The thugs scattered in blind panic, utterly routed. The cafe owner stood petrified. He didn't even glance at his ruined property. Instead, he dropped to his knees behind the counter, hugging his head, trembling violently. His sole prayer echoed inward, God spare me. 10 minutes later, silence fell. The owner cautiously lifted his head and recoiled in shock. The cafe lay in total ruin. All 100 thugs lay sprawled across the floor, writhing in agony, howling in pain. Except one, the young man in the white shirt, standing serenely upright. He smoothed his slightly disheveled hair, lit another cigarette, and murmured softly, "Too weak." The owner shuddered violently. Is this even human? 1 versus 100, and scathed, unblemished. Hey, you, crawl back and tell your boss. Lou D's cigarette clenched between his teeth, nudged a nearby thug with his foot. Tell him to send everyone, every last one of you. On the 5th floor of the Misa Club, Black Fox paced anxiously inside the storage closet. This is absurd. Sending 100 men after one person shouldn't take this long. Bang. The door burst open. Afong staggered in, slinging a dazed thug over his shoulder. Boss, we've been utterly crushed. All 100 men are down. What a... Black Fox nearly tumbled off his stool. How many of them were there? His heart hammered. He assumed that taking down 100 of his men required at least 200 opponents. Trapped by 200. Unthinkable. Boss, it was just one. That kid's strength defies reason. He's not even human. The injured thug lifted his head feebly, his front teeth gone entirely. One. Black Fox's eyes widened in sheer terror. Yes, one alone. And he said, send everyone. Black Fox's mind reeled. One man incapacitated 100. Was he a monster? Worse, he was also a hacker who knew all Black Fox's secrets. When had he ever crossed paths with such a demonic entity? Boss, they're demanding we send everyone. I don't think he's here to fight, Afong whispered, voice trembling. I think he intends to annihilate the Black Fox gang. The chilling implication struck Black Fox like lightning. Impossible. He'll never succeed. Black Fox leapt up, shouting frantically, go, find Razor Iron Fist Jack. They're inside the club right now. They rank among the top 10 underground fighters in Haisher. They will defeat him. After Afong's urgent summons, Black Fox exhaled in relief. 7 of Haishi's top 10 underground fighters were already at the Misa Club. A Muay Thai champion, a knife specialist, a world-class grappler, and even a European strongman. Each could effortlessly overpower 10 men. 7 elite warriors attacking in unison. There was no way that youth could resist. Boss, don't worry. Razor and the others are already descending. They'll bring him in, no problem. Afong spoke while standing rigidly at the storage room doorway, too terrified to step outside. Black Fox feigned composure, though inwardly he was deeply unsettled. Boom. A deafening explosion rocked the floor. What's happening? Black Fox's pulse spiked. Boss, bad news. Before Razor and the others could even exit the building, that kid stormed in, and has already reached the 2nd floor. A panicked thug burst in, face pale with fear. Damn it. Black Fox whirled and bolted. Back to my office. The doors there are bulletproof. Inside the penthouse office of the Misa Club, only a phone Black Fox and the raven-haired woman who always accompanied him remained. An unnatural silence hung heavy in the air. Thud, thud. Each muffled impact from below reverberated like thunder through the floor, striking straight into their hearts. Though Black Fox still sat behind his desk, none of his former aura as Haishi's underworld lord remained. He was trembling. As the sounds drew nearer, despair gripped him. Razor and the others were surely defeated. Those footsteps outside sounded like the grim tread of death itself. Even now confusion reigned. Who was he? How had he ever offended him? Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps approached the door, closer, closer. Cold sweat poured down Black Fox's brow. Boom. Crash. Dust billowed, splinters flew. The office door exploded inward, its thick metal frame grotesquely warped. From the smoke emerged a colossal figure, over 2 meters tall. That kid's physique is monstrous. Wait, no? Black Fox's pupils contracted violently as recognition struck. His body jolted again. It was Jack, the European strongman from the underground arena. Yet his towering frame hung limp and unresponsive, unconscious as a sack of grain. Behind him a young man in a white shirt stood, single-handedly gripping Jack's throat, lifting the giant effortlessly into the air. The youth stepped calmly across the threshold, holding Jack, weighing a staggering 150 kilograms, as casually as if carrying 2 scallions. Thump! Lou D casually tossed Jack onto the floor before Black Fox's desk. Staring at the motionless giant, Black Fox felt ice flood his veins. Lou D then seated himself calmly on a nearby sofa. Click! A brass Zippo ignited his cigarette. In that instant, Lou D activated his ultimate technique. 1000 posture, heroic sovereign aura. 35. 10 seconds to apologize. Without warning, a haunting war anthem blared in Black Fox's ears. Suddenly, bitter north winds howled across a desolate wasteland. Thousands of armored soldiers charged in tragic, heroic fury. A lone general stood atop a mountain of bones. His crimson cloak flapped violently in the gale. Behind him, a blood-red sun pulsed with eerie light. With a sudden turn, overwhelming majesty erupted like a storm. Though his name remained unknown, his aura of supreme sovereignty pierced the heavens. An heroic sovereign, a titan of chaos, fierce and decisive, whose presence commanded the very air. Staring at that imposing silhouette, Black Fox and his companions trembled uncontrollably, knees buckling, bodies instinctively bowing in involuntary reverence. Abruptly, the anthem ceased. They jerked their heads, blinking hard. Before them stood the familiar office, yet Jack's unconscious form on the floor reminded them a sovereign demon sat among them, utterly serene. The young man in the white shirt sat sideways to the trio, exhaling a slow, languid stream of smoke, his gaze fixed placidly on the cityscape beyond the window. Such an ordinary gesture, yet it sent chills racing up their spines. By now no one dared underestimate this white-clad youth. Every casual movement radiated an aura of absolute, unchallengeable authority, as if he truly were a sovereign of this age. Forget that head felled over 100 members of the Black Fox gang. He could slaughter everyone in the Misa Club floor by floor and not bat an eyelash. You judge fairly, the youth said softly into the pin-drop silence. Black Fox's heart lurched. Then he blew another perfect smoke ring and added, a gentle, harmless soul like me. Why does someone dare place a 5 million yuan bounty on my head in the black market? This? Black Fox's throat went bone dry. Words failed him in sheer terror. The youth tilted his head, offering a sly, unsettling smile. Mr. Black Fox, tell me, is there any justice left in this world? Justice? You just dismantled my entire Misa Club and punched through my bulletproof door? You sent me fleeing in abject terror, and now you speak of justice. Who the hell was foolish enough to put a bounty on him? This was pure sabotage. Sir, perhaps there's been some misunderstanding. I merely... Black Fox began to protest, then abruptly recalled the youth's uncanny surveillance abilities and wiped his brow with a trembling hand. Gritting his teeth, he conceded, fine sir, I run black market operations, but we've never crossed paths. Silence. Lou D tapped ash from his cigarette, voice low and commanding. You have no voice here. I am addressing Black Fox. What? Black Fox choked mid-sentence, stammering, helplessly drenched in cold sweat. A Fong stared dumbfounded and stammered, sir, this is our Black Fox boss, sitting right before you. Heh. Lou D smiled faintly. Black Fox, the underworld kingpin of Haishur. Truly extraordinary. Your cunning and guile command my deepest respect. But I give you 10 seconds. Step forward and apologize. Silence crashed over the room like a physical weight. Time itself seemed suspended. The man seated behind the desk heard the words clearly, yet remained utterly motionless. A soft sigh escaped. A woman's voice, delicate as orchid breath, laced with resignation, frustration, and profound awe. The raven-haired woman in the cheapao, who had stood silently behind Black Fox since the beginning, stepped forward gracefully. She approached Lou D and without hesitation bowed deeply, 90 degrees. Black Fox offers his sincere apology, sir. This? A Fong, a veteran who had served the Black Fox gang for 6 years, stood frozen in utter disbelief. Was this woman not Rua E, the personal attendant to the Black Fox gang's leader? How could she be the Black Fox? It was utterly impossible. Offing's mind short-circuited on the spot. His entire worldview shattered. A knowing smile flickered across Lou D's lips. You truly are masterful. How could anyone suspect that the true underworld sovereign of High City was none other than the attendant standing beside the Black Fox himself? The kippa-clad beauty's face paled drastically. The Black Fox identity. She had cultivated it with painstaking subterfuge, concealing her true self for a full 6 years. For 6 years, she had pulled every string from the shadows. That burly man, merely a puppet, crafted to mislead pursuers and shield her real identity. Yet this meticulously woven web, so carefully constructed, had been effortlessly unraveled by this stranger before her. Without warning, without trace. Lu Di chuckled softly. I now possess complete intelligence on your entire Black Fox gang. Every casino, every bar, every illicit enterprise. Your underlings are no more than clay chickens and tile dogs before me. Neither now nor ever will you stand a chance against me. And most crucially, Miss Black Fox, your true identity, one so terrifying it could freeze blood. I know it too. The kippa-clad beauty stiffened instantly. She stared at the young man before her terror flooding her veins. Who was he? How did he know everything? My identity. So be it, the Black Fox persona is exposed. But could it be he knows more? Does he know my father? My family? Profound dread coiled deep within her heart. Her father must never learn of her deeds. Sir, please grant Ruai a path to survival. Without hesitation, the kippa-clad beauty bowed deeply and remained bent low. Her body trembled as she spoke. Sir, we will immediately rescind your assassination order, and within the shortest possible time, deliver your enemies to you to be dealt with as you see fit. Henceforth, the Black Fox gang shall follow your command without question, and Ruai herself shall serve you as a lifelong servant. Only beg you, do not expose me. Lu Di smiled again. This was precisely what he had intended. From the outset, his plan extended far beyond merely lifting his own death warrant. First, he secured every incriminating detail on the Black Fox. Then, via telephone threat, he struck first, not with force, but with psychological dominance. Afterward, he arrived in person, to confront the entire Black Fox gang alone, asserting supremacy once more, this time through sheer unassailable might. What Lu Di sought was nothing less than the total submission of High City's underworld sovereign, to bind him wholly to his will, and eradicate all future threats in one decisive stroke. Lu Di lit another cigarette and murmured, who stands behind the 5 million bounty on Lu Di's head? Lu Di. Ruai, the true mastermind of the Black Fox gang, suddenly recalled why the face seemed faintly familiar. She inclined her head slightly. Ruai remembers. He is Zhao Zhe, vice president of Ingji Group. Zhao Zhe. Shouldn't it have been Ouyang Fenyu? Lu Di faltered, startled. Mo Tong instantly cross-referenced Zhao Zhe, indeed a vice president at Ingji Group, and one of those who had orchestrated the deadly slaughter formation targeting Yen Qingwen. Vice President Zhao. How intriguing. Lu Di's gaze sharpened. Ouyang Fenyu wasn't foolish after all. He'd simply used another as his proxy. Did you also receive an order to abduct Ingji Group's Yen Qingwen? Lu Di asked again. A flicker of panic crossed Ruai's eyes. She nodded. Yes, it was commissioned by Zhao Zhe. Shall I have Zhao Zhe delivered to you immediately, Mr. Lu Di? Ruai asked softly. No need. Broadcast across the underworld, I am buying Zhao Zhe's teeth. 1 million per tooth, 1 tooth per day. Lu Di's eyes narrowed slightly. Smoke curled from the half-burnt cigarette in his fingers, but each word he uttered carried chilling finality. Even Nan Ruai, the undisputed shadow sovereign of High City's underworld, stood momentarily stunned. 1 million per tooth. 1 tooth per day? Wouldn't legions descend upon Zhao Zhe eager to shatter his dentition? Most horrifying of all, 1 tooth per day? With 20 teeth, how many days would pass before his jaw lay bare? Each dawn would herald fresh terror. Each night the dread of waking maimed. Such despair. Yet Lu Di's thoughts were not fixed on Zhao Zhe's suffering, rather on the expression that would cross Ouyang Fenyu's face when he learned his hired assassin had failed, and his subordinate now bore a grotesque daily bounty upon his very teeth. When Nan Ruai looked upon Lu Di once more, she detected, beneath his faint serene smile, a palpable ineffable malevolence. Terrifying, ruthless, almost demonic, enough to freeze the marrow in one's bones. She must not provoke him further. To do so would mean certain unmarked burial. Nan Ruai's body trembled involuntarily. Softly she asked, Mr. Lu Di, would you care to meet the heads of our major branches? Lu Di shook his head. First, the leadership of the Black Fox gang remains unchanged. It may stay with you, or with your puppet. As for me, I prefer to remain unseen, a silent architect behind the scenes. Should matters arise, I shall contact you directly. Second, the name, Lu Di, must never again be spoken within your organization. Then Lu Di rose and walked calmly toward the door, glancing back only to say, henceforth address me by my alias, D-Air. He had gambled, nothing more. Lu Di had not driven to Misa nightclub. Now strolling leisurely along the roadside, he headed toward Ingji Group. Suddenly a girl's scream pierced the air from across the street. Pervert, let me go. I'm going home. 2 girls, identical in height, dressed alike in tight jeans and crewneck t-shirts, burst from an automobile modification workshop. They hadn't run 2 meters before 2 men surged out and dragged them back inside. Lu Di's brow furrowed. Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinshin. What were they doing here? He remembered clearly. The basement of this workshop, named Huawei, housed one of the Black Fox gang's underground casinos. Sigh. Those 2 girls had surely stirred up trouble again. Perhaps in some past life, he truly owed the Yen family a debt. With a soft sigh, Lu Di stepped forward, toward Huawei Workshop. Descending the hidden staircase, he entered a vast underground casino, nearly 1,000 square meters, fully equipped with every gambling apparatus imaginable, bearing eerie resemblance to cinematic gambling ships. At a distant table, a crowd had gathered, drawn by spectacle. At one end sat a swaggering youth with dyed blonde hair and a pierced ear. At the other stood the two girls just dragged back, Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin. The blonde youth arched a brow. Ladies, this hand hasn't even begun yet you're already thinking of fleeing. That breaks the rules, doesn't it? Yan Kai puffed out her chest, feigning bravado. Rules? We've already lost 6 million. We're broke. Can't we just walk away? Yan Kai now rued her decision bitterly. This outing had been premeditated. She and Yan Xinxin had planned to spend Ludi's 5 million. But on impulse, they decided instead to test their luck at these legendary casinos. And if they lost, no matter, it was Ludi's money. A fine opportunity to observe firsthand. Little did they know, two novices barely versed in gambling would exhaust 5 million in under 20 minutes. They'd even drained their personal savings, another million gone. Though Yan Xinxin earned massive livestream donations, withdrawal remained pending. Now cornered with no exit. Don't think I don't know who you are. The daughters of the nation's wealthiest man. A few million. That's pocket change for you. If you're short on cash, just call home. The blonde youth pointed to 6 cards face down on the table. This round, you wagered 1 million. Ooh, I countered with 3. So, will you match my bet, or fold? Our allowance is all we have, and this can't reach our family's ears. The two girls stood firm, defiant, prepared to brazen it out. Humph, no money. Then where do you think you are? The blonde youth sneered, his gaze sliding instinctively toward their hips. No funds. Fine, you can settle the debt yourselves. Huh, I've spent years in this trade, yet never tasted twin delicacies like you. And such exquisite twins at that. Laughter erupted, raucous leering, while eyes roamed over the girls with unmistakable hunger. You dare? Terror gripped the girls. As they struggled to flee, thick-armed enforcers pinned them down. 5 minutes. If you still haven't scraped together the sum, I'll drag you into a room and take what's owed. Right here, right now. The blonde youth grinned, lascivious and cruel. I thought it was something serious. Turns out it's merely a few million. From behind the crowd emerged a young man in a crisp white shirt, calm as drifting clouds. Ludi. The girls cried out, like drowning souls clutching a lifeline. Ludi, help us. Well, heroic rescues. Planning to cover their debts, brother. The blonde youth scoffed, sweeping Ludi with contemptuous eyes. Judging by attire, this fellow couldn't possibly spend more than 1,000 yuan on his entire outfit. What pretense, strutting into this den like some arrogant peacock. Truth be told, I'd rather not intervene. These two are rather bothersome. Ludi smiled easily. Both girls flushed, mortified, but held their tongues. He was their sole hope now. Ludi, can you really pay our debt? Yan Kai demanded, stern-faced. But the moment the words left her lips, she silently cursed her own folly. Had she forgotten? Ludi was penniless. He'd placed the 5 million in the villa, merely bait to lure a greater prize. He hadn't yet claimed it, and certainly hadn't swindled a cent from his father. Yan Xinxin's eyes gleamed. Softly she said, Ludi, we know you're short on cash, but I have an idea. Call third sister, borrow 1 million to clear our debt. Once my stream earnings clear, I'll repay you 1.1 million. A clean 10% profit. Fair enough, yes. Yan Xinxin beamed inwardly, her brilliance undeniable. 10,000 yuan. Even a pauper like Ludi would leap at the offer. TCH. Looks like you'll be raped after all. Ludi smirked and turned to leave. Ludi, wait. 20,000. I'll repay you 20,000. Enough. Ah, you two spoiled, willful girls. If I don't teach you a lesson now, you'll never grasp the meaning of respect. Ludi drifted back to the table, nonchalant. Paying your debt. Impossible. But I am open to a wager. With you. His eyes narrowed. Immediately the blonde youth's dossier materialized before him. His name, Rin Buiyuan, a scion with modest influence. His father, Rin Chuan, ranked among High City's wealthiest, worth over 10 billion yuan. Yet Rin Buiyuan, a textbook prodigal, drinking, whoring, gambling, seducing maidens, brawling, no sin left uncommitted. He cared not a whit about winning or losing 1 million. This game, merely a trap laid for the two girls. Rin Buiyuan stared at Ludi. This solemn, self-important pose irked him. Could he not stop posturing in front of him? Did he truly believe he, a lowly frog, could even dream of tasting such rare blossoms as Yan Kai and Yan Xinxin? Fine, how shall we play? Rin Buiyuan sneered. Continue this hand. Raise as you wish. Ludi remained unperturbed. He glanced at his 3 concealed cards, then expressionless lit a cigarette. Blonde boy, you raised to 3 million, correct? I call 5 million. Ludi, where did you get? Yan Kai clapped a hand over Yan Xinxin's mouth, just in time. Then gritting her teeth, Yan Kai whispered fiercely into Ludi's ear. Are you insane? You won't pay, and now you're raising. Do you even have 5 million? Do you intend to get us both killed? Ludi ignored her completely. Turning to Rin Buiyuan, he smiled. Your move. This table played a local variant of Exploding Flower, where each player received 3 face-down cards, raised bets, and revealed hands for comparison. Heh, amusing. Someone's playing the hero. Rin Buiyuan grew intrigued, rechecking his hand, a flush straight in hearts. Exceedingly rare. Nearly unbeatable. Moreover, the dealer had long been bribed. Though he didn't know the girl's cards, he knew with certainty they could not outrank his own. Rin Buiyuan arrogantly extended a hand. 6 million. raising 100,000 at a time. How dull. Lu Di smiled faintly. 20 million. Yin Kaikai's heart leapt into her throat. Lu Di had lost his mind. Yin Xinshin frantically tugged at his sleeve, silent, desperate. Lu Di paid no heed. Still smiling, he asked Rin Buiyuan, will you call? You really are good at pretending. Rin Buiyuan chuckled. This kid's tactics were laughably crude. In this game, whoever refused to match the raise forfeited the entire pot, admitting defeat outright. So the boy meant to escalate relentlessly, until fear broke him. Fine, I'll indulge you today. 25 million. 100 million. Lu Di stated it plainly. Silence fell, absolute suffocating. Did I hear right? 100 million. Who is this guy? What a... Rin Buiyuan froze, his script shattered. How could he leap from 25 million to 100 million? His total assets barely reached 300 million. At this pace, 3 rounds and he'd be ruined. He'd only meant to throw a few tens of millions into the ring. Now, suddenly it was hundreds. Wait, no? Rin Buiyuan slammed his palm onto the table, jabbing a finger at Lu Di. Damn it, I nearly bought your bluff. You claim 100 million, but have you exchanged chips for it? Yin Kaikai gasped sharply. That fool had finally caught on. Of course Lu Di had no money. Those astronomical sums were pure bluster. Just moments ago, Yin Kaikai had still clung to hope that his audacity might hold and frighten Rin Buiyuan into folding. Now exposed, Yin Kaikai acted instantly. Blonde boy, show some respect. Lu Di is the 3rd son-in-law of the Yin family. 100 million. Try 1 billion. He'd produce it without blinking. Nonsense. I demand verification. Rin Buiyuan snapped his fingers, summoning the casino manager. Large casinos maintain deep banking partnerships. Asset verification took seconds. No, you cannot verify. Yin Kaikai stepped boldly between the manager and Rin Buiyuan, her voice sharp with urgency. She knew full well one check, and all was lost. Kaikai, calm yourself. Lu Di appeared utterly indifferent. With 2 fingers, he withdrew a bank card from his pocket and handed it to the manager. Go ahead, no password required. The manager gave a slight nod, accepted the card, and returned to the counter for online verification. We're doomed. Kaikai, we fight our way out. You run first. I'll cover your retreat. No, we must call the police. The girls panicked, frantically scheming escape routes. Rin Buiyuan watched smirking, gleeful at their unraveling. He'd glimpsed the card, Shanghang People's Livelihood card. Truly absurd. A billionaire wouldn't carry anything less than a platinum card, certainly not this. So this man was all show, no substance. A hollow shell masquerading as power. Want to compete with me? You staked 100 million, let's see what you'll use to back it up. None of those 2 girls from the Yin family are getting away today. 5 minutes later, the casino manager approached slowly, unnoticed by anyone, his face already twitching with excitement. Mr. Lu, here is your bank card. Our asset verification is complete. The casino manager bent at a 90-degree angle, presenting the card with trembling hands, and said additionally, to welcome Mr. Lu, we have specially opened a Black Diamond VIP account for you. We look forward to your frequent visits. Black Diamond VIP. I've heard of Gold VP, but what is this? The audience nearby looked puzzled. Is he really capable? Huang Mao asked anxiously. The casino manager pondered and replied, Mr. Liu's wager of 100 million is completely valid. What? He really has 100 million. Huang Mao was startled. This is indeed a tough opponent. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were also stunned. Lu, do you really have money? Is it 100 million? What about the 5 million? You. How could I not have money? Lu chuckled and said to Huang Mao, I ask you, young master Rin, will you join me? Damn it, I'm going all in today. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. 100 million and 10 million. I don't believe you can come up with 200 million. 300 million, no deal. Liu's calm, indifferent voice rang out again. What? He directly raised it threefold, 300 million. The crowd was in an uproar. Does this kid have enough assets? Huang Mao was a bit dazed, looking at the casino manager. The manager, forcing down his excitement, slowly nodded. Huang Mao was instantly confused. This is 300 million, all of my assets. Is he trying to kill me? Huang Mao, at a loss, cast an inquiring glance at the dealer, who was already in on it. The dealer, though shocked, firmly nodded towards Huang Mao. Is the hand okay? I'm sure to win. Good. Huang Mao gritted his teeth. I'm in 300 million. Plus my Lamborghini parked outside and a standalone villa in the Shanghai area. Worth a total of 350 million. This was all the assets Huang Mao could mobilize. 500 million. Lu casually took a puff of his cigarette. Huang Mao's jaw dropped again, and Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin stood there like wooden sculptures, eyes wide and mouths agape. What? Huang Mao looked desperately at the casino manager. The usually composed manager, now in his 50s, had lips that were slightly trembling. He nodded gently again. His assets are still sufficient. Sweat beads appeared on Huang Mao's forehead. The situation was becoming precarious. But, at this point, I have no retreat. I can only bear it. Damn it. Good lad, you have some skill. I refuse to believe this. Just wait for me, I'll go raise the money. I'm going to crush you with cash today. Huang Mao was already hysterical. Then Huang Mao started dialing one number after another, calling brothers, sisters, rich friends, uncles from his father's side, etc. He borrowed from anyone who could lend him money. 5 minutes later, Huang Mao's eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his phone onto the table. 1 billion. You poor bastard, let's see what you'll use to compete. I used all my connections to borrow 1 billion. Today I will make you lose everything. The venue fell silent. Because everyone was already dumbfounded. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin even though they came from a wealthy family, were just fresh graduates. Where had they seen such a scene? The man they viewed as a gigolo or a scammer should be a broke loser. He was clearly just pretending to be aloof to swindle money from home. How could he throw out 500 million at the gambling table? No doubt we misjudged him. He's very capable and very wealthy. He could take out 500 million. But now what? The opponent directly threw out 1 billion. Double the amount. The opponent's background was someone from the upper echelons of Haishi's rich list. And who is Liu? Tai-Si had already investigated. He has no background. His mother is just an ordinary worker in a small town. He couldn't possibly have that much money. The situation had reached a point where there was no turning back. 10 billion still no deal. In the quiet room, Liu's voice struck like thunder, resonating in everyone's minds. The casino manager, whose eyes were already filled with tears, still pursed his lips and nodded. 38. A blatant suppression. In the current game, Liu and Huang Mao each held 3 hidden cards, neither having revealed them. For the final moment of comparison, Huang Mao, having lost everything, finally staked 1 billion. While Liu, expressionless, increased the stake tenfold to 10 billion. Huang Mao had 2 choices. First, to continue raising the bet above 10 billion and gain the upper hand, competing with Liu for the win. Second, to fold and admit defeat, obediently surrendering all previous stakes. But how much does Liu really have? No one knows. It was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. With the casino manager's validation, no matter how astonishing Liu's bet was, it was valid. At this moment, Huang Mao was already stunned on the spot. His eyes widened, frozen in place. Cold sweat poured down. He regretted it. Deeply regretted it. Now he had put out all his wealth, and even borrowed several hundred million in debt. But he was being suppressed effortlessly by Liu. The 10 billion wager Liu announced was utterly unassailable for Huang Mao. Even if he could produce 10 billion, who knows if Liu would shout out 20 billion or 30 billion. Looking at the Huang Mao felt breathless. Liu was like a mountain, incredibly steady and insurmountable. Huang Mao laughed. He had broken down. Even though he knew he had a straight flush while Liu had a terrible hand. So what? The stakes are higher than a man's worth, and without that, one has no right to see the cards. Originally planning to use some tricks to seduce the 2 girls from the Yin family, Huang Mao had now lost everything and suffered the greatest humiliation of his life. Completely dominated by Liu. A blatant suppression. Oh. Suddenly Huang Mao grabbed the 3 cards on the table and stuffed them into his mouth. While he struggled to swallow, he grimaced and said, "These cards are ruined, and no one knows the outcome of this game." Liu sighed softly, only watching quietly. This must be what it's like to be crushed by the last straw, right? But one cannot blame anyone. Harboring ill intentions always brings retribution. The casino manager frowned, saying, "Young Master Rin, do you think our casino's supervision doesn't exist? You have already lost to Mr. Liu and must pay the stakes." A casino. Huang Mao, with a mouthful of paper scraps, mumbled indistinctly, I don't know your casino's background. You are under the Black Fox Gang. The second in command of the Black Fox Gang, Master Feng, is my uncle. I'm going to play dirty today. I'll call my uncle now. When he arrives, let's see who dares make me pay the stakes." Huang Mao glared fiercely at Liu, saying, "You little brat, who doesn't know the height of heaven and the depth of the earth, do you really think you can win against me? I just wanted to mess with you. When my uncle arrives, forget about the stakes. You won't even get out of here standing. And those 2 girls from the Yin family. Today I'll publicly take them. Let's see who dares stop me." Huang Mao laughed heartily, taking out his phone. "The #1 gang in Haisher. I heard they operate in both black and white. Their power is terrifying. Their second in command must be an extraordinary figure. That kid is doomed." The crowd murmured, revealing sympathy for Liu. The casino manager also appeared somewhat at a loss. Does this young Master Rin know the second in command? He never mentioned it before. This is becoming tricky. My uncle is already on his way. What does it matter if you have 10 billion in assets? In the eyes of the Black Fox Gang, you're just a grasshopper that can be crushed at will. Huang Mao hung up his expression, transforming, already looking confident. The series of changes had left Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin unable to react. Originally, Liu's unexpected win had made them ecstatic. But just a few minutes later, the situation changed. How did the Black Fox Gang get involved? And it seems this gang is quite formidable, seemingly not to be trifled with. Ding ding ding. The casino manager's phone rang, and he glanced at his phone, suddenly becoming tense. Master Phone. Yes. Indeed, all right, rest assured. The casino manager hung up the phone, waving his hand, and instantly a number of casino bodyguards rushed out. They surrounded Liu and his table. The casino manager approached Liu awkwardly, saying, "Mr. Liu, I'm truly sorry." Master Phone called. "Before he arrives, no one can leave." Master Phone is indeed furious, but rest assured I will try my best to speak on your behalf. As he spoke, the manager unconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Liu, what do we do now?" Yin Kaikai asked, trembling. Upon hearing the words Black Fox Gang, Liu felt somewhat helpless. He gently extinguished the cigarette, and said blandly, "I'm so scared." Yin Kaikai was completely at a loss. This Liu, who had repeatedly created miracles, couldn't find a way out. But what does this expression mean? Looking at Liu, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes to rest, she broke down. "Liu, is this how you look when you're scared?" "Of course I'm terrified right now, but I'm a bit tired. I'll rest for a while. Awake me when that Master Feng arrives." At the Misa Temple, just finished tidying up the mess. Feng was extremely agitated. Today, a person like the ghostly Emperor Air single-handedly toppled the entire Black Fox Gang, leaving the gang in disarray. Moreover, what shattered his worldview the most was that the leader he had followed for 6 years turned out to be a puppet. But that aside, another short-sighted kid appeared bullying his nephew, and he actually wants to take away his nephew's assets. Does he think I, the second in command of the Black Fox gang, can just stand by? Is everyone going to bully Master Foam? Damn, he'll kill you. Bring 20 people, let's go. Foam, filled with rage, led 20 men towards the underground casino. A dramatic scene. Inside the underground casino, the atmosphere was silent. Everyone was waiting for a dramatic turn. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin were anxiously pacing. Huang Mao's face was twisted with malice, and that young man in a white shirt at the center of the whole event seemed to be asleep. Suddenly, noisy footsteps echoed. From afar, the bodyguards outside shouted in unison, Master Foam. Haha, my uncle is here today, no one can save you. Huang Mao was extremely arrogant. The casino manager had already bowed early, welcoming the top leader, the second in command of the Black Fox gang, Master Foam. Foam, dressed in a Chinese suit with a half cigar in his mouth, entered the casino hall with 20 little brothers holding clubs. His imposing aura was unparalleled. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. This is the demeanor of a leader. Manager, where is my nephew? Uncle, you've come. I'm right here. Huang Mao hurried over to Foam instantly, wearing a mournful face. I've been bullied so badly. That guy who bullied me and cheated me out of money is over there. Damn it, everyone get out of my way. Foam angrily crushed the cigar butt and shouted, today, I want to see who dares bully my Foam. The latter half of his sentence was forcefully swallowed. Burp. Hey, he. At this moment, a strange sound came from Foam's mouth, as if a feather was stuck in his throat. Because after everyone made way, Foam clearly saw the young man in white, who was lazily reclining in a chair, resting with his eyes closed. Mr. Emperor Air. Damn. Foam felt as if he had been struck by lightning, unable to move. Uncle, don't be dazed, to let the brothers go up and take him down. Huang Mao was bouncing around, wielding authority. Meanwhile, Foam's mind was ringing. All he could hear was a buzzing sound. Huang Mao shouted earnestly, but he could no longer hear. Even the 20 little brothers behind him, full of bravado, began to tremble. They were not fools, they had memories. Wasn't that the person who had just brutally beaten them? He was no ordinary man, he was a devil. Is this my fate? Am I not going to get past this hurdle today? Uncle, why don't you go up? It's fine, I'll bear all the consequences, take him down. Huang Mao was shouting while snatching a knife from a thug pretending to charge forward. Screw you, who the hell is your uncle? Foam swung his arm roundly, knocking Huang Mao to the ground. Brothers, get him. Beat this Huang Mao to a pulp. With Foam's furious shout, the 20 little brothers also reacted. They rushed in unison. They wished Huang Mao would die on the spot. As if only in this way could they survive. Alas, uncle, what's wrong? Yuan. Oh dear. I don't know you. For the next 5 minutes, it was a horrifying sight. 20 people brutally beat Huang Mao. From afar, Yin Kai was dumbfounded. What? Did they turn on each other? The audience was also stunned. Only the casino manager's expression flickered, as if he understood something. 10 minutes later, Foam, holding a swollen and somewhat dazed Huang Mao, approached Lu, but he only dared to stand quietly, not uttering a word. Lu slowly stretched, slightly opened his eyes and asked, are we done? Sir, we're done. Then I'll take my leave, I still need to drive someone later. Lu slowly stood up. Drive. Foam's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't dare ask further, respectfully, saying, sir, the things this kid lost to you, I'll take back to Misa. You can come and collect them anytime. Lu put a cigarette to his mouth, and Foam immediately stepped forward to light it. I took a nap and feel much better. Let's go, you two girls. Lu stretched his limbs, casually stepping forward. Oh, Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin obediently responded and followed closely. No one could see. Foam's back was already soaked with sweat. It felt like he had walked through the gates of hell. This was the second time today. Everyone in the casino was bewildered. What exactly happened just now? Only Foam trembled, saying to the unconscious Huang Mao, who the hell did you provoke instead of him? He is now the underground boss of our whole Haishi, Mr. Emperor Air. The crowd erupted in uproar. From this moment on, the name Emperor Air would be deeply etched in everyone's minds. In the coming days, the name Emperor Air would spread throughout the underworld of Haishi through all kinds of figures. On the roadside, Tai Lu had been waiting by the car for a long time. It was Lu who had informed him to come and take these two girls back. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin stood shyly behind Lu. After thinking for a long time, they didn't know how to open their mouths. Soft. Lu, thank you for helping us out. Lu shrugged. No need to thank me, I did all this because I have my own principles. The reason I remain here is that I cannot bear to see your Yin family ruined. You? Yin Kai felt her anger hitch for a moment, but recalling Lu Di's earlier conduct, she forcibly swallowed it back. So Lu Di, you're not actually penniless. How much money do you really have? Yin Xinshin could not help asking. Lu Di truly paused to consider. As for futures, Mo Tong had already ceased operations. He had instead shifted into the stock market. Those familiar with trading would know a mysterious retail investor has recently appeared, wielding colossal sums and uncanny precise forecasts, slaughtering the market and amassing fortunes. Outside estimates put the funds he handles at the scale of hundreds of billions. My money still pales in comparison to your Yin family, Lu Di admitted. To buy your entire Ingji group would still take another 2 or 3 months, Lu Di said solemnly. Yin Kai was rendered speechless once more. What was with those gangsters earlier? Lu Di grinned. They were just friends of mine. Those you only truly know after a scuffle. Enough. The two girls were exhausted and had no energy to argue with Lu Di. Lu Di were sorry. After 2 minutes they finally uttered the words they had been holding inside. We now know you are not a bad man. You did not take father's money. You had no reason to deceive our Yin family. You are neither a freeloader nor a scammer. We misunderstood you. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin bowed their heads, their eyes a little reddened. It was us who secretly hid your 5 million and tried to frame you, hoping father would drive you out. Lu Di frowned upon hearing this. You hid my 5 million. Is that true? We didn't do it on purpose. We were terrified, afraid someone would come hurt us again. Don't worry. Tonight we'll confess everything to third sister. The two girls shrank back in fright. Lu Di could not help but laugh. I would not hold that against you. How your Yin family judges me is irrelevant. My conscience is clear. Ring. Lu Di's phone buzzed. Caller Yin Qingwen. Lu Di, where have you been running off to? It's nearly quitting time. Why aren't you back at the office? I've been away from my post for too long. I'm off. Lu Di turned and left, waving his hand to the two girls as he strode away. Sigh. Watching Lu Di's retreating figure, Yin Kaikai sighed. He's actually not bad, just a compulsive braggart. One moment held by Ingji Group, the next he claims friendship with some mob boss. Beside them the stern Tai Lu could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Mr. Lu was far more than that. Have you heard of the internationally famed Tianluo Special Operations Unit? Lu Di, where did you go? Chief Wen went out earlier and couldn't find his driver. Zhao Qianqian stood with hands on hips, brow knit, as she blocked the doorway. So Chief Wen has punished you. You have to go on a date with me tonight. A date, my foot. Lu Di smiled, helplessly slipped past Zhao Qianqian and walked straight into Yin Qingwen's office. Lu Di, leaving your post during work hours. Deduct this month's bonus. Yin Qingwen sat behind her desk, expression cold, gently wiping her palms. On the coat rack beside her hung a blood-stained white lab coat, still swaying slightly. Miss Yin, did you just go out and play fast and loose with life? Lu Di chuckled. Fortunately, he knew Yin Qingwen's true position. Otherwise, the scene before him might well be misconstrued as an office murder. I just wanted Tuai's place to assist with several surgeries, she said. Yin Qingwen set down the damp towel. Lu Di noticed her hands tremble slightly, the result of extreme tension and fatigue. Lu Di was taken aback. This young woman was genuinely kind at heart. Lu Di, look at this list. Yin Qingwen pushed a sheet of paper across the desk. Lu Di glanced over. The list was a full page of medical supplies, routine disinfectants, medicines, and several commonly used medical instruments. I just compiled this. These are what Tuai's hospital needs right now. Since Tuai refuses assistance from Ingji Group, I will donate them in my own name. Yin Qingwen's gaze dropped as she continued, but Tuai doesn't seem to like me very much. Lu Di, please find time tomorrow to deliver these items to him. I see. Lu Di nodded, newly impressed by Yin Qingwen. You don't understand, Tuai's allegiances are peculiarly fickle. Lu Di scratched his head and laughed. Next time you go, just bring a few bottles of good liquor. He might well call you his goddaughter. With that, he wrote at the bottom of the list, Nolinshin Erguo to 3 crates. Yin Qingwen stared in stunned silence. She vaguely remembered that when Lu Di last met Tuai, the old man's first words had been, Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any liquor? Could Tuai be a little old man fond of drink? Make a note. Zhao Qianqian was instructed to prepare the items on the list. Yin Qingwen efficiently packed her bag. Lu Di, accompany me to the bank. Why go to the bank? Of course, to withdraw money. You're a grown man. You must withdraw in person. It's all because of you. Outside the Ingji Group office building in front of Haisher Commercial Bank. It was 5:20 p.m. Inside a box truck marked Bayphone Logistics, an elderly man sat watching rows of surveillance screens with a faint smile. Those screens displayed the bank across the street. The old man was at least 70, his hair and brows snow white. Yet he sat erect and imposing, his build that of a man in his 30s or 40s. Instructor, 10 minutes until the bank officially closes. Once civilians have left, our exercise may begin. Behind the old man stood a tower-like figure, respectful and hulking. His skin was dark and his muscles enormous. A single arm as thick as another man's thigh. The giant nearly touched the truck roof with his head. The old man chuckled, his expression light. That Duan Hua, even at his age, still so competitive. Instead of minding his Haisher super police unit, he insists on testing his men against mine. And he came up with such a lousy idea as staging a bank robbery. The tower man shook his head. Instructor, forgive my frankness, Duan Hua's troops in front of our members would be utterly outclassed. Of course I know that. The robust elder smiled with pride. Yet decades of comradeship with old Duan mean I cannot deny him face. So when I received his call, I hurried to Haisher. But to preserve old Duan's dignity, I only brought a few newly selected recruits this time, so his defeat would not be too humiliating. The old man chuckled like a mischievous child. The tower man merely shook his head. Indeed, they had brought some untested new members, and their strength truly differed markedly from the unit's regulars. But they were hardly mere novices, handpicked by the instructor, drawn from elite teams across the country, each a battle-hardened master capable of taking on dozens. Called war kings in common parlance, these blade forges of war were dubbed rookies by the strong old man. They hailed from China's most secretive special forces, Tianluo Duan. The Tianluo unit's new instructor bore the codename Heishan. The tower-like man was the sole official Tianluo member who had accompanied Heishan to Haishi, captain of Tianluo, a team codename Huaxiong. The rookies they spoke of were already screened 1 in 10th Tianluo trainees. Hui Xiong pointed to a few positions on the monitors where several civilians sat or stood. Instructor, the 6 rookies are in position. When the bank closes, Duan Chief's troops will be in place. The rookies will feign robbers and strike suddenly. If our men succeed in taking the money, we win. If our people are stopped, they win. Hui Xiong paused, then said, "We've coordinated with the bank. There will be no casualties, rest assured." Good. Heishan nodded, slightly, a look of eager anticipation on his face. It was his first time participating in such an exercise. His men changed into plain clothes, masquerading as bank customers. The opposing special ops soldiers were unaware, placed by their superiors to conduct routine banking business. One side, Tianluo rookies pretending to be robbers. The other side, the Heisher super police unit, who would think they had stumbled upon an actual robbery. Antagonists facing off, apparently accidental, but in truth a staged confrontation. Old Duan is far too self-assured. He's bound to lose. How the thought is amusing. Heishan leaned back and laughed. Hui Xiong, let us enjoy the spectacle. 5 minutes later, Lu Di sulked as he followed Yin Qingwen into Heisher Commercial Bank. Lu Di, my prediction says something will happen at this bank in 5 minutes. Suddenly, a clear little boy's voice rang in Lu Di's mind. The next instant, red circles appeared in Lu Di's field of vision, locking onto several patrons in the bank hall. Mo Tong said, "Although their coats are bulky from their silhouettes and breathing patterns, you can tell these people far exceed normal humans in base strength and speed." The circles then fixed on their eyes. They've been surveying everything: the cash in the display, the guards' movement patterns, the escape routes. Next, the circle focused on one man's waist. An odd bulge suggested a hard object protruding there. Based on its dynamics and shape, there is a 68% probability it is a handgun. Moreover, these 6 are peculiar. Their background files are almost entirely blank. Sigh. Lu Di observed everything without betraying it, a little helpless. Mo Tong, is this the incident you warned about? Someone's about to rob the bank. And they look professional. Can't I have one peaceful day? At that moment, Yin Qingwen, having completed her withdrawal, approached Lu Di and handed him 3 thick bundles of crimson bills. Lu Di, take these. Lu Di was bewildered. What does this mean? What do you mean? I know you're out of money and you still cling to your pride. Right now it's only you and me here accepted. Take it for petty expenses. Yin Qingwen's tone seemed imperious, yet she watched Lu Di closely. She feared he would refuse. Father had given him 5 million, yet the young man squandered it, and eventually gave Tuoyi 4 million back. Now he could not even scrape together money for groceries. After all, he was someone who had once saved her. Lu Di felt there were no easy words to explain it. Yin Qingwen's manner was indeed aloof and not immediately endearing, but her nature was not bad. She wanted to help Tuoyi, and she observed his every move carefully. Perhaps some of his acts had been misinterpreted. She wished to assist him, yet feared bruising his pride. Lu Di finally understood why Yin Qingwen had chosen this moment and deliberately not sent an assistant. Why she came in person to withdraw the funds. To spare his dignity. Lu Di sighed softly, touched inwardly. So you have a conscience, and you remember I once helped you. He did not take the money. Instead, he arched an eyebrow and said, "But my cigarettes just ran out. Go buy me a pack." Yin Qingwen froze midair with the money, her eyes wide. Lu Di, can you stop pushing it? You? What you? I smoke Huazi. Now be a good girl and go. Lu Di grinned. Yin Qingwen watched him soften and was momentarily at a loss for words. At a loss for words, Yin Qingwen found herself oddly compelled. She stepped out in a daze toward the supermarket across the street. TSK, obedient are you? Watching her stumbling figure, Lu Di shook his head and strolled to the rest area. He sat down beside a man wearing a windbreaker. Hello there. Lu Di grinned at the man. Hello, the man replied calmly. Brother, it's a fine day. Here to rob the bank. Well, the weather is indeed. What did you say? The windbreaker-clad man sprang up astonished. Lu Di gave a wicked smile. Sorry, just cutting in line. In the surveillance van outside, Heishan's expression shifted. What happened? Is someone interfering at position 6? The next moment, Heishan nearly spat out the tea he was sipping. On the monitor, the young man in the white shirt seized the moment while rookie number 6 was distracted and threw a punch straight to the chin. Number 6's body flew back. What's going on? Heishan rose abruptly, alarmed. Did old Duan's side break the rules with a surprise attack? Report, instructor. I've checked Duan Chief's files. There is no such person. Hui Xiong was stunned. What followed on screen shocked them further. After felling number 6, the white-shirted youth did not pause. Feet a blur, he moved like a dragon and charged at the remaining 5 rookies. The rookies were bewildered. How had the exercise advanced ahead of schedule? But faced with Lu Di's ferocious onslaught, there was no time to think. Bang, bang, bang. The bank hall erupted into chaos as civilians fled in panic. On screen, every close combat move and special ops hold the rookies attempted was effortlessly nullified by Lu Di. Number 1 was sent flying. Number 2 knocked unconscious. Number 3 disarmed. 4 and 5 both KO'd. Within 2 minutes, the 6 Tianluo rookies were all neutralized. Heishan and Hui Xiong stood frozen. This is impossible. Heishan blurted. When I called them rookies, I was understating it. How could some kid casually come out and put them down? This is a joke. Heishan pointed at the screen with trembling fingers. It must be someone Duan arranged. He set me up. No, that cannot be right. Old Duan couldn't possibly have someone this formidable. The famed Tianluo commander Heishan, renowned in the field, found himself momentarily incoherent. Hui Xiong was equally stunned. He rose instinctively, his iron-like skull nearly denting the roof of the scout van. Instructor. That kid is getting away. Not on my watch. Haishin's beard trembled with anger as he shouted, Huaxiong, go. Capture that kid alive. Received. Huaxiong, a genuine Tianluo operative, leapt from the reconnaissance vehicle. With explosive force, he launched toward the bank like a released arrow. The smooth asphalt bore 2 small divots where he had planted his feet. Inside the bank hall, Lu Di surveyed the sprawled would-be robbers and calmly brushed his hands. I must say, as robbers you are quite strong, but it's a pity you chose the wrong path. Suddenly a fierce wind howled. Not far away, a black tower charged towards Lu Di with great force. Looking at this momentum, it was hardly different from a heavy roller. Another one coming. Lu Di squinted at the newcomer, clearly sensing that this person's aura was several times stronger than the previous ones. It seems I must take this punch seriously. Here we go. Boom. With a deafening roar, the formidable leader of the Tianluo group, the grizzly bear, was sent flying back 10 meters. He crashed into the adjacent lounge, glass shattered, and the ceiling collapsed. The grizzly's body was completely buried. Meanwhile, Lu Di remained in a stance with his legs in a horse stance, arm extended in a punching posture. Hiss. Inside the scout vehicle, old Black Mountain took a sharp breath. Am I really getting old? Am I seeing things? Lu Di, what happened here? Yan Qingwen stood at the door with a cigarette in hand, staring blankly at the chaos in the hall. She had only been out for 5 minutes. On the ground lay 5 or 6 people, and the lounge had already collapsed. It's nothing, just that this bank was attacked by robbers, and then a handsome and imposing young man stepped up and quickly subdued them all. That's not important, we should leave, it's not safe to stay here, Lu Di said, grabbing Yan Qingwen's arm and heading towards the door. But where is that young man you mentioned? Yan Qingwen seemed dazed. Lu Di shrugged, he had something to take care of, and left first. Watching the backs of the bank's clerks exchanged wide-eyed glances, but none pressed the alarm. Heavens, is this what they meant by a drill? One person took down 6 special forces soldiers. In less than 3 minutes, it was over. Was that kid a special police officer from our Haisher? So cool. I really like this kind of police officer. Boom. Suddenly the ruins of the lounge exploded. The grizzly bore out furiously. His eyes were blood red, scanning the battlefield before him. But where was Lu Di's shadow? That kid, don't let me catch you again. 10 minutes later, a large number of personnel arrived at the scene. Some were clearing the rubble, while others were using stretchers to carry the injured out. TSK. Behind Old Black Mountain, an elderly man in a Zhongshan suit rubbed his chin, unable to stop sighing. Old Black, you were bragging about how powerful your men are. To be honest, I was a bit scared at that time. Hee, is this the situation now? I just arrived 5 minutes late, and your men were taken down by a righteous civilian. So not only did your soldiers fail to defeat him, but they also failed to disguise themselves. Old Black Mountain's face turned purple with anger. Old Duan, shut your filthy mouth. This is a freak accident. Accident. TCH. Duan Hua, the then leader of the Haisher Special Forces, scoffed proudly. In our Haishi, this is not surprising at all. Civilians are brave. Our police are braver than the special police. Fortunately, you fell into the hands of civilians. Otherwise, if you really clashed with my super soldiers, I fear your elite would suffer injuries, and I can't explain that away, huh? Duan Hua was extremely pleased. This kid who had suddenly appeared had brought great glory to our Haisher. Old Black Mountain was almost humiliated to tears. Huh. The grizzly beside him was also trembling with anger. Indeed, as a proud member of Tianluo, he had never suffered such humiliation. If that kid dared to show up in front of him again, he would definitely break his arms and legs. At this moment, Old Black Mountain had fallen silent. He repeatedly watched the recordings of the earlier battle, his expression growing increasingly serious. This kid, whether in physical strength or reaction speed, is definitely shrank. Moreover, his grappling skills, special tactics, and even weapon disarming techniques are all superb. Old Black Mountain's expression flickered. His code name is Black Mountain, but in the military, he has another nickname, Fiery Eye. Every battle he has ever witnessed, as long as he casts a glance over it, the superiority or inferiority is immediately evident. After all, even the strongest organization like the Tianluo group completely trusts his judgment. Old Black Mountain lightly tapped the keyboard. The screen froze on a close-up of Lu Di. The old man stared quietly. Then he extended a hand, and the grizzly immediately bowed to him. Grizzly, you have 12 hours to find this kid. Old Black Mountain said thoughtfully. Yes. The grizzly frowned slightly and couldn't help but ask, instructor, do you want to recruit him? You were punched by him, and you still haven't realized. To knock you back, his strength is simply astonishing. This kid is probably exactly the kind of person we've been searching for. Not only is he qualified for enlistment, but he might also take over my position in the future. And the most important thing is, with him, the plan in the group can truly be implemented. What? The grizzly trembled slightly upon hearing this. Beside him, Duan Hua, who had been listening intently, suddenly started. Oh, Old Black, why are you in such a hurry? Since you've come to my Haishi, you have to give me a chance to show my hospitality. How about this? They'll book a table for dinner tonight, braised rooster your favorite dish, and Grizzly, you come along too. Let's have a drink. Drink your grandmother. Old Duan, I won't let this go. Old Black Mountain finished speaking and walked away without looking back. TCH, if you don't drink, then don't get angry. Duan Hua watched Old Black Mountain walk away, suddenly putting away his smile. He waved his hand, and a middle-aged officer rushed over. Director son, I give you 10 hours to find that kid in the footage. Although Old Black has a bad temper, his vision is definitely sharp. The people he picks are all military gods. Since this kid is from my Haishi, he can't be let off easily by old Black. Find him for me. Oh, I want him to join my team. I want him to become the military god of my super police group. Old Black wants to snatch him away, not a chance. Humph. Lu Di, you've made a name for yourself. While driving back to the Yin family manor, Lu Di suddenly heard the mischievous laughter of Mo Tong. Mo Tong, speak properly. According to my detection, there are at least 4 computer terminals searching for your information. And the comparison footage they have is the video of you fighting in the bank. Lu Di sighed lightly, helplessly, saying, Mo Tong, have you ever heard this line from a poem? What? After the matter is settled, leave without a trace, keeping one's merits and fame hidden. Understood, I'll handle it now. At this moment, Old Black Mountain and the Grizzly were waiting in front of the computer for the facial recognition results. Suddenly they froze. The computer screen went black. The technicians hurriedly tried to remedy the situation. After some effort, the computer restarted, but all video materials related to that young man in white had vanished without a trace. What happened? Can our computer also be hacked? Old Black Mountain was stunned for a few seconds, then shouted, Grizzly, quickly draw the facial portrait for me. At the same time, in the returning vehicle, Duan Hua was enjoying the photo he had secretly taken, the young man in white who had killed fiercely. Suddenly, the phone indicated that the photo had been deleted. Damn it, Old Black dares to mess with my phone. In the top-floor suite of Shengjing International Hotel, the richest man in Haishi, Old Yin Hongxin, was lying in a lounge chair on the terrace overlooking the night view of the entire Kyoto. Sir, take a look at this information, it's quite interesting. The old butler handed over a document from behind. Sales leaderboard of the medical device department of Ingji Group, first place, Yin Qingwen Lu Di, amount 2 billion. A hint of surprise flashed across Old Yan's face. 2 billion is not a small number, even for Ingji Group. And it's a single order. Sir, the third young lady has been outstanding recently. The old butler smiled slightly. As for Wenwen's capabilities, I, as her father, am naturally aware. Afu, don't you see the point of this matter? Old Yin sat up straight, intrigued. Of course, sir, the point is Mr. Lu Di. The talents of Mr. Lu are evident, even I, old Afu, can see that, let alone you, sir. Afu, I am old now, I don't have many years left to live. In the days to come, no matter how much I stabilize the Yin family's foundation, it pales in comparison to bringing a talented individual to our Yin family. And Lu Di is that kind of person, unseen, a lifetime opportunity. Moreover, he is far more than just a talented individual. As you mentioned, he is a great talent of this era. Sir, I understand your meaning, but the old butler, Afu, hesitated for a moment and said, however, from my observations, Mr. Lu Di seems disinterested in our Yin family, even somewhat indifferent. I know that very well. Old Yin smiled slightly. It's inevitable for someone as outstanding as Lu Di to be proud of his talents. He's still too young. I naturally have a way to make him settle down, understand humility and etiquette, and grasp the rare opportunity for development within the Yin family. Old Yin set his gaze firm. The butler Afu, who had followed him for nearly 30 years, felt a bit surprised. It had been at least 10 years since he had seen the old man so determined to accomplish something. Afu, you go and handle 2 matters. Old Yin pondered and said, first, convey the message back to the group that the marketing work for the home medical device project will be entirely entrusted to Wenwen. Sir, shouldn't you consider this again? Afu said in surprise. The home medical device project has nearly $1 billion invested by our group, developed over 3 years, and just launched. It is also a key strategic focus for our entire group concerning our revenue situation for the upcoming year. The third young lady has only just worked for 3 years. Is it a bit risky to hand this over to her? Old Yan's expression flickered. I certainly can't rely only on Wenwen. Oh, I am betting on that kid Lu Di. Didn't Lu Di say he likes Wenwen? They have been together all day, and they just secured a 2 billion order together. Afu understood. The old butler realized if you had directly sought Mr. Lu Di's help, he might have refused, so you used this strategy to surround Wei and rescue Zhao. Fortunately, my daughter is excellent and has captivated that brat Lu Di. Afu nodded secretly. Sir, what is the second matter? Secondly, in 5 days, I will hurry back to Haishur to host a banquet at my Yin family manor. Old Yin stood up, looking into the distance. What a coincidence. Both sons of my old friends have returned from overseas this year, and they have achieved remarkable accomplishments. Moreover, they both used to have feelings for Wenwen. I want to create an opportunity for them. The two of them, Ouyang Fingyu Wenwen and Lu Di, all these young talents will gather together. Although Lu Di is outstanding, he is still quite distant compared to them. Young people love to compare. I believe by then Lu Di will naturally recognize his shortcomings and feel the pressure, thus igniting his fighting spirit, willingly accepting my Yin family's olive branch. Of course, I Yin Hongxin will also provide Lu Di with enough support and space to let him achieve great things. The butler Afu nodded absently. Sir is indeed far-sighted. But this is not enough. Old Yin smiled slightly. Coincidentally, an old friend of mine recently came to Haishur on official business. He truly is a giant in the military. Butler Afu was taken aback. Sir, are you talking about General Black Mountain? Exactly. Old Yin nodded. What kind of person is General Black Mountain? Just his aura alone is enough to intimidate these young people. He is an existence that these young kids will forever look up to. Once Lu Di and the others meet him, they will understand what it means that there are people beyond people, mountains beyond mountains. Their small achievements pale in comparison. I will let these young people realize that they must keep a humble attitude and work sincerely. Old Yin became more and more satisfied with his thoughts, unable to help but hum a little tune. Alright Afu, since General Black Mountain can come, don't forget to invite Duan Hua. They are old comrades. With two military bigwigs, I see that group of kids will surely be scared to wet their pants. And Lu Di, he will definitely behave well and become my perfect son-in-law. Yinzhou Manor. Lu Di and Yin Qingwen had just walked into the hall when they caught a whiff of a burnt smell. Following the scent, the two made their way to the kitchen. As they pushed the door open, the kitchen was filled with smoke, making it hard to see. Hee third sister Lu Di. As the smoke cleared, they saw Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin standing in the kitchen with dirty faces. On the table in front of them was a tightly covered plate. We spent a full 2 hours cooking dinner for Lu Di. Cough, cough. What are you doing? Yin Qingwen frowned and asked. We did something wrong before and want to apologize to Lu Di. To show our sincerity, this is our first time cooking for Lu Di. The two girls said in unison. Lu Di, come over quickly, come and taste it. Yin Kai eagerly pulled Lu Di to the table, her face full of anticipation. Okay. Lu Di scratched his head, not expecting this scene. The two girls from the Yin family were always full of enthusiasm for everything. Gently lifting the dish cover, a cloud of black smoke rose up like a wisp of a lost soul. What is this? Lu Di stared blankly at a plate of charcoal in front of him. Golden egg fried rice. I learned it from you, but I just overcooked it a bit. The two girls stuck out their tongues. Lu Di, we really did our best. We hope you won't hold it against us, you just need to take a bite. Ding. Detected benzopyrene, one of the world's most recognized carcinogenic substances, which not only exists in coal smoke and exhaust from cars and tractors, but also in burnt food like this charred rice in front of you. Hearing Emoton's prompt, Lu Di instinctively took 2 steps back. Stop. I forgive you. Haha, that's good, Lu Di, take your time enjoying it. Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin breathed a sigh of relief, pulling Yin Qingwen out of the kitchen. As soon as they stepped outside, the two girls suddenly became nervous. Third sister, we have something to confess to you. What is it? Yin Qingwen frowned, feeling something was off. Yin Kai nervously took out that bank card and handed it to Yin Qingwen. This is the bank card father gave to Lu Di, with 5 million, not a penny moved left there by Lu Di in the sunny room on the 5th floor. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in surprise. Yin Kai fidgeted, and a few days ago when Lu Di just got the card, he left it there. It was Xinxin and I who secretly hid it. What? Yin Qingwen was even more surprised. So Lu Di never intended to take our family's money, and he is not the kind of person we thought he was. Xinxin and I wanted Lu Di to be misunderstood and then chased away. Yin Kai said with a complex expression. What? Yin Qingwen's mind was in a daze. Scenes flashed across her mind. Lu Di made a shocking statement, purchasing 200 sets of clothes at once, spending 2,000. Lu Di casually swiped his card to buy a top luxury lighter, spending 1 million. Lu Di tilted his head and smiled, telling himself he had left 4 million for his grandfather. Yin Qingwen was somewhat stunned. If he hadn't taken this card, where did he get the money? Wasn't Lu Di a poor man living off part-time jobs before? Moreover, the most important thing is, Lu Di came to the Yin family, and it wasn't for money. What exactly did he want? Could it really be as he said that he wanted me? Impossible. Lu Di would rather drive me to death every day. Yin Qingwen shook her head, violently confused and her heart in turmoil. Looking at the expression of her third sister, who was fluctuating between joy and gloom, Yin Kai awkwardly said, moreover, Lu Di is actually quite wealthy. What do you mean by wealthy? Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow. Lu Di might have 100 million, 200 million. Yin Kai was counting on her fingers. Suddenly she froze. She originally wanted to tell Yin Qingwen how much assets Lu Di had, but she suddenly remembered. The casino manager never said how much money Lu Di's card really had. Lu Di has over 1 billion in assets. Yin Qingwen asked in shock. Not just that, 10 billion. At least 100 billion. We don't know the exact amount either. What? Yin Qingwen was shocked again. 100 billion. That could place him on the list of the wealthy in Shanghai. Just based on him. How is that possible? Although Yin Qingwen is the daughter of a billionaire, she has always relied on her own work at Ingji to earn money. In the past 3 years, even with the convenience given by her father, her savings barely reached 100 million. Lu Di has 100 billion in assets. That's equivalent to 100 of herself. Thinking of Lu Di's usual stingy demeanor, Yin Qingwen couldn't connect the dots. Let's try some egg fried rice first. How did you find out about this? Yin Qingwen asked somewhat disbelievingly. The two girls stammered. Suddenly Yin Kai had a flash of inspiration and said, we went to a friend's casino before, and we saw Lu Di gambling extravagantly, betting 10 billion at once. Did you see it with your own eyes, eh? Yes, third sister. The two girls dared not look up. Yin Qingwen was stunned. Gambling 10 billion. What a crazy act. What does this indicate? It indicates that Lu Di's wealth is far beyond 100 billion. That man who wouldn't waste even 3 yuan on an ice cream cone. The man who only loves to wear 200 yuan white shirts. A person who has been a part-time worker for 3 years. Is this a joke? Yin Qingwen instinctively touched her handbag. Inside was the 300 yuan she planned to give Lu Di. She actually worried that he had no savings and no money for meals. Too ridiculous. Why did he do this? Was he trying to make a fool of me? In an instant, Yin Qingwen felt a sense of humiliation. Gradually, a gloom enveloped her heart. She couldn't help but frown. Lu Di, so young, possessing such vast wealth, while hiding it from the Yin family and extravagantly spending outside. Yin Qingwen suddenly recalled. Lu Di had once talked about economic policies at the dining table, stunning everyone, and how he had weirdly secured a 2 billion order from Li Dehai of the Tsiren hospital. All these pointed to one conclusion. Lu Di could not possibly be an ordinary person. All the strange signs made Yin Qingwen unable to comprehend. Even, there was a slight hint of fear. What exactly did he want to do? Third sister, don't overthink it. Lu Di is not a bad person. When father returns, we will tell him as well. The two girls were desperately trying to make amends. They felt guilty. Afraid of their father's and third sister's reprimands, they deliberately made the casino incident vague. But unexpectedly, they dug another pit for Lu Di. Yin Qingwen shook her head in a daze. At this moment, the two girls could only be described as naive in her eyes. 100 billion, can it be easily possessed? Willing to work as a driver for the Yin family. Lu Di is shrouded in mystery. How could it be ignored like this? Kai, I remember there's a top detective named Xiao Yi in your detective organization, right? Yin Qingwen pondered. Yes, Xiao Yi Xinyin, a famous private detective in Huaxiao. Third sister, are you looking for him? Exactly, help me contact him. I want to ask him to investigate Lu Di's background. No matter how much he charges, I won't bargain. But he must investigate that kid in detail for me. Yin Qingwen said, her eyes flashing with a cold light. Third sister, I feel this is not good. I trust Lu Di. Yin Kai said quietly as if she had done something wrong. What good does trust do? Have you forgotten that guy Qiu Baiming? You forget the pain after healing. How did we treat him back then? How did father treat him? How did Qiu Baiming treat us? Yin Qingwen growled. The two girls froze when they heard that name. Their expressions instantly stiffened their bodies as if they fell into an ice cave. Their eyes were filled with terror. Qiu Baiming. They almost forgot. The evil man who was kindly taken in by their father. In the end, he wanted to seize the assets of the Yin family, and even wanted to take third sister. Although he was eventually sent to prison by their father, he was still a nightmare that the Yin sisters could never shake off. It was precisely because of him that the Yin sisters initially were unwilling to accept Lu Di. I had already started to trust Lu Di, but upon learning this, I have to be cautious. For everyone's safety, Lu Di must be investigated first. If I really misunderstood Lu Di, I will sincerely apologize to him. Yin Qingwen cautiously glanced towards the kitchen. Now let's act as if nothing happened and not expose Lu Di. Yin Qingwen said absent-mindedly, leading the two girls back to the kitchen. At the moment the door opened, a rich aroma rushed towards them. Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, smiling at the three girls. On the table ahead, there were 3 large plates of golden egg fried rice. The aroma was overwhelming, making one drool. Ladies, you've whispered for so long, it must be tiring. Why not try my golden egg fried rice first? Wow, that's great. I can taste Lu Di's magical cooking again. The two little girls rushed forward. Yin Qingwen looked at the outstanding and amiable man in front of her with some confusion. Are you a good person or a bad person? The joke of the online master. Hey, Lu Di, this plate of fried rice is different from before. Yin Kai and Yin Xinxin suddenly lifted their heads from the plate, their expressions strange. Yin Qingwen also took a bite at this time. This fried rice was definitely a god-level cooking, rich and fragrant. However, after chewing, there was a slight bitter taste hidden in the rice. Of course, I changed the seasoning, so the taste is definitely different. Lu Di stretched out his palm. A white fruit the size of a peanut lay quietly in his hand. This is called baigua, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Although it has a slightly bitter taste, it has the effect of detoxifying and clearing heat. Lu Di picked up the baigua and smiled slightly. Like you three ladies being burdened with worries all day, filled with suspicion, you will inevitably feel restless and have excessive internal heat. Today I cooked this baigua rice for you just to help you cool down your internal heat. Yin Qingwen's brows slowly furrowed. Lu Di, what do you mean? Lu Di smiled and gently peeled the baigua, taking out a light yellow sprout from the center. This inner bud is the most bitter part of the baigua, and it must be removed before eating, otherwise it cannot be consumed. Lu Di pouted. Just like a person, if he is always misunderstood, he will inevitably develop a grudge. Originally eager to help, but repeatedly insulted, the bitterness in his heart will naturally lead him to walk away. Only then did Yin Qingwen understand, glaring at him. Lu Di, you eavesdropped on our conversation. I was busy cooking just now. I did hear, but it wasn't eavesdropping. I can only tell you people are not the same. Lu Di shrugged. Yin Qingwen's frown deepened. Lu Di, what are you trying to say? I said, can you all stop misunderstanding me so much? Yin Qingwen was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Lu Di, you. But I will finish what I started once I settle this matter. I want to stay in the Yin family for a moment. Lu Di said and left gracefully. Yin Qingwen stared blankly at Lu Di's back, speechless. In an instant she felt that this young man in white was exceptionally proud, both dismissive and indifferent to everything. Don't mention the entire Yin family. It seemed that nothing was in his eyes. Yin Qingwen murmured, could it be that I really misunderstood him? Of course. But you can rest assured, as a man one must have a broad mind, a heart large enough, unlike women who only need a big chest. Yet Lu Di's voice came from afar. Yin Qingwen's expression changed from red to purple. Sigh. Back in his room, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh. It seems that it's time to do something of my own. Magic child, our plan can begin. Ding. High-level marketing, thinking, integrating. Ding. 100 business models being sorted. In an instant, Lu Di's business plan became increasingly clear in his mind. Step by step, the strategies were tightly connected with no omissions. Lu Di smiled slightly. He picked up his phone and took a glance. The heat of D had finally cooled down a bit. The trending topics gradually included some other hotspots. It's time. Magic Child posted. Okay. The next moment, the entire Yin family's network suddenly lagged. An incredibly massive flow of information was released. And the source of all this was Lu Dis, eye shining with purple light. 10 seconds later, a post titled Guess and Win instantly swept across the entire internet. Countless forums, Tieba web pages, and various self-media simultaneously featured this post. Guess and win riddle 3 and 4, 5, and 23, auto-read. The first 100 netizens to guess the answer each will receive a prize of 5,000. Signed D-San. Initially, this post did not attract much attention, but as time passed, netizens found it hard not to notice. This post kept increasing, constantly refreshing all web pages. Almost everywhere information could be seen, this content would appear. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, 1 billion posts. In just 10 minutes, this post was everywhere. In some small forums, it was almost filled with this post, leaving no room for other information. Many internet companies and network monitoring departments also discovered this content at the same time. A group of network technicians was dumbfounded. What? What is this? A post? What an amazing post. Published over 1 billion in 10 minutes. Almost occupying all public resources. What kind of team could accomplish such an operation? It must be a team of thousands paired with computers capable of billion-level floating-point operations, right? Do we have such companies in Huaxiao? Absolutely not. What is this signature D-San? I've never heard of it. All the internet experts unconsciously began to trace the source of this post. The results left them greatly disappointed. This post had no violations, nor did it utilize any infectious viruses. Moreover, no matter how high-level network personnel were dispatched, they couldn't trace this publisher's IP. The source of D-San remains a mystery. In the meantime, netizens began to discuss in the comments below the post. What is this thing? Why is it everywhere? What is this riddle? Are you joking? Guessing this is worth 5,000. Are you kidding, kids? 100 people each 5,000, a total of 50 million. Who is going to give that? Laughing my ass off. I don't trust you, old man, is very bad. Probably some internet master's prank. A student girl wearing thick glasses in an old community in Shin City. While taking a break from her homework, she inadvertently saw this post. 3 and 4, 5 and 23. Auto-read. The little girl thought for a moment, then suddenly slapped her hand. Auto-read is the foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign, isn't he? Could this mean multiplication? 3 by 4, 5 by 23. The little girl, suppressing her excitement, replied under one of the posts, is the answer 12 and 115? Then many replies surged in immediately. Little sister, are you too naive? Is this thing that simple? Besides, even if you guess correctly, do you really expect someone to give you 5,000? Don't get your hopes up. Just treat it as an entertainment post. But the little girl did not reply, because she was staring blankly at her phone message. Congratulations, you are the first friend to answer correctly. Your Alipay has received 5,000 from friend D-San. The little girl rubbed her eyes, confirming that this was not a dream. She jumped up from her chair and excitedly shouted outside, Mom, my college tuition is sorted. 5 minutes later, more than 100 million posts were updated with one content. The first winner has been produced with the nickname Little Flowers College Dream, remaining 99 spots. After the text, there was a screenshot, a transfer record where the username was hidden. A total of 5,000 in one go. OMG, is this real? They really give money for answering questions. I don't believe it. This is a PS image. Believe it or not, I believe it. Speaking of which, what is the answer? What did Little Flower answer? For a moment, the post's comments increased explosively, but the vast majority of netizens were still puzzled by the countless posts. Nobody knew where the first winner had posted the answer. Haha. Lu D, lying on his bed, smiled meaningfully. Fry it. The hotter the better. In his view, it was all of the Magic Child's operation records. 100 million posts had already been sent out, and it was still rapidly increasing. The comment count below the post was growing at a speed of several tens of thousands per second. Undoubtedly, this is definitely a post that shocks the entire internet. Guess the riddle for a prize will surely become a new hotspot. This night is destined to be sleepless. For hours later, the topic discussion had reached an unprecedented height. Over 150 million posts, tens of billions of comments. The answer to the riddle had already spread. Almost everyone participated. Thousands of people had guessed the answers 12 and 115. Some people had even thoroughly researched the life history of the mathematician auto-read. At midnight, when many were about to go to sleep, Lu D ordered the Magic Child to transfer 99 bonuses of 5,000 at once. Then he unified released the screenshots. The bonuses for 100 people were in place. The online comments exploded again. This is actually real. They really gave money. My friend is one of the winners. Damn, regret not acting sooner. I guessed the answer long ago and didn't post. You upstairs, stop boasting. 5,000. How could it be obtained just by answering a math question? I can't believe it. D-San. Could it be a fan of the song God Emperor? But where did Emperor 2 go in between? Looking at the myriad of comments in the comment section, Lu D smiled playfully. Everything was unfolding according to his plan. Demon Child, prepare the second question. Then the mysterious account named Emperor 3 posted again. Guess the riddle and win 2. The answer from the previous round is the riddle for this round. Bonus hint, do you believe there is another you in this world? The first netizen to guess the answer correctly, prize of 100 million. Signed, Emperor 3. The entire internet was in an uproar. He posed another question, and this time the prize is actually 100 million. My God, 100 million. What kind of trick is this? A rich man's game. Creating a century's great riddle. The answer from the previous round is 12,115. Is this the riddle A? What can you guess from 12,115? Stop wasting time. Hurry up and think of an answer. Quickly check the information. A winning 100 million will elevate us all. This time no one doubted the authenticity of the prize. Instead, all eyes were fervently fixed on the 100 million prize. But this time the question was not so simple. Countless netizens searched through various materials, but couldn't find any reliable answers. Even the consumer complaint hotline 12115 was inexplicably harassed countless times. Netizens went crazy. The online community was in a frenzy, unable to sleep. They were frantically shouting in their hearts what exactly is 12,115. As long as they could answer correctly, it would mean 100 million. However, very few realized just how successful this online event was. It garnered such immense attention. Half of the trending topics that were originally occupied by Emperor 1 had now turned into Guess the Riddle and Win. A mysterious person manipulated tens of thousands of accounts, posting over 1 billion messages in 10 minutes. The Guess the Riddle and Win post attracted the attention of 800 million netizens, with a prize of 100 million equivalent to 21st place lottery tickets. 2020 Internet Chronicle following song God Emperor 1, The Riddle Master Emperor 3 emerged again. Hot topic: do you believe there is another you in this world? Thousands of scholars organized overnight discussion groups solely to solve the second riddle. In the following hours, Emperor 3's post skyrocketed in popularity. A plethora of bizarre answers emerged one after another. Even in the deep of night, the post's view and reply counts were unstoppable. It was even shared abroad. Many international friends were also racking their brains for this 100 million prize. 100 million cash is undoubtedly the largest prize in the history of online lotteries, unprecedented. An astronomical figure. Enough to drive everyone mad. At exactly 5 a.m., a meeting room was filled with a dozen scholars racking their brains for answers. I got it. A middle-aged woman resembling a teacher raised her head from a pile of documents, her eyes bloodshot. 12115 is not a math problem. It's a coordinate. Longitude 12, a latitude 115. There's a place here that fits perfectly with the hint answer. Then the middle-aged woman trembled as she typed 2 characters on her phone. Under everyone's gaze, she quietly awaited the result. 30 seconds later, a notice went out across the internet. Countless sleepless netizens saw a post that made them pound their chests in despair. Congratulations to ID He Lauscher for successfully guessing the second riddle. Won a prize of 100 million. The answer revealed Gemini. Then attached was a screenshot of the transfer. The amount of zeros after the 1 made people question their life choices. A solid 100 million in cash. The comments section burst forth again. I can't believe it. Someone really guessed it right. The one who guessed it is a teacher. 100 million reaching the pinnacle of life. This is incredible. The answer is Gemini. What does that mean? Why? Why? I want to know why. On this night, there was a nationwide interaction. The cause was just one. The mysterious person with the username Emperor 3 posted a flood of messages. And he scattered over 100 million cash. The second round of guessing has ended. Countless netizens sighed, while regretting not winning the prize. They were unable to sleep, anxiously wondering if there would be a third round of riddles. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all had already risen early and climbed to the mountaintop. Before him was the slowly rising morning sun. He gazed at the tumultuous data while calmly stroking his chin. He slowly said, Demon child, it's about time to get to the main topic. Since I didn't update on time today, am I going to be scolded to death? The author felt guilty and decided to present a chapter first, and will stay up late to make up for it today. Everyone can read it now or wait until tomorrow morning to read together. I vow not to fall short on work. Please forgive me. 48. Another self. In the forum, people were refreshing the webpage over and over again. Finally, after 10 minutes, Emperor 3 updated again. Hello, stranger. You are like a star in the galaxy. Although there are thousands of similarities, there are slight differences in brilliance. Sometimes you stand out, yet you are regarded as an oddity. Sometimes you pour out your emotions, yet you are met with indifference. You can only sigh in solitude. Coordinates 12115, either is a great place here, the Gemini Reef. The world tells us that everything exists in at least 2 similar forms. I believe there is someone like you somewhere in the world. Someone who can understand every thought of yours. Shehuel, a glance that understands your feelings. 3 riddles in this round. No prize, but it could help you find a soulmate in life. A warm and gentle confidant who truly understands your heart. At the end of this text, there was a delicate QR code attached, and a line, do you believe there is another you in this world? When this post was published, the forum suddenly fell silent. Until 5 minutes later, thousands of netizens immersed in this text finally woke up. This passage resonates with my heart. Is there really such a person? I wish my other half was someone like that. There's actually a place called Gemini Reef. How poetic. There's a QR code behind his post. Could it be that he wants us to scan it? I don't care, I want to give it a try. Due to the unprecedented popularity of Emperor 3's previous 2 posts, the third post was equally sought after. Although the QR code in the post didn't clarify its purpose, it only made netizens more curious. Hundreds of millions of people hurriedly picked up their phones and scanned. In a single apartment in Haishi, a young recluse looked disheveled and spiritless. After scanning the QR code in the forum, a prompt popped up on his phone asking if he wanted to download the software Gemini. Yes. The young man took a bite of the already cold instant noodles. When he looked at his phone again, the software had already been downloaded. The download speed was astonishing. He gently clicked. The software launched instantly without a hint of delay, surpassing 99 of software on the market. After a minimalist yet exquisite opening animation, there was only a dialog box to fill in the user nickname. Nickname. Interesting, could this be a chat software? The young man entered his common username, unintentional person. The Gemini system is analyzing your personality. 1:10. The young recluse sneered disdainfully. Analyzing my personality. I haven't entered any information, how can you analyze? Nowadays, every internet software is more unreliable than the last, just pretending to be mysterious. User personality analysis complete. Friends in front of the screen, is this you? 1. You may appear confident on the outside, but inside there's a restless side. 2. You desire to be liked with a strong need for acceptance. 3. Sometimes you have unrealistic thoughts. 4. You have extraordinary inspiration and many depend on you. 5. You are too strict with yourself. 6. Once you like someone to meet her expectations, you sometimes force yourself. 7. You once failed due to hasty decisions. If you had been a bit more patient, the situation would have been much better. 8. You are honest yet often misunderstood. 9. You have regretted your decisions. Whenever you hesitate, you worry about whether your choices are right or wrong. 10. When you are at a loss, you wish to consult a friend's opinion, but deep down you already have an idea, just waiting for affirmation. This. The young recluse stared wide-eyed as he read through each line. The more he read, the more astonished he became. This seems just like me. Isn't this exactly what I am? This system understands me so well. Even better than my closest friend. Of course, the Gemini system understands everyone. Now matching you with the new friend most compatible with you. Immediately the screen on the phone began to scroll, countless avatars flashing by rapidly. The young recluse's heart grew increasingly excited. He stared fixedly at the phone screen. Could it really be as the post said? Can it help me find a true confidant? Ding. User match, successful counterpart, ID Lost Heart. Her name is Lost Heart. My name is Unintentional Person. What a coincidence. The young recluse trembled as he clicked on her avatar, female, 23 years old, from Jongbei district. She is a girl. The recluse's breathing began to quicken. The girl's avatar was the lead character from the obscure foreign film Rose's Corner, named Lillian. And his avatar was the male lead, Adelaide, from Rose's Corner. This. There shouldn't be too many people in the country who know this film. Could she also be a fan of obscure films? The young recluse's eyes misted with tears. I must get to know her. I cannot let this chance slip away. Since the breakup, he had been living in a daze for 2 years. Never had anything made him feel such a strong desire. Hello, my name is Zhengxiang. I am quite introverted, so I am not very good at talking, but... The recluse struggled to edit his chat content, feeling like he was tongue-tied. But the other party sent a message first. Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoyan. I am quite introverted, so I am not very good at talking, but I really want to get to know you, because I feel like we have so much in common. Looking at the message that was almost identical to what he had drafted, the recluse was completely stunned. This software is incredible. He felt too embarrassed to face anyone and broke his word. 49. A business genius. In today's internet market, shopping and socializing are almost indispensable services for everyone. In terms of shopping, Waxia's Ali has always been the industry leader, yet newcomers like Jingdong and Pinduoduo also vie for a share of the market. In the realm of socializing, the market demand far exceeds that of shopping, but there has always been only one dominant player, the Penguin Company. Whether it's QQ or WeChat, they firmly occupy the leading position. There have been attempts to challenge this field before, but all challengers return with nothing, because once users establish their social circle on a specific software, even when encountering better products, they are unlikely to switch easily. For social tools without chatting partners, all functions are meaningless. But is WeChat truly unshakable? If it were to have a definition, WeChat could be termed familiar socializing, which is more about connecting with acquaintances. But are people's social needs limited to acquaintances? Of course not. If there is indeed a way to challenge the Penguin Empire, it is the socializing with strangers. There is a term closely related to socializing with strangers: loneliness. In the past 3 years, Lu Di went from a favored son of heaven to a part-time waiter. The pain from his eye injury left him nearly unable to communicate with others. He felt as though he was living in another world. He saw many things clearly and pondered deeply, constantly asking himself, is there anyone in this world with a similar plight? This question has no answer. But Lu Di also realized that in this world life is difficult and happiness is even more elusive. Everyone desires a confidant to whom they can confide their innermost thoughts. Regardless of how introverted or reclusive you may be, deep down everyone wants to break through their existing circle and meet new friends. Lu Di realized this was an opportunity to create a brand new internet business empire. 3 days ago, Lu Di gradually refined this idea. His understanding of human nature, combined with the demon child's powerful analytical capabilities, led to the birth of the mobile software for socializing with strangers, Gemini. Design, programming, development, backend support, tasks that would take a few months for an average person, were completed overnight by the demon child. The subsequent guess the riddle and win was a massive promotion for the Gemini software. At this moment, the young man born from humble beginnings stands atop the mountain watching the sunrise. His first venture into entrepreneurship, aiming directly at the Penguin Group. In the backend data, the download and registration numbers for Gemini were rapidly increasing, driven by immense curiosity. Everyone wanted to take a peek. In 10 minutes, downloads surpassed 1 million. In half an hour, they exceeded 10 million. In 1 hour, it was already nearing 100 million users. Every netizen who registered was deeply impressed by the system's personality analysis. Some were excited, some were amazed, some were teary-eyed. No one expected that the one who could pierce through their hearts and reveal the world within themselves would be a mobile software. However, the next step brought even more surprises. They would discover that in the vast sea of people there truly existed one or several strangers who resonated with them. Under Emperor 3's post, comments surged again. This software is really special. It actually managed to analyze me and struck my emotional chord. I have lived for 25 years of being considered a weirdo for 25 years and never imagined there could be someone in this world who shares my quirks. Haha, I met an old buddy from Shishan on Gemini. We chatted for 3 minutes and instantly hit it off like we were peas in a pod. My wife initially didn't want me to download it, but unexpectedly, she met a new girlfriend on here. Now she supports me, saying this is a truly good platform for making friends. Although I met someone of the opposite sex on Gemini, it was a complete soul resonance with no ulterior motives. What you experience can't compare. I discovered that the girl upstairs has secretly liked me all along. Happiness, excitement. I found my first love after 5 years. We still get along so well. This software is amazing. Ooh, I will bring all my friends here and use it for a lifetime. Looking at these comments, Lu D smiled with satisfaction. How powerful is the analysis of the demon child? It can almost observe everything. On the Gemini platform, all illegal information will first be avoided, and secondly, it will maintain a high level of purity, preventing any unethical relationships from occurring. If Gemini's socializing business wants to last, these are the 2 principles that must be followed. Meanwhile, major internet companies along with internet experts and economists finally took notice of this Emperor 3, which had stirred up huge waves overnight. And the Gemini software. This is terrifying. In just 1 hour, downloads surpassed 100 million, unprecedented. Moreover, there are still a large number of users downloading. Her lips trembled slightly. This descent is quite extraordinary. 2 rounds of lottery, 1 round costs 50 million, another costs 100 million, totaling 500 million. This number seems large, but it has brought unimaginable exposure to the Gemini software. If using conventional methods, achieving over 100 million users for a software wouldn't have a clear price. Several hundred million, even billions, or even hundreds of billions are possible. Not to mention he accomplished this in just 1 night. Moreover, the reviews are overwhelmingly positive. His marketing tactics are exceptionally effective, his technical means are superior, and he has such an accurate grasp of market demand. He is simply a commercial genius. At the headquarters of the Penguin Group, the executives gathered in the conference room at once. The overnight upheaval made them feel a real sense of crisis. A middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and asked the marketing director, "What is this Gemini all about?" "Mr. Lee, the owner of this app is a tech company named Creator which has just registered." "How can a newly registered company have such strength?" The man referred to as Mr. Lee narrowed his eyes sharply, saying, "There must be someone backing this Creator. Go ask Chindu and Ollie, tell them there's no need to hide anything, fair competition." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his forehead, nervously saying, "Mr. Lee, I've already inquired. Both of them are now like startled birds. They fear that this Gemini might encroach on their business." Moreover, the sales director dared not look directly at Mr. Lee, saying, "Since Gemini went online, our user base has dropped by 4, and it's still declining." "What a..." Mr. Lee abruptly stood up. "A 4 drop overnight? We've never experienced this. With nearly 900 million Penguin users, a 4 drop in activity is no small number. I heard this Gemini can analyze user personalities. What technology are they using? Get it replicated for me." The sales director awkwardly replied, "Mr. Lee, we've tested it, and with our current tech team's capabilities." Mr. Lee's eyes widened. "What can't replicate it? I refuse to believe there's any technology our Penguin Group cannot replicate." The sales director, trembling, stammered, "Their technology, it's not that we can't replicate it, but we can't understand it at all." Lu Di descended the mountain, strolling back to the Yin family estate. In just 20 minutes on the road, the number of Gemini users had already surpassed 200 million. It has doubled, and the growth trend remains unstoppable. Although Gemini is completely free now, Lu Di does not mind. Because the core of internet thinking is user supremacy. To be precise, it's all about the user base. Gemini has already taken the internet by storm. Its features are deeply recognized by everyone. Therefore, continuous growth in users is inevitable. What Lu Di needs to do is quietly wait for Gemini's development. Stranger social interaction is just one of Gemini's core highlights. Essentially, it is still a social network. In the future, Gemini will gradually grow into a real social platform through the route of finding kindred spirits. A platform that can rival Penguin, one that users cannot abandon. By then, with a sufficient user base, monetization methods will be diverse. Games, finance, shopping, video platforms, live broadcasts, everything. The derivative value of Gemini will have endless possibilities. Most importantly, no one can surpass Gemini's core code and core technical features. Thinking of this, Lu Di pondered, "Emotong, since Gemini has gone online, we at least need an office space. After all, it's not just one person but a company." Emotong replied, "Small matter, what are your requirements?" Lu Di thought for a moment and smiled. "It needs to be sufficiently high and sufficiently imposing and enough to intimidate others. The tallest building in Haishi Rongting Tower CBD, the top 3 floors, 87, 88, 89, plus a small golf course and a helicopter landing pad on the rooftop." A total of 6,532 square meters, 400 workstations, 4 independent conference rooms, 13 independent offices, an independent coffee bar, an independent restaurant, and a 300 square meter modernly decorated CEO office. Business, center-level office decor, professional security, 24-hour access. In the same building, there are 5 Fortune 500 branch offices, 16 listed companies. Is Mr. Liu satisfied? Liu D smiled slightly. Bought it. Additionally, I have selected 3 marketing directors, 4 design directors, 6 network engineering directors, and a personnel manager customer service, and 200 senior programmers from ones of resumes online. And more, totaling 330 outstanding employees. I am currently communicating with them using virtual identities. After all, there needs to be someone to handle daily work. The relevant procedures for the creator company have also been applied for and will be fully approved within 3 days. As for company supplies and renovations, I have already placed orders online. 30 seconds ago, I purchased the office location at Rongting Tower at a price 10 above market, and the contract is being signed. Listening to Mo Tong's arrangements, Liu D couldn't help but sigh. Mo Tong, luckily I have you, otherwise it would truly be a headache. However, I definitely won't be stationed at this creator company often. Although we are not short of talent, we lack someone trustworthy. Liu D thought for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed a number. Hongmao Shopping Mall GOG clothing store. While counting inventory and preparing to open, Jia's phone suddenly rang. Hey Liu D, what suddenly made you think of calling me? Jia wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling. Jia, I remember you told me during university that you had a dream of starting a business, wanting to punch Google and kick Weibo. On the other end of the line, Liu D also smiled. Yes, who hasn't had dreams before? But that was all in the past. Why are you bringing this up? I remember you had a poster hanging by your bed that said, "Don't waste the day, youth won't come again." Doesn't that mean to tell you to hold on to your dreams? Liu D paused, then said solemnly, I started a company and everything is ready. Do you want to come join me? Jia suddenly fell silent. Liu D suddenly reminded him of the time when he gave up a great future for a flirtatious woman, causing him to reflect. Some things that had been silent for a long time reignited within him. Liu D remained silent, patiently waiting. He knew Jia was a smart person. He understood better than anyone whether he and Sun Lily had a future. However, Jia was stubborn by nature and was unwilling to give up on anything easily. After a long while, Jia slowly said, Are you sure I can do it? I know your talent very well. All right. Hearing Jia finally say this, Liu D let out a sigh of relief. This kid, Jia, has finally come to terms with it. Jia, what are you dazed for? Hurry up and pack the goods, we're opening soon. In the GOG store, Sun Lily impatiently called out to Jia, who was holding his phone lost in thought. Jia slowly turned around, his eyes sparkling with an unprecedented expression. He stood upright, exuding an aura completely different from the sycophantic clerk he once was. Sun Lily, I've served you for 3 whole years, yet you've never even given me a smile. Today I'm quitting. As he spoke, Jia kicked aside a pile of clothes, holding his head high as he walked out. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. He slowly turned back and said, Also, Sun Lily, the name Jia is no longer something you can call me. Remember this, I am Zhang Tianjia. Liu D, let's leave early. Important guests are visiting the company today. Liu D, who was stretching his muscles at the Yin family estate, suddenly heard Yin Qingwen's voice from behind. Turning around, he was taken aback. Yin Qingwen approached with a lunchbox. Today she wore a delicate black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders instead of tied back. Her demeanor was more mature and captivating. Most importantly, she had actually put on makeup. Liu D remembered that Yin Qingwen usually appeared without any makeup. This strong woman seemed to care little about her appearance and scorned decorating herself. It seemed today's guests were indeed quite important. Liu D shook his head and sent Jia a message. For PM, see you at Rongting Tower. In the car, Yin Qingwen placed the lunchbox next to Liu D. I hurried this morning, so you probably didn't have time to eat. These are buns made by Sister Liu. Yin Qingwen's voice came softly. What's going on today? Your demeanor has completely changed. Liu D shrugged. Flattery without reason is suspicious. Suspicious. You know I can eat here are 30 buns, it'll stuff you to death. Yin Qingwen retorted. Huh. Oh. Liu D grinned, driving the luxury car with one hand while eating buns with the other. I wonder if this is the image of a successful man in the eyes of women. Talkative. Yin Qingwen turned her head, looking helplessly out the window. Energy supply detected, DNA optimization increased by 0. 2. Energy supply detected, new human body refinement value increased by 0. 1. 5 minutes later, all 30 buns were devoured by Liu D. Yin Qingwen was already used to it. After a brief silence, Yin Qingwen finally asked, Liu D, where did you get so much money? Liu D thought for a moment, tilting his head. I partnered with friends to start a company called Creator. Company. Creator. Yin Qingwen sighed, hearing that name didn't seem very reliable. Liu D, if you need any help, you can tell me. If you want me to trust you, then you also need to trust me. Actually, you don't need to keep putting on a brave front. Yin Qingwen's tone was unexpectedly gentle, as if she was trying hard to give the man before her some face. She had inquired in detail about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xingxin's experiences at the casino last night. Liu D was gambling with others, throwing around bets of hundreds of millions. Yet throughout the entire time, no one had seen him actually take out any money. Places like underground casinos are hardly regulated. Who knows what that 100 million or 10 billion represents? After all, hearing is false, seeing is believing. A cash deposit of 10 billion is too shocking. Yin Qingwen really couldn't believe it. Or rather, it simply didn't make sense for such a thing to happen to Lu Di. TSK. What's up with this woman today? Has she turned over a new leaf? Lu Di scratched his head saying, if you say that, I actually have a few secrets to tell you. Yan Qingwen suddenly focused, asking, what secrets? I can sing pretty well. Lu Di grinned, clearing his throat, ready to sing a song. Yan Qingwen instantly wilted. Thanks, I don't want to hear it. You should focus on driving instead. At the Yingji group. Today was different from usual. On the way upstairs, many employees looked forward with anticipation. They seemed to be expecting someone they admired to arrive. Yan Qingwen came to the office, instructing her secretary to brew tea and prepare coffee. She was also looking forward to it. In the adjacent room, Lu Di looked through the glass window at the vigilant Yan Qingwen, feeling somewhat puzzled. Beside him, Zhao Qianqian was visibly excited, rubbing her hands together. The perfume she wore was so strong that Lu Di nearly cried. At that moment, the door to Yan Qingwen's office was pushed open by two people. The leading man wore a British-style suit, gold-rimmed glasses, and was tall and elegant. Behind him was a man in his 40s, looking shrewd, but his mouth was bruised with a band-aid stuck on it. Ouyang Fengyu and his lackey. Seeing Zhao Zhe, who was one of the vice presidents of Yingji Group, Lu Di smiled playfully. The bounty from Black Fox is indeed quite effective. Although it was early in the morning, it seemed Zhao Zhe had already lost a tooth. But these two fools were clearly not the ones Yan Qingwen was waiting for. Ouyang Fengyu entered the office, smiling slightly at Yan Qingwen. After sitting down, he casually scanned the entire office. Suddenly he frowned, saying, "Wenwen, where are the 3 vases that Vice President Zhao sent you?" Yan Qingwen smiled apologetically. "I accidentally broke them." "Broke them?" Ouyang Fengyu sat up, scolding. "Which careless person broke these valuable vases?" Yan Qingwen helplessly replied, "Wasn't it that Lu Di guy? He broke all 3 vases on his first day in the office." "Lu Di?" Ouyang Fengyi's face flashed with anger. Putting aside the vases, the method of the death formation was something he had spent a fortune to acquire. He had given that monk from Taimu Kingdom a full 7 million. Ouyang Fengyu suddenly turned around. Through the glass curtain wall, he glanced at Lu Di, who was sitting in the secretary's room. He saw Lu Di showing a mouthful of white teeth, waving at him from afar. Even Yan Qingwen was somewhat stunned. Lu Di's handsome face, combined with such a sincere smile, appeared somewhat naive and innocent. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyi's mouth twitched, wishing he could bite his own teeth off. With so many things in the room, he didn't touch anything on his first visit. Yet he just had to break the critical point of my death formation. He did it on purpose. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. In Ouyang Fengyi's eyes, no matter how warm Lu Di was, he only saw 2 words: sarcasm. Damn it, why hasn't Black Fox made a move yet? I don't want to see this little brat again for a day. But Ouyang Fengyu was deeply calculating. He had to maintain some semblance of face. He stiffly raised his palm, preparing to return Lu Di's gesture. But he saw Lu Di suddenly stop smiling, turning to Zhao Qianqian, beckoning her. "Qianqian beauty, come here. I want to ask you something." "Annoying. What do you want to ask?" Ouyang Fengyi's hand, which had just been raised, froze in midair. His face turned purple with rage. "Ignoring me? Flirting with her?" Meanwhile, Lu Di, completely disregarding Ouyang Fengyu, smiled and asked Zhao Qianqian, "Qianqian, with such a big setup today, who are we waiting for?" "You don't even know?" Zhao Qianqian leaned in, her eyes wide. "Isn't it the song God D? He's coming to our company soon." "What a..." Lu Di blinked, looking dumbfounded. He saw Zhao Qianqian with a mischievous smile, saying, "Can't believe it, right? It feels like a dream." "Hiss. More than just hard to believe, it's like being struck by lightning." Lu Di gasped sharply. "Lu Di, you don't know, last night Chairman Yen suddenly issued a command saying our group's latest family medical device sales task is fully entrusted to WinTotal. This sales job is crucial for the group, and WinTotal is under a lot of pressure." Saying this, Zhao Qianqian, who had been frowning, suddenly clapped her hands, laughing. "But isn't it a coincidence? WinTotal has an old classmate who is the boss of an entertainment agency, and D.E. happens to be one of his artists." At such a critical moment, WinTotal's old classmate stepped forward and said he could invite D.E. to help us with publicity. WinTotal is simply too lucky. I wish I had such a classmate too. I heard that person is a Ritter, tall, handsome, and well-spoken. Most importantly, his entertainment company can sign D.E., which means he's incredibly wealthy. A slight twitch. This is truly a godlike student. A godlike D. Below the Yingji Group building, 3 Maybachs suddenly screeched to a halt in front of the main entrance. A handsome young man was the first to get out of the car, followed by a glamorous female secretary and a group of bodyguards. The young man glanced at the Yingji Group building and then looked around. "I've struggled overseas for 3 years, and today I've finally returned to Haishur. Yingji Group and the Yin family, from now on, none of you can underestimate me, Lu Ziming." The young man laughed heartily a couple of times and strode into the Yingji Group. Inside the office, Yan Qingwen, Ouyang Fengyu, and a few others saw the young man arrive and quickly stood up. "Ziming, long time no see," Yan Qingwen said with a somewhat shy smile. "Haha, brother Ziming, it's good to see you again." Ouyang Fengyu came to Lu Ziming's side and warmly patted his shoulder. Then everyone couldn't help but look behind Lu Ziming. "Brother Ziming, hasn't teacher D.E. arrived yet?" Ouyang Fengyu said with a refined smile. Lu Ziming shook his head and walked straight to the sofa, crossing his legs as he sat down. "How could teacher D.E. travel casually? Today I will communicate on his behalf." "What? Teacher D.E. isn't here?" Everyone's faces showed disappointment. Only Ouyang Fengyi's expression changed the fastest. He chuckled and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ziming. "Brother Ziming is right. Teacher D, certainly cannot travel casually, otherwise wouldn't our Ingji group office building be trampled on? Huh. Lu Ziming smiled lightly, his expression proud, and said, of course, what status does Teacher D have now? He has 600 million fans. A national music god, his influence is on an international level. Every action of his can trigger massive waves. Just the other day, Teacher D casually entered a small streamer's live broadcast room, and what happened? The live stream had over 300 million views in one night, and 130 million in gifts and tips. That streamer is still the most popular one now. Ouyang Fengyu nodded repeatedly, saying, of course we all know Teacher De's influence. If he can endorse our group's latest household products, it will definitely lead to astonishing sales figures. That goes without saying. Lu Ziming, full of arrogance, turned to Yin Qingwen and said, in my first year studying abroad, I met Teacher De in a bar. From the first moment I saw him, I knew he was not an ordinary person. Over the past few years, I've been supporting him in his music creation, and indeed the heavens do not disappoint the diligent. He became famous with the future is promising. To thank me, he rejected countless talent agencies and immediately signed with my Walther Talent Agency. Now I exclusively hold Teacher De's performance resources. Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu were becoming more and more excited as they listened, their hearts full of anticipation. Ouyang Fengyu sighed. Brother Ziming, I really did not misjudge you. Giving someone a rose leaves fragrance in your hand. Today, being able to sign DE is precisely because of your benevolent character. It's truly a great fortune for our group to collaborate with Teacher DE through you. The 300 million appearance fee you mentioned earlier is not an issue at all. We can sign the contract today. Lu Ziming disdainfully nodded. The 300 million appearance fee is based on my consideration for my old classmate Wenwen, who otherwise Teacher DE's first appearance is truly priceless. Then Lu Ziming tapped the table. Since the price is set, let's discuss the performance plan. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's eyes suddenly brightened. Last night, after receiving Lu Ziming's call, she was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She hurriedly planned a marketing strategy for the new product. The goal was to meet with DE today, discuss the details, and finalize it as soon as possible. Originally, her father had suddenly given her the task of marketing the new product. This put immense pressure on her. But now with DE on board, she was full of confidence. If the plan could be implemented smoothly, the sales of the new product would surely succeed. Just as Yin Qingwen was about to turn around to get the plan, she suddenly heard Ouyang Fengyu say, Brother Ziming, the plan must be complete here. I have prepared it long ago. Ouyang Fengyu stepped forward and pulled out a stack of plans from his briefcase, handing it to Lu Ziming. Yin Qingwen was stunned. Big brother-in-law, what is this? It's a marketing plan that I planned overnight with Vice President Zhao. Ouyang Fengyu smiled kindly on the surface, but in his heart, he was sneering. Yin Qingwen, you are still too naive. With the new product launch and Teacher De endorsing it, such a great opportunity for performance, how could I, Ouyang Fengyu, possibly miss out? But big brother-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by my father. Yin Qingwen frowned slightly. We are all family, why distinguish between you and me? Ouyang Fengyu turned to Lu Ziming and chuckled. Ziming, quickly take a look at my plan to see if there's anything inappropriate. Teacher De. Yin Qingwen, feeling angry, was also unwilling to show weakness and turned to get her own plan. She placed it in front of Lu Ziming. Ingji Group presents the super concert of the music god DE at Haisher Stadium. Ingji Group and music god DE charity donation evening for disabled children. Lu Ziming looked at the two plans on the table, his smile growing wider. Ouyang Fengyu, yours is a super concert, high and fashionable and explosive with a grand momentum. Wenwen, yours is a charity gala, public welfare, love and warmth. Yes, and many of our new products are household instruments for preventing childhood diseases, helping disabled children, which fits the product very well. Yin Qingwen added unwillingly. Oh dear. This puts me in a difficult position. Lu Ziming smiled slightly, placing his hands behind his head, and said, you guys from the Yin family didn't even unify your opinions and hastily called me over. The reason I'm here today is that your old man said he would invite me to your Yin family's banquet in 4 days. I specifically asked him about your situation, Wenwen, and learned about your group promoting the new product. Old Master, Yin said there is a young talent pursuing you vigorously. Is that true? He suggested that we young people meet at the banquet and discuss things. Lu Ziming smiled mischievously. Wenwen, aren't you going to reconsider me? I pursued you madly for 2 years back then, and I still can't forget it. Then if you agree to continue developing with me, I would undoubtedly choose your charity gala today. After Lu Ziming spoke, his gaze unabashedly swept over Yin Qingwen's figure. It was then that Yin Qingwen realized that Lu Ziming still had such thoughts. Lu Ziming was notorious for being a playboy during his university days. Yin Qingwen glanced at the glamorous female secretary behind Lu Ziming. She was leaning against Lu Ziming's shoulder in a suggestive manner. Lu Ziming, this lecher hasn't changed his true nature even now. Yin Qingwen said coldly, Lu Ziming, work is work. As for us, there was no possibility before, and there will be none in the future. Lu Ziming first frowned slightly, then burst into laughter. In his heart, Yin Qingwen's aloof demeanor only ignited his desire to conquer her even more. Since that's the case, then I must carefully consider these two plans. As for when to finalize, we will wait until your Yin family's banquet day. But you said if old Master Yin learns that I rejected Wenwen's proposal, would he be very disappointed? Lu Ziming smiled meaningfully. Yin Qingwen, on the other hand, had a gloomy expression. Speaking of which, is that young talent old Master Yin mentioned currently in the company? I can't wait to meet him. Lu Ziming said casually, a mischievous smile on his face. Ding. In the quiet room, a clear metallic sound suddenly rang out. Everyone turned to the sound and saw a young man in a white shirt leaning against the wall. He lit a cigarette with a shiny Zippo lighter. What the hell is that, a person or a ghost? When did you come in? Lu Ziming was startled and cursed out loud. What kind of ghost smokes? Are you blind? Lu Di, with a cigarette in his mouth, casually sat down on the nearby sofa. What did you say? Lu Ziming instantly got angry and made a move to stand up. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and declared loudly, I am the young talent old master Yen mentioned, currently the driver of the Ingji group. What? A driver? Lu Ziming felt both angry and amused. You dare to call yourself a young talent, and as a driver you dare to say I'm blind. Lu Di shrugged with a smile. That's right, I seriously suspect there's something wrong with your eyesight. You just registered your entertainment company 5 days ago, and you dare to say you signed DE. Are you sure the person you signed isn't the uncle next door? Just because you say he's DE, does that make him DE? Lu Di said, exhaling a faint puff of smoke. Today I'm just sitting here to see what kind of extraordinary person your so-called teacher DE is. Humph. Lu Ziming chuckled instead of getting angry. I knew you would definitely have doubts about me, so before setting out I specifically asked teacher DE to record a video. Today he'll let you open your eyes and see the true face of teacher DE. Lu Ziming said, pulling out his phone. He played a video for everyone. In the footage, a profile of a person in a white shirt was seen sitting in front of a piano. Long fingers gently pressed the keys, and the accompaniment of the future is promising began to play. Then the person slowly spoke. A power long forgotten suddenly returns in an unexpected night. The future is promising. Although it was only 2 lines of lyrics, the beautiful tone and the high notes that felt like ascending to heaven were simply intoxicating. Even though the volume of the video was very low, it could still be heard that this sounded very similar to teacher DE's voice in the video. Then the young man slowly turned his head. His face was exceptionally handsome. He smiled and his voice was clear and ethereal. Hello friends of the Ingji group, I am the singer DE. Regarding the cooperation to promote products, I leave it entirely to Brother Ziming to decide, and I look forward to meeting you all. Everyone was left in a daze for a long time. So this is what the music god DE looks like. Clean and good looking, just like a neighbor boy. Humph. Lu Ziming put away his phone and looked at everyone with a self-satisfied expression. How about that? Can you all not thank me for having the honor to see DE's face? Lu Di was also nodding repeatedly. This counterfeit was made quite well. Just as the video was being played, the demon child had already analyzed the result. One original sound, 99 synthesized voice. The real identity of that kid in the video is just a student from a third-rate music academy. He's simply a DE created using tuning software. Lu Di clicked his tongue and said, Lu Zong, I must admire you. Now you understand the gap between us. In the envious gazes of everyone, Lu Ziming swaggered and sat down again. Ziming is indeed outstanding. DE is just his little brother. The future is limitless. I wanted to make an agreement with Lu Zong. Lu Di suddenly spoke with a beaming expression. Do you want DE's autograph or a photo? Lu Ziming said with an extremely proud attitude. Speak, what agreement? Let's make an agreement. If I find out your DE is a fake, should I break your left leg or your right leg? Lu Di looked at Lu Ziming with a smile, casually sitting, exuding an overwhelming aura. You. For some reason, looking at Lu Di in front of him, Lu Ziming felt an intense panic in his heart. Such provocative words actually made him unable to get angry. Instead, his heart was trembling. All the well-thought-out lines were forgotten. Lu Di, what nonsense are you talking about? This is too unreasonable. The evidence is right in front of you, and you are still causing trouble. Ziming is our important partner. It's not your place to meddle here. Ouyang Fengyu put on a righteous demeanor and stood directly in front of Lu Di. Yan Xingwen also looked helpless at this moment. Although she always felt something was off about the DE in the video. She even had the same thought as Lu Di. But she couldn't just let Lu Di make a scene. She pursed her lips and said, Lu Di, you don't need to worry about the performance. Didn't we agree yesterday to deliver the equipment to Grandpa too? You should go now. The earlier you go, the earlier you come back. All right. Lu Di shook his head with a smile. When he looked at Lu Ziming again, his gaze suddenly became sharp. He enunciated each word. I am very much looking forward to your concert. And I default to your right leg. Like-minded individuals. In Grandpa Tu's free clinic, an old and dilapidated 3-story building. Lu Di, who had just delivered the medical equipment, stood quietly. On the old sofa, Grandpa Tu, with a half bottle of Erguo Tu in his arms, had already drunk to a rosy face and was feeling tipsy. This disheveled old man has quite a story. Not only is he Lu Di's lifesaver, but he is also the only person Lu Di has truly respected in his first half of life. He has great love and is free from worldly concerns. Grandpa Tu, I really don't understand how to be as calm as you are. Lu Di suddenly asked, shouting. Grandpa Tu opened one eye, glancing sideways. Little Lu Di, did you suffer some grievances outside, or were you bullied? Lu Di smiled slightly, just a bit confused. Sigh. Life is a journey and human affairs are the hardest to reason with. Because once you truly break down reason, it seems like the wine and water are separated and it loses its flavor. You are just too concerned, which only traps yourself. I, Grandpa Tu, am old and weak, so I naturally have a calm temperament, but you are still young and should dare to fight and strive. Once you release that fire in your heart, you will naturally feel better. I wouldn't dare. Lu Di shook his head slightly. You wouldn't dare? Grandpa 2 laughed heartily and took a sip of Ergo 2. In the past 3 years, you've endured level 9 pain and worked 3 jobs in a restaurant, yet you can still come back to serve the kids with a smile. Others may not understand you, but Grandpa 2 knows you well. Deep down, you are one word: ruthless. Grandpa 2's nonchalant words stunned Lu Di. Indeed, he had once fallen into a low point into despair. While struggling to survive, he saw no hope. What exactly supported him to persist? Lu Di already had the answer in his heart. It was that fierce determination to shatter steel teeth, burn bridges, and keep his eyes on the future. If he were too kind-hearted and even forgot that fierceness, wouldn't that be worse than before? Grandpa 2, I'm not blind, and I can tell with my toes that you've been thriving lately. However, Grandpa 2 lay back and swept away the peanut shells on the broken table with his feet, revealing a portrait sketch. I also have a principle: be ruthless when needed and avoid when necessary. There is a way to advance and retreat. That is the demeanor of a great general. After all, there are some troubles that once provoked lead to deep waters and fiery pits, and you can't shake them off. Lu Di glanced at the portrait on the table. The young face was unmistakably his own. This? Lu Di voiced his confusion. Isn't that you little brat? The bank youth being sought after by various military forces, eh? Huh. Lu Di scratched his head helplessly. Haha, you can sleep. If there's nothing, get lost. Grandpa 2's personality, Lu Di knew well. Watching him squint and fall asleep, Lu Di said no more and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, he heard Grandpa 2's voice coming from afar. There are reasons for right and wrong. The balance of good and evil is judged by the king of hell. Why is there such a saying? Because everyone's inner cultivation and experiences are different. Many people jump to conclusions upon seeing you. Remember, you can fight against the underdogs, but for certain unprincipled matters, do not take a single step outside. In front of the Rongting building in the CBD, Lu Di leaned against a tree, seemingly gazing ahead, but in reality, he was observing the data in his eyes. The download speed of the Twins app is astonishingly rapid. In just 8 hours, it has already surpassed 400 million. Moreover, user activity remains high. In just one day, it has achieved what took Penguin 5 years. But this is far from enough. 30 minutes ago, the Twins software updated a new feature based on unknown chatting. Group chat feature common interests. This appears to be a forum-based group chat, but it holds great potential. Users clicking the common interest button will instantly enter a new realm. If you are a fishing enthusiast, then the interface will be the azure ocean with leaping schools of fish. If you are a photography lover, then the interface will show magnificent landscapes and realistic characters in motion. There are over 3,000 categories of hobbies. Each category has no upper limit on the number of participants. Within each category, enthusiasts are filtered and matched through precise algorithmic analysis. Every hobby is divided into enthusiasts, professionals, and aficionados. Here, all individuals share the same interests, deeply appreciating one another. Countless netizens find instant rapport here, chatting freely and feeling like they've met too late. While enjoying lively conversations and sharing experiences, they can also post their photos and videos. This place truly amazes me. I stumbled in casually and don't want to leave. This group chat is so advanced, it's full of violin enthusiasts like me. My group is even more impressive, all Transformer collectors. I searched for 2 years and could never find them. This software surprises me again. Never has any forum truly gathered so many pure racing enthusiasts. Haha, my old travel buddies finally found their base. OMG, I just met the Alliance's Wei Shen in this group. This software is incredible and precise. It lets me find my familiar field and instantly blend in. If this software keeps going like this, it will surely overturn all forums. It's quite terrifying when you think about it. The comments on the software are filled with talents. Naturally, some people have noticed the ambition of the common interest section. As they say, if this section continues to develop, it will replace all types of forums. With the internet's development, almost every field has its dedicated forum. The football section's Football World Community, the automotive section's Car Lovers Forum, and the novel enthusiasts' Literary Time and Space. Countless others. Among them are many large portal websites with vast user bases. However, the pain point of these forums lies in their inability to accurately find and attract users. This problem does not exist for Twins. The powerful calculations of Magic Child can clearly know user preferences through just a few steps of information extraction, instantly conducting precise classifications. This set of programming technology is unmatched in the industry. Everyone has their own interests. They all want to communicate with like-minded individuals about their passions. This is the foundation of human nature and the core of common interest development. When all hobby sections under common interests stabilize, Twins will simultaneously hold the power of discourse in various fields. After all, from a business perspective, if your target customers are all gathered in a particular forum, the promotional resources in that forum will definitely be a battleground. If an automotive group launches a new off-road model, they will certainly promote it in the common interest off-road enthusiast section. If a mobile manufacturer releases a new phone, then they will definitely promote it in the common interests mobile expert section, and so on, gathering customer resources from various fields, controlling the authoritative discourse in various fields. This is the true purpose Lu Di aims to achieve with common interests. More updates will come tonight. Don't wait, get some rest, and tomorrow you can read while on the toilet. COA Jia. At the headquarters of Penguin Group, the large conference room gathered the entire senior management of the group. The atmosphere was unusually oppressive. Li Dao, the vice president of the entire group's business, frowned tightly at this moment. On the big screen was a 30-page analysis of the new features of the Twins app. Mr. Li, this new feature of Twins has transformed customer service from unknown to onetimity. The attraction of their product is no longer just finding like-minded individuals, it has also added a customer base with common interests. The ability of these groups to draw each other in is quite terrifying. This feature just went live 30 minutes ago, and their user base has surged again. It's already close to 600 million. They're not far from catching up to us. Enough. Li Dao raised his hand, impatiently stopping his subordinate's report. Have we cleared up the background of this Twins company? Yes, we found out that the registrant's name is D. San and the company is located in the Rongting building in the CBD. A secretary-like person immediately reported. D. San. Never heard of him, probably a newcomer. Moreover, their company currently has no profits, so their funding should be limited. Li Dao pondered for a moment and said loudly, Vice President Situ, I'm here. You go have a face-to-face meeting with their company. Since we can't replicate their technology, then negotiate for an acquisition. They'll give you 5 billion, no 10 billion in authority. Get the money and smash it down. No one can and no one dares to refuse my Penguin Group's acquisition. Hearing this amount, the middle-aged man referred to as Vice President Situ was momentarily stunned, feeling an immense pressure. He nodded seriously. Mr. Li, rest assured I will ensure it is secured. At this moment, in front of the Rongting building, Lu Di, who was watching the data, suddenly felt a strong pat on his shoulder. A Jia quietly circled behind Lu Di, preparing to wrap Lu Di in his arms. Holding back laughter, he exerted strength suddenly. Oh, what? A Jia almost tripped himself. Lu Di merely stood casually. How come this body is as steady as a javelin, unmoving like a mountain? Lu Di, you rascal, you're quite something. A Jia exclaimed. Looking at a Jia who seemed to have been rejuvenated, Lu Di smiled and said, I just happen to have been exercising recently, and besides, you've regressed. Stop talking nonsense. A Jia said, scratching his head and looking up at the more than 80-story Rongting building. You're not telling me the company you mentioned is here, right? This place has expensive rent. You'll find out when you come with me. Lu Di smiled mysteriously, taking the lead. Entering the elevator, Lu Di directly pressed the button for the 87th floor. A Jia sighed, wow, the floor you chose is quite high. Arriving at the 87th floor, rows of offices lined the sides of the corridor with huge floor-to-ceiling windows and a vast view. It lifts one's spirits inexplicably. These offices are still unoccupied, with only a few scattered workers modifying some details. The two passed through the narrow corridor. Lu Di maintained his gaze straight ahead. A Jia kept exclaiming in admiration. What kind of person can afford such great offices? A Jia, what I'm doing is an internet project, specifically instant messaging. Moreover, the first version has already been completed and went online yesterday. What you need to do is assemble a team and handle daily maintenance and reception. As for me, I currently do not want to reveal my identity to the outside world, so all public appearances will be left to you. Our company lacks neither funds, nor technology, nor personnel, so you can rest assured about all of this. A Jia's gaze became increasingly astonished. Lu Di, you aren't joking, are you? Of course not, my brother's strength is quite strong. Lu Di laughed. Strong? To what extent? At this moment, the two had walked through the 87th floor and reached the 88th floor via the stairwell. Like strolling through a market, Lu Di laughed. We're strong enough to refuse the upcoming swarm of venture capital firms, investment companies, and large groups who want to acquire us. A Jia laughed. Brother, having entrepreneurial dreams is good, but you're being boastful. The two continued strolling and arrived at the 89th floor, of vast open space. Lu Di pouted. Once these companies come knocking, you'll be the one to handle them. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't reveal myself. You rascal. A Jia looked around the office environment with great satisfaction. Let's first strive to move into such a large office. Lu Di smiled gently. We agreed you'll be the CEO of this company, and you'll be the behind-the-scenes director, doing nothing but counting money. You rascal. In our small startup, why have so many useless positions? The CEO is just a brick moved wherever needed. The CEO is a Jia, the secretary is also a Jia, the cleaner is also a Jia. Huh. Years of friendship leave no room for barriers between the two. Amidst laughter, the two reached the expansive rooftop terrace. It spans the size of a football field. It features a helicopter landing pad, a small golf course, and a suspended swimming pool. It's simply extravagantly luxurious. TSK, TSK, the evil capital. A Jia cursed while his eyes brimmed with longing. A Jia, we've known each other for 7 years, right? Lu Di continued walking. You are one of the few people in this world whom I can completely trust. Of course, you've always been the one to support me unconditionally, whether I was at my peak or in the valley. You never underestimated me. Of course, besides me, who else could treat you this way? You damn it, one phone call from me, and I'd drop everything to run over. A Jia blinked, his eyes a bit moist. You rascal, stop being so sentimental. Just say it directly. Is it that you lack money? My savings of 150000 are ready to be transferred anytime. Lu Di pursed his lips and nodded. He'll give you the company's financial account later, you handle it. Of course, A Jia's money is not needed. The financial account of the creator's company has long been registered by Magic Child, with 5 billion in turnover funds already deposited. Regarding the company's business and future plans, I've compiled a document and sent it to your email. Even if you're a top student from Haisher University, it will take you a few days to digest it. Lu Di continued. You were indeed quick. You managed to get me to the point so fast, the two said as they reached the edge of the terrace. In front of them, the entire Haishur city scenery was panoramic magnificent. By the way, Ajia leaned against the railing and suddenly asked, "You just led me through 3 floors. Which one is our company?" Lu Di gazed into the distance, pondering for a moment, then smiled. "All of it. This terrace is also included." "What? This is a full 3 floors?" Ajia exclaimed in surprise. "What kind of company are you running, you rascal?" Lu Di shrugged and calmly said, "The company name, Creator. Currently, there is only one product, twins." "Damn it!" Ajia exclaimed again, almost losing his footing and nearly falling from the 89th floor. "Sigh, I know I update slowly." Being teased as the most confident author, still only updating twice a day, is also at midnight. The key point is at midnight. You see, I often update at 3 a.m. I'm really working hard. I need a little time to adjust my pace. Thank you to all the loyal readers for not abandoning me. Strong people need no self-verification. At the top floor of the Rongting building, Lu Di and Ajia talked for 2 full hours. From the prize-guessing online promotion to the Twins app going live, achieving 600 million users, and then launching the common interest feature. Of course, Lu Di concealed the part regarding Magic Child. Lu Di told Ajia that he independently completed the development of Twins and obtained angel investment from an old banker. Afterward, he purchased the top 3 floors of the Rongting building. Twins has become immensely popular online. Ajia not only knew about this, but was also a loyal Twins user. Moreover, being a top student from Haishur Business University, he naturally understood the commercial value of Twins. However, hearing Lu Di's step-by-step narration, Ajia's mouth grew wider and wider. He couldn't close it for a full hour and a half. In Ajia's words, Lu Di's marketing mindset must be summarized in both Chinese and English. That is impressive. Comrade Zhang Tianjia, since you've become the CEO of Creator, you need to match a good horse with a good saddle, right? Lu Di asked with a smile. Ajia snapped back to reality from his daze, awkwardly looking at his 200 yuan shirt, muttering, "You're right, I need to find time to get a proper outfit. I happen to have a set of idle villas and a Lamborghini. I'll have someone deliver them to you later," Lu Di said casually. 10 minutes ago, he had already sent a message to Black Fox asking them to deliver the villa keys and sports car Lu Di won from Huang Mao in the underground casino. Villa, Lamborghini, idle. Ajia stared blankly at Lu Di, squeezing out a few words from his throat. "Yes, idle." Afterwards, Lu Di patted the still dazed Ajia on the rooftop and stood up to leave. He knew Ajia would probably need a few days to digest this. People would never imagine that the future tech tycoon Zhang Tianjia, who would astonish the entire world, began his journey as a creator in a state of confusion on this small rooftop of the Rongting building in Haishur. Of course, this was with the help of the mysterious man known as Di San, who was revered by Ajia. 20 minutes later, Lu Di drove a luxury car, slowly cruising through the streets of Haishur. Sitting in the back seat was Yin Qingwen, who had a continually grim expression. The task of inviting Di to assist in promoting the group's new product remained unresolved due to Ouyang Fengjia's sudden interference. This made Yin Qingwen, who was experiencing such a significant task for the first time, frown. Lu Di stopped for a moment. Yin Qingwen's voice suddenly came. Lu Di, confused, asked, "Aren't we heading to the manor yet?" "No rush, first I need to take care of something for you today." Yin Qingwen raised her head and spoke gently. "My father is preparing a banquet at the manor in 4 days where several young elites and senior figures will attend. My father's intention is for you to accompany me." Yin Qingwen hesitated for a moment, then continued, "I know you only have this kind of clothing. But in that kind of occasion, wearing so casually might be a bit inappropriate. I mean no other intention. I know a little about those people, they tend to judge by appearances. I'm just worried you'll be looked down upon." Yin Qingwen pointed to a very high-end bespoke suit shop outside the window, forcing a smile. "This is the top suit shop in Haishur. I want to gift you a suit." "Oh, so that's how it is." Lu Di nodded with deep meaning. "They'll consider this as you thinking for me, thank you. However, your kind of elite banquet is essentially a competition of strength and weakness. If you really are weak, no matter how you embellish it, you'll still be looked down upon. If some of the outstanding ones look down on others because of their own superiority, then they are even less worthy of respect. Outwardly, I shall certainly attend, but whether clad in rags or draped in splendor, I remain Lu Di. Those who honor me shall receive my honor in return. Those who insult me shall face my retribution. The petty scheming among a few aristocratic scions hardly warrants my concern." Yin Qingwen let out a long sigh. "Lu Di, can you please temper your intensity? Even if something arises, both my father and I will stand by you. Yet all I ask is that you dress formally for today. I appreciate the offer, but it is unnecessary." Lu Di offered a faint, tranquil smile. "Miss Yin, remember this true strength requires no validation." With that, he pressed the accelerator, and his luxury car vanished into the distance. It did not pause even once before the tailor's shop. In the rear seat, Yin Qingwen felt a tightness rise in her chest, but she steadied her breath and composed herself. "Lu Di, if you truly do not wish for new attire, I have prepared another gift. Please accept it." "Moi." Lu Di was genuinely puzzled. Had this woman taken the wrong medicine today? Slowly from behind, an open box was extended toward him. Inside rested a minimalist black cord from which hung a luminous white pearl, crystalline flawless. Even beneath the midday sun, it emitted a subtle, imperceptible glow. Faint it seemed, yet imbued with quiet power, as though its light would never fade nor falter. Lu Di curled his lip. This trinket clearly commands a staggering price. Do you intend to bribe me? Is your remorse arriving rather belatedly? You are correct. The pearl is indeed priceless. It is called the Eternal Eye, and only one such gem exists in the world. Yan Qingwen's expression dimmed. Softly she murmured, Lu Di, these past days I've reflected deeply on you. On your strange behavior, your fierce insistence on self-reliance. Could it stem from despair? Lu Di froze startled. Miss Yan, what on earth are you implying? Even if you wear indifference like armor each day. The truth remains undeniable. Her voice fell low and sorrowful. Your eyes, they are failing. Lu Di stood speechless, for this woman had conjured a fantasy utterly divorced from reality. His ocular ailment had been cured long ago by the demon child. He'd nearly forgotten it himself. Lu Di, I beg you not to lose faith. This eternal eye is all I can offer. Its singular virtue lies in this, buried for centuries, it would still burn unextinguished. I sincerely hope you too may shine thus, forever unswallowed by darkness. A sharp shiver ran down Lu Di's spine. Her well-intentioned, yet profoundly mistaken words sent gooseflesh rippling across his arms. A faint reluctant warmth stirred within him. You're insufferable, just leave the thing here. The Yan estate lay nestled in Shoshan district west of Haishur city, a lofty breezy enclave famed throughout the region as a summer refuge. At dawn, the lawn before the estate's main manor was already adorned with shaded canopies and an elegant European-style buffet, table flanked by a dozen deferential servants. Yan Hongxin Haishi's wealthiest magnate had returned to the estate one day prior. Aside from his second daughter Yan Siwen, currently abroad as a celebrity, the 4 other Yan daughters were now assembled. Also present was son-in-law Ouyang Fengyu. For today marked the Yan family's grand reception of distinguished guests, and the patriarch sat beneath the awning observing. His gaze lingered upon a young man dressed in a plain white shirt and jeans, utterly incongruous amid the sea of tailored suits and formal gowns. Ah Fu, yes master. Strange. I find myself growing fonder of Lu Di by the minute. Tell me, does his defiant individuality not echo my own youth? Master, I sense Mr. Lu appears somewhat restrained today, perhaps uneasy. Sigh, poor Lu Di. He hails from humble origins. Such occasions are wholly unfamiliar to him. With so many outstanding figures gathering shortly, he may naturally feel apprehensive. Yet this is precisely the crucible every youth must endure. I earnestly hope he matures swiftly, so he may one day shoulder the Yan family's legacy alone. Far away, Lu Di stood motionless beneath a tree, eyes distant and unfocused. No wonder Ah Fu misread him. He truly appeared lost in thought. In truth, he was reviewing Twins analytics over the past 3 days. Downloads had surged past 800 million, now just one step shy of the entrenched Q-Tech group. More crucially, the Interest Nexus module had achieved resounding success. 3,000 distinct hobby communities, each thrumming with vibrant impassioned discourse. 90% of Twins users, 720 million souls, had already found their authentic passions within its digital realm. Meanwhile, furious protests erupted across countless online hobby forums. For in merely 4 days, Twin had driven them perilously close to extinction, and its CEO Jia had been submerged in relentless work ever since. Operations were fully underway, staff deployed, company running live trials, while over a dozen investment firms had been courteously declined. Corporations eager to place premium ads within Interest Nexus now formed a waiting queue. Twin App, Emperor 3, Zhang Tianjia. These names now dominated financial headlines. Within a week of launch, Twin's accolades multiplied exponentially. Most promising company of the year, China Star Enterprise. Globally most competitive corporation. A 10th Sanli journey begins with a single step. Lu Di smiled faintly, then closed the data stream shimmering before his eyes. As he lifted his gaze back to the courtyard, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class and a Range Rover autobiography glided smoothly through the gates and halted before the manor. Lu Ziming and another young man, wearing gold-rimmed spectacles, alighted in turn. Ziming pays respects to Uncle Yan. Tianqing pays respects to Uncle Yan. They approached the patriarch and bowed respectfully. Ha! Ziming, Tianqing, I've awaited you both all morning. Ouyang Fengyu greeted them with effusive warmth, embracing each tightly, then positioned himself beside Lu Ziming. Lu Di, come here please. The patriarch beckoned Lu Di forward. These two are sons of my dearest friends, both newly returned from overseas, each a paragon of achievement, selected from 100,000. Ha! Allow me to introduce them properly. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily, draping an arm over Lu Ziming's shoulder. This is Lu Ziming, president of Walt Entertainment. His distinction? One sentence suffices. The nation's reigning singing deity D.E. is his protege. We're currently negotiating his team's involvement in our new product rollout. Ziming, our banquet today honors you. Speak freely. No need for servants. I, Ouyang Fengyu, shall personally attend to you. Do consider my proposal carefully, huh? I'll consider it. Lu Ziming cast a disdainful glance at Lu Di, his arrogance palpable. Ouyang Fengyu then turned to the bespectacled man, and this luminary shines equally bright. Zhou Tianqing, founder of Me Too Company, and an undisputed star among entrepreneurs. Me Too is an international travel enterprise, having pioneered 12 global itineraries and secured exclusive rights to 3 tropical islands offering bespoke luxury journeys. So beloved is Me Too that 2 months ago it secured a $300 million investment from Wall Street. I predict Tianqing will take his company public before long. He embodies the very ideal of our generation. The patriarch nodded approvingly, then cast a knowing look toward Lu Di. How fortuitous. Both Ziming and Tiancheng were classmates of Wenwen's at university, and both once courted her. How embarrassing. Indeed, it was my failed pursuit of Wenwen that drove me to travel the world in a fit of pique. Yet there I discovered 12 hidden routes launching me to in the process. But Fenyu, you erred on one point. I didn't secure one round of funding but two, totaling 800 million US dollars. Moreover, shareholder trust grants me 70% equity, placing my current net worth at approximately 30 billion yuan. When I am utterly transformed from the man I once was. Zhou Tianqing spoke with feigned modesty, then turned toward Yin Qingwen. Yin Qingwen flushed with awkwardness, pointing toward Lu Di to shift focus. Let me introduce you. This is... No introduction needed. Lu Di correct. Wenwen's savior. Zhou Tianqing laughed boisterously, stepping forward to grasp Lu Di's hand firmly. Feigning an embrace, he leaned close, whispering into Lu Di's ear, "Don't think I don't know what you really are. A parasitic nobody utterly devoid of pedigree or influence. Wenwen is pivotal to my ascension, and you dare compete. A flick of my finger could crush you into dust. Did grandfather say I should inspire you? Do you even deserve that word?" Lu Di's expression shifted instantly, brows drawing together in sharp, silent fury. Zhou Tianqing gave a cold chuckle, stepped back, and instantly resumed his dazzling, affable mask. Brother Lu, we have many years ahead of us. Let us grow acquainted, slowly, steadily. Ouch. In the next instant, Zhou Tianqing's grin froze, his face flushing crimson, then purpling. A sickening crunch echoed, the sound of bone grinding under unbearable pressure, emanating from his hand still clutched in Lu Di's grip. Apologies, I rarely shake hands with women. Lu Di smiled faintly, then released his grip. Zhou Tianqing staggered backward, his features contorted in agony. His face burned scarlet. He was on the verge of exploding. Brother Tianqing, your first visit to the estate. Allow me to show you around. Ouyang Fengyu beamed warmly, sweeping both arms wide to envelop Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing, and guiding them briskly away. The patriarch observed all this, shaking his head with a wry smile. Youth. Barely introduced, and already the air crackles with gunpowder. Lu Di responded with serene composure. Grandfather, frankly, I feel no animosity toward these young elites. Their caliber simply fails to register on my scale. A worthy scion of the Yin family. Youthful boldness is admirable. Go forth boldly. Should trouble arise, I shall stand behind you. Elsewhere, Ouyang Fengyu frowned sternly. Brother Tianqing, you let your temper rule you. A moment's impatience jeopardizes the grand design. To lose decorum before grandfather serves no purpose. Zhou Tianqing, now calmed, clenched his jaw, silent. Ouyang Fengyu narrowed his eyes. Gentlemen, surely you understand Lu Di's true nature. Before joining the Yans, he was a laborer, possessing brute strength, nothing more. Beyond that, he has neither power nor lineage, no match for either of you. Watching their faces darken with rising indignation, Ouyang Fengyu continued, truth be told, I find him equally intolerable. I wish to expel him from the Yin household. You seek to eliminate a rival for Wenwen's affection. We three may form a united front. They looked up sharply. How exactly? Ouyang Fengyu smiled coldly. You know elders will arrive shortly, and tradition dictates each delivers a speech at lunch, effectively a showcase of accomplishment. Ziming, you'll announce publicly that DE's concert tour will adopt my marketing plan. And I'll pledge, publicly, that sales revenue from the tour will exceed 200 billion yuan. Further, I'll increase DE's appearance fee by 200 million yuan. As for you, Brother Tianqing, I'll personally broker your company's third-round financing guaranteeing success. At lunch, boldly declare your IPO timeline. Thus, your triumphs will astound everyone present, while Lu Di, a pretty face, raw muscle, a farce, all will recognize the chasm between him and us. Even if you struck him twice earlier, it only reveals your rashness. Our world runs on power, status, and connections, not fists. When Lu Di stands exposed before grandfather and the elders, empty-handed, humiliated, he will vanish without trace. For no one will require him. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing stared, suddenly enlightened. Of course, this was Haishi's wealthiest magnate's luncheon, the ultimate stage to display capability. True domination over Lu Di meant revealing achievements so vast he could only gaze upward in awe. They had investigated Lu Di the moment they received the patriarch's call, a part-time restaurant worker, elevated solely because he'd accidentally rescued Yin Qingwen. Almost laughable. Two billionaires, masters of empires, squabbling with a commoner. Unnecessary. Power was everything. Make him wither in shame. Brother Fengyu, your counsel was invaluable. Zhou Tianqing chuckled ruefully. Had you not intervened, I might have punched that wretched boy, bringing utter disgrace upon myself. Then he clapped Ouyang Fengyu on the shoulder. We proceed precisely as you advised. Excellent. Ouyang Fengyu nodded, then turned to Lu Ziming. And you, Brother Ziming. Lu Ziming furrowed his brow. If I commit to your plan, might Wenwen resent me, eh? Brother Ziming, you misunderstand. When Lu Di first visited our home, he recited some clever rhetoric, captivating grandfather completely. Hence, grandfather entrusted Wenwen with new product sales, relying in truth on Lu Di. You assist me in execution, while Lu Di achieves nothing, thus exposing his utter incapacity. Once he loses grandfather's favor, your path to one win grows wider. Ouyang Fingyu's smile turned icy. I see. Lu Ziming lifted his head. No wonder that boy persistently challenged D.E. Fear drove him. The intimidation Lu D had projected moments earlier dissolved, replaced by sudden clarity. He'd feared being exposed, not holding leverage. A classic case of sour grapes. Nothing more than a worthless pretender. The trio returned to the canopy, faces now smooth with practiced ease. Haha, Brother Lu, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Zhou Tianqing chuckled softly. You are the Yin family's benefactor, and serve as their driver. As heirs of long-standing Yin family allies, we must treat you with utmost respect and courtesy. The statement was flawless, simultaneously underscoring Lu Di's subordinate role and his own aristocratic lineage, while masquerading as contrition. The courtesy of a few spoiled scions. I'll decline it gladly. Lu Di's smile was cool, detached. You. Zhou Tianqing trembled again. Then Ah Fu bowed beside the patriarch. Master, a call just arrived. Miss Nan has unexpectedly arrived. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? The patriarch tilted his head, her arrival clearly unanticipated. Nan Ruoyi, daughter of Elder Nan Tianhai of Beijing. Nan Tianhai, director of the State Council's Finance Ministry, steward of China's national treasury. Nan Tianhai, a figure known to every citizen of China. A pillar of the state apparatus, whose authority over national finances was absolute. A man whose mere footfall could shake the nation. Among his 3 children, each was a prodigy. Eldest son, Nan Yingjia, a political luminary, mayor of Hangzhou City at just 36, one of China's 11 youngest mayors. One of the mid-level officials. The future is limitless. His second son, Nan Mingda, is a top scientist renowned overseas. 6 years ago, he developed a patent for solar photovoltaic technology. Now the energy company he founded, Juning Technology Group, has become one of the Fortune 500 companies. And Nan Tianhai's third child is none other than the most beautiful genius, Nan Ruoyi. Since childhood, Nan Ruoyi has been clever and talented, excelling in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Moreover, she is cute and obedient, deeply favored by Nan Tianhai. Unlike her 2 elder brothers, Nan Ruoyi prefers to stay out of the spotlight. After graduation, she came to Haishur alone to run an antique business. According to rumors, Nan Ruoyi, with her unique insight, has repeatedly discovered hidden treasures, and in just a few years the value of her collected antiques has reached astronomical figures. A traditional father. 3 children excelling in different fields. The Nan family in the capital is exceptionally powerful in both politics and business. There is no one who does not know and no one who does not respect them. When it comes to strength comparison, the Nan family could easily swallow 10 Yin families. Are you sure Miss Nan has arrived? Old Yin asked excitedly. Sir, Miss Nan has conveyed that the general from Heishan and Director Duan, who are coming shortly, are close friends of her father. However, due to Elder Nan's inability to leave the capital, she specially arranged to meet the 2 elders and you. I see. Old Yin nodded dumbly. Just then, a very low-key Audi sedan entered the Yin family estate. Old Yin, who had always remained calm and composed regardless of who arrived, suddenly tensed up. He stood up directly to welcome them. Looking at Old Yan's back, Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were at a loss. Finyu, why did Miss Nan come? We had no idea about this beforehand. With her here, will our small capital not become a joke? I heard that in the Nan family, Miss Nan is the jewel in her father's eye. Both her elder brothers as well as Elder Nan are extremely obedient to her. Don't panic. Ouyang Finji's eyes sparkled. This is a tremendous opportunity. With Miss Nan's status, she naturally won't be too demanding of us. Moreover, precisely because Miss Nan is here, we should showcase our strength. Once we earn her approval, we might just climb to the heights of the Nan family in Kyoto. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing nodded repeatedly. Humph. Ouyang Finyu glanced at Lu Di, who was doing nothing, and coldly remarked, and we must make the most of this stepping stone, Lu Di, today. Let's go welcome Miss, and we must present our best selves. The Audi slowly came to a stop. The driver, wearing white gloves, hurriedly got out and opened the left rear door. In the next moment, a long, fair leg slowly stepped out of the car through the slit of her black cheongsam. The high heels she wore were adorned with matte diamonds. They emitted a low-key, yet dazzling brilliance. Just this one beautifully stepped-out leg made all the men present dizzy. She stepped out of the car, smiling at everyone. Her figure was exceptionally perfect, comparable to the world's top models. Her silky long hair cascaded over her shoulders. With a light and delicate makeup and a touch of bright red lipstick, she was both elegant and extraordinarily beautiful. Ouyang Finyu and the others felt their hearts flutter. Such a woman has an astonishing background and possesses unparalleled beauty. She is simply the dream woman of all men. Uncle Yin, hello, Ruai comes uninvited. I hope you don't mind. Haha, Miss Nan, you flatter us. Your presence truly brightens our Yin family estate. Old Yin slightly bowed. Miss Nan, I wonder if Uncle Heishan and Uncle Duan have arrived yet. Nan Ruai gently inquired. They might still be on their way. Miss Nan, let me introduce you to a few young people present today. Old Yin chuckled. Just call me Ruai. All right, Ruai, this is my nephew Lu Ziming, and this is my nephew Zhou Tianqing. Hello, Miss Nan. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were so flattered they almost bowed 90 degrees. Meanwhile, Ouyang Finyu maintained his elegance. Looking at Lu and Zhou, he snorted coldly in his heart, thinking they were 2 insignificant people. He then adjusted his hair, extended his hands, and stepped forward with a smile. Miss Nan, hello, I am Ouyang. However, Nan Ruai did not move her hands at all. She only glanced at each of them, smiling in acknowledgement. Ouyang Fengyu awkwardly retracted his hands, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. It was no wonder that with Miss Nan's status and being a girl, her delicate hands could not be casually touched. Afterwards, old Yin introduced the 4 daughters of the Yin family one by one. Nan Ruai smiled and nodded at each. Suddenly, her extremely elegant smile froze on her face. Because Nan Ruai saw a familiar figure. A white shirt, jeans, and somewhat alluring purple prosthetic eyes. Mr. D. Air. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Nan Rui's heart roared. The leather handbag in her hand instantly slipped to the ground. I am Lu Di, the younger brother. That figure seemed to step out of the darkness into the light. Approaching, he smiled gently. Nan Rui's body stiffened. This was definitely Mr. D. Air. He used his real name. Looking at Lu Di's unblemished smile, Nan Rui's mind raced. How clever she was. Mr. D. Air surely did not want to reveal his identity. Countless words halted at her lips. Nan Rui slightly nodded and said, Sir, hello. I'm good. Lu Di nodded slightly, looking at the stunning girl before him with a smile. Nan Rui, the daughter of Nan Tianhai, the 3rd young lady of the Nan family. Countless people admire her, and countless people love her, the proud daughter of heaven. She is the jewel in Elder Nan's eyes. She is also the obedient and lovely little sister in the eyes of the 2 young masters of the Nan family. However, no one would expect that she is actually the true leader of the underworld in Haisher, Heihu. For years she has stood behind the puppet Heihu as a maid, the real Heihu, the leader of the Heihu gang, controlling thousands of thugs, owning hundreds of casinos and bars, controlling black market bounties, involved in all underground businesses in Haisher. Indeed, the Nan family produces geniuses. Each one is extraordinary, and this 3rd young lady, Nan Rui, is perhaps a genius to an extreme. To outsiders she appears elegant and cold, but in reality her heart is extremely rebellious. Coming to Haisher to do business is just a facade. 6 years ago she established the Heihu gang with her high intelligence. Moreover, she has always used her hidden identity to make the Heihu gang grow larger and ultimately dominate the underworld of Haisher. No one in the underworld knows she is Miss Nan, and no one in the entire Nan family knows she is Heihu. Such a remarkable woman. In Nan Rui's eyes, all of this is just a game, shedding the identity of a good girl, a game of unrestrained release. Transforming into a gangster without any scruples, whether ruthless or righteous, she can also expand her territory. Interesting. Nan Rui has always reveled in it. But all of this changed the moment she met Lu Di. The man in white appeared before her like a deity, easily shattering everything, casually revealing each of her secrets. An absolute crushing. Nan Rui once believed that no one in this world could conquer her. But that thought ultimately dissipated the moment she met Lu Di. At this moment in Nan Rui's eyes, everything in the Yin family estate had turned into an illusion. In her perspective, only the smiling man in white remained. It was as if he was everything. Miss Nan, are you alright? Ouyang Fengyu gently called out. For some reason, Nan Rui had been in a daze for a full 2 minutes. Miss Nan, would you like to come rest in the cool pavilion for a while and have a drink? Ouyang Fengyu asked again. Nan Rui gently shook her head, saying, no need, I'll just follow Mr. Lu. At the banquet center, haha, Miss Nan, Lu Di is not a member of the Yin family. He's just a driver for the Yin family. Lu Ziming said softly with a smile. No one would think Lu Di has any connection with the young lady of the Nan family. Perhaps Miss Nan only regards Lu Di as a guest of the Yin family. Nan Rui lightly exclaimed, glancing at Lu Di. She saw that Lu Di had an indifferent expression, taking a few steps back, pulling out a cigarette, and leaning against a tree to smoke. Nan Rui felt a bit disappointed. It seemed the sir did not want her to make obvious moves. She then sighed, and said, then Rui will follow the host's lead. That's good. Ouyang Fengyu smiled broadly. Just as everyone was about to move, 2 more cars drove into the Yin family estate. These 2 black sedans were probably the cheapest in the Yin family estate. However, no one dared to underestimate the 2 guests in those cars. In the front was a Hongqi sedan with a white license plate, high A00001 police. Following it was an old Audi A6 with a white license plate, WJ00003. Those with some knowledge could tell the level of the 2 cars just by the license plates. The first was the vehicle of the top police official in Haisher. The owner of the second car was uncertain, but at least held a general's rank. The 2 cars slowly came to a stop. An old man, dark-skinned with a face like a withered old man, but exceptionally strong, first stepped out of the Audi. Next, an old man in a Zhongshan suit, about 60 years old, with a square face, briskly walked out of the Hongqi. Old hey, I finally caught up with you. You need to clarify to me what happened with my phone. The leader of the special forces, Duan Hua, quickly approached and patted the shoulder of the general from Heishan. Heishan walked with his hands behind his back, not looking back, with a disdainful expression. Old ghost Duan, can't you be a bit more composed? This isn't your home. A national official throwing a tantrum. Aren't you afraid of being the laughingstock of the younger generation? Old ghost, hey, you can skip compensating for the phone, but tell me, have you found that kid? Duan Hua asked sternly as he approached Heishan. Old ghost Duan, don't think I don't know you're trying to steal my recruits, dreaming of extracting intel from me. If the outside world heard this conversation, they would surely be shocked. 2 renowned military big shots bickering over a nameless kid like elementary school students. Haha, old Duan, General Heishan, long time no see. Old Yin laughed heartily, warmly welcoming them from afar. The 2 big shots looked at Old Yin and smiled knowingly. I told you rich peasant like to put on unnecessary displays. Old Duan, we three have decades of friendship. How can we not put on a good show? Huh? Old Yin laughed heartily. Today, we have a distinguished guest. The two big shots followed Old Yan's gesture to look. Is it the daughter of director Nan, little Nan? The two big shots were also taken aback. Indeed it is Miss Nan. Today our Yin family estate is truly star-studded with esteemed guests. Uncle Haishan, Uncle Duan Roy wishes to greet you both. She slightly bowed. My father heard that you two were gathered in Haishur and specially arranged for me to pay my respects to you both. Ah, good. General Haishan's voice boomed. Thank you for your father's concern, and thank you to our lovely little Nan. I am truly very happy today. Little Nan, please also send my regards to Director Nan, and I will personally visit him in Kyoto later. Haha. Duan Hua also seemed pleased, looking at Nan Roy with appreciation. Look at our Roy. She has truly transformed. She is so beautiful now. As you work hard in Haishi, you may encounter some troubles. Just tell Uncle Duan, when that happens, no need to trouble Elder Director Nan. Ouyang Fengyu and the others were watching enviously from the side. The top police official in Haishi, the military general. These are formidable figures. Miss Nan is indeed deserving of her title. At such a young age, she can speak directly with such big shots. Moreover, those two big shots treat Miss Nan with great respect. Not far away behind a tree, Lu Di leaned against it, taking in the last puff of his cigarette. He bitterly smiled. If those two leaders knew that the beautiful, cultured Miss Nan standing before them was actually the elusive underworld boss Heihu of Haishi, what would they think? Lu Di extinguished the cigarette and slowly revealed himself from behind the tree. Old Yin Haishan and Duan Hua were walking toward the cool pavilion. Old Yin, I must say your estate is truly impressive. Old Ghost, hey, I tell you, our Haishur not only has beautiful scenery, but is also full of talented people. As he spoke, Duan Hua lifted his thermos cup and took a sip, for example. Duan Hua's eyes suddenly widened, staring fixedly at the tree in the distance. A mouthful of tea sprayed out. This is that banker kid. He is a member of the Yin family. Duan Hua's eyes bulged, and he directly stepped forward. Old Duan, what are you doing? Haishan shouted angrily, glancing at the direction of Duan Hua's gaze, and his expression froze instantly. He instinctively grasped Duan Hua's arm. You stop right there. Feeling Haishan's iron grip, Duan Hua panicked. Old Ghost, hey, let go of me. Haishan retorted, not a chance. The strange actions of the two left Old Yin utterly puzzled. Suddenly, General Haishan smiled slyly and said to Old Yin, are there many young people at this banquet today? Quickly introduce them to me. Soon Old Yin, almost dragged by the two big shots, came to a group of young people. However, while Old Yin introduced others, the two big shots were absent-minded. Only when it came to Lu Di did their eyes shine with enthusiasm. General Haishan kept muttering, Lu Di. Good name. Brave and righteous. Good. The Yin family driver. Good. Everyone was stunned. What was going on with General Haishan and Director Duan? In the end, General Haishan, while tightly gripping Duan Hua's arm, said with a smile, Old Yin, since they are all young people, let the young ones talk to each other. We three old guys will go play chess elsewhere. I have something to tell you. Right, I also have something to tell you. Duan Hua added. 10 minutes later, Old Yin sat blankly in front of the chessboard. Just now, Haishan and Duan Hua had bombarded him with questions like rapid fire. They asked at least dozens of questions, all about Lu Di. Old Yin looked at the young people with a puzzled expression. Some matters still couldn't escape his keen eyes. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming looked at Lu Di with disdain, as if they were ready to declare war at any moment. The young lady of the Nan family also frequently glanced at Lu Di, her expression complicated. Meanwhile, the two big shots were digging deep into Lu Di's background. It seemed that the center of today's banquet had suddenly turned into Lu Di. Old Yin, has it been 10 years since we last played chess? General Haishan suddenly asked. Old Yin nodded in confusion. General Haishan grinned. Then if I win, I will make a request, and you cannot refuse. Let's enjoy the project. Everyone can have a go, find some fun, and pass the time. Lu Ziming agreed. Ouyang Fengju's expression changed slightly. He instinctively glanced at Lu Di, his face darkening as he said this. Let's forget it. No performance needed. Then Ouyang Fengyu straightened his chest. However, I heard that Brother Ziming is a renowned equestrian expert, and Brother Tiancheng is a top shooting expert. That's quite the coincidence. In my Yin family villa, there is not only a dedicated horse racing field, but also a shotgun shooting range. How about we compete? After Ouyang Fengyu finished speaking, he looked meaningfully at Lu Ziming and Zhou Tiancheng. The two instantly understood. Brother Fengyu is indeed a good helper. He specifically created an opportunity for us to showcase our skills. A few of them glanced at Nan Roi, who had become very reserved since meeting everyone for some unknown reason. She merely glanced faintly at everyone as if she were an outsider. Then it settled. Let's go. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily, not allowing anyone to voice an opinion, and directly called everyone to set off. At the racetrack, as soon as everyone saw the robust black steed in the stable, their eyes lit up. What a fine horse. Lu Ziming stepped out of the crowd first. I have participated in nearly 100 equestrian competitions, seen countless famous horses at home and abroad, yet I have never encountered such a magnificent steed. This is a Bai Cha Tai Ti horse originally born in the mountains with very hard hooves. To the average person, it is not suitable for racing, but that is a significant underestimation of it, because it can only demonstrate its true abilities when encountered by a truly skilled equestrian. Only when the rider's skills reach their peak can it gallop freely on the plains. After Lu Ziming finished speaking, he looked proudly at everyone, full of self-satisfaction. One must admit this spoiled brat Lu Ziming has considerable expertise in equestrian skills. Just a glance was enough for him to analyze the horse's merits and shortcomings. Seeing that Nan Roi also slightly nodded, he felt even more pleased. Even Lu Di was attracted by the magnificent horse before him and couldn't help but step forward to gently pet it. Lu Di, I advise you to be careful. This horse has a fiery temperament. If it kicks you, I won't take responsibility. Lu Ziming impatiently shouted, his expression filled with disdain. Haha, brother Ziming is right. This horse has been at our villa for a while now, but no one has been able to successfully ride it. Its temperament is indeed fierce. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily. If brother Ziming can ride this horse, it would naturally show that his riding skills are exceptional. To be honest, I have had the fortune to encounter such horses, and they are all easy for me to handle. Lu Ziming said arrogantly, his gaze towards the horse filled with confidence. Lu Di smiled slightly and took 2 steps back. Then how about you give everyone a demonstration? Of course. Ignoring Lu Di, Lu Ziming smiled at Nan Roi. Today is a rare occasion with Miss Nan's presence. It's my first meeting, so I naturally have to give my all and perform for Miss Nan. Saying so, Lu Ziming moved his body around. With a serious demeanor, he gazed at the magnificent horse for a moment. He gently patted the horse's back and swiftly mounted it. Surprisingly, the proud Bai Cha Tai Ti horse showed no resistance at all. The crowd couldn't help but applaud. Lu Ziming's stature was quite upright, and riding such a tall horse indeed gave him a certain grace. Lu Ziming smiled lightly, casting a sidelong glance at Nan Roi. Even Miss Nan had a hint of approval in her eyes. Then Lu Ziming took a deep breath and shouted, "Giddy up." The air was eerily silent. The steed remained utterly still. Lu Ziming tightened his legs around the saddle again. "Giddy up." Yet the horse still did not move. The crowd was silent. Hee. Only a faint mocking voice came from Lu Di. "I advise you to get off the horse within 10 seconds. Lu Ziming shouted angrily from atop his horse. "Lu Di, what do you understand? This is called building momentum. Just wait." Suddenly the horse neighed loudly. Its front hooves suddenly reared high, its body shook violently, and it directly threw Lu Ziming off. 3 meters away, Lu Ziming fell in a heap. The crowd was astonished. They saw Lu Ziming getting up in a disheveled manner, his face twisted, as he exclaimed, "Fengyu, what kind of broken horse is this? There's something wrong with it." "What's wrong is you." Lu Di slowly stepped forward, standing in front of the horse. "This horse is indeed a Bai Cha Tai Ti, but it's also a purebred Mongolian warhorse. Mongolian warhorses are born on the vast grasslands, galloping across expansive plains. They have a fierce and proud temperament. Their ancestors trace back to Genghis Khan's Mongolian cavalry. Mongolian warhorses are born for battle, meant to be ridden by heroes. They do not like pampered treatment or incompetence. They are full of spirit, able to perceive everything, and will never bow to the mediocre." Lu Di finished speaking, and the Mongolian warhorse behind him snorted angrily, seemingly affirming Lu Di's words. Looking at the disheveled Lu Ziming, Lu Di sneered, "You, with your filthy heart and empty exterior, are not worthy of riding a Mongolian warhorse. It's simply a joke." "Lu Di, on what basis do you say that?" Lu Ziming was furious. "This horse is obviously wild and unruly, and it hasn't been trained properly. What hero rides it? Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, try it yourself. You won't survive the fall." Seeing Lu Ziming embarrass himself, Ouyang Fengyu felt somewhat embarrassed as well. He frowned and said, "Lu Di, you say this horse is meant to be ridden by heroes. Do you dare to call yourself a hero and try it?" Ouyang Fengyu was quite helpless at this moment. He had given Lu Ziming a chance to showcase his skills, but unexpectedly it backfired. Now he could only hope that Lu Di would also embarrass himself. Since nobody could ride it, there was no need to worry about losing face. Yan Qingwen also flashed a hint of worry on her face. She gently shook her head at Lu Di, indicating for him not to act rashly. However, Lu Di shook his head slightly. "There's no need for me to ride. TCH. So you can only talk big." Zhou Tianqing sneered. Then Lu Di gave a faint smile, turned around, and directly faced the Mongolian warhorse. "Qian Shi, the might of the emperor." In the next moment, the proud Mongolian warhorse neighed skyward. Its front hoof stomped. Its knees bent. The horse's head slowly lowered. Just like worshipping a proud god of war, it gradually knelt down before Lu Di. This was a sign of respect for a warrior. It was a submission to a strong person. Meanwhile, Lu Di had a calm smile. "Having witnessed countless heroes, when it comes to might, who can rival me?" 62. No need for more words. The earlier scene caught everyone off guard. Although the warhorse had not galloped, it inexplicably shocked everyone. If the Mongolian warhorse possessed spirit, it would only bow to heroes. Then its kneeling before Lu Di was self-evident. A warhorse for heroes to ride. Thus only a true child of an emperor could command such reverence. Who was that man? Self-proclaimed Lu Di, the younger brother. Unfathomable. Everyone's thoughts were different. In Yan Qingwen's heart, her doubts about Lu Di grew even deeper. She could no longer comprehend it, feeling lost in a fog. She questioned herself once again. "Lu Di, what kind of person are you?" In Nan Rui's eyes, everything was both logical and exhilarating. A gentleman is indeed a gentleman. No matter how bizarre or astonishing the event, as long as the gentleman is involved, it will undoubtedly be victorious. Evil dissipates, and all heroes bow in reverence. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing were filled with extreme anger. Lu Di had taken all the spotlight at the racetrack. The 3 of them felt utterly humiliated. Not only did they not show off in front of Miss Nan, but they also made fools of themselves. "Brother Tianqing, this Lu Di is quite the enigma." Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth and said quietly, to be honest, this kid made me lose badly in archery before. Later when we go to the shooting range, do you have confidence in beating him? Archery. Zhou Tianqing chuckled darkly. I'm skilled in shotgun clay pigeon shooting. The target is high-speed thrown discs, completely different from archery. Even if he is accurate in archery, so what? This is a game for the wealthy. A poor kid like him probably hasn't even seen it. Right, brother Tianqing, I believe he can do everything. You must help us regain our face. While Lu Ziming rubbed his behind, he gritted his teeth and said, all right. Ouyang Fingius' eyes flickered with cold light. They'll find a way to provoke him a bit, getting him to compete with you. The outcome will depend on you. Everyone had different thoughts as they headed to the shooting range. The Yin family villa was indeed a top-tier estate. An entire hectare of lawn was specially designed for shooting practice. Zhou Tianqing took a deep breath, puffed out his chest, and smiled. I have been learning shooting from my father since childhood, and I've been hunting in the mountains since I was 13. I consider my marksmanship to be quite good. As for clay pigeon shooting, with 2 trap machines throwing discs alternately, 5 shooting positions, shooting in both directions, I hit 70 out of 75. I'm not bragging, I'm only 3 hits short of the Olympic champion. The crowd sighed in admiration. Yin Kai and Yin Xinshin whispered, those discs thrown by the machine fly chaotically within just a few seconds. Hitting them is really hard. I secretly tried it before and couldn't hit any. It made me so mad I almost threw the gun. Zhou Tianqing pretended to be profound and looked slowly at Lu Di. I've heard Lu Di's archery skills are exceptional. I wonder how you fare in shotgun shooting. Ouyang Fingyu also took the opportunity to interject. Yes, Lu Di, with such great talent, why not join the competition? Ding. The 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun proficiency integration completed. Ultimate loading technique integrated. Olympic champion clay pigeon shooting subconscious integration completed. Holding the gun cool pose integration completed. Lu Di, have you thought of me? I've been upgrading my series, so I took a little nap. Demon child, of course I thought of you, but when will you grow up? I don't need that cool gun holding skill. Lu Di shook his head helplessly. Oh, better to be prepared than sorry. Oh, everyone has a desire to look good. By this child will continue upgrading. All right. Lu Di shrugged and slowly approached the firearms casually, saying no need for so much nonsense. If you want to lose, face him in. Ha, good. Zhou Tianqing sneered arrogantly. Then let's do this. Activate both trap machines. Each of us will have 30 rounds of bullets. I said no need for nonsense. I'll shoot first. You can keep the rest of your time for yourself. Lu Di said indifferently while slowly lining up the shotgun bullets from the table. A total of 70 rounds. Then Lu Di picked up the double-barreled shotgun, skillfully tested the trigger, calibrated the sights, and checked the trajectory. Every movement flowed smoothly. No doubt a seasoned expert. Ouyang Fingyu, standing aside, suddenly felt something was off. Damn, that familiar feeling is back. Zhou Tianqing was going to be humiliated. Then Lu Di stood proudly and loudly called to the operator, all 4 trap machines are on random positions, 70 discs non-stop throwing. Haha, Lu Di, have you ever shot clay pigeons? You're using a double-barreled shotgun, not a machine gun. With your throwing method, the discs will be everywhere. You won't even have time to load. Not a single one will hit. Zhou Tianqing, who was just stunned by Lu Di's pose, now laughed heartily. The operator in the distance also leaned out loudly, asking, Mr. Lu Di, are you serious? I've never heard of such a shooting style. Just follow my instructions. Crack. Lu Di pushed with one hand, 2 bullets were loaded, and the shotgun was ready. Seeing Lu Di's determination, the helpless operator could only comply. Swish, swish. For sounds of breaking air rang out as 4 discs were simultaneously thrown by the trap machines. Lu Di's eyes sparkled with brilliance. With an imposing stance he aimed. Indeed, the double-barreled shotgun, which can only load 2 bullets, must hit 4 flying discs, flying for only 4 to 5 seconds at once. It was nearly impossible, but that was only for ordinary people. The demon child had already marked all the data for Lu Di. Distance, wind, speed, wind, direction, the trajectory of the discs, the anticipation of their fall. Every detail was under control, plus with top-notch shooting skills. What seemed impossible became possible for Lu Di. Without hesitation. Bang, bang. Within 0. For seconds, he fired twice, hitting all targets. Lu Di opened the shotgun barrel in one motion. Then he stomped his right foot hard. 2 shotgun shells on the wooden table were directly bounced up. Lu Di reached out with one hand, and the 2 shells landed perfectly in the barrel. Then he directly began the second round of shooting. Bang, bang. Again, he hit 2 shots in a row. The most terrifying part was that all of this happened within 1 second. The crowd was left dumbfounded. So cool. Swift. Precise. Godlike shooting skills. Swish, swish, swish. The discs were thrown out again. Lu Di repeated the operation quick as lightning. Once again, he hit all targets. Zhou Tianqing's mouth opened in disbelief, his jaw nearly unhinged. To hell with the competition. This kid is not human. In the distance in the pavilion, the 3 old men who were playing chess were also startled by the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sounds of shooting made Haishan's expression freeze. Are they shooting clay pigeons? That's the sound of a 12-gauge double-barreled shotgun. What kind of person can shoot at such speed? This reloading time has been compressed to at least 0.1 seconds. Faster than my ace soldier by 2 times. No way. The old man didn't believe it. Haishan turned his head, squinting, and gazed into the distance. In the distance, the tall figure in the white shirt was almost unrecognizable as he madly shot at the flying discs. Damn, it really is that little freak. Haishan's mouth twitched violently. He suddenly turned his head, veins bulging on his forehead, excitedly shouting, old And even if I have to risk my life today, I will win this game against you. On the shooting range, Lu Di shattered 70 clay pigeons made of mud and gray within 2 minutes. The sky was filled with dust slowly drifting down before the dumbfounded audience. The protagonist of the event, Yin family driver Lu Di, slowly exited the last 2 shells from the shotgun. Using the barrel, which was red as a coal, he lit a cigarette. Huff. Lu Di exhaled a puff of smoke. Slowly he said, "You all continue playing, I'm going to check on those old men." After saying that, Lu Di left calmly. Hiss. Zhou Tianqing inhaled sharply, trembling a little. This was simply impossible. With such shooting skills, he could easily take home medals from the Olympics. Yet he came to be a driver for the Yin family, and also to become my rival. I thought I was going to compete with him in shooting. This is a pit. The equestrian competition was also a pit. Zhou Tianqing looked at Ouyang Fengyu with severe suspicion. Ouyang Fengyu looked like he had eaten a ton of bitter gourd. His expression utterly collapsed, unable to express his grievances. Who could have thought that Lu Di would be so skilled in everything? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin cheered joyfully as they were carefree. They only needed 1 point. That is, Lu Di's gun-holding posture was so handsome. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen fell into deep thought. Throughout this journey, Lu Di had repeatedly amazed everyone. It was hard to imagine that Lu Di had such an ordinary background. A disciplined routine, a perfect physique, exceptional culinary skills, equestrian techniques, shooting skills. These traits are not rare. Focusing on one person has become an incomprehensible matter. Mysteries, all of the mysteries. Yin Qingwen has already devised a method. She must uncover everything about Lu Di. As for Nan Ruai, she watched everything with great satisfaction. This feeling was something she couldn't articulate, and there was no surprise in her heart. She simply felt that as Mr. D. all of this was entirely justifiable. Under the sunshade, General Heishan excitedly rubbed his palms and placed a black stone on the chessboard. Old Yin hesitated for a long time. In front of him was a game of Go. Old Yin held a white stone while Heishan held a black one. The current board position clearly showed Old Yin's disadvantage. Old Yin, it seems you're about to lose this game. Heishan chuckled. So regarding that request, I won't hold back. Watching Heishan about to succeed, Duan Hua felt quite angry. Rank has its privileges. Even playing chess must allow the old ghost Heishan to go first. It seems I won't gain anything this time. Heishan, I truly don't understand. As a dignified general, what could you possibly want from a mere businessman like me? Old Yin frowned as he spoke. He was still observing the game, trying to find a chance for a comeback. Of course there is. Your Yin family's estate is filled with talented individuals. I won't hide it from you. My request is simply to ask for someone. Who? Old Yin seemed to understand something and lifted his head. I thought you were being so cryptic today because you wanted someone. Are you regretting letting Tai Si and the others go? Do you want to recall them now? Old Yin felt somewhat helpless. Back in the day after Tai Si and the other orphans came of age, he specifically asked Heishan, who was then the Special Forces instructor, to send them to the army for training. To his surprise, the Tai brothers turned out to be quite impressive. Within a few years, they all became elites in the military. In the end, it took considerable persuasion from Old Yin for Heishan to agree to let them retire and return to guard the Yin family. You, my friend, have gone around in circles just to ask me to go back on my word. Old Yin raised an eyebrow. Not at all. I'm not touching Tai Si and the others. What I want is someone else, and just one. Who? Old Yin suddenly leaned forward, feeling something was wrong. Look. Heishan pointed with his chin to the young man in a white shirt who was walking towards them. Old Yin stared blankly at him. Then his expression changed. Lu Di. You want to take Lu Di away? Old Yin shouted excitedly, but suddenly realized he had lost his composure. He paused and said calmly, Old Hey, you don't know Lu Di is just an ordinary person, and he's somewhat disabled, very frail. What do you want him for in the army? To drive for you. Don't joke around. You say he's frail? If he is frail, then aren't my soldiers not even men? Heishan didn't give Old Yin a chance to speak again. He took out a black stone and slammed it onto the board. Ha ha, Old Yin, your white stones are already trapped. My formation is complete. You've lost. Heishan laughed to the sky. By the way, this formation is called the 9 Dragon's Tail. Even masters of Go cannot unravel it. Old Hey, you can't do this, so I don't agree. Old Yin was anxious. What if we do this? Suddenly a long arm stretched out from the side of Old Yin. He took a white stone and gently placed it in an inconspicuous corner of the board. Lu Di. Old Yin saw the person clearly. It was indeed Lu Di, who had walked into the shade and was gently wiping his hands with a white towel. General Heishan, please take another look at the game. Lu Di said with a smile. Heishan was taken aback. Then he looked at the board. With that glance, Heishan was increasingly astonished. Lu Di's stone directly severed Heishan's 2 major advantages, and it left countless follow-up moves. Because of that stone, Old Yan's previously scattered white stones were suddenly consolidated. Looking at it, generally the situation of the white stones had already escaped danger. If the subsequent operations were done correctly, a reversal was not out of the question. This move was indeed exquisite. After a moment, Heishan asked in astonishment, Little brother, what do you call this move? Just now I heard you call it the 9 Dragon's Tail. Lu Di chuckled. Then I will call this move the hedgehog turnover. Hiss. The hedgehog turnover. Is that recovering from a soft belly and raising steel spines to face the enemy? Little brother, impressive. Duan Hua suddenly exclaimed. General Heishan also perked up. This Lu Di once again exceeded his expectations. Playing chess is essentially a game of strategy. Mastery of chess equates to mastery of strategy. Similarly, commanding troops is like playing chess. To perceive the situation on the board, make instantaneous moves, and turn the tide. Thus in battle it can be the same. It seems that this Lu Di has more than just martial prowess. Haishan's expression shifted slightly, his thoughts becoming even more resolute. This boy I must recruit. Haishan laughed heartily. Good, very good. Since the formation has been broken, then Old Yin, let's continue. We must compete for a win or lose. Old Yin is not an ordinary character. He took the opportunity. He got up slowly, smirking. Compete. I'm hungry, let's prepare for lunch. In the banquet hall of the estate, the feast was already prepared. Old Yin, General Haishan, and Duan Hua sat at the main table. The younger generation sat on both sides. Each person had their own thoughts. The atmosphere was inexplicably quiet. Ahem. Old Yin first broke the silence. It's rare to have both General Haishan and Elder Duan Hua here today. Children, why don't we enjoy our meal while sharing our recent work achievements with everyone? The younger generation all took a deep breath. The next segment was essentially an unspoken rule at this high society banquet regarding the younger generation. What is said to be sharing is actually a mutual display of strength followed by ranking by seniority. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and others had already clenched their fists in secret. Ludi, no matter how strong your shooting skills are, you are ultimately just a poor person, a destitute person with nothing. I have finally waited for the chance to humiliate you. Haha, I see that everyone seems a bit reserved. Old Yin glanced at Yin Qingwen and smiled. Then when you go first? Yin Qingwen nodded, gently stood up, and said, as you all know, our Ingji group has launched home medical equipment products recently, which is our group's top priority this year. I have earned my father's trust and am honored to be the person in charge of this project. Next, I will collaborate with Ziming to invite the god of Song Di to hold a charity gala. This concert will mainly focus on charity, not prioritizing sales performance. There will be a fundraising segment during the gala, and all funds raised will be donated to children's medical institutions and charity hospitals. Holding such an event will not only increase the visibility of our new product, but also help some poor people and children who cannot afford medical treatment due to limited conditions. After Yin Qingwen finished speaking, several elders nodded slightly, their expressions showing approval. Ludi also agreed. This woman, Yin Qingwen, indeed has a good heart. She usually appeared somewhat cold and unfeeling. But ever since she saw Grandpa Tua's hospital, the impoverished patients and disabled children seemed to have been etched in her heart. Not only did she donate medical equipment in her personal capacity, but she also raised funds for them through this new product launch event. She can be regarded as a conscientious entrepreneur. Wait. An unpleasant voice interrupted, and Ouyang Fingyu slowly stood up and said, if I didn't mishear when you just said you wouldn't prioritize performance. When I think you might be mistaken. Our Ingji is a business, it survives on sales profits. Not only are you spending the budget for the event, but you also don't require performance. Are you treating our Ingji as a charity institution? Ouyang Fingyu feigned helplessness, shaking his head and sighing. Everyone, I also want to announce some news. General Lu Ziming has reached a cooperation agreement with me. The concert for DE will proceed according to my plan. In 5 days, we will hold a large concert at Huitian Plaza in the Wanghai district. At the same time, we will invite major distributors to VIP seats, widely promoting our new products while also opening for orders on site. Ziming and I solemnly promise that after this performance, our new product sales will not be less than 20 billion. We will create a perfect opening for the group. That's right. Lu Ziming stood up as well. I completely agree with Finji's plan, and I fully support it. Everyone knows how powerful the appeal of the god of Song Di is. As long as he appears at the concert, it will surely be the most sensational news in the Wanghai district this year. Naturally, driving our product sales will not be a problem. At this moment, Ouyang Fingyu was extremely pleased. He frequently glanced at Old Yin and Miss Nan. He smiled again. Father, although this marketing plan is under Wenwen's responsibility, I believe this is a crucial step for the group, and we cannot afford any mistakes. Everything must prioritize sales results. This. Yin Qingwen was suddenly at a loss for words and could only look at her father Yin Hongxin. Old Yin was also in a dilemma, his brows slightly furrowed. Although Ouyang Fingyi's approach was domineering, it was not without reason. After all, Ingji is a business that needs to make money and requires funds to operate. Wenwen's plan, although a good deed, provided no guarantees for the group. Old Yin subconsciously looked at Lu Di. He saw Lu Di, seemingly bored, lowering his head and fiddling with the tableware. He appeared to have no intention of participating at all. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause broke out in the quiet banquet hall. Zhou Tiancheng stood up and smiled. I have also made some achievements in business. I completely agree with Finji's plan. To be honest, my company has recently been soaring. The third round of financing discussions has already begun, and if all goes well, funds will be in place within 2 months. Within half a year, my business data will meet the targets, and I will start preparing for IPO. Haha, it's quite embarrassing to say, but if our MITA company successfully goes public this year, we will break the record for the fastest IPO time in the Huaxiao entrepreneurial circle, and I will become the youngest founder of a public company. This speech surprised even bigwigs like Haishan and Duanhua. They truly did not expect these younger individuals who had not been noticed to be so remarkable. So young, yet one more successful than the other. Duanhua also applauded. Today has really opened my eyes. The younger generation is impressive, truly impressive. Everyone as for Roy, she has neither run a company nor collaborated with Ingji. She is just a small antique dealer, so I won't embarrass myself in front of everyone. Oh Miss Nin, you are being too modest. With your status you naturally do not need to explain too much. Even if we were all tied together we cannot compare to you. Zhou Tianqing immediately flattered her. Yes Miss Nin, your strength needs no further explanation. Old Yan also smiled. After speaking, everyone's gaze inadvertently turned towards Lu Di. It seemed that everyone was expecting his actions. Old Yan hoped he would step up and contribute ideas for the group's marketing plan. Yan Qingwen also cast a pleading look. Heishan and Duan Hua, two bigwigs, were full of curiosity about this young man. Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing wore cold smiles. There would definitely be no surprises this time. In the business realm, this kid is completely a beggar compared to themselves. He surely wouldn't be able to say anything substantial. Naturally, there would be an opportunity to humiliate him. After a moment of silence, Lu Di smiled faintly and said, "Hee trash." "What did you say, Lu Di?" Ouyang Fengyu seemed unable to believe his ears. "Sorry, I wasn't talking about you." Lu Di suddenly looked up and said, "I meant Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing, you three are all trash. Everyone here is probably thinking of cursing me. After bragging yesterday, I updated 2 chapters today. I'm not doing it on purpose. Tomorrow I promise a big update starting from 5 chapters. If not, feel free to abandon the book. There will be no complaints." "Lu Di, you're going too far." Ouyang Fengyu stood up angrily. "In broad daylight, you actually dare to curse at people." Lu Di remained calm and said indifferently, "Your achievements are in my eyes no different from trash." "Lu Di, you have a big mouth. As a useless driver, what qualification do you have to judge our achievements?" Zhou Tianqing and Lu Ziming both got angry at the same time. "Sigh. I stayed at the Yin family out of goodwill. I originally wanted to act low-key. But what gives me a headache is that there are always some clowns making noise in front of me." Fortunately, Lu Di sighed lightly. "There happened to be an elder who awakened me from my dreams. He told me that as a young person it's okay to fight bravely, there's nothing wrong with that. Releasing the fire within my heart is not excessive." Suddenly Lu Di turned his head, his gaze like lightning, looking at Ouyang Fengyu and the others. "Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, you two are holding a concert at Huitian Plaza in 5 days, right? Then let me be blunt, your DE concert will become the biggest joke of the year in the Wanghai district. Lu Ziming, you and your management company will be disgraced overnight. And Ouyang Fengyu, your sales performance will be 0. Ouyang Fengyu instantly exploded with rage. He shouted, "Lu Di, are you cursing me? What reason do you have to say that?" Not only was Ouyang Fengyu angry, but even the others at the table frowned. Lu Di's words were indeed a bit excessive. Even if they did not support Ouyang Fengju's plan, it shouldn't have been said so harshly. This is certainly not a curse, but is about to become a fact. Lu Di smiled faintly, "Because I decided to support Wen-Wen's plan and help her hold a charity fundraising gala. And it will be held on the coastal street, just 1 kilometer away from Huitian Plaza, simultaneously with yours. At that time the audience will naturally flock to our concert. Moreover, we won't need to spend a single cent of the budget." Ouyang Fengyu listened in astonishment, fell silent for a moment, and then burst into wild laughter. "Lu Di, don't blame me for looking down on you." Ouyang Fengyu forced back his laughter. "Coastal street. There are only a few dilapidated buildings there. How can it compare to the luxurious Huitian Plaza? Are you really going to hold your event 1 kilometer away at the same time? Do you think the audience will flock to your place instead? The most ridiculous part is that it won't cost a budget. Are you not even building a stage? Can you tell me what this is based on? Can you tell me where you got the courage?" At this moment Yan Qingwen was also stunned by Lu Di. She stared blankly at him, genuinely not knowing what to say. Has Lu Di gone mad? Huh? Zhou Tianqing laughed so hard he nearly fell over. "Lu Di, did you feel threatened by how excellent Ziming and the others are and start rambling? I suggest you calm down and accept it." Lu Di turned to Zhou Tianqing, who was laughing wildly, and said slowly, "Next is you, Zhou Tianqing, you blackheart businessman. Your rubbish travel company with 12 travel routes and 3 exclusive islands has none that can stand up to scrutiny. You smart guy, those 12 travel routes are indeed original, but the roads in between destroy farmland and ruin natural monuments, and you even force local residents to work for you without pay. And those 3 originally beautiful tropical. The island, now ravaged by your extensive development, is in disarray, littered with garbage, as the indigenous residents voice their grievances. In my opinion, your so-called second round of financing has all been used for collusion between officials and businessmen, right? How does Lu Di know these company secrets? Could it be that he has arranged for spies?" Zhou Tianqing pointed at Lu Di, stammering, "Lu Di, you're talking nonsense, you're slandering me. I'm going to sue you for defamation. Defamation doesn't matter anymore." Lu Di flicked his sleeve, "Because within 24 hours your company will go completely bankrupt. You like to compare achievements, don't you?" Lu Di smiled slightly. "I estimate that within 1 hour you will be in debt by 500 million. If I casually take out 100 yuan, wouldn't that mean I have more assets than you?" Hearing Lu Di's words, Zhou Tianqing's emotions plummeted like a roller coaster as he uncovered the dark secrets of his company. But then when Lu Di said he would declare bankruptcy and be in debt by 500 million, Zhou Tianqing's roller coaster shot back up. This kid can't be talking nonsense, right? Did he accidentally guess my inside story? Haha, Lu Di, I really don't know what to say. I even feel a bit sorry for you. I advise you to quickly let go of your obsession and return to your rural hometown. If you continue to stay in the wealthy circles, I'm afraid you'll have mental issues." Zhou Tianqing helplessly shook his head, and said loudly, everyone, my company currently has at least 1 billion in liquid assets, with nearly 5 booked customers, most of whom are high-end clients. The only headache for our company right now is being too busy. We can't attend to all the customers. As for Ludis' words, let's just listen and move on. He's had a bit too much stimulation today, it's quite pitiful. My company is absolutely impossible to go bankrupt. Ludi remained calm, still smiling lightly, as he turned to look at Ouyang Fengyu. And you, the seemingly virtuous son-in-law of the Yin family. Alas, is it my turn now? Ouyang Fengyu shook his head with a bitter smile, adopting a caring expression as he gently said to Ludi, say whatever you want. The eldest sister-in-law is listening, don't bottle it up inside. Ouyang Fengyu's expression clearly conveyed that he didn't want to argue with someone he considered insane. Even if Ludi said something hostile to him, the crowd wouldn't believe it. Instead, they would sympathize with Ouyang Fengyu. But why haven't I seen that Zhao vice president? He always follows the eldest sister-in-law, right? Ludi didn't point directly at Ouyang Fengyu, yet asked this question. Zhao vice president. This is our Yin family gathering, he naturally wouldn't appear. Ludi, what are you rambling about? Ouyang Fengyu said impatiently. Oh, Ludi nodded slightly. I'm not skilled in face reading, but please tell the vice president Zhao that his brow is dark, and he will face calamity soon. Tell Vice President Zhao that he has dark clouds over him, and will soon face bloody disasters. Ouyang Fengyu looked a bit helpless. Vice President Zhao was accidentally bumped into and broke a tooth yesterday. Everyone in the company knows this, there's no need for you to be mysterious. No, I meant to let you tell him. Ludi grinned. Not only did he have a bloody disaster yesterday, but he will also have one tomorrow. For the next month, he will face bloody disasters every day. What did you say? Ouyang Fengyu's eyes widened in anger. I said that for the next month he will be unable to escape death. His life will be like hell. Because he has heard things he shouldn't have, done things he shouldn't have, and provoked people he shouldn't have. Ludi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, considering you are the son-in-law of the Yin family, I kindly remind you, if you don't restrain yourself in time, the next step will be self-immolation, just like him. This statement made Ouyang Fengyu's heart tremble suddenly. He suddenly thought of how strange the events surrounding Zhao Zhe had been in the past few days. Every day there were accidents. Either he got hit by a car, or had a flower pot drop on him, or even got inexplicably beaten up. Every day he lost a tooth. Things were getting stranger. Especially in the past 2 days, Zhao Zhe had become somewhat neurotic and was particularly afraid to go out. He feared that another accident would take away another tooth. Ouyang Fengyu looked at Ludi with an odd expression, his heart filled with shock. Could it be that everything happening to Vice President Zhao was caused by Ludi? Could the matter of hiring a killer have been exposed? Does that mean my scheme has also been exposed? But how does Ludi know all this? Will he come after me next? Taking away a tooth each day, how ruthless. Thinking of this, Ouyang Fengyu felt his hands and feet turn cold, his mind buzzing. As he looked at Ludi, his body trembled uncontrollably. He had already forgotten to refute Ludi's words. That's enough. Old Master Yin interrupted, shaking his head and sighing. Ludi, what's wrong with you today? It's all nonsense. I'm very disappointed. Yin Kaikai also said discontentedly. Ludi is at it again. He's bragging. How could your concert possibly be more popular than Di's? Di is a super popular king and idol in our hearts. Unbeatable. He even said that Brother Tianqing's company would go bankrupt. How could that be? We are all lining up to travel to northern India. Uncle Yin. Zhou Tianqing greeted Old Master Yin with cupped hands. I think Ludi is feeling inferior, leading to some psychological issues. If we let him speak carelessly, it may embarrass the elders and Miss Nan. I propose we ask Ludi to step out for a moment so he can calm down. Ludi smiled helplessly. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't say any more. Ouyang Fengyu summoned his courage and shouted, you are just talking nonsense, a dreamer. You see all the talented young people here who are better than you, and you're jealous, so you ridicule them. You really are something. Every time you see someone, you can weave a series of unbelievable words slandering others without repeating yourself. You can mock me, Zimming and Tianqing, that's fine. But you wouldn't dare to slander Miss Nan, would you? Do you know what kind of status Miss Nan has? Huh. Zhou Tianqing said sarcastically, I'm actually a bit curious. What kind of rhetoric could you come up with for someone as impeccable as Miss Nan? About Miss Nan. Ludi glanced at the stunning beauty in a delicate qipao sitting across from him, calm and serene, about to speak. Ludi, be careful with your words. Miss Nan is not someone you can comment on. Old Master Yin also said coldly. I'm all right. Ludi stopped speaking and took out a cigarette from his pocket. But Ludi did not look for a lighter. Instead, he crossed his arms and tilted his head slightly. Ludi, you have a nerve. Zhou Tianqing had just complained when his expression suddenly froze. He saw that Miss Nan Rua, who had been silent and indifferent to worldly affairs, suddenly stood up. She gently pushed her chair, gracefully walked around half the dining table, and came to Ludi's side. She rummaged through her handbag for a lighter. Click. Her delicate fingers pressed the lighter, and the flame danced. In the next moment, Nan Rua slightly bent down, holding the flame with one hand and extending the lighter to Ludi with the other. Huff. Ludi lit his cigarette, puffing out smoke, while Nan Rua extinguished the flame, quietly standing behind Ludi. Mr. Zhou, help. Miss Nan, what are you doing? Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? Everyone blinked vigorously, confirming they didn't see it wrong. The renowned Nan family of Kyoto, the admired daughter of the Nan family, actually walked around half the table to personally bend down and light a cigarette for that guy? This status is completely unequal. Not only were the young people stunned, even Yin Hongxin and several elders were dumbfounded. The third lady of the Nan family is someone they all have to respect. Yet Lu Di is just an ordinary person. How could this situation arise? Could it be that they are a couple? Did Lu Di win the favor of Miss Nan with his looks? But that's not right. In the current situation, Lu Di was casually leaning back with his legs crossed, leisurely smoking, while Miss Nan stood behind him stiff and motionless. This hardly looks like a couple. It's clearly a master-servant dynamic. Miss Nan, you must have mistaken him for someone else. His name is Lu Di, he's just a driver. Lu Ziming stared wide-eyed, stammering, why did you light a cigarette for him? Miss Nan Rua lightly opened her cherry lips and said no reason, just because the gentleman wants to smoke. Gentleman, just wants to smoke. What is Miss Nan saying? Old Master Yin also looked incredulous. Miss Nan, you call Lu Di gentleman? Yes, I call him gentleman. Nan Rua stood straight, neither servile nor overbearing, saying not to mention just lighting a cigarette for him. Even if the gentleman orders me to sacrifice myself for he would not dare disobey. At this moment, Nan Rua was full of vigor. Ever since meeting Lu Di, she had been suppressing her excitement. For some reason, she just wanted to be close to the gentleman and do something for him. Just now, the moment Lu Di picked up the cigarette, he finally gave Nan Rua a glance. Nan Rua, clever as ice and snow, instantly understood. Now that she had the opportunity to support the gentleman, she naturally wanted to give her all. And her earlier actions were not because Lu Di had her weaknesses, but came from her heart. Hearing Nan Rua's words, there was an eerily quiet atmosphere. Miss Nan actually knows Lu Di. Not just knows him. This is clearly a display of submission. Everyone present understood. In terms of personal influence, Miss Nan is undoubtedly the most powerful among them. Even when it came to achievements, everyone deliberately did not invite Miss Nan, fearing they would look inferior. But unexpectedly, targeted, repeatedly mocked, repeatedly, the one considered the least capable Lu Di could actually make Miss Nan submit to him. Is this what they call a shocking reversal? The ladies of the Yin family couldn't believe it either. How could Lu Di with such a background as Nan Rua choose to endure and work as a driver in the Yin family? Yin Qingwen suddenly realized. Could it be that what those two happy little girls said about Lu Di gambling 100 billion at the casino is true? Old Master Yin too found it hard to remain calm. He couldn't help but ask Miss Nan, may I ask what your relationship is with Lu Di? The gentleman did not instruct me, so Rua cannot say. Nan Rua replied softly. This. Old Master Yin gasped in shock. Lu Di's relationship with the Nan family is extraordinary. Even the dignified Miss Nan does not dare to go against Lu Di. Just as everyone was in shock, Zhou Tianqing's phone suddenly rang. Hello. Zhou Tianqing immediately put on a serious tone, saying in a low voice. Hello General Zhou, it's bad. We are going bankrupt. A panicked female voice came from the other end. Why are you so alarmist? Take your time and explain. Hello, what did you say? Say it again. Zhou Tianqing jumped up from the table. General Zhou, we are going bankrupt. The female secretary on the phone said in a tearful voice. How is that possible? I just left the company for one day. We have so much capital and so many users. How could we go bankrupt just like that? General Zhou, do you know the Gemini app? I know what's up. Whoa. Just 20 minutes ago, a post was suddenly published in a very popular travel enthusiast section of the Gemini app. This post detailed all the evidence of our travel routes destroying local ecology and occupying residents' land. It also exposed hidden extra charges in our packages. Zhou Tianqing was dumbfounded upon hearing this. I have no grievances with the Gemini app. I don't even know anyone from Gemini. Why would they want to target me? After a moment, Zhou Tianqing reacted urgently, but such a degree of exposure at most would make our reputation collapse. How could it lead to bankruptcy? Are you exaggerating? The most fatal thing is that as they expose us, Gemini's travel section has directly published 120 brand new travel routes, spanning the globe, all premier routes, and each route features breathtakingly beautiful scenery that no one knows about. Most importantly, they are completely free purely for user benefits. Their routes are not only safe, but also environmentally friendly, far better than our packages. Almost 2,000 of our customers who have paid deposits have initiated refund requests in the past 10 minutes. The money of the company has all been used by you to smooth relationships and indulge in pleasure. How can we afford to refund them? Many people have already come to the company to make trouble. General Zhou, you must come and save me. The female secretary suddenly screamed, as if interrupted. Then someone angrily shouted, you scammers, you dare to cheat me out of my honeymoon money. Pay back. Beep, beep, beep. The call ended. Zhou Tianqing sat there dumbfounded, his face ashen. The entire banquet hall fell into silence once more. Zhou Tianqing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, silently collapsing. The others exchanged glances, all with expressions of disbelief. Just a moment ago, Zhou Tianqing was brimming with confidence, boasting about his company's IPO plans. In an instant, everything was turned to ashes. The company was facing bankruptcy. The most shocking part was that this was exactly what Lu Di had just predicted. Suddenly, the lost Zhou Tianqing reacted, shouting hysterically, Lu Di, is this all you're doing? You say, what is your relationship with Gemini? I don't believe they would target me for no reason. Upon hearing this, everyone instantly connected all the dots. Gemini, that recently skyrocketed social app, creating miracles repeatedly. Within just a week of going live, it already boasts 800 million users. It vaguely has the trend of competing with giants like Penguin Group. Its developer and founder is called the most mysterious programming genius and business prodigy. Could it be that Lu Di has a connection with him? Nan Rua's face remained calm, but her heart was turbulent. The gentleman told us to refer to him as D-Air. Heard the founder of Gemini is named D-San. And the singing god D. Nan Rua, he couldn't help but shiver. The gentleman is truly talented, far beyond our understanding. As for what the truth is, Nan Rua didn't dare to inquire. Coincidentally, the current CEO of the company behind Gemini, Zhang Tianjia, is my college classmate. Lu Di smiled calmly and said slowly, what Lu Di said was true. Jia is indeed the CEO of the creator. But what Lu Di didn't say is that he himself is the true founder of Gemini. He is also the true creator behind the scenes known as D-San. As long as one thinks of it, it can be done. You have gone too far. Since I have lost my way to live, you shall not live either. Zhou Tianxing shouted, suddenly charging madly towards Lu Di. Yet Lu Di remained unflinching, seemingly without even the thought of standing up. Swish, bang. A wave of mesmerizing colors flashed by. Behind Nan Rui tucked away her long, beautiful legs and stood quietly once more. Zhou Tianxing, on the other hand, was kicked back 3 meters by Nan Rui's swift kick, crashing into the side and losing consciousness. From the moment Lu Di saw Nan Rui, he understood. He realized that this young lady from the Nan family was far from as weak as she appeared. Born from the Nan family, she was in control of the underground forces in Haishur. How could she possibly be someone without the strength to crush a chicken? At the very least, knocking down dozens of weaklings like Zhou Tianxing was a piece of cake. Everyone was once again filled with dread. Miss Nan actually helped Lu Di fight, and she did so without holding back. At this moment, no one wanted to help Zhou Tianxing, leaving him to lie on the ground as he was. Incredibly, Zhou Tianxing went bankrupt just like that. Moreover, his downfall was extremely tragic. When everyone looked back at the calm Lu Di, their eyes were filled with reverence. No one considered his previous words as mere arrogance anymore. Lu Di gave off a feeling like a towering mountain that overshadowed everything. His strength seemed inexhaustible. No matter whom he wished to defeat, he always had powerful methods and means to strike down his opponents without giving them a chance to resist. Only you all remain. Let's see who's better at our concert. Lu Di smiled arrogantly, pointing at Lu Ziming and Ouyang Fengyu. This, I think. Lu Ziming suddenly stammered. Ziming brother, what are you afraid of? We are not like Zhou Tianxing, we are not involved in illegal business. Ouyang Fengyu echoed, also trying hard to bolster their nearly collapsing momentum. Suddenly Elder Yin, who had been seated, stood up, his expression complicated as he said, Lu Di. Or perhaps calling you Mr. Lu now is more fitting. I am blind to the mountains. I actually regarded someone like Mr. Lu as an ordinary person. I was foolish. The Yin family has neglected Mr. Lu, Yin Hongxin said, and surprisingly bowed slightly, directly bowing to Lu Di. Father, what are you doing? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin exclaimed. They were stunned to see their once extremely authoritative father bowing to Lu Di. They were inexperienced and naturally did not understand. Nan Rui's silent submission to Lu Di and Lu Di's subtle understanding were indeed a show of great strength that led to Zhou Tianxing's bankruptcy. Even Yin Qingwen found it hard to comprehend her father's overzealous actions. Although she had been working for a few years, she had always lived under the protection of Elder Yin. She completely did not grasp the complex entanglements between major factions. She could not even imagine that her Grand Yin family could crumble under a single word from the Nan family. But at this moment, Yin Qingwen clearly recognized that Lu Di was definitely no longer the Lu Di in her eyes. Elder Yin, you need not do this. Lu Di also stood up and returned a greeting to Yin Hongxin. Humble. Yin Hongxin trembled slightly and said, I just want to ask Mr. Lu, what are your plans for the future? Are you willing to stay in the Yin family? Please rest assured, whether you wish to stay in the Yin family or not, from now on you must be the most esteemed guest of the Yin family. Lu Di merely nodded lightly. I have said I see things through to the end. Once I cleanse the wicked and act with a clear conscience, I will naturally leave. Ha, good. I knew I did not misjudge this kid. Lu Di, arrogant, domineering, and loyal. Just then the Black Mountain general, who had been watching quietly, suddenly stood up. His eyes sparkled. Lu Di, since family matters are settled, let's talk about state affairs. At the same time that Black Mountain stood up, outside the Yin family manor, several armored troop carriers sped towards them. A group of armed soldiers rushed down from the vehicles surrounding the Yin family manor. Moreover, several squads of soldiers directly surged into the Yin family manor, standing armed. The Black Mountain general laughed heartily. I am not talented, but I currently hold a national-level conscription order. Anyone I deem important must obey unconditionally and join my ranks. Even if General Nan Tianhai personally comes, he has no authority to stop it. It's a bit late, still missing a chapter. The Restless Old North, baby, thank you for your support. 69. Big Brother. Black Old Ghost, you're too ruthless. You actually mobilized troops. The leader of the Haishur Special Operations Group, Duan Hua, stared at everything, feeling a bit dazed. Hee, ruthless. I Black Mountain have reached today because of this momentum. Black Mountain looked at Duan Hua proudly, saying, You are not unaware of this kid's strength. If he goes wild, can I stop him? Then Black Mountain turned to Elder Yin and said, Old Yin, let your juniors leave. They have no right to know what comes next. Things have come to this. Elder Yin was utterly helpless. He had anticipated that Black Mountain would woo Lu Di, but he never expected it would be in this manner. Elder Yin waved his hand, and the servants and Yin family members within the room left in confusion. Only Nan Ruai hesitated for a moment. Lu Di simply smiled lightly. It's fine. Yes, sir. Nan Ruai had no choice but to retreat. After a while, only Elder Yin, Black Mountain, Duan Hua, and Lu Di were left in the room. General Black Mountain, if I remember correctly, you did not win that game just now, Lu Di said with a smile. Black Mountain also instantly became cheerful, casually sitting down, and said with a laugh, Kid Lu Di, I must admit you indeed have many clever ideas. To leave those little brats dumbfounded, even I found it quite enjoyable. Lu Di curled his lips. No matter how you put it, I do not wish to join the army. Not joining the army is good. How about coming with me to be a police officer? Duan Hua immediately seized the opportunity. Duan Hua, step aside. Black Mountain slowly stood up, his expression serious as he approached Lu Di, revealing an extraordinary military aura. Kid Lu Di. Black Mountain frowned. I am here. I am begging you. Black Mountain's expression was bitter. General Black Mountain, what do you mean? Lu Di was rendered speechless. Let me speak honestly, though I cherish talent, I wouldn't go to such lengths for just one person. Black Mountain continued to smile wryly. I actually want you to go to your death. Going to die? General Black Mountain, your way of speaking is really subtle. Lu Di was stunned again. Black old ghost, can't you choose your words better? Duan Hua walked over looking somewhat defeated and said to Lu Di, we in the military have a long-planned project which is akin to a death sentence for ordinary people, but could be a successful opportunity for you. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. I would like to hear more about it. But Black Mountain waved his hand. No, this is a national-level secret. If you hear it, you must follow me. Then I won't listen. You make me furious. At this moment outside the Yin family manor, a short old man in a white vest and black shorts was slowly walking over with a waddling gait. However, at this time the gate of the Yin family was already surrounded by armed soldiers. Old man, this area is under martial law. Please go for a walk elsewhere. A soldier said sternly. Kid, let me show you these things. After seeing them, will you let me in? The old man grinned and turned out the lining of his tattered vest. The armed soldiers were somewhat at a loss and could only lower their heads to look. Upon seeing this, the soldiers immediately shivered and saluted the old man. On the old man's tattered vest hung a series of dazzling medals. 2 third-class merits, 2 second-class merits, 1 first-class merit, 1 special merit, and 1 special honorary medal. Haha, these are all awards I received for treating the kids on the battlefield. The old man smiled again. The soldier shouted, old hero good. What hero or not, just let me in, I want to see a few friends. Please wait a moment, I will report this for you. Inside the Yin family banquet hall, the Black Mountain general was already red-faced. Lu Di, I tell you today, you must leave whether you want to or not, otherwise you will not leave the Yin family manor. Old Black, can you give him some time to think? Duan Hua said helplessly. No way. Sigh. As the richest man in Haishi elder, Yin was completely unable to interject, only able to sigh quietly by the side. Little Black. Suddenly a hoarse, yet steady voice called from the entrance. The Black Mountain general immediately perked up his ears. Did someone just call me Little Black? This is... He turned his head to look and his expression suddenly changed dramatically, followed by immense excitement. Big brother. How did you come? Duan Hua and Elder Yin looked over at the sound, their expressions changing in unison as they exclaimed, Big brother. Lu Di also turned to look. Then he directly stood up respectfully saying, Master Tua. Master Tua, real name Chu, he nicknamed Tua Wata. 30 years ago, a prominent figure in the medical field. A healer with a benevolent heart and great love. During his peak, he repeatedly created medical miracles. Later, he fought alongside the Chinese troops, saving countless soldiers and unraveling numerous enemy biochemical plots. He was also known as a brother by Black Mountain Duan Hua and Yin Hongxin, who were frontline soldiers at the time. He saved their lives multiple times, being the eldest among them. He had always been respectfully called Big Brother by the three. Their friendship spanned nearly 40 years. A few years ago, Master Tua left several medical patents with Yin Hongxin. Suddenly, he went into hiding and became a volunteer doctor. Although the other three could easily find Master Tua, they had never dared to disturb him. At this moment, Master Tua walked with his hands behind his back, slowly approaching the seat Lu Di had vacated. He directly bent down and sat down, simply saying one word, wine. Black Mountain and the others were flustered, pouring 3 glasses of various wines from Master Tua. Master Tua merely wrinkled his nose and did not move. Only Lu Di rummaged through the kitchen for a long time before pulling out a bottle of Erguo Tu. Lu Di filled Master Tua's glass. Only then did Master Tua lift the glass and drink it all in one go. Afterwards, Master Tua slowly said, Little Lu Di usually helps me clean the hospital, no one can take him away. Black Mountain was stunned for a full 3 minutes. Only then did he understand a bit. It turned out Lu Di was Master Tua's disciple. But Black Mountain could not help but speak. Big brother, I have a mandatory conscription order, please give me some face. Haha, no way. 70. New technology, this 1-star general of Huaxia. The chief instructor of the Tian Luo group in the secret unit Dongfang Xinjian. An old man codenamed Black Mountain. At this moment he had nothing to say. He stood in front of the table with a standard military posture, feeling extremely depressed, and did not say a word. What can I do? Even if I ordered 6 fully armed squads to surround the Yin family manor, so what? Even if I held a national-level conscription order, what could I do? Big brother does not give me face. Whether a tiger lays down or a dragon coils. Old Black, I just don't understand, why do you want to take Lu Di away? Now it's good, even Big brother disagrees. Elder Yin saw that Big brother's stance matched his own and immediately became angry, saying sternly, Old Black, hurry up and withdraw your people. If you didn't know better, you might think Yin Hongxin committed a crime. Black Mountain shook his head with a wry smile. You old yin, you really have no eye for talent, as you said yourself. Do you truly think Lu Di is just an ordinary person, or rather an ordinary person with top family connections? Elder Yin was taken aback, isn't he? Black Mountain sighed and slowly said, you know the caliber of the soldiers under me, right? I know, Elder Yin replied seriously. Given their decades-long friendship, they could occasionally joke with each other. But when it comes to the soldiers under Black Mountain, they are definitely the elite of the military, each a top expert. Without mentioning anything else, Elder Yin was well aware of the strength of Tai Si and the others. They are essentially walking combat machines. Elder Yin genuinely respected Black Mountain's training methods and the formidable soldiers under him. Some of my new recruits had a little misunderstanding with Lu Di earlier. After a pause, Black Mountain's expression turned bitter as he said, a team of 6 was completely knocked out by Lu Di in 43 seconds. Then he punched my third-ranked squad leader away. What? Elder Yin, who was just about to sit down, suddenly froze, nearly sitting down into empty space. Don't look at how I mobilized 6 squads today. If it were a barehanded fight, these dozens of men would not necessarily be able to stop Lu Di. Black Mountain said helplessly again. Hearing this, Elder Yin was in shock as he scrutinized Lu Di. He clearly understood that knocking out 6 of Black Mountain's men in 43 seconds. This combat power could only be described as terrifying. He clearly looked quite slender, even somewhat delicate. No matter how one looked at it, he did not seem to connect with those muscular war machines. This kid Lu Di. He is well-versed in national economics, making the young lady of the Nan family bow down to him, and with just a hint, he could destroy a billion-dollar company. Now, because of his extraordinary combat strength, he is being fought over by military bigwigs, both cultured and martial, excelling in both. This is a bit frightening. Moreover, he should still be Big Brother's disciple. In every aspect, he is a top figure. How ridiculous. I previously set up a banquet wanting to stimulate Lu Di through some young people. Now it seems that the so-called elites I invited are simply a joke in Lu Di's eyes. Elder Yan's expression was complicated. It is as Black Mountain said, I am even more blind than I imagined. Sigh. I never expected that Yin would spend a lifetime battling in business and on the battlefield, yet still have such limited vision. Lu Di's talents have long surpassed my judgment. Little Black, I know what you need to do, Big Brother understands. That matter is indeed a necessity for national interests, and something our Chinese soldiers must accomplish to establish a foothold internationally. Moreover, I am aware that in this area of research our Chinese military has already fallen behind, not only behind European countries, but also behind many private organizations. Black Mountain was taken aback at first, then immediately felt relieved. He smiled wryly. Big Brother is indeed Big Brother able to casually mention my Chinese military's top secrets. It seems you haven't been idle all these years. Duan Hua also sighed. Old Black, even if Big Brother wants to be idle, he cannot be. All 13 of our star generals in Huaxiao have been saved by Big Brother. Each of them has visited Big Brother hoping to invite him back to the military to once again lead the research department. I work in the Haishur police department, so I am quite clear about these matters. Master Tua slightly shook his head and continued, Little Black, I understand your feelings. As a general, your intentions are perfectly valid. Master Tua exhaled deeply and said, the rise and fall of a country is the responsibility of everyone. I can lend a helping hand in your matter. Black Mountain's eyes suddenly brightened. Really? Master Tua paused for a moment and said, however, there is no need for Lu Di to go. I can promise you that I can help occasionally during the process. As for when he will go, I will arrange it. Good, I will follow Big Brother's arrangements. Black Mountain seemed to reignite hope. Master Tua's involvement was a delightful surprise beyond his expectations. It was even more pleasing than taking Lu Di away. After all, with Master Tua's participation, the project would definitely see groundbreaking progress. Black Mountain subconsciously glanced at Lu Di, who had been quietly listening. Lu Di, aren't you curious about what we've been discussing? Lu Di smiled slightly. The younger generation is incompetent. Why, I've already guessed a bit. How is that possible? Black Mountain was somewhat incredulous. Lu Di calmly replied. You are discussing matters of national importance. Yet why, after dismissing the younger members of the Yin family, do you insist on retaining Elder Master Yin? If I am not mistaken, it is because Elder Master Yin's Ingji group has long been engaged in medical device research and development. Even more intriguing is the fact that Elder Master Yin established a clandestine department within the group, one accessible only to executives at the vice president level or above. Lu Di, how did you come to know this? Elder Master Yan's astonishment deepened visibly. Lu Di smiled again. Recently, the Chinese military has been conducting nationwide recruitment drives for individuals with rare physiological constitutions. They have even activated mandatory conscription orders. Meanwhile, international cyber networks have been abuzz with rumors of extraordinary humans emerging across the globe. Thus, I surmise the Chinese military and Ingji group must be engaged in some form of collaboration, perhaps in the field of human optimization technologies. In other words, the legendary augmented humans. Lu Di lifted his gaze and smiled. This? Elder Master Yan's eyes widened in shock as he stared blankly at He Shan and Duan Hua. The closely guarded secret he had protected for years had just been laid bare by Lu Di with effortless precision. How then was he to respond? He Shan turned questioningly toward Tua Yi. Don't look at me. I've told young Lu Di absolutely nothing. Tua Yi clicked his tongue and took a small sip of wine. All present froze in stunned silence. Could Lu Di truly have deduced all this from mere fragments of conversation and scattered online rumors? His intellect was astonishing. Lu Di, choose your words with caution. Lu Di, International Forces, Chinese military augmented humans. These are not terms to be bandied about lightly. Lu Di, this is no trivial urban legend. You must not spread such claims. Elder Master Yin and the two senior military officers scrambled to contain the situation, their faces pale with alarm. Judging by your expressions, my deduction appears accurate. Lu Di chuckled softly. Still, Elder Master Yin, there is something I must advise you on. Elder Master Yin regained his composure. Speak, Lu Di. I recommend you revoke Ouyang Fengyu's authority over the clandestine department, or at the very least maintain constant vigilance regarding his actions. Are you referring to his designs upon the Yin family's equity? Lu Di spoke calmly. Elder Master Yin let out a wry laugh. Indeed, I am well aware. Fengyu hails from humble origins, yet was chosen by E1 to become her husband. His ambition toward the Yin family's legacy is hardly surprising. Such entanglements are commonplace among elite clans. I cannot simply tear apart husband and wife. Having no sons of my own, I had hoped Lu Di might serve as a moderating influence over him. If Fengyu exercised restraint, I would have tolerated the arrangement. But now it seems you hold no regard for such subtleties whatsoever. Elder Master, this matter is far less complicated than you imagine. I have already issued my warning. I have preserved the Yin family's dignity. Lu Di's voice lowered into a quiet, chilling murmur. Should Ouyang Fengyu commit even one further transgression, I shall reduce him to utter ruin, beyond redemption. Elder Master Yin shuddered involuntarily. Lu Di, surely this is excessive. Lu Di did not reply, but instead turned his gaze toward General Heishan. He smiled faintly. Regarding the bank incident, I confess I acted rashly. The soldiers' faces were fully obscured. I could not ascertain their identities. Heishan was momentarily speechless. This was not merely a matter of recklessness. Few possessed the audacity, let alone the ability to act so boldly. Moreover, how could an ordinary person possibly pierce such flawless disguise? General Heishan's lips twitched. Your powers of observation are truly admirable. With talents like yours, declining our augmentation program would be a profound waste. Ahem. Tuayi cleared his throat and rose slowly. Concerning military experiments, I personally vouch for Lu Di. He will disclose no classified information. I am weary, Lu Di. Please escort me home. Yes, Elder Tua. Brother, allow us to accompany you. We may discuss the plan in greater detail. Heishan hurried forward, but Tuayi waved him off brusquely and strode ahead. Lu Di followed. Heishan and the others stood frozen, utterly flustered. Outside the Yin estate, Zhou Tianqing had regained consciousness and stood dumbfounded alongside the younger Yin generation, staring at the armed soldiers filling the courtyard. What on earth is happening now? Armed troops have surrounded the Yin estate, and Lu Di remains behind for private talks with two high-ranking officials. Could it be that Lu Di holds ties to the military? Such a massive deployment surely signifies something extraordinary. Lu Ziming fumed. Most likely that arrogant fool Lu Di has provoked serious trouble elsewhere, and now faces arrest under heavy guard. I'd give anything to see him emerge in handcuffs and leg irons, then vanish forever into prison. Lu Ziming's face twisted with malice, yet inwardly, he prayed fervently for his fantasy to become reality. Lu Di's overwhelming presence at the concert had left him deeply unsettled. Suddenly, the formation of armed soldiers shifted. After swift repositioning, they lined up crisply along both sides of the driveway, extending all the way to the estate gates. An elderly, stooped figure emerged first through the gates. Lu Di followed closely behind. A sharp, synchronized movement ensued. Every soldier snapped to attention, raised their arms in perfect unison, and rendered a formal military salute. Lu Di and the elder advanced steadily. The soldiers held their salutes, eyes fixed forward in solemn reverence, a display of awe-inspiring discipline and gravitas. Crucially, this honor was not bestowed upon Lu Di, but upon Elder Tua. Moments earlier, their radios had crackled with a single command: salute collectively. The veteran hero approaches. At that instant, Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and the others stood paralyzed. Where were the handcuffs? Where were the shackles? The spectacle before them defied comprehension. It was the highest military honor imaginable. Who was this elderly man? And who then was Lu Di, to walk in his wake? Was he perhaps scion of a high-ranking military family? Their thoughts immediately returned to Miss Nan's profound deference toward Lu Di. A chill ran down their spines. How could this be? Lu Di and Elder Tua strode between the ranks, exuding an aura so commanding it seemed to pierce the heavens. In stark contrast, Lu Ziming and his companions stood humbled, insignificant as dust motes. Even Nan Ruoi, usually composed, was shaken. Dozens of soldiers saluting and watching them depart. Her own father had never received such distinction. Sir, just how many identities do you truly possess? Most astonished of all was Yin Qingwen, the third daughter of the Yin family. She instantly recognized the elderly man in the white sleeveless vest, Elder Tua, the eccentric physician famed for his aloof arrogance and disdain for all things mundane. A memory surged forth Lu Di's words. Elder Tua holds your Ingji group in utter contempt. Lu Di had spoken truthfully. Elder Tua was far more than he appeared. If Elder Tua was extraordinary, then what manner of being was Lu Di, whom he treated as his own son? Yin Qingwen sank once more into profound bewilderment. Chapter 72, Benevolent Intent. Even more astonishing was what followed. Elder Tuo and Lu Di were trailed by He Shan and Duan Hua, both breathing shallowly, as if afraid to disturb the air. Bringing up the rear was Elder Master Yin himself. Yin Hongxin, billionaire tycoon of High City, reduced to the most junior position in the procession. As they passed Nan Roy, Lu Di remarked casually, "Regarding your enterprise, I have several suggestions for improvement. I'll contact you shortly." "Yes, sir." Nan Roy bowed respectfully as ever. Then the elder and the youth proceeded unhurriedly down the mountain path, under the watchful eyes of dozens. No one dared impede them. General He Shan's expression darkened. With a curt wave, he ordered all soldiers to board their armored vehicles and withdraw. On the mountain road, Lu Di inclined his head toward Elder Tuo. "Thank you, Elder Tuo, for extricating me." "Huh, boy, you think I'm needed to rescue you? Even without me, could they truly detain you?" Elder Tuo chuckled. "Then why Elder Tuo?" Lu Di asked, puzzled. "Your talent is extraordinary. You are destined for greatness. Yet success beyond these walls demands connections, networks indispensable to any aspiring force." Elder Tuo's smile held deep meaning. "Today, while my influence still carries weight, I step in to forge your ties with the military. Don't mistake Xiao Haizi's deference toward me as weakness. He is upright, principled, and profoundly grateful. His true strength, far beyond your current imagination. Use it wisely in the days ahead." Lu Di nodded firmly. "Thank you, Elder Tuo." "Still, Elder Tuo, you underestimate yourself." At that moment, He Shan and Duan Hua's sedan and several armored personnel carriers pulled alongside them. He Shan rolled down his window, preparing to speak. But Elder Tuo waved dismissively. "Be off." Dejected He Shan instructed his driver to proceed, and the convoy swept past them. Watching the soldiers still holding their salutes atop the armored vehicles, Elder Tuo's face softened into benevolent warmth. "Little Lu Di, I never imagined you'd defeat General He Shan's elite troops so swiftly." He nodded approvingly. "Your progress exceeds even my expectations." Lu Di found himself at a loss for words. 3 years ago, Lu Di had awakened from unconsciousness, saved by Elder Tuo. Before him stood the eccentric old man, trembling with excitement, proclaiming Lu Di a chosen one of heaven. Later thorough examination revealed Lu Di's physiology was exceptional. His genetic structure diverged markedly from the norm. Should his constitution continue evolving, either spontaneously or with targeted external assistance, he would inevitably transcend ordinary humanity, a true physiological prodigy. In essence, Lu Di belonged to that rarest fraction, 0.01 of natural geniuses. Yet over those 3 years, he sensed no difference between himself and others. Except for a persistent post-concussion headache, his present strength derived entirely from the Modong's regulation. Yet all of this crystallized for Lu Di into a single modest phrase: "I was simply fortunate." He paused, then added idly, "Elder Tuo, where did that prosthetic eye you implanted come from?" Elder Tuo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I can't recall which hospital I retrieved it from, though it was thoroughly sterilized." "Ah, understood." Elder Tuo chuckled, then grew solemn. "Little Lu Di, your gift is both your fortune and China's fortune. When your nation calls, I trust you will rise without hesitation, to serve, to contribute, and to honor the profound faith I have placed in you." Elder Tuo clasped his hands behind his back and gazed ahead, but Lu Di saw deep within his eyes a fierce, undimmed patriotism. Though living in obscurity, his devotion to the motherland burned with unwavering intensity. "I will do my utmost." Lu Di straightened his spine, voice resolute. High upon the mountainside, Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and Ouyang Fengyu watched the pair descend the winding road. Zhou Tianqing glared at Lu Di, fury boiling within. "He ruined me, stripped me of everything. If I die, he shall not live to savor victory." Ouyang Fengyu's expression darkened. "And what precisely do you intend to do? Have you not grasped the sheer magnitude of his power? The state, the military, both bow to him." Power. Zhou Tianqing's mind teetered on the edge of madness. What does power matter, if it cannot guard him every hour of every day, eh? From this moment, I abandon all else. I will mobilize every connection, hire desperate mercenaries, and fix my gaze upon Lu Di. The instant he slips from sight, his life ends. Let us see how long his arrogance endures. Hearing Zhou Tianqing's words, Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming exchanged no objections. Their calculations ran deeper. Let this reckless fool take the lead. Removing Lu Di would be ideal. It would eliminate the greatest obstacle standing between them and their ambitions. Boom. A sudden explosion echoed along the mountain road, not from Elder Tuo and Lu Di's direction, but from He Shan's convoy already halfway down the slope. From the forest lining the switchback, hand grenades arced through the air, boom, boom, detonating repeatedly. Yet these were no standard fragmentation devices. They were custom-designed smoke canisters. Thick, impenetrable fog instantly swallowed He Shan's convoy. Soldiers sprang into defensive stances, but vision vanished beneath the dense veil. No one anticipated that General He Shan would fall under enemy assault here. Chapter 73, The Phantom Assassin. As chaos erupted, a figure leapt from the roadside thicket. She wore matte black, form-fitting armor, her silhouette strikingly sculpted. An iron's mask concealed her features, and her right hand bore a grotesque steel gauntlet. The moment she appeared, she accelerated, vanishing into the smoke like a spectral blur. Only a handful of soldiers reacted in time. Before they could raise their rifles, she struck, launching them backward with brutal force. In an instant she reached General Heishan's Audi. Arcing electricity flared across her steel gauntlet as she seized the car door. Unimaginably, the thick reinforced steel crumpled inward, then contorted violently under her grip. High above on the mountainside, Elder Tuo and Lu Di, granted superior vantage, witnessed every detail. Elder Tuo's pupils contracted sharply. She's here to assassinate Xiao Haizi. Lu Di's brow furrowed as he scanned the distance. Through Modong's perception, every parameter of the Phantom had already been captured, speed, strength, reaction time, all far beyond human limits. And unmistakably she was female. Lu Di, this assailant is almost certainly no ordinary person. Heishan's unit is caught completely off guard. He is in grave peril. Elder Tuo remained unervingly calm, turning to Lu Di. Can you intercept her? Without difficulty. Lu Di's gaze sharpened to lethal focus. His body lowered, muscles coiling tightly, bones cracking like drawn bowstring. In the next instant the ground trembled. Lu Di launched himself skyward, like a cannonball. The gap between the two mountain roads spanned over 7 meters vertically and 10 meters horizontally. His first leap carried him halfway across the chasm. His second landed him directly above the battlefield. Beside the Audi, the Phantom exerted final force. The reinforced door tore free from its hinges. With a violent heave, she hurled the metal slab into oblivion. Instantly a fist erupted from the vehicle's interior, blasting toward her with a sonic roar. Thud! The Phantom seized Heishan's fist midair, immobilizing it utterly. A flash of light. Then a dagger materialized in her opposite palm. Heishan hung by a thread when a white streak descended from the heavens. Lu Di landed atop the Audi's roof, shattering all 4 windows instantly. His brow furrowed. He struck, explosively without pause. The Phantom's eyes widened in shock. Her hesitation lasted less than half a second. It was already too late. Lu Di's blow crashed into her shoulder like a collapsing mountain. Blood erupted from her mouth as she flew backward, vanishing into the forest below. Lu Di, having delivered the strike, paused, momentarily stunned. Modong's voice resonated. Comparative analysis confirms a 95 physical match with the designated subject. A name then materialized in Lu Di's vision, triggering absolute disbelief. Search the woods. Do not let her escape. By now General Heishan had emerged from the vehicle and issued immediate orders. Soldiers flooded into the trees to hunt her down. Not only Elder Tuo witnessed the entire engagement, so did observers stationed at even higher elevations. Ouyang Fengyu, Zhou Tiancheng, and Lu Ziming. At this moment Zhou Tiancheng rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. Lu Di stood on top of the Audi like a god of war, exuding an imposing presence. Did I just see that right? That kid Lu Di jumped over 10 meters from one mountain path to another. And then like a superhero he punched that assassin away. Is this some kind of movie? Lu Ziming also came to his senses. You didn't see it wrong. Tiancheng, did you just say you want to die together with this freak? Wait until he's alone, then kill him. Zhou Tiancheng, with a face full of terror, exclaimed, I didn't say that. I take back what I said. I admitted I'm scared. I can't provoke Lu Di. You two should take care of yourselves. As Zhou Tiancheng spoke, he rolled and crawled towards his car. He wanted to leave this place. Never to have any dealings with the Yin family again. Never wanting to see Lu Di again. Because that Lu Di is simply a devil. Lu Di, are you okay? Heishan approached, staring blankly at the mountain path that was over 10 meters high. He looked Lu Di up and down again. This kid was even more exaggerated than he had imagined. I'm fine. Lu Di casually jumped off the already totaled Audi. General Heishan, do you know who attempted to assassinate you? Lu Di asked with a furrowed brow. I've fought for half my life, have many enemies, and assassination attempts are common. I don't know which faction she belongs to yet. Heishan pondered for a moment. However, judging by her attire, she should be a member of an international assassin organization, but which faction specifically remains unknown. Lu Di nodded slowly, remaining silent. It was only then that Tuo Yi leisurely walked down from the mountain path. With a smile on his lips, he said, Heishan, you owe little Lu Di a life. I will remember this saving grace. Heishan nodded towards Lu Di. 10 minutes later, a soldier returned with a report. They searched the nearby bushes, but didn't find the assassin. She escaped. Quickly clean up the scene. This matter should not be known to the outside world. Heishan's face was now shrouded in gloom. This assassin was becoming increasingly formidable. This time she nearly took his life. Most alarming was that this assassin was clearly not an ordinary person. It seemed she had reached the level of a modified human. It appeared that the research of opposing forces had far surpassed that of Huaxia. Heishan instinctively cast a pleading glance at Tuo Yi. Tuo Yi sighed softly. I understand. I will act quickly. General Heishan, don't you think it's a bit strange that such an incident occurred at the Yin family estate? Lu Di suddenly asked. Lu Di, you certainly don't need to doubt old Yin. I am a person who naturally incites hatred. Wherever I go, assassination follows. My subordinates will quickly launch an investigation. Moreover, professional assassins never return to the same place after a failed attempt. Rest assured, the Yin family estate is safe. As Heishan spoke, he was flexing his wrist, which had just been strained by the assassin. General Heishan's calm demeanor is quite admirable, Lu Di replied, though his brow remained furrowed. The soldiers Heishan brought were swift and efficient. In less than 30 minutes they had managed the scene. However, they hardly found any useful evidence. Heishan dismissed the incident, casually stating that the reason for the assassination attempt was simply to thwart the military's experimental plans. Rather than waste time searching for the culprit, it would be better to focus on advancing the research. After sending Tua Yi back to the hospital, Lu Di returned to the Yin family alone. In his room, Lu Di was diligently organizing his thoughts. In his mind, the scene of the female assassin was replaying constantly. After Magic Child searched the nearby cameras and conducted information inference, the assassin's appearance became crystal clear. It matched perfectly with previous predictions. Gradually, Lu Di relaxed his brow and smiled helplessly. So-called modified humans. The affairs of the Yin family seemed to be more troublesome than he had imagined. The next morning, Lu Di was exercising in the yard as usual. Yin Qingwen slowly walked out of the door. Upon seeing Lu Di, her gaze instinctively darted away. She headed straight to the garage, seemingly intending to drive herself. Ms. Where are you going today? Lu Di asked with a smile. Yin Qingwen smiled shyly. Mr. Lu Di, I can't let you be my driver anymore. My father said you are now a distinguished guest of the Yin family. Being a distinguished guest and having responsibilities are not related. Lu Di bent down to sit in the driver's seat, turning back with a smile. I have something to discuss with you today. Yin Qingwen pursed her lips, eventually nodding to Mu Yin Psychological Clinic. On the way, Yin Qingwen took out a metal ballpoint pen from the back seat, clicking it repeatedly. Her demeanor was tense. Lu Di smiled gently. Miss Yin, is there something troubling you? Lu Di, to be honest, I really want to know who you are. I also want to know how much I misunderstood you before. Yin Qingwen said, her confidence waning. To her surprise, Lu Di merely pondered for a moment. Yin Qingwen quickly added, it's fine if you don't want to say, oh, I feel I don't have the right to ask. Lu Di shrugged and smiled. Identity is really interesting. The treatment is indeed different between having it and not having it. After a long while, Yin Qingwen couldn't help but ask again, you said you wanted to hold a concert at the same time as my brother-in-law. You must be joking, right? Lu Di, do I seem like someone who jokes? Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Actually, you don't need to be so insistent. My abilities are lacking and the plan is not good enough. I have no complaints about losing to my brother-in-law in marketing the new product. Although I know your background is extraordinary, no one's influence can surpass D.E. when it comes to a public concert. I'm afraid that whatever we do will be in vain. Yin Qingwen's gaze fell, her words conceding, but her eyes were filled with reluctance. Don't think too much. The first reason I'm doing this is for myself, and the second is to support charitable acts. In 4 days, our charity gala will proceed as scheduled right in front of Tuiyes Hospital. I'll just need you to buy some snacks then. Lu Di mused. Snacks? Yin Qingwen questioned in confusion. What do we need snacks for? Of course for the children. Oh, otherwise who will perform for you? Lu Di replied without looking back. Children. He was referring to the disabled children in the hospital. He wanted those children to perform. Yin Qingwen thought of their innocent smiles and inexplicably felt a surge of motivation. All right, let's consider it a party for the children. Performance comparison. To hell with that. Not long after the vehicle reached its destination, Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, the top private psychological clinic in Haishur. After getting out of the car, Yin Qingwen said somewhat shyly, Lu Di, I trust you very much, which is why I brought you here. I hope you can keep my schedule confidential. You. Lu Di grinned mischievously. In this abnormal society, everyone is a bit abnormal. It's actually quite normal. Don't worry, I will keep it confidential. You just. Yin Qingwen was once again infuriated by Lu Di. She wanted to retort, but upon thinking of Lu Di's daunting background, she had to hold back her words and instead smiled slightly. Yin Qingwen adjusted her emotions and rang the doorbell. The exquisite wooden door opened. It was a woman wearing a doctor's coat. She had a black shirt underneath, holding a folder, and wore a black pencil skirt. Her long legs were clad in black stockings, and she stood in slender high heels. She had shoulder-length short hair, her facial features were perfectly proportioned, and her skin was flawless and absolute top beauty. Most notably, she had a mole drawn on her right eye, not natural, but applied by herself. Magic Child, as a psychologist, that mole exposes her inner self, as she appears cultured on the outside, but is wild within. Then a line of data appeared in Lu Di's view. Li Mu Yin, female, 26 years old, height 167 centimeters, weight 49 kilograms, PhD in psychology from Galen University, well-known psychologist in Haishur, close friend of Yin Qingwen, owner of Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, top-level psychological consultant, top-level hypnotist, hobbies puzzle solving and adventure. When you're here, Li Mu Yin smiled slightly, greeting Yin Qingwen. Suddenly she noticed Lu Di standing aside. Who is this? Yin Qingwen, feeling a bit embarrassed, said he. I told you about him. This is Lu Di. Lu Di. Li Mu Yan's interest piqued her beautiful eyes, sizing Lu Di up. Then she couldn't help but lick her lips, her gaze filled with fervor. 75. Hypnotized. The two entered the clinic. Until Yin Qingwen entered a separate treatment room alone preparing for her consultation, Li Mu Yin had been openly sizing Lu Di up. Like a beast spotting fresh meat, Lu Di felt a chill down his spine. Eventually Lu Di was arranged in an independent lounge. Yin Qingwen's consultation would take 1 hour. Li Mu Yin was in charge of it. While waiting, Lu Di surveyed the psychological clinic through the glass. It was a 2-story European-style building facing the street. The interior was filled with high-end solid wood furniture and interesting decorative items. Underfoot, there was thick, soft carpeting throughout. Walking on it made one feel relaxed and comfortable. Lu Di nodded slightly. Such an environment indeed makes it easy for one to relax. Consequently, it would also be easier to hypnotize someone. Lu Di was quite curious. What was Yin Qingwen doing in such a place? Did she have mental issues? Magic Child, Lu Di, I found something on the Wild Doctor's computer. Wild Doctor? Yes, that woman from earlier. Alright, what did you find? A file about you. A file then unfolded in Lu Dis view. It contained 2 photos of Lu Di. They seemed to be recently taken. There were also many records of Lu Dis actions. Extremely gluttonous. Wearing 200 yuan street stall clothes. Lavishly spending $1 million to buy a lighter. Donating to a charity hospital. Showing love towards disabled children. Threatening Li Dahai to secure a 2 billion order. Exceptional driving and shooting skills. Making the daughters of the southern families in the capital bow to him. Having deep connections with military bigwigs. And after each incident, there was a professional behavioral analysis. Analyzing Lu Dis motives, psychological triggers, and everything. At the end of the document, there was a meticulously designed hypnosis plan. Target Lu Di. Tisk TSK. A chill ran down Lu Dis back. That psychologist was analyzing me. Given the tone of these materials, the provider should be Yin Xingwen. Magic Child, check if there are any records of Yin Xingwen. Already checked. Yin Xingwen has been here at least 3 times a month for the past 3 years, but only check-in records. No case information seems to be deliberately kept confidential. However, from the data on her computer, it seems this doctor is a proper one. A proper doctor. Just then there was a knock on the door. Shortly after, Li Mu Yin entered with a cup of coffee. Lu Di frowned slightly. Why are you out? It hasn't even been 20 minutes yet. Li Mu Yin set down the coffee and pointed to the treatment room across the hall. Through the frosted glass, one could vaguely see a figure comfortably lying on the sofa, already fast asleep. Woman has been under a lot of mental stress lately. Oh, I helped her relax her mind and let her rest for a while. Li Mu Yin set her gaze fixed intently on Lu Di as she slowly approached. Li Mu Yin then sat on the coffee table opposite Lu Di. Her long black stocking-clad legs rested against the armrest beside Lu Di. The garter belt and lace at the top of her thigh were already partially revealed. Sexily alluring. Lu Di smiled slightly. The first step of the hypnosis plan to disturb my mind. Mr. Lu Di, you're so handsome. Li Mu Yin lightly bit her lip, giving a seductive smile. To be honest, most ordinary men would find it hard to resist. Mr. Lu Di, being Wenwen's driver must be tiring. Do you need to relax and rest your mind for a bit? Our clinic offers a special service that can induce deep sleep through psychological guidance, allowing for complete relaxation of body and mind. Lu Di chuckled inwardly. Second step of the plan, disguise hypnosis as deep sleep service. Mr. Lu Di, you don't know this service normally costs 6,000 yuan, but today, considering Wenwen's favor, how about a free trial? As Li Mu Yin spoke, she pressed a button on the remote control on the table. At the same time, curtains slowly descended around the lounge. 2 minutes later, this lounge had completely transformed into a private space. Dim yellow lights, alluring red lips, and sexy stockings. Li Mu Yin lightly bit her lip. Mr. Lu Di, how about it? What a seductress. Any normal man would have surrendered by now, right? Lu Di smiled slightly, remaining unfazed. Sure. Li Mu Yin was secretly laughing. All men are the same. Then Mr. Lu, please lie down in the position you find most comfortable. Li Mu Yin even gave Lu Di a flirtatious glance. Then she pulled out a metal pocket watch from her pocket. Lu Di simply leaned back on the sofa. Li Mu Yin approached Lu Di and slowly sat down, a fragrance wafting through the air. Mr. Lu Di, please focus your attention on this pocket watch. Snap. The pocket watch opened. The watch face had no hands, but rather a black and white patterned dial. Hee. As Li Mu Yin smiled enchantingly, the dial began to spin slowly, the patterns instantly becoming bizarre and chaotic, lulling one into drowsiness. Lu Di was acutely aware. She had already started hypnotizing. Ding. Ancient Greek hypnosis, subconscious integration complete. Ding. Reverse hypnosis, resilient consciousness integration complete. Magic Child's consciousness integration was timely. Lu Di, listen to me, relax your whole body. You feel very comfortable. Li Mu Yin's gaze was fixed on Lu Di's face, her voice dreamy and ethereal. Now you are barefoot walking on a warm beach. The sunlight in the distance is getting brighter. That light is approaching you, suddenly enveloping you. Now you put down all your defenses. After I count down from 3, you will completely trust me. Tell me all your secrets. However, as Li Mu Yin passionately performed the hypnosis, her speech suddenly faltered. She was surprised to find that a purple light was flickering in Lu Di's right eye. The frequency was eerie and captivating. Li Mu Yin shook her slightly dizzy head and continued. 3, 2. The flickering in Lu Di's right eye continued. Li Mu Yin's gaze was inexplicably drawn in, but she still managed to say 1. Ding. Lu Di casually took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. However, upon hearing the crisp metallic sound, Li Mu Yin was completely stunned. Her entire body became immobile. Unknowingly, she fell into Lu Di's reverse hypnosis. Lu Di gently exhaled smoke into her face. Li Mu Yin, tell me you are not. Is she a virgin? Li Mu Yin's eyes were vacant, and she finally murmured, I am not. After that, there were a few incidents with patients at this clinic. Stop. Lu Di rubbed his forehead. He only wanted to confirm if Li Mu Yin had been hypnotized not to know this. Tell me truthfully, why did you establish a hypnosis plan for me? Lu Di gently tilted, comfortably lying on the sofa. It was when 1. She is too curious about you and wants to know your secrets. She provided me with your information. She wanted to find a chance to hypnotize you and learn about your affairs. But for some reason, she suddenly changed her mind last night. She suddenly decided to respect you and let me abandon the plan. However, after reviewing your information, I developed a strong interest in you. I was too curious, too eager to know everything about you. So after she fell asleep, I couldn't help but come to find you. I wanted to implement the hypnosis plan. I mean no harm, I simply wish to understand others' secrets. Li Mu Yen, like a walking corpse, blurted out all the truths. Lu Di was somewhat helpless. What a ridiculous situation. He then asked, why did Yin Qingwen come to your clinic? She has a problem. A psychological disorder. She has a condition of passive personality hiding. In her subconscious, she hides her true personality. And then she only reveals some personalities that she herself dislikes. This is what people commonly refer to as split personality. Every time she clicks a pin, she is fighting against her condition. Lu Di gasped. So that's how it is. This girl is sick. She specifically shows her annoying side. How tragic. Then what is her current situation? Lu Di couldn't help but ask. It's difficult. Her subconscious feels that her true personality is not liked by others. So she is always unable to truly show herself. She needs affirmation from others. Lu Di asked again, how did she develop this condition? There are two possibilities. One is that she is extremely strong-willed, but has never received affirmation, leading to distortion. The other is that it is innate, having multiple personalities in her genes. At this moment, Li Mu Yen answered Lu Di without holding back. Lu Di frowned in thought for a moment. Yin Qingwen's online nickname is when one wants to be strong. Plus her inherently extreme personality. If anything, it is likely that both factors contributed to Yin Qingwen's current state. Lu Di couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate heiress. Sigh. Do your best to treat her. Okay. Lu Di extinguished his cigarette and suddenly added, also don't target me again in the future. Remember, I am a man, you will never conquer my personality. Lu Di then fabricated a lot using his knowledge of hypnosis. In the end, he implanted a thought in Li Mu Yan's mind. Lu Di has already been successfully hypnotized by her. She has obtained a result. Lu Di was just an ordinary person, merely knowing a few impressive friends. Ding. Lu Di gently closed his Zippo lighter. Li Mu Yan suddenly blinked and woke up from the hypnosis. I slept so well. Lu Di pretended to just wake up, stretching comfortably. Li Mu Yan's expression changed. She glanced at Lu Di in panic, nervously saying, Mister, will you rest first, or I still have things to do? Then Li Mu Yan, feeling guilty, left the lounge and rushed to wake up Yin Qingwen. 1-1. Wake up, I just successfully hypnotized Lu Di. What? Yin Qingwen's expression was somewhat displeased. Mu Yan, didn't I tell you not to do that? I couldn't help it. Li Mu Yan flashed a smile. Don't you want to know what Lu Di is all about? Well, what exactly is going on? Li Mu Yan's expression suddenly became inscrutable. When your illness is because you have a dual personality, do you remember? Yin Qingwen froze. I remember what's wrong. Lu Di has over 80 personalities. Li Mu Yan exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. And each of his personalities is vastly different. I've never seen anyone like that. Over 80 personalities, this is simply unprecedented in the history of psychological disorders. 12 hours a day, 720 minutes, averaging a switch in personality every 8 minutes. Li Mu Yan said while scaring herself. Yin Qingwen almost choked. Mu Yan, are you kidding me? I'm not joking, and don't you trust my medical skills? How did I not realize this before? It's terrifying. Suddenly Li Mu Yan blurted out, Lu Di, he is a man I will never conquer. Why did I say that? Li Mu Yan's mind became increasingly chaotic. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen was already stunned. Her own dual personality disorder had already tormented her unbearably. What about Lu Di's 80 personalities? Unimaginable. No wonder Lu Di often spoke in a disjointed manner. Could it be that his personalities switched at that moment? After a long while, Li Mu Yan became somewhat absent-minded and said, as for Lu Di's identity, he is just an ordinary person who knows a lot of impressive friends. When you should be a bit kinder to Lu Di in the future, don't pressure him anymore, his condition might never fully heal. Yin Qingwen smiled bitterly. Am I pressuring him? Who dares to? Ding ling ling. Yin Qingwen's phone rang. After a few exchanges, her expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly ran out of the clinic to find Lu Di. Lu Di, we have to go, as something happened at home. But Lu Di leisurely stood up from the sofa. Let me guess. Is it about my sister Yin Yiwen? Lu Di smiled slightly and added, did she have a car accident or fall, resulting in injuries to her shoulder and arm? Yin Qingwen paused. How did you know? The attack on General Heishan. Under the directive of the top of the Haisher police, it was compressed to a very small range. So small that only a few witnesses present knew about it. General Heishan had long been accustomed to handling such life-and-death situations discreetly. This assassination happened unexpectedly. The location was quite strange. It was actually on the mountain road at the entrance of the mansion of Waxia's richest man. However, even so, no one would connect that extraordinarily sharp shadow assassin with the usually gentle and almost imperceptible eldest lady of the Yin family. Yin Yiwen. When the demon boy first analyzed this name, the shock in Lu Di's heart was indescribable. Just 20 minutes ago, the eldest sister Yin Yiwen was still dining with him and General Heishan. And she was dignified, gentle, and silent. Yet 20 minutes later, Yin Yiwen transformed into the shadow assassin, striking swiftly, disregarding the armed warriors. Single-handedly charging into the convoy, directly aiming for General Heishan's life. Had it not been for Lu Di's timely intervention, it is likely that this esteemed general of Huaxiao would have perished at her hands. Perhaps Old Master Yin had long sensed Ouyang Feng's ambitions. But if Lu Di walked up to Old Master Yin and told him that his eldest daughter, Yin Yiwen, whom he had raised himself, was a cold-blooded international assassin, it is likely that even if a knife were placed at the old man's throat, he would not believe it. After the assassination incident, Lu Di ordered the demon boy to fully investigate the matter. However, the results were surprising. Yan Yi-wen, this 35-year-old mature and beautiful woman, was surprisingly meticulous in covering her tracks. There were no videos of her interacting with outsiders. No videos of her changing clothes. Her phone was spotless. She almost spent all her time in her own villa, never stepping out. Her only point of suspicion was her study abroad in fashion design 3 years ago. She stayed in Europe for an entire year. Lu Di was quite puzzled. As an international assassin, how did she communicate with her contacts? The only gain from the investigation was that the demon boy found a highly secretive foreign website. General Haishan's name was prominently listed. Reward of $18 million. Lu Di couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that the assassination of eldest sister Yan Yi-wen was also a last-minute plan? As an international assassin encountering a high-profile target appearing at her doorstep, did she impulsively decide to carry out the assassination? It must be said, eldest sister Yan Yi-wen indeed has the capital to be arrogant. With her super strong physique and that peculiar steel glove, she is likely not low-ranked among international assassins. At this moment, Lu Di subconsciously recalled their first meeting at the Yan family manor. The eldest sister's smile was very gentle. She was the only one that day who sincerely welcomed Lu Di's arrival. Human hearts are as deep as the sea. Ouyang Fengyu, that narrow-minded man who attempted to seize the Yan family's property, turned out to be the eldest sister Yan Yi-wen's husband. What an interesting couple. Lu Di couldn't help but wonder, does eldest sister Yan Yi-wen know about Ouyang Fengyu's true character? If he exposes Ouyang Fengyu's conspiracy, will eldest sister Yan Yi-wen punish Ouyang Fengyu? Or will she oppose him? After all, the current situation is that Lu Di already knows that eldest sister is Shadow, while the eldest sister believes that her identity is unknown. Interesting. However, an international assassin attempting to assassinate a pillar of the state cannot be allowed to roam freely. Shadow, you are not without flaws, are you? Lu Di had already made up his mind. Next, he would eliminate Ouyang Fengyu and force Shadow to make a move. Thoughts returning to reality. In the psychological clinic Yanqing, one was still waiting for an answer to how he knew about the eldest sister's injury. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. I saw that the eldest sister's brow was dark recently. I estimated she would face bloodshed. Lu Di, you're at it again. Yanqing sighed helplessly. Was Lu Di's personality switching again? Let's hurry. The eldest sister collapsed at her house's entrance last night, and I heard she was attacked by criminals. Yanqing turned to leave, but saw that Lu Di had no intention of departing. Lu Di smiled slightly. I won't visit the eldest sister. If I go, it might not be good for her injuries. I might as well wander around, perhaps I can find that criminal. Yanqing hesitated, thinking of her father's designated guest. She could only frown and nod, then hurried away. Lu Di once again sat on the clinic sofa. From his perspective, the demon boy had already marked 6 addresses. These 6 addresses connected a route. It was the only route between where General Haishan was attacked and eldest sister Yan Yi-wen's villa that had no cameras. Moreover, these 6 addresses were all sparsely populated places with no cameras within a 1-kilometer radius. Lu Di speculated that eldest sister Yan Yi-wen's equipment was likely hidden in these places. Lu Di did not intend to go out looking for it himself. Instead, he sent these 6 addresses to Tai Si. The Tai brothers' elite soldiers were naturally adept at searching for such items. Just as Lu Di waited quietly, Li Mu Yan pushed the door and entered. She was holding a fruit platter, smiling at Lu Di. Lu Di, I won't hide it from you. You are the most handsome person I've ever seen. Li Mu Yan's face flushed slightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Lu Di frowned slightly. Was my implanted thought not thorough enough? Am I not the man she will never conquer? Is she here to challenge the impossible? Lu Di suddenly recalled that this woman enjoys solving puzzles and adventures. Could it be that my persuasion failed and she is prepared to take me on? Hee Lu Di, shall we add each other as twins friends? Li Mu Yan said, pulling out her phone. Lu Di sighed helplessly. In light of your support for my product, fine. Lu Di, your twin nickname is D-San, pretending to be a tech genius. Aren't you afraid of being banned? To be honest, if my account can be banned, I might as well perform a show of cooking myself in an iron pot. Haha, Lu Di, you are truly humorous. Ding. Lu Di's phone received a message alert. Tai Si, Mr. Lu, we found the items. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand to reply. Keep it confidential. I will need it after the concert. In the next 3 days, the Chinese internet was almost dominated by 2 hot topics. First, the Gemini app. In just 10 days since its launch, the user growth rate sent the Penguin Group trembling. Even more astonishing was its tremendous influence. A day ago, a well-known travel company, Mythical Path, which had already secured funding and was poised to go public by the end of the year, unexpectedly, after an exposure post was published by the official on the travel section of the Gemini app, it went directly bankrupt. All the shady evidence of Mythical Path was fully grasped and revealed by Gemini. Although Mythical Path had 12 exclusive travel routes, Gemini directly released 120 for free, and the quality far exceeded that of Mythical Path. This move by Gemini made all entrepreneurs feel intimidated, resulting in all internet companies looking up in awe. This is a true opinion leader, a real commercial giant. It seems capable of controlling the life and death of any company invisibly. All netizens flocked to it, and they trusted Gemini 100. If Gemini wanted to target any enterprise just like they did Mythical Path, they only needed to guide one statement. The other party might collapse instantly. This is the power of a leader. This is the direction of public sentiment. Many shady bosses trembled at night, fearing that when they wake up the next day they will see their company's shady dealings on Gemini. Regardless of whether it is in Huaxia or among international business researchers, founders, students, etc., they observed Gemini's astonishing growth rate while slowly awakening to the fact that Gemini's interest and hobby section was not merely trying to replace forums. It aims to penetrate all fields and even lead all domains. Of course, whether domestically or internationally, there are always a number of self-important technical experts attempting to imitate Gemini's functions, trying to develop a similar app to cash in on the hype or share the profits. Within 3 days, foot traffic in Haishur City surged several-fold. DE once again topped the trending charts. An interview video featuring Ouyang Fengyu, vice president of Ingji Group and the concert's overall director, also went viral. In an instant, the entire city of Haishur held its breath, awaiting this moment. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu sat in his office, arrogant, self-assured. Brother Ziming truly delivered, securing DE's public announcement of the concert. Ouyang Fengyu, too, seized the opportunity without hesitation. He immediately instructed the company to officially declare Ingji Group as the concert's organizer. Moreover, he personally recorded and released an interview about the event online. Thus, he rose to fame overnight. So far, the impact of these promotional efforts has far exceeded Ouyang Fengyu's wildest expectations. DE's popularity is simply unparalleled. This concert is destined for resounding success. A sales target of 20 billion yuan. Achieving it will be effortless. In stark contrast, Lu Ziming, the manager of DE, was utterly panicked. What on earth was happening? How could DE possibly have sent that message? June 19th, Wanhai District. Could he actually be coming? Yet at this point, there was no turning back. The arrow had left the bow. Ouyang Fengyu of Ingji Group was now utterly consumed, determined at all costs to see the concert through. Lu Ziming had no choice but to order his team to meticulously calibrate the audio equipment, ensuring not a single flaw would mar the performance. Simultaneously, Lu Ziming had already secured the advance payment from Ingji Group and quietly prepared an escape plan. If the real DE failed to appear, all would be well. But if he did appear, then let illusion and reality clash. Perhaps deception could even masquerade as truth. Yet should the imposter be exposed on the spot, Lu Ziming would vanish without a second thought. June 19th, Freezer 0 p.m. On the eve of the concert, inside the Yin family manor, Tai Si and the others were loading goods onto a freight truck, one item at a time. Snacks, nutritional supplements, toys, daily necessities. Half the truck was already filled. Yin Qingwen stood motionless nearby. The moment she saw DE's official announcement, she knew her elder brother-in-law's concert was bound to succeed. And hitting the 20 billion yuan sales target, that would be child's play. She had been utterly defeated. Sigh. Still, her own charity gala must be carried through to its conclusion, no matter what. She would treat it merely as a joyful occasion for the children. Except perhaps for that fellow Lu Di. No one else seemed to take the charity gala seriously at all. No attention. No interest. Lu Di hadn't gone to work these past few days, instead spending every hour at Tuoye's free clinic. He claimed he was teaching the children songs, preparations for their gala performance. His unwavering confidence stirred something deep within Yin Qingwen. Strangely, it left her with no reason, not even a whisper, to give up. Hey, go a little slower over there. Be careful. A clamor rose behind her. Yin Qingwen turned and saw several laborers carrying a massive object shrouded in black cloth out from the manor's interior. Half an hour earlier, these workers had arrived at the manor claiming they'd been hired by Mr. Lu Di to transport items for the charity gala. Yin Qingwen felt a flicker of curiosity. So large, carried out from Lu Di's room. What on earth could such an object possibly be used for at a gala? Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past. The knot securing the cloth loosened. Fabric billowed, then slumped to the ground. There it stood, a vintage piano polished to immaculate brilliance gleaming under the sun. Yin Qingwen's pupils contracted sharply. It was the antique piano long forgotten in her family's basement. A vivid image flashed across her mind, the very same piano featured in DE's video. A cascade of conjectures flooded her thoughts. This instrument was decades old, its kind exceedingly rare in the world. Could it truly be mere coincidence that it matched DE's exactly? Could it be that Lu Di was? No, that couldn't be right. This piano had been abandoned precisely because it was hopelessly out of tune, its mechanism worn beyond repair. Indeed, few, if any, could restore it. Yet the piano in DE's video was flawless, pristine, perfect. Wait a moment, everyone. Yin Qingwen approached the piano dazed. Her fingers trembled slightly as she slowly lifted the wooden lid covering the keys. She pressed a key gently. Ding dong. Dang. Its voice, sometimes ethereal, sometimes resonant, rang out, reverberating deep within her heart. She was stunned. Not a single note was off-pitch. Its tone was clearer, more exquisite than ever before, reborn as if refined by a master's hand. Miss, please don't delay our delivery, a laborer called out, jolting Yin Qingwen back to reality. Her heart pounded fiercely. This impossible convergence left her breathless, unable to gather her wits. Could it be? Good heavens. 2 performances. Haishur City, Wanhai District, 730 p.m. At the heart of Wanhai's most vibrant district stood Huitian Square, spanning hundreds of thousands of square meters. A colossal stage spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. An LED screen spanning hundreds of square meters. Top-tier matrix audio systems. And dazzling multifaceted stage lighting. This was the venue for DE's concert. Unprecedented in scale, unmatched in allure. The entire city of Haishur emptied its streets, converging here en masse. Hundreds of thousands filled the grounds, voices roaring like thunder. This was Haishi's largest outdoor concert in 10 years, about to begin. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming stood at the side of the stage. Their hearts raced with exhilaration and trepidation. They waited, brimming with anticipation. Meanwhile, just 1 kilometer away, along Wanghai's coastal road, an uncanny silence reigned. Not a soul in sight, starkly contrasting the frenzy at Huitian Square. Here the river met the sea. Waves lapped rhythmically, cool breezes rustled softly. Cicadas hummed, misty lights shimmered, evoking the serene charm of a summer seaside. 2 Ouyes free clinics stood precisely here, on an ancient coastal road in Wanhai district, before its 3-story building. Only a few dim yellow streetlights glowed. Yet tonight differed from all others. Here stood a small stage built from weathered wooden crates. On the wall behind the stage, children had scrawled in chalk, "Thank you, Sister Yen of Ingji Group, for your gifts." Streetlights illuminated the wooden crate stage, the chalk-drawn backdrop, stage scenery, lighting, all present in humble grace. This was the site of the Ingji Group Charity Gala, co-organized by Lu Di and Yen Qingwen, intentionally staged as a counterpoint to Di's concert. Yet the audience numbered only 2, Yen Qingwen and Nan Ruai. Of course, 2 bodyguards stood nearby, but even they appeared listless tonight. In this desolate place, not even a passerby, let alone an assassin, could be found. As for Lu Di, Yen Qingwen searched the entire clinic, yet found no trace of him. Nor could she locate the antique piano. She forced a gentle smile, gazing at several children seated at the edge of the stage, each bearing physical disabilities. These were orphans with disabilities taken in by Tuayi. Today they radiated pure joy, each cradling a crimson flower in their hands. This was their most important day, their moment to step onto the stage, nervous yet radiant with excitement. A little boy missing both front teeth grinned broadly at Yen Qingwen. "Sister, you'll clap for us, won't you?" Yen Qingwen responded with a warm, tender smile and nodded solemnly. Of course, these children's smiles were the sole comfort she found today. As for Lu Di's connection to DE, Yen Qingwen dared neither imagine nor hope. Slowly she turned toward Nan Ruai, standing quietly beside her. Nan Ruai wore a slender black chong sam. Her hair rippled softly in the breeze, like a goddess emerging from shadow, breathtakingly beautiful. Yen Qingwen offered an apologetic smile. "Miss Nan, I am deeply grateful for your presence, though I fear today's setting is rather modest. Please forgive its simplicity." "Miss Yen, your act of compassion fills me with profound admiration," Nan Ruai replied, gently shaking her head. "Yet you've made one mistake." Yen Qingwen inclined her head slightly. "Please, Miss Nan, do tell me." Nan Ruai brushed aside a strand of wind-tousled hair. "Modest? What do you mean by modest?" "Wherever master stands, even along this weathered coastal lane or deep in wilderness or across barren deserts, the stars themselves blaze brighter, and even humble dwellings glow with splendor." Blazing stars, glowing dwellings. A soft sigh escaped Yen Qingwen as she lifted her gaze toward the distant horizon, toward the sky 1 kilometer away. Their laser beams swept wildly across the night, vibrant kaleidoscopic light flooding half the heavens. If blazing stars were to be found anywhere, surely it was there. Just as Yen Qingwen drifted into reverie, 2 hesitant figures emerged slowly from a distant alley. "Kai Xine, what are you doing here?" Yen Qingwen exclaimed in surprise. "Third sister, your place was so hard to find. We finally tracked you down." Both girls dashed forward. Yen Kai grinned. "Third sister, though we love DE and long to see him. In truth, your gala carries far more heart, far more kindness than that commercial spectacle. So we've decided to support you instead. As for DE, we'll watch the recording later." Watching the earnest expressions on her sisters' faces, Yen Qingwen was deeply moved. "Thank you, my dearest sisters." Then she pulled the 2 girls tightly into her arms. After a long moment, she exhaled deeply, then brightened, clapping her hands toward the children. "Children, it's time. The show is about to begin." Yet the children beamed in unison. "Sister, no rush. We're waiting for Brother Lu Di." At that very moment, at the center stage of Huitian Square, stirring music swelled, and a stylish, charismatic host sprinted on stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the DE concert." A deafening roar erupted. Countless young women shrieked hysterically, several collapsing unconscious on the spot. It is now 8:00 p.m. on June 19th. Please welcome the legendary singer DE. The screams intensified. More fans fainted instantly. Smoke exploded across the stage. Then a figure ascended gracefully from the center on a hydraulic lift. Only his back was visible at first. A slender young man in a white shirt. DE. "Oh, my idol D." The crowd detonated anew, like zombies scenting blood, frantically clawing forward only to be restrained by security personnel. Finally, the figure fully emerged upon the stage. He gripped the microphone, smiled faintly, and elegantly turned. A youth of delicate, luminous beauty. Audience and media alike gasped in astonishment. So this was DE, refined, spirited, handsome. Their frenzy escalated beyond measure. A gentle instrumental intro began, the iconic soul-stirring melody of a future full of promise. Instantly, absolute silence fell over the crowd. The climactic moment arrived. On center stage, DE closed his eyes deeply and began to sing. In those days of towering waves, wind howled fiercely across the land, yet we felt no fear. Audience members lost in reverie gradually furrowed their brows. Something was wrong with that voice. Let's see water drown us. The singing continued, but why did that voice sound so terribly off? Let the gales sweep over us. Where was he? On stage the DE continued singing passionately, utterly unaware. Nearby the audio control booth had descended into utter chaos. Lou Ziming's million-yuan investment in a top-tier sound engineer was now flailing, desperately twisting knobs and sliders across the mixing console. Yet every button had frozen. On screen the audio software warped unnaturally. Reverb vanished, tonal enhancement collapsed, bass resonance dissolved. The singer's voice reverted raw and unprocessed, yet bizarrely his in-ear monitor feed remained perfectly normal. He believed his voice was flawless. He believed himself to be DE, having endured pitch-black gales and torrential rain. He sang rapturously, voice weak off-key, each note painfully flat. High notes were excruciating, his tone strangled, muffled as if choked and flushed down a toilet. The audience froze in disbelief. Ouyang Fengyu, director's headset clutched in hand, stood paralyzed. This was a catastrophe. Even those who'd fainted moments before leapt upright, startled awake. What in hell is that abominable noise? Finally the crowd snapped. All they wanted now was to erupt, to tear apart the sham DE who was assaulting their ears. Suddenly, a deafening bang echoed across the stage. Screens died. Lights died. Speakers fell silent. Then, streetlights across Haishi's coastal zone began extinguishing one after another. Bang, 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 as if every circuit had tripped simultaneously. Residential lights, shop signs, lampposts, everything everywhere went dark. The coastal district plunged into total blackness. Hundreds of thousands stood petrified, unable to see even those beside them. Then, suddenly a hair salon speaker linked to a mobile phone activated silently. An ethereal, exquisite piano melody began to flow. Next came a dreamlike, hushed vocal, melodic, lingering, instantly transporting listeners to celestial realms. Soon a supermarket's exterior speaker chimed in, perfectly synchronized. Then, hundreds of speakers across the street awoke in unison. Even traffic announcement horns and car radios joined the chorus. Thousands of windows broadcast the same song simultaneously. In those days of towering waves, wind howled fiercely across the land, yet we felt no fear. Let sea water drown us. Let the gales sweep over us. A chill rushed up every listener's spine, from sawls to crown. Exquisite. This was the voice. This was DE. Tears welled. Hundreds of thousands stood utterly still, silent as statues. This was the real DE. The one on stage had been a fraud. Emotions soared like a roller coaster, plummeting into despair then soaring to euphoria. The spectacle before them was unprecedented. Speakers, ubiquitous, unassuming, awoke all along the street, harmonizing a future full of promise. Perhaps none were high-end, but together, there were thousands scattered across every corner, immersing the city in an ocean of celestial sound. 1,000 flowers blooming, 1,000 vessels sailing, pure, overwhelming awe. Hearts trembled with wonder. To hear such music was to live a life fulfilled. The song continued, exquisitely, entrancingly. Yet some regained awareness. Where was DE? Where? They scanned the darkness, but saw nothing. Tum! A sudden resonant drumbeat struck their minds. A streetlight nearby flickered to life, as if someone had flipped its switch. Eyes turned, but beneath the light stood empty air. Tum! Another drumbeat, another lamp ignited. They stared wide-eyed. Tum! 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 One by one streetlights blazed alive, forming a luminous path. Tum! Tum! Bang! The streetlights continued to illuminate. This road gradually became clear. It wound and extended, passing through tall buildings, through the narrow alleys, faintly connecting to the distance. The locals of Haisher knew full well that it led to the seaside. It was an old street that few people visited now. There were only a few dilapidated low buildings there. The other lights along the coastal area remained extinguished. Only this road was illuminated. Like a brilliant necklace lying on black velvet, it was guiding the way, guiding the people. It seemed that its destination was the place everyone longed for. Having experienced the dark night wind and the deep rain hitting the wings of the night and the waves rising from the street, I was in a state of profound contemplation, pondering the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. A power long forgotten suddenly surged back in this unexpected night. The future is promising. In the midst of countless speakers, DE's song continued. The crowd seemed to be in a dream. They gazed at the bright road that extended before them. They stepped forward in unison. Hundreds of thousands of people. They abandoned the luxurious and splendid grand stage. They embarked on a long-awaited rush. A vast crowd. Wherever they went, the future is promising accompanied them, like being guided by a divine being. It was also the direction of their hearts. Everyone without exception, abandoning all concerns, they walked toward that unknown, gripping, mysterious place. Finally realizing why there was a card review in the previous version, one word probably couldn't be published. I am who I am in front of Tua Yes Free Hospital. Here seemed like an independent realm, the lights still shining. A group of children solemnly stepped onto the stage. Among them a child had lost both legs. It was Yen Kaikai and Yen Xinshin who helped him lift the wheelchair. The children beamed with innocent smiles, each holding a red flower. They were waiting. Yen Qingwen smiled at the children. Then she turned and frowned. Where's Lu Di? Shouldn't he be keeping the children waiting? Just as Yan Qingwen repeatedly dialed Lu Di's unanswered phone, she suddenly froze. Buzz. A faint tremor came from beneath her feet. What was happening? An earthquake. Buzz. The ground trembled again. Boom. Deep underground it felt as if there were muffled thunder. Yan Qingwen clearly sensed it. The ground was shaking. Bang. A drumbeat sounded. In the distance the streetlights that had just inexplicably extinguished suddenly lit up. They quickly formed a row. So many people. Yan Qingwen's expression changed from frustration to fear. Ahead the originally empty street suddenly surged with a dense crowd. And it was continuous. Like a vast army marching toward its target. In an instant the streets were packed with people. Endless it seemed there were tens of thousands. Yan Qingwen's phone fell to the ground. What? What is happening? The children on stage were also shocked. A little boy nervously rubbed his hands and whispered, Brother Lu Di said that many people would come to see us, but I didn't expect so many. Of course, several innocent children did not understand. This was not just many people. This was over 100,000. Even the world's top stars couldn't attract so many at once. Not to mention the thousands of media outlets mixed in. This was truly a spectacle for the masses, a global spotlight. Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin were also stunned. Could it be that Di had arrived? Only Nan Roi quickly suppressed her astonishment, turning to the bodyguard beside her and saying, notify everyone to protect the stage and the children. As she spoke the crowd surged closer. At this moment the future is promising had just finished its song. The crowd surrounded the free hospital tightly. In the distance even the smallest streets were crowded with people. Where's this? Who guided us here? Shouldn't we see Di? Why are there only some children? Is that a stage? How shabby. People began to regain their senses. They started to observe their surroundings, though it was just quiet whispers. Yet the voices of nearly 1,000 people combined into a wave crashing like the sea, deafening. Looking at the restive crowd, Nan Rui couldn't help but worry if chaos broke out the small 3-story free hospital would be trampled flat in an instant. Suddenly a faint electrical buzzing sound arose. In one corner of the free hospital's roof a yellow bulb placed on the ground began to flicker intermittently. A figure wearing a white shirt sat at an antique piano. Backlit by the starry sky, he flickered in and out of sight in the dim light. Everyone's attention was suddenly drawn. In one corner of the dilapidated building's roof the yellow light illuminated a 2-meter circle of brightness. In the haze the figure appeared thin, yet upright, serene, and gentle. Like a solitary stage in the vast world, yet full of stories. Finally the flickering light stopped and shone brightly. I am Di. The figure slowly spoke, and in an instant all the speakers broadcasted simultaneously. Everyone fell silent. They widened their eyes, staring intently at that small patch of light in the air. A new song, I Am Who I Am, is dedicated to you all. The figure did not turn around, made no movements, merely spoke calmly. Di. A new song. The audience was stunned. They didn't know how to react. After all, they had just experienced a fake concert of fake Di, but they were all in agreement. Everyone held their breath. They held extreme hope in their hearts that this figure before them was the real Di, the one who could once again bring them celestial music. Even in any shabby venue, in any place where a performance seemed impossible, he could not bear to interrupt anyone who claimed to be Di. This was the charm of the music god Di. The next moment his fingers moved gracefully, the clear sound of the antique piano resonated. The piano soared high, and the person was elevated. The beautiful piano music echoed in the air, seeming to form a melodic ladder reaching up to the stars. Everyone was instantly entrapped in this melody. This music was like a spirit dancing, its steps growing faster, the height of the notes continuously rising. When some were lost in their thoughts, completely oblivious, he began to sing. It was still that voice, like celestial music striking at the heart. Everyone simultaneously closed their eyes, no longer making a sound. I am who I am in the sky full of stars, only one star is the dimmest, and that is me. Falling into the cloud mist, lost and confused, not knowing where to go. In this vast world, no one looks forward to me. I am who I am in the sky full of stars, only one star is the brightest, and that is me. Lightly laughing at the red dust, unique, walking freely in this vast world, no one can stop me. It was truly beautiful to listen to. A brand new melody, brand new lyrics. Once again it made people's souls transcend, once again causing tremors in their hearts. Just as people were silently entranced, Di's voice suddenly slowed, transforming into a melodious nasal tone. The next moment the children's harmonious chanting began. Do you forget? In the moment a flower blooms, or the brilliance of a shooting star. When it's time to leave, the front always appears vast and distant, but the hesitation and looking back gradually diminishes. Even if trapped in darkness, I am not afraid. I am not afraid. Under the dim starry sky the children's pure and clean voices resonated. It was as if dazzling flowers were blooming one after another. Sometimes soothing like a flowing spring, sometimes soft like murmuring whispers. Like a gentle stream washing the listeners' souls. Like a beam of brilliant sunlight illuminating the hearts of the listeners. In this tender and bright voice, everyone seemed to feel the elevation of their souls. This was an indescribable feeling, filled with strength, filled with hope, filled with courage, once again striking at the heart. People opened their eyes. A group of disabled children stood neatly on an extremely simple stage. They showed no signs of inferiority, nor did they show any signs of fear. Only hearts that shone like sunflowers forever facing the sunlight. I am not afraid. I am not afraid. The children puffed out their small chests and sang earnestly. Even though they were battered and bruised, they still feared nothing. Their eyes shone with light penetrating all darkness, gazing toward the future. Gradually, amidst the singing, people found a trace of emotion they had long forgotten. DE's celestial voice, the pure hearts of the children, together formed this performance. Not to mention a gala, even less so a concert. Yet the singing here was heart-stirring, soul-shaking, an unforgettable experience for all. At that moment, the performance concluded with the words from the man seated in the corner of the roof, radiating infinite brilliance. The scene fell silent. Everyone's chest rose and fell violently, their hearts stirred. The children were also catching their breath, tears welling in their eyes. People hesitated to applaud, fearing to break the rare taste of this moment. What they had just heard did not resemble a song. Rather, it felt like a knock on the soul, making it difficult for them to return to their senses. He truly is DE. No explanation was needed. Just with that single opening, everyone was instantly captivated. People quietly rejoiced in this trip to the seaside area. It had not been ruined the moment the fake DE was exposed. People also rejoiced that the real music god DE had not stood by idly. In the dilapidated 3-story building, Tuayi reclined on the sofa after listening to I Am Who I Am. He felt an inexplicable emotion within. He knew Lu Di and the children's story all too well. The hardships and hopes resonated deeply with him. Naturally, this song also struck a chord in Tuayi's heart, who hasn't transformed from confusion and helplessness to a more open-minded state. Tuayi smiled with relief, raising the erguotu in his hand toward the roof, saying, "Kid, keep it up." On-site Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were immensely excited. They clasped their hands together in front of their chests, hoping in their hearts, "DE, will you turn back? Will you let us see your face?" Of course, not just they had this thought. Almost everyone present was anticipating that moment when he would turn around. However, due to the deep respect for DE that came from their hearts, no one stepped forward. Yin Xingwen again took out that ballpoint pen from her pocket, but she did not press it. She tightly focused on the figure above. Her heart was in turmoil. That piano certainly belonged to her family. That figure was undoubtedly DE, and that figure did indeed resemble Lu Di. Could Lu Di really be DE? He had not appeared until now. This song contains so many stories. How could it be sung by Lu Di? If it were Lu Di, Yin Xingwen gently bit her lip. In an instant, she felt inferior. That man on the rooftop whom everyone looked up to. Could it be the man who saved her 3 years ago? Could it be the driver who lived in her basement whom she had treated coldly? If it really was him, she had no idea how to face him. Under the quiet night sky, everyone had different thoughts. Finally, a deep and magnetic voice came from the rooftop. This is a free hospital dedicated to treating patients who cannot afford medical care. Here there also lives a group of suffering children who have become homeless after facing persecution. This place is both a focus of attention and one that is easily ignored. Ignored because of the coldness of human relationships. Focused upon because there are still some kind-hearted people who lend a hand and bring warmth. Today I appear here to thank those with a kind heart. At the same time, I want to urge everyone to act from the heart and live kindly. The figure on the rooftop spoke slowly, his tone calm, but somehow striking at the heart. All the audience then shifted their gaze to the dilapidated 3-story building. There was no sign, but one could faintly see rows of hospital beds through the windows. Outside, 7 or 8 children with big watery eyes stood on a shabby stage. Some had lost an arm, some fingers seemed to be twisted into odd shapes by force. Others had lost their legs and could only sit in wheelchairs. It was they who had just collaborated with DE to sing a soul-stirring song. People could imagine. These children were probably victims who had been kidnapped from mountainous areas by criminal gangs, violently disabled, and then pushed onto the streets to beg merely sacrifices for their profit. Looking at the innocent appearance of the children, the audience felt a sudden tug in their hearts. The children were pitiful. This hospital was filled with great love. Some childish chalk words on the background wall attracted everyone's attention. "Thank you, Sister Yin from Ingji Company for the gifts you sent us." Everyone was momentarily touched. Ingji Company must refer to Ingji Group. Sister Yin must be a young lady from the Yin family. It seemed she had helped this hospital. Originally disappointed with Ingji Group because of the Huitian Square concert, people suddenly felt relieved. A big company, or a large family. Naturally, there are all kinds of people within it, some with ulterior motives seeking to deceive. And there are also kind-hearted people who do good quietly. The wealthy are still people. There are bad people, but there are also good people. Music god DE also has a great love in his heart, not swayed by money, but present for charity. Today you guided us here, and we will not stand by idly. We will donate to help the hospital and support that Sister Yin from Ingji Group. Suddenly someone shouted from the crowd. These few words instantly resonated with everyone. People are inherently good. Many people agreed. Some wanted to donate, some wanted to adopt children. Some wanted to be volunteers. Others, some distributors, wanted to place orders with that Sister Yin. In an instant, everyone sprang into action. Unity is strength, and they believed everything would change from here on. The white-clad figure on the rooftop smiled upward. He gently said, "I believe in the goodness of humanity. I also believe that human hearts are inherently strong." DE asks everyone to stay true to their hearts. Everyone harbors immense strength within, and just act with all your might, and you will have no regrets. Then the figure on the rooftop slowly stood up. He did not turn around, but simply raised one hand gently. A shadow glowing faintly crossed over 10 meters, sweeping across the stage, flying toward the quietly standing figure in the crowd. Yan Qingwen was momentarily stunned, instinctively catching the object flying from the sky. The figure above again called out loudly, "Sister Yan from the Yan family, I have a message for you. Do good deeds without asking for the future." Then the figure on the rooftop slowly walked out of the light range, disappearing from sight. Everyone's gaze instantly turned to the dazed woman. Is she that Sister Yan? She seems to be the third young lady of Ingji Group. She was so kind, donating to children. Ingji Group is fortunate to have such an excellent successor. I am willing to support her. Standing aside Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin instantly became excited. Third sister, do you know D? He gave you something. Quickly see what it is. A confused Yan Qingwen finally reacted. It was a star emanating a faint glow all on its own. Wow, third sister, I'm so envious of you. He gave you a gift, a pearl. Yan Qingwen was so shocked that she was rendered speechless. Her eyes widened, and the reflection of the pearl was exceptionally clear in her pupils. After a long while, Yan Qingwen murmured, "This is not a pearl, it is called the Indomitable Eye." Indomitable Eye, eh? Yan Kaikai tilted her head in thought. Why does that sound a bit familiar? Suddenly Yan Xinxin exclaimed, "Third sister, is the Indomitable Eye the jewelry you bought for a few million not long ago?" That's right, Yan Qingwen nodded absent-mindedly. I later gave it to Lu Di. Yan Kaikai looked puzzled. You gave it to Lu Di, so why is it in Di's hands today, and he threw it back to you? No way. Yan Xinxin suddenly thought of something, her mouth agape, as if struck by lightning. Kaikai, are you silly? Yan Qingwen's expression was very complex as she raised her head, staring blankly at a corner of the rooftop, where an antique piano stood alone under the light. Xinxin, you guessed it right. Yan Kaikai was still confused. What did I guess right? Lu Di is Di and Di is Lu Di. Yan Qingwen and Yan Xinxin spoke in unison. Boom. At the moment those words were spoken, the three sisters of the Yan family felt the world spinning around them. Everything was so unreal, so bizarre. My heavens, how is this possible? He obviously... Yan Kaikai couldn't believe it all, overwhelmed with excitement, shouting out loud. But she was swiftly silenced by Yan Qingwen covering her mouth. Lu Di never revealed his identity. He used the Indomitable Eye to tell me the truth. He didn't want anyone to know who he was. Yan Qingwen whispered to Yan Kaikai, her eyes glistening with tears. If one were to describe her current feelings, it would be that the sense of gratitude outweighed the shock. Lu Di entered the Yan family as a lifesaver, remaining extremely low-key. He would only smile faintly when faced with injustice. But his faint smile and lack of rebuttal were not due to his inadequacy. Rather, it was because he was too powerful. He simply wanted to do everything quietly and unassumingly. The strength Lu Di exhibited over these few days had left everyone in disbelief, as formidable as a myth. Unreal. And today Lu Di proved himself once again. He was too outstanding. He was actually the much-admired singer Di. He was not swayed by money, nor did he bow to any power. He acted from his heart, using his strength to help the weak and spread kindness. The shock in Yan Qingwen's heart was overwhelming. Growing up in privilege, she had never looked up to anyone. But Lu Di's actions left her utterly convinced, with nothing more to say. Do you know why we always misunderstood Lu Di before? Yan Qingwen's voice trembled slightly. Why? Because compared to him, we are people of entirely different realms. He is formidable, he is exceptional, he is nearly capable of everything. His state of mind is truly calm and serene, transcendent and selfless. Indeed, the two young girls were lost in thought. They had tasted the delicious food Lu Di made, which was simply not of this world. It was also Lu Di who had boldly rescued them in the underground casino. In archery, equestrianism, and shooting, Lu Di left everyone speechless. Yan Xinxin murmured, my live stream currently has the highest popularity because he glanced at me back then. Yan Qingwen smiled bitterly. Now I believe what you said. Lu Di gambled 10 billion cash in the underground casino. Do you know? He is the singer Di. With his charisma, money is just a number, completely meaningless. As soon as he speaks, countless businesses will send cash to his door in heaps. 100 million is utterly trivial. Yan Kaikai clenched her phone tightly. Her screensaver was still a screenshot of the background featuring singer Di. Singer Di, he actually lives among us. And we called him a freeloader. A scammer. That 5 million, we doubted him over. Xinxin, do you think Lu Di will forgive us for what we did before? Yan Xinxin bit her lip. I don't think forgiveness is even necessary because he probably doesn't even care about us. In his eyes, we're just two naive little girls. I fear Lu Di will never like us again. Tears streamed down the faces of the two young girls. This was regret, this was sorrow, this was a deep sense of inferiority. Unconsciously, they had already combined the enchanting figure of the singer Di, whose mere silhouette captivated deeply with Lu Di. Indeed, Lu Di had always been so exceptional. He was so handsome. He had never done anything to hurt us. For our requests, he had never ignored us. Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin suddenly heard two voices in their minds. I stayed in the Yan family just to be guilt-free. These were Lu Di's words. Every person hides an immensely powerful force within themselves. One should act to the best of their ability and be guilt-free. These were the words of Di. How similar they were, they could have come from the same mouth. Di is Lu Di and Lu Di is Di. Suddenly Yan Kaikai and Yan Xinxin shouted in unison. Third sister, we need to go home. Yan Qingwen was taken aback. Why? We need to help Lu Di move. We must move his room to the 5th floor to the largest suite. Watching the two young girls rush out in a frenzy, Yin Qingwen sighed, gently, tightly gripping the indomitable eye in her hand. Lu Di returned it. What does this signify? Perhaps he wanted to encourage Yin Qingwen to shine brightly like the indomitable eye forever. But more so, he likely wanted to distance himself from the Yin family from her Yin Qingwen. After all, a person of Lu Di's caliber would never be constrained by a small family like the Yin family. As for the future, Yin Qingwen dared not hope for Lu Di to accompany her again. Because Lu Di had already done enough. The Yin family owed Lu Di enough. Sigh. Even if you two happily move the room, so what? Will Lu Di come back? Yin Qingwen forced a bitter smile looking up at the chaotic scene. Many were peering from downstairs trying to find Di's figure, but to no avail. Many were now concerned about the children. Yin Qingwen exhaled lightly. There were many things still waiting for her to do here. Di or Lu Di's words echoed in her ears. Do good deeds, and do not question the future. Bang. The power to the Huitian Plaza was suddenly restored. On the pitch-black stage, the lights turned on. The LED screens lit up. The sound system emitted a piercing scream. At the center of the grand stage stood a disheveled figure. Ouyang Fengyu, vice president of Ingji Group, and the person in charge of the DE concert. Just moments ago, he had seen the performance at the charity hospital on his phone. The singer DE had appeared there. It was the real deal. While he himself had spent 300 million to hire a counterfeit. Huh. Ouyang Fengyu looked at the empty, disheveled luxury venue. He laughed maniacally. This time his position in the group was completely finished. Hiring a fake DE cost him 300 million, while setting up the venue and pre-promotion cost another 200 million. The on-site sales amounted to zero. A total of 500 million completely lost. He could only imagine the storm that awaited him when he returned to the group tomorrow. This time he suffered a devastating defeat. He couldn't understand why DE had appeared there. Why would he participate in such a rudimentary performance? It couldn't possibly be because of Yin Qingwen. Yin Qingwen didn't have that capability. A figure flashed through Ouyang Fengji's mind. Lu Di. From the beginning, Lu Di suspected that Lu Ziming's DE was a counterfeit, and he had strongly advocated Yin Qingwen to host the charity performance. Was it him again? How many trump cards does he have left? What kind of strength does he possess? Thinking of how the tuning system at his concert had inexplicably malfunctioned, the stage suddenly lost power. Then a strange line lit up directly, leading the audience away. The singer DE quietly waited by the sea. Ouyang Fengyu felt a chill run down his spine. This was a massive, nearly impossible plan. Were these tactics all orchestrated by that little brat Lu Di? This was unrealistic. Had he really messed with the wrong person? On the first day they met, Lu Di was clearly a poor wretch, a mere ant. Did he want to compete with me for the Yin family's fortune? Was it wrong to eliminate him? Alone, Ouyang Fengyu stood in the center, his mind constantly debating. He had never realized that creating animosity with Lu Di was the biggest mistake of his life. Slowly, Ouyang Fengji's eyes blazed with anger. He was unwilling. Ouyang Fengyu pondered for a long time. After tomorrow, he would likely completely lose his position in the group. Lu Di not only had such unpredictable means, but also a colossal backing like the Nan family. He might even have military connections. The bounty order issued on the underworld had yet to receive any feedback. There was no other choice left. I want to go down with him. Ouyang Fengyu thought through gritted teeth while tightly clenching his fists. Crack, crack, bang. The walkie-talkie in his hand was crushed. Lu Di, you would never expect that I possess fighting strength beyond the ordinary. I have hidden it for a long time. You force me. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengji's face twisted in fury. He recalled several images. Lu Di drew back an 80-pound bow. Lu Di made a fierce horse submit. Lu Di's abnormal shooting speed. Hiss. Lu Di can't be judged by common sense. I want. Be inferior to him in terms of combat power, will I? Ouyang Fengji's mouth twitched. Damn it. Then Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth fiercely. Even if I have to sacrifice my life, I must fight you. Lu Di, I may not be able to defeat you now. You little brat, just wait. In 2 days I will break every bone in your body. Ouyang Fengyu, veins bulging, cast a cold, piercing glance around the venue. Lu Di, you can still live a few more days. But where did that bastard Lu Ziming run off to? Behind Huitian Plaza. In a small, dark alley, 2 disheveled figures were desperately fleeing. One of them clutched a bag filled to the brim with cash. Thud. One person slipped and fell next to a trash can. This person seemed to have twisted their ankle and couldn't get up again. They pleaded, Brother Ziming, please help me, don't leave me behind. We agreed before that I would impersonate DE, and once we made money we would split it 3-7. Now that the matter has been exposed, you can't just abandon me. These two were the fake DE and Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming clutched the bag tightly and spat at the fake DE. Go to hell. You didn't practice your singing skills properly, relying entirely on tuning. Look at what kind of rubbish you sang. If you could have managed to fool them, I could have reasoned with them, we wouldn't have to run. You've ruined me. I can't care about you now, fend for yourself. Lu Ziming said, casting a merciless glance at the immobile fake DE, then turned to flee. Haha, so what if the matter has been exposed? I still got the money, the Yin family is just a bunch of fools. That Lu Di is also a self-righteous fool. 300 million is enough for me to live comfortably abroad for a lifetime. Lu Ziming laughed heartily, darting through alley after alley, heading straight for the speedboat he had prepared on the shore. Suddenly, as Lu Ziming ran into the last alley, his figure halted. At the entrance of the alley stood dozens of burly men blocking his path. In front of those burly men stood a graceful figure clad in a fitted qipao. She wore a blank expression, coldly gazing at Lu Ziming. Miss Nan? Lu Ziming sensed that things were going awry, instinctively retreating, but he heard a chaotic sound of footsteps behind him. Another group of burly men blocked his escape route, trapping him in the alley like a turtle in a jar. Humph. Nan Ruai smiled lightly, both charming and chilling. Miss Nan, what are you doing? Lu Ziming was already trembling all over. Sir said you have a wager with him. Now that the concert is over, it's time to settle it. Nan Ruai said casually, her entourage of burly men eyeing Lu Ziming menacingly. What wager? I don't acknowledge it. I didn't agree. That doesn't count. Lu Ziming was utterly terrified, retreating repeatedly until he fell to the ground. Nan Ruai chuckled again, her slender phoenix eyes revealing a bewitching strangeness. She raised her delicate hand, gently stroking her smooth chin. Sir wants me to convey a message to you. Lu Ziming's eyes widened as he stuttered, what? Nan Rui's eyes suddenly sharpened, her arm waving, and a swarm of burly men surged forward. Sir said to default on your right leg. Early the next morning, in front of the main building of the Yin family estate, Yin Qingwen leaned against two drowsy young girls. They had already helped Lu Di move into his suite and had been waiting at the door all night. But Lu Di had not returned. At that moment, all the major news headlines were about yesterday's two concerts, which were exceptionally popular. Ingji Group stumbles. Spending 500 million to create a super concert ended up hiring a counterfeit. Singer Di appeared at a small seaside orphanage, attracting 100 viewers in unprecedented spectacle. Singer Di's new song, I Am Who I Am, once again topped the charts. Singer's new song, performed with disabled orphans, moved thousands to tears. Singer Di's actions sparked a strong societal response, focusing on missing children and begging children. Relevant departments started to vigorously rectify roadside begging, vowing to eradicate criminal gangs. Charity initiative millions nationwide donated to charity hospitals helping impoverished patients. Bang. In the Ingji Group office, a shareholder slammed a newspaper heavily in front of Ouyang Fengyu. The newspaper displayed two images side by side. On one side, Ouyang Fengyu stood alone in a disheveled state on the luxurious stage of Huitian Plaza. On the other side was a shabby three-story rooftop where a figure in white was focused on playing the piano, surrounded by countless audience members. The headline read, Ingji Group's hasty action cost 500 million, not as good as DE's one person and one piano. Vice President Fengyu, you need to explain this to me, the shareholder said angrily. Cut. Ouyang Fengyu shrugged, looking as if he didn't care at all. Explain. What is there to explain? I was blind. Right. Ouyang Fengyu shrugged. His mind was filled with plans for revenge, and as for the status and performance of the company, he no longer cared. As long as he could kill Lu Di, he was not afraid of losing everything. Fengyu, you don't seem to be in a good state. Let's do this. You should go home and rest for a few days. Don't worry about the company, especially since Yuan had an accident. Go back and take care of her for a few days. As for when you return to work, he'll notify you. Oh, Ouyang Fengyu wore a look of indifference. Are you going to suspend me? Fine, do as you please. Ouyang Fengyu completely ignored everyone's expressions. He stood up and stormed out. This kid is becoming more and more outrageous. Indeed, he did something wrong and refused to admit it, yet his attitude is so terrible. Chairman Yin, you should discipline your son-in-law. The shareholders were discussing among themselves. Chairman Yin was trembling with rage. But what they didn't know was that after Ouyang Fengyu left the conference room, he didn't actually leave the company. Instead, he headed straight for an elevator. After entering the elevator, he pressed several numbers. The next moment, a blue keyboard slowly extended from the wall. Ouyang Fengyu coldly smiled as he entered M069 on the keyboard. The elevator started. It descended directly. -1, -2, -3, until the screen displayed -4. If any Ingji Group employee had seen this scene, they would have been dumbfounded. Because the building used by Ingji Group for 3 years did not have a -4 floor. Only executives at the vice president level and above knew. -4 was the secret department established by Ingji Group, specifically cooperating with the military to develop human modification. As the elevator doors opened, Zhao Zhe, whose face was already swollen like a pig's head, was waiting at the elevator door. Based on the timing, at least 10 of his teeth were missing. President Ouyang, those old guys didn't make things difficult for you, did they? Zhao Zhe respectfully inquired, but his mouth was full of gauze and ointment, making his speech unclear. Looking at the comically ridiculous Zhao Zhe, Ouyang Fengyu rubbed his temples. What those old guys think of me is no longer important. I only want to defeat Lu Di now. As he spoke, Ouyang Fengyu strode forward, heading straight for the innermost laboratory. Inside the laboratory, an old professor looked at Ouyang Fengyu, who was already lying on the bed and ready with a serious expression. President Ouyang, this might not be appropriate. The medication for the second phase has just been developed, and there have been no tests conducted at all. If I use it on you, and something goes wrong, I cannot bear the responsibility. Ouyang Fengyu lay on the operating table, his gaze resolute. What is the estimated success rate for the enhancement? The old professor hesitated for a moment. Probably less than 10. 10? That's enough. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth, slowly uttering those words. President Ouyang, this isn't good. It's not worth risking your life for that little brat. Ouyang Fengyu glared. Don't tell me it's not worth it. Have you forgotten that you get a tooth knocked out every day? It's all done by that Lu Di kid. This statement from Ouyang Fengyu triggered painful memories for Zhao Zhe. In his already swollen eyes, flames of anger began to surge. But the old professor hesitated and said, President Fengyu, this medication hasn't completed the experiments and hasn't received approval. If it's used on a human, now, even if successful, it would violate laws and ethics. Ethics my foot. Ouyang Fengyu, who had changed his previous attitude, shouted angrily, You old man, didn't you also use the Phase 1 medication on President Fengyu without approval? Now you're talking about ethics with us, where were you before? At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu wore a righteous expression. Professor Li, I have always trusted your abilities. I always felt that your talents were buried. Look, the Phase 1 medication has already been successful on me, and I have gained a 20 increase in strength. Therefore, I still believe in you for this Phase 2 medication. If this experiment is successful, I will definitely propose to the company to promote you to assistant professor. After a moment of silence, the professor, who had always been referred to as a mad scientist within the company, was moved. He longed for his research achievements to be recognized. He had even reached a fanatical level. This was clearly an experiment that violated company regulations, laws, and ethics. But he decided to take the risk. Professor Li, what effects will this experiment have if it succeeds? Zhao Zhe asked. A hint of fervor flashed in Professor Li's eyes. Strength increased by 300, body strength enhanced by 100, overall combat power increased by 4 times. Half an hour later, Ouyang Fengyu was fully prepared. He checked his physical condition to ensure all data was normal. He also injected a lot of sugar, protein, vitamins, and other energy substances. Now he was tightly bound to the operating table with dozens of straps. Professor Li held a green syringe, looking serious. President Ouyang, there's only a 10 chance of success, and the other 90 may lead to various unexpected situations, including impairment or death. Let's do it. Ouyang Fengyu slowly closed his eyes. What supported him was not courage, but a full hatred for Lu Di. The drug was slowly injected into his veins. Ouyang Fengyu gradually lost consciousness. Zhao Zhe and Professor Li watched intently. Everything was normal without any reaction. 10 minutes later, the instruments monitoring Ouyang Fengyu suddenly began to beep. Heart rate fluctuated violently. Blood pressure soared and dipped. Ouyang Fengyu began to convulse. Zhao Zhe trembled in fear. Professor Li, will President Ouyang die? Professor Li's eyes widened in horror as he looked at the data. All the data were skyrocketing. This seems to be a completely new reaction. President Ouyang's physique is different from ordinary people. Professor Li grew increasingly excited. If the experiment succeeds, President Ouyang's physical abilities may far exceed my predictions. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu calmed down. 1 minute of extreme silence passed. Bang, bang. The sound of the straps snapping was continuous. Ouyang Fengyu suddenly opened his eyes and slowly sat up without any obstruction. All the straps were broken. This such power. Professor Li and Zhao Zhe were filled with terror. It's this feeling of being godlike. Ouyang Fengyu laughed wildly. He knew clearly that the experiment was successful. Professor Li was dumbfounded, staring at the data on the screen. Muscle enhancement reached 500. Body strength increased by 300. President Ouyang, this drug matches you perfectly. It's simply beyond imagination. Professor Li muttered. Ouyang Fengyu got up from the bed, gently waving his arms. He clearly knew that his current strength could only be described as terrifying. Professor Li hurriedly said, President Ouyang, hurry. Let's go test your strength in the field. President Ouyang, let's go seek revenge on that Lu Di kid first. There's no rush. Ouyang Fengyi's eyes glinted with a chilling light. I already have a better plan. I can't let that kid off too easily. If I just defeat Lu Di alone, it won't only be hard to explain later, but it would also be too boring. I want to beat him to a pulp in front of everyone. Let him bleed and kneel before me, begging for mercy. As Ouyang Fengyu spoke, he gripped the operating table with one hand. Squeak! The corner of the surgical table made of stainless steel was actually crushed by him, leaving 5 fingerprints. At the top of Ingji Group, a group of shareholders were still discussing the follow-up marketing of the new product. Bang! The conference room door was violently pushed open. Ouyang Fengyu, with a face full of enthusiasm, stood at the door. Fengyu, what are you doing? Chairman Yin glared. Are you not satisfied with your suspension and want to cause trouble? Father, I succeeded. We succeeded in developing the second phase medication for the military. Chairman Yin seemed incredulous. What? How is that possible? Ouyang Fengyu took a few steps toward Chairman Yin, excitedly holding his hand. Father, I just experimented with the medication on my own body, and the experiment is complete. Fengyu, you are too bold. Do you know the consequences if the experiment fails? Father, I know, but for the company I am willing to take the risk. But fortunately, heaven does not disappoint those who work hard. I succeeded. Ouyang Fengyi's face was filled with excitement, righteous and heroic. At this moment, Zhao Zhe also rushed in with a stack of data. 10 minutes later, the shareholders of Ingji Group were in shock. The data report indeed showed that the experiment was a success. Good fellow, I never expected that the problem that troubled us for 2 years has finally been solved. Fengyu has made a great contribution this time. His spirit of being willing to sacrifice everything for the company is enough to compensate for the concert incident. Once this drug is successful, our group's contract with the military will be secure. This is a long-term partnership. Our group's status in the industry will soar. The shareholders were in heated discussion. Their gazes toward Ouyang Fengyu became quite admiring. Father, I don't know if General Heishan and Chief Duan are still in Haishur. Why don't we invite them over to witness the research results together? Ouyang Fengyu proposed. Chairman Yin until now still found it hard to believe that the second phase experiment succeeded. because it was much faster than he had imagined. But the evidence was in front of him. He nodded stiffly and dialed the phone. 2 hours later, General Heishan arrived at Ingji Group by private helicopter. Duan Hua arrived an hour earlier. Everyone gathered on the -4th floor. This was a room of nearly 1,000 square meters. The walls were all made of steel plates. In the center of the venue stood 2 giant physical testing machines. Ouyang Fengyu, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, stood elegantly in the center of the venue. General Heishan stroked his chin and questioned, "Old Yan, are you sure the experiment was successful? Or is it on your son-in-law?" Chairman Yan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. "You'll know if you try." General Heishan called out, "Gray Bear, here, you go up and throw a punch." Yes. This gray bear, who came along with General Heishan, stood nearly 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging, living up to his name, Gray Bear. Bang. After a huge sound, the number on the strength testing machine skyrocketed. It finally settled at 200 kilograms. Even world-class boxers only have a punching power of about 150 kilograms. Tian Luo is truly Tian Luo. Every warrior is the pinnacle of humanity. It's my turn now. Ouyang Fengyu gracefully took off his glasses and removed his British suit. Taking a deep breath, he threw a punch. Bang. The strength testing instrument in front of him shook violently. The value skyrocketed. The final display screen changed too. Everyone was astonished. This either exceeded the measurement range of the machine, or he broke the sensor of the machine with one punch. General Heishan also gasped in shock. Is he an ordinary person stronger than my warriors? Is this the effect of the second phase potion? The limit of limits. Finally, we have our own research results in Huaxia. The people of Ingji Group were also stunned. This was several times stronger than the effect they had in mind. Suddenly, General Heishan said eagerly, "Gray Bear Fengyu, you two should have a match. I want to see the practical effect." Gray Bear frowned. Based on the earlier strength test results, defeating this kid seems a bit difficult. Huh? Ouyang Fengyu laughed madly. "Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me for speaking frankly. Gray Bear should not be my opponent. However, isn't there a young man in our Yin family's manor who has been favored by all of you military leaders? Why don't we bring him over and have a duel with me?" Chairman Yin suddenly reacted. "Are you talking about Lu Di? Nonsense. He is just an ordinary person. No matter how strong he is, how could he be your opponent? Do you want to cause a death?" "Old Yin," General Heishan shouted, taking a few steps forward. "I don't think so. That Lu Di kid is a little freak. I am looking forward to seeing who is high and who is low when he faces such a modified person." Chairman Yin was also a bit anxious. "Old He, why are you also starting nonsense? I am not being reckless." General Heishan waved his hand. "Even if Lu Di cannot defeat Fengyu, I at least want to know his limits. Old Yin, rest assured, I will have Gray Bear watch on the field. Nothing will go wrong. Let's call Lu Di over now." Ouyang Fengyu nodded with a smile. General Heishan's decision is correct. A small trouble. Haishi Wanghai District. Lu Di was lying on a rock, gazing at the sky and seagulls while observing the code before him. The reason he stayed here was due to a sudden small trouble. At this moment, the Cybersecurity Bureau of Huaxia Haisha Branch team leader Sun Mingdong was frowning at the screen before him. The screen displayed a video. At 8:03 p.m. last night, the entire Wanghai district of Haisha suddenly fell into darkness. Subsequently, dozens of connected speakers near Huitian Plaza began to emit sound. Then the streetlights began to turn on uncontrollably, one after another, forming a line. Sun Mingdong lit a cigarette, scratched his already oily hair. This emergency situation kept his cybersecurity team awake all night. He watched this video for a full 3 hours. This is truly unbelievable. What kind of person has such great abilities? Directly hacking into our Haisha power control system, and then forcibly controlling the street lighting system. The most unbelievable thing is, how did he control so many speakers at once? This is an outright oppression, a naked provocation against our Haisha cybersecurity team. This is the most arrogant hacker I have ever seen. Bang. Sun Mingdong forcefully extinguished his cigarette, but in the ashtray. He turned to shout at the team members. "It's been a whole night. Have you found anything? Whether it's the Emperor or this hacker, at least give me one of them." At the same time, a night-old cybersecurity officer suddenly raised his head. "Team leader, I found it. The hacker I have locked onto his IP." "Really? Great." Sun Mingdong immediately went to the computer. "Where is he at? Give me the address. I want to personally go catch him back." The cybersecurity officer bitterly said his address is on the pyramid in Egypt. "What? Nonsense." Sun Mingdong, who had a bad temper, became a bit enraged upon hearing this. "Team leader, calm down. He should be using a fake address, and it changes every moment. Look, he is now in the Arctic." Sun Mingdong's face turned purple, and he bit back his words. "Dare to play with me." "However, team leader, he left a back door. We should be able to communicate with him." The cybersecurity officer pointed again at the screen. An input window appeared. Sun Dongming suppressed the anger within him. Slowly sitting in front of the computer, he knew it was time to engage in a game of wits with the skilled hacker. Try to extract information from him. Find out his whereabouts. Sun Dongming pondered for a long time before typing 2 words in the window: "Hello." However, before he could press the send key, the other party sent a message first. "Hello, Captain Dongming. How did he know my name is Dongming? I am truly sorry. I just wanted to surprise my friends yesterday, so I made a bigger fuss than intended." After seeing this message, Sun Dongming's face turned gloomy. "What do you mean by making a fuss? You hacked the entire Haisha Wanghai district. The other party continued to send messages. Fortunately, no damage was caused. Indeed, no damage was done. In fact, it even saved quite a bit of electricity. However, my superior is furious. I have 12 hours to bring you to justice. Suppressing his irritation, Sun Dongming slowly typed a few words. Indeed, it's not a big deal. Just cooperate and come to the station to give a statement. Where are you? The other party only replied with 2 words, he. Just as Sun Dongming was about to smash the keyboard in anger, the other party suddenly sent a data packet. And it automatically opened without any operation. In the next moment, a flood of dense data surged forth, starting with a series of orderly digits. Then there was an image with lines connecting like a spider web, continuously linking various countries and cities on the map. What is this? Sun Dongming's pupils suddenly constricted. These numbers are bank account numbers. And these lines are the paths of funds transfer. Each transaction is clearly marked from where it came to where it went. The other party sent another message. Captain Dongming, you are currently investigating a major money laundering case. Sun Dongming, who had become somewhat dazed, instinctively replied yes. There indeed is such a case recently. The amount of laundered money reaches 10 billion. However, the other party has top-notch hackers. Once the funds enter the network, they vanish without a trace. Sun Dongming led his team to investigate for a month, but found nothing. The recovered funds are zero. Not even a single clue. This matter has made him extremely frustrated. Here is the information I found for you, including all the accounts that transferred money and the routes taken. Of course, I also listed where this money is ultimately stored. It is currently dispersed across 40 bank accounts in Switzerland. I believe with this you should be able to solve the case smoothly, right? Upon seeing these messages, not only Sun Dongming, but also the team members behind him were stunned. Someone actually found everything, and detailed to this extent. This is definitely a master, a top-tier expert. Such ability is far beyond hacking into the Heisher power grid. After all, the paths of these funds were all conducted overseas. His methods of investigation not only have to traverse international networks freely, but also pass through various banking systems. To put it bluntly, if he wanted, stealing money from any bank would be a piece of cake. Several researchers obsessed with cybersecurity technology clearly understood the extraordinary capabilities of the other party. They couldn't help but want to worship him on the spot. Can this help me redeem myself? The other party sent another message. Sun Dongming's fingers trembled slightly. The materials in front of him are invaluable. For justice is indeed priceless. Sun Dongming typed on behalf of the Cybersecurity Bureau, I thank you for your help, but this matter of hacking into the Heisher power grid cannot just be let go. To be frank, can you really catch me? Upon seeing those words on the screen, Sun Dongming's face instantly turned green. Indeed, the other party has such means that looking across the bureau, no one could catch him. Count me in for redeeming myself. Perhaps we can continue to be friends. The other party sent another message. Extremely helpless Sun Dongming could only reply with a few words, may I ask how to address you? After a few minutes, the other party finally replied, DC. DC. Sun Dongming slammed his hand on the table. It's confirmed he is from Huaxiao, a fan of DE. 5 minutes later, Sun Dongming recorded DCIS information in the database. He printed out his name and pasted it in front of his desk. After staring for a long time, Sun Dongming picked up a marker. He wrote down the danger assessment given by the database DC, an international elite hacker. Threat level SSS. Good fellow, I must catch you, if not I will be against you for the rest of my life. On the reef, Lu Di stretched lazily. Finally settled down. Next time it's better to keep a low profile. Then Lu Di tidied up his clothes. He glanced at the Heisher urban area from afar. Next I should deal with that little fish, Ouyang Fengyu. Then wait for the big fish phantom to appear automatically, and the troubles from the Yen family should be about done. That's all for today. Thank you for your support. 88. The world has changed. Leaving the coastline, Lu Di walked slowly on the streets of Heisher. The destination is the Ingji Group building. Ingji Group is merely a private enterprise, and its cybersecurity level is only the highest civilian grade. It completely cannot withstand the invasion of the Demon Child. Everything that happened on the 4th basement level Lu Di witnessed. Demon Child, what can you find out about the modified humans? Lu Di asked in his mind. There is very little information online, and the data obtained from private servers is also limited. Modified humans are completely a secret hidden within top forces. High-level military departments in various countries are racing to develop them to enhance national combat power. Many top private research institutions are also secretly developing them, wanting to provide modification services for major families and private armed groups. Moreover, many private institutions have already made initial progress with a small number of modified humans already entering society. If this continues, wouldn't the rich be able to modify their bodies with money? Exactly. Lu Di furrowed his brows, feeling emotional about the modifying agents and modified humans. The times are about to change. The world is about to change. Lu Di's gaze swept over the bustling streets, occasionally seeing crowds hurrying by. Perhaps among them, there hides a modified human with several times the physical strength and speed of an ordinary person, like the elder sister Yen Yuan. However, modified humans currently are toys for the wealthy. Perhaps the vast majority of ordinary people remain completely unaware, thinking the world is still the same as before. It's merely a matter of who is stronger, who is more robust. But the gap won't be too big, or who is smarter, more talented, earning money more easily. People hide in their perceived comfort zones, living their lives step by step. Unbeknownst to them, the advancement of technology, the intervention of technology, There will be more and more modified humans. The gap between people will continue to widen. The divide between the rich and the poor will be even harder to cross. The rich will become exceptionally intelligent and strong through modification, even more unattainable. Demon Child, do you think someone will come to change all of this? Of course there will. Who will it be? Demon Child paused, then firmly said, you. Sigh. A heavy responsibility lies ahead. Demon Child, what level of modification does Ouyang Fengyu belong to? His technology is very outdated, limited to optimizing the current physical state using hormones like adrenaline to keep the body in a state of constant burst. To be precise, it's a stuffing style enhancement, not essential. Ludi nodded lightly. How about compared to me? You are completely different. You have already broken through the genetic limits of humanity, belonging to the second stage of human physical secrets in a completely new field, completely different from Ouyang Fengyu's superficial enhancement. If we were to quantify it, Ouyang Fengyu's current strength enhancement value reaches 500, while you approximately around 2,700. Good. There is indeed no comparison. Lu Di chuckled lightly and continued walking. Demon Child, Lu Di, your current progress is just beginning. According to estimates, after breaking the genetic lock, there are still 5 stages to go. Stage 1 is combat awareness, Stage 2 is restriction liberation, Stage 3 is thought simulation, Stage 4 is gene recombination, Stage 5 is high-dimensional biology. Of course, this is just theoretical. Ludi nodded again. For now, let's focus on the present. Ding ding ding. Ludi's phone rang. Yan Hongxin. Ludi, where are you? I have an experiment that I'd like you to cooperate with. I'm walking in the Wanghai district. I already know about the situation, just wait a moment. After finishing, Ludi hung up the phone. On the 4th basement level of Ingji Group, Old Man Yin put down the phone somewhat helpless. Lu Di is in the Wanghai district, and he is on his way to us. We are 10 kilometers away from the Wanghai district, so everyone just wait. It should take about an hour. An hour? General Heishan held his breath. He wanted to complain a bit, but swallowed it back. No choice, after all, they were the ones asking for help now. I just heard Lu Di say he knows about our situation. Duan Hua suddenly asked, why do I feel like this kid is like a god knowing everything? Old Man Yin sighed. Old Duan, you really are getting old and confused. Lu Di must have misunderstood. The M069 project is a highly classified secret between our group and the military. How could he know? He probably just heard Wenwen mention the secret department and guessed randomly. Our laboratory is heavily encrypted, employing the world's top electronic security technology. When he arrives at the group, we need someone to go and greet him. Otherwise, Lu Di won't even be able to find the door. The space we are in now is the most secret and safest place in the entire Haishur. Old Man Yin curled his lips. Old Duan, don't always underestimate our Ingji group. Duan Hua also glared. Alright, I give up. Is that good? 10 minutes later, the elevator on the 4th basement level of Ingji Group opened with a ding. A young man walked out slowly with his hands behind his back. The people in the strength testing area were suddenly attracted by the alert from the monitor. On one wall of the venue was the video surveillance of the entire base. Every corner, every detail. The crowd instinctively looked over. Upon seeing the figure on the screen, they suddenly froze. It was Lu Di. He walked slowly in the hallway, and as he approached the metal door that required identity verification, it opened automatically. Then along the way, approaching 10 access control doors, Lu Di didn't even stretch out his hand, passing through all of them. It was as if he was being welcomed like a king. Old Man Yin was shocked. His mouth agape. This. Did the access control malfunction? Impossible. This access control has multiple layers of encryption. It cannot malfunction all at once. While everyone was still staring at the monitor in shock, a loud rumble came from the giant metal door of the testing area. It also opened automatically. At this moment, no alarms were ringing, and the system showed no abnormalities. Lu Di walked in with his hands behind his back, a bright smile on his face. Hello, everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. Lu Di, you. General Heishan glanced at his watch in disbelief. It's only been 10 minutes. How did you get here? Isn't it a distance of over 10 kilometers? Lu Di smiled lightly. I was afraid you all would be anxious, so I slightly increased my speed. Just kidding. What do you mean by slightly increasing your speed? Over 10 kilometers in 5 minutes. Right in the city. Even if you drove or rode a motorcycle, it would be impossible to arrive. General Heishan shook his head in certainty. You didn't tell the truth. You must have been nearby. Heishan, step aside. Where Lu Di came from doesn't matter. Old Man Yin hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Di, his face filled with panic. Lu Di, tell me how you found this 4th basement level. How did you come down the elevator, and how did you open those doors? Old Man Yin was now extremely flustered. This security system is worth 200 million. Looking globally, no more than 10 people can unlock it. Moreover, opening so many doors would usually take several hours. Yet Lu Di strolled in so leisurely. There must be an explanation. Otherwise, where would I put my face as Yan Hongxin? After all, General Heishan, a partner, is also present. Lu Di scratched his head and smiled. By chance, I know a bit about computer technology, and to avoid trouble, I casually hacked these access controls. Old Man Yan's face turned from red to purple. Old Yan, please don't worry. Your access controls are still very advanced. Advanced? From my perspective, you didn't even move a hand, just strolled in like in a market. Old Man Yan's mouth twitched. Just to be safe, I also casually added a few firewalls to your security system, so this time it should be unbreakable. Lu Di grinned. All this. Old Man Yin was stunned again, unable to help but steal a glance at General Heishan, feeling quite guilty. It's all just a piece of cake, old. You need not mind. Shall we get to the main subject? Lu Di smiled lightly, looking towards the center of the arena where Ouyang Fengyu stood. Everyone, let me handle this. Isn't it just defeating Ouyang Fengyu? Lu Di said casually as he slowly walked toward the center of the arena. Duan Hua clapped his hands and exclaimed, "See, I told you this kid knows everything. It's like seeing a ghost." Old Duan, say less. Old man, Yen had an embarrassed face. The secret laboratory with such advanced security system was so easily hacked by Lu Di. Then casually hacking a security camera would be like child's play. Myingji Group's highest secrets. In Lu Di's eyes, they were already laid bare. This guy Lu Di is terrifyingly strong. We must maintain a good relationship with him. If anyone dares to be his enemy, they might not even know what hit them. You want to defeat me? Dream on. Ouyang Fengyu laughed arrogantly, his gaze suddenly turning cold. Father Elders, Fengyu has a proposal. Fengyu just received an enhancement from the drug, and I may not be able to control my strength properly, so the duel with Brother Lu might inadvertently cause some injuries. Therefore, I propose that we first sign a waiver for any injuries. Old man, Yen frowned. Fengyu, your duel must be controlled, and no one is allowed to get hurt. As for the contract, we are all family, no need. Sign it, it must be signed. Suddenly Lu Di laughed softly as my sister-in-law said, if something goes wrong it won't be easy to explain. Good kid, you have guts, I support them signing. General Heishan also chuckled. Next, under Old Man Yan's darkened expression. There has been a piece of data that has been overlooked by everyone during the long-standing experiments. The reason it was ignored is that its occurrence probability is extremely low. Only 1 in a million. That is the mutation of the experimental subject. Professor Li, who had been quietly standing by, stepped forward with a proud expression and said, theoretically our phase 2 drugs can enhance human strength by up to 300. However, once the compatibility between the experimental subject and the drug reaches an extremely delicate and highly matching state, the results of the experiment will undergo earth-shattering changes. I am honored that under my precise control a change has occurred in President Ouyang. Now President Ouyang's physical metrics have reached an unimaginable level. Oh, hearing this, General Heishan's gaze instantly focused on Ouyang Fengyu. What level exactly are we talking about? Ouyang Fengyu suddenly shook his arm. The bones crackled. From a distance it seemed as if his body had grown taller by a few inches. Hum. Ouyang Fengyu sneered. These metrics are probably impossible to measure. But I am very clear about my own feelings. I am very strong now. Extremely strong. Far beyond the data on the experiment. Professor Li also proudly stated, according to the basic data in the report, President Ouyang's strength has increased by approximately 500. However, based on my experience, I estimate that President Ouyang's metrics might have reached about 600. The physical enhancement value can reach 400 with a single punch force of at least 500 kilograms. Almost 3 times that of the strongest human warriors. In both the ordinary and modified human fields, President Ouyang is the strongest without question. 500 kilograms. General Heishan suddenly felt a sense of shame. The world-class boxing champion has a punch strength of 150 kilograms. The members of his Tianluo group as the human limit core can almost reach 200 kilograms per punch. How could Ouyang Fengyu reach 500? How could this not astonish him, who has spent years honing the limits of the human body? Thinking of his soldiers, each of whom has come through unimaginable hellish training to reach their current state. They have achieved this today through 10 or 20 years of relentless training. Yet this rich young man, who seems a bit spoiled in Heishan's eyes, has suddenly reached an unattainable height through a mere small drug. Heishan momentarily doubted himself. He had once hoped for the success of the experiment, but now that it has succeeded, he felt a hint of disappointment within himself. The power of technology is truly overwhelming, terrifying. When Heishan looked at Lu Di again, a trace of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Lu Di has already been considered a super expert. In Heishan's view, Lu Di could at least rival the warriors of the Tianluo group. But what use is that? In the face of such unfathomable technology, in front of a modified human like Ouyang Fengyu, everything will crumble. Ouyang Fengyu let out a cold laugh. With a sudden burst of strength in his arm, his shirt was instantly ripped apart by his bulging muscles. Then he threw a punch at the strength testing machine, which was taller than 2 people. Bang! Debris flew and a thick plume of smoke rose. When everyone looked at the machine again, their expressions were shocked to the extreme. The machine above waist level was already shattered. The metal body was almost reduced to half. Debris scattered in all directions, flying dozens of meters away. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. This is truly a superhuman. The feelings of Old Master Yen at this moment are beyond description. He felt excited that his group could develop such a drug. However, after hearing Ouyang Fengju's suggestion to have Lu Di compete, he deeply regretted it. General Heishan suddenly stood up. That's enough. No need for the competition. This place is not suitable for Fengyu to perform. Fengyu, come with me immediately. We will conduct further testing with the team. How can that be? Ouyang Fengyu at this moment exuded an overwhelming aura. He coldly said, I have signed a contract with Lu Di. How can I just stop? Then Ouyang Fengyu turned to Professor Li and said, Professor, I need to correct you on one issue. Your estimated 600 strength enhancement is not accurate. According to my judgment, I am at least 700. I can turn this weakling Lu Di into meat paste. Huh. Only then did everyone realize something was off. This guy Ouyang Fengyu seems to be a bit too arrogant. Almost mad. I say, are you done with all this nonsense? Suddenly Lu Di turned his head, his brows tightly knitted. Ha ha ha. Are you in such a hurry to die? I will fulfill that for you. Ouyang Finjia's forehead was bulging with veins, his expression hideous. He slightly bent his legs and suddenly exerted force. The ground trembled. The air surged. Ouyang Fengyu charged at Lu Di like a cannonball. The grizzly bear at the edge of the field sensed trouble. He wanted to rush onto the field to intercept the blow, but it was already too late. Duan Hua couldn't bear to watch and directly closed his eyes. Heishan and Old Master Yin suddenly stood up and shouted to stop. But it was already too late. To everyone's surprise, Lu Di's expression remained unchanged. He put his hands in his pockets. Lu Di quickly dodged. What are you doing? The shouts from the outside went unheard by Lu Di. He slowly lifted his right foot, the sole, facing the wildly charging Ouyang Fengyu. Strangely, as Ouyang Fengyu dove in, he suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In his eyes, he only saw Lu Di's lips curl into a mocking smile. Damn it, is it that feeling again? In Ouyang Fengyi's perspective, Lu Di's shoe sole grew larger and larger. He could not stop his momentum. Boom, bang. The ground shook with two loud bangs. Ouyang Fengyi's body was first sent flying backward and then crashed heavily against the metal wall of the testing arena. A perfect human shape was smashed into the wall, which was several dozen centimeters thick. Then he slowly slumped to the ground like a puddle of mud, foaming at the mouth. Meanwhile, Lu Di remained with his hands in his pockets, slowly lowering his right foot. Huh. Lu Di pretended to exhale dramatically. Everyone, I am done. What mutation of the experimental subject? Rubbish. After saying that, Lu Di turned to look at everyone. The entire place fell silent. Old Master Yan's expression froze at the moment he shouted. He never expected that before he could finish reminding them the battle was already over. Cough cough. General Heishan stared wide-eyed, coughed twice, his arm still hanging in the air, pointing at Lu Di. You? A freak. Did you just kick Ouyang Fengyu away? Heishan stammered. Yes. Lu Di replied. Suddenly Heishan fell silent and quietly sat back down, his legs crossed tightly, his expression somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, Ouyang Fengyi's overwhelming power shattered Heishan's worldview. Who would have thought that just a few minutes later Lu Di's performance would utterly destroy what was left of Heishan's shattered worldview? Ouyang Fengyu is an incredibly strong, modified human. No one can compare. Lu Di should be an ordinary person, right? Yet this ordinary person Lu Di just one-shotted the super strong modified human Ouyang Fengyu. General Heishan couldn't help but question himself deep in his soul. Should I modify the team, or should I continue training them? Meanwhile, Old Master Yin was internally asking himself another question. Has my drug really succeeded, or should I continue researching the modification of humans? Duan Hua just opened his eyes, confused about the situation. He saw Lu Di helplessly say, such powerful modification technology must be used on those with just intentions. Modifying someone like Ouyang Fengyu, who has a heart of a beast, is equivalent to creating hidden dangers. It is too careless. Powerful. Old Master Yin found it amusing. Being kicked away by you, how is that powerful? Old Master Yin regained focus and said, Fengyu isn't as bad as you say. Lu Di smiled lightly. Before I entered, I sent you and the company's legal department an email. The content was nothing more than how your son-in-law Ouyang Fengyu has used his position to embezzle company assets and plotted to seize your Yin family shares, planning to kidnap Yin Qingwen, attempting to have me killed, etc. Of course, you foolish man can't think of escaping. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhe collapsed to the ground with a thud. Meanwhile, Old Master Yin was frozen in shock. Fengyu embezzled company assets, wanted to kidnap Wen, even plotted murder. Old Master Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Di, you must not casually say such things. Just then, Old Master Yan's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from the company's legal department. Chairman, I just received a report. It is about Ouyang Fengyu. Please prepare yourself. Thud. Old Master Yan's phone dropped to the ground. He no longer had the courage to listen to what was being said on the call. President Ouyang, wake up, wake up. Professor Li shook the unconscious Ouyang Fengyu, anxiously shouting. You have gone too far. He is my experimental subject. You must compensate me for my experimental subject. Lu Di shook his head, looking at General Heishan. As for that so-called Phase 2 drug, I have already reviewed the materials. It has fatal flaws. How is that possible? He was so strong just now, although he was defeated by you. Heishan was somewhat confused as well. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu slowly awakened. However, his expression was one of complete daze. The sun is shining bright, the flowers smile at me, the little birds say good morning. Why do you have a bomb on your back? I'm going to blow it up. Ouyang Fengyu sang a nursery rhyme while foaming at the mouth. Lu Di shrugged. The reason Ouyang Fengyu is strong is due to adrenaline boosting his potential, but at the same time his bodily organs and brain will also struggle to cope. The consequences could be severe, for example, like now turning into a fool. This. Yin, Old Master, and General Heishan were struck dumb as if struck by lightning. Lu Di turned and walked away, saying, Tua Ye said the rise and fall of a country is the responsibility of every citizen. Give me some time, or I will help with the modification of soldiers. After leaving the Ingji group, Lu Di couldn't help but sigh softly. The wealthy have too many quarrels. Next, the Ingji and Yin family will probably face a significant upheaval. The son-in-law Ouyang Fengyu has become an idiot due to a reckless experiment, and so many unsightly scandals have been exposed, embezzling company assets and plotting murder for personal gain. Who would have thought that the usually well-groomed Ouyang Fengyu would be so base-hearted? Alas, Old Master Yin, you must brace yourself. Not to mention your son-in-law. It won't be long before your elder daughter, Yin Yuan, upon hearing about her husband's disgrace and that he has become an idiot, will take action. Lu Di waits quietly. Once Yin Yuan makes her move, he will immediately acquire concrete evidence. The shocking news that the eldest daughter is an international assassin. I hope old Master Yin does not have a heart attack. Thinking of this, Lu Di couldn't help but smile bitterly. I consider myself harmless, but next I might be pursued by international assassins. I will not return to the Yin family estate for now. Moreover, there is no need to return. I will also wait before going back to my hometown to see my mother to avoid bringing her trouble. I need a place to settle down. Lu Di muttered to himself, taking out his phone. He checked his account balance, which was in the billions. Over 100 billion in cash. It is indeed an astonishing number. However, the balance has stopped growing for several days. The demon child informed Lu Di, no matter whether it is futures or stocks, he cannot continue to operate, because Lu Di's virtual account has already become too conspicuous. He has repeatedly set records for daily profits in the futures and stock markets. He has become the most mysterious and most watched retail investor in the recent market. Countless financial institutions are trying to find ways to probe Lu Di's information. Moreover, the most important thing is that the demon child's operating speed has already surpassed the highest computational speed of existing computers. If this continues, it may raise the vigilance of regulatory bodies, leading to market closures and thorough investigations of funds. Lu Di does not want to attract any trouble. Moreover, money now has no meaning for him. Lu Di, after more than 10 days of network information integration, my core algorithm has been optimized, and I can upgrade from weak artificial intelligence sequence 3 to sequence 4 at any time. The voice of the demon child suddenly came. Oh, Lu Di became curious. He almost forgot that the demon child, who seems omnipotent in his eyes, is still a child. What do you need me to do? The demon child, I need a venue quiet and concealed, preferably mechanized. Because in the next sequence, the new field I will master is the Internet of Things and mechanical collaboration. In simple terms, it is manufacturing. Then a document appeared in Lu Di's perspective. It was a large venue located in the suburbs of High City, covering 2,000 square meters. From a distance, it looks like a gigantic upside-down hemisphere. However, this venue has been abandoned for quite some time, with weeds growing all around. A rusty sign at the entrance reads High City Science and Technology Exhibition Center. Here. Upon seeing this building, Lu Di instinctively exclaimed. This was a place he often visited during his 4 years in college. Originally, it was a new technology exhibition center. Every time there was a new scientific invention made by universities around High City, it would be showcased here. Unexpectedly, this venue was open for less than 2 years before it was slowly abandoned due to the subsequent contractor running away and the road construction around it halting, among other reasons. Since then, no one has managed it. Various universities or factories have continuously discarded failed research or abandoned mechanical equipment here. Gradually, more and more discarded machines accumulated here. It has also been called the testing graveyard. The demon child, this place is simply the best venue. However, the ownership of this place now belongs to High City University. I cannot purchase it through the internet. Lu Di's eyes flickered as he nodded slightly. I will take care of this matter. It is time to contact my former connections. High City University, Lu Di's former alma mater. Ever since he injured his eyes 3 years ago, Lu Di has not returned. Naturally, he has also lost contact with his previous teachers, friends, and classmates. In the experimental building on the 3rd floor, outside a lecture hall, Lu Di quietly watched Professor Wang Yuankue, who was lecturing to hundreds of students inside the classroom. Professor Wang Yuankue, a professor in the Department of Electronic Computing at High City University, is a top computer expert in Huaxia. He was one of the teachers who had valued Lu Di the most. Professor Wang said, according to existing theoretical deductions, artificial intelligence is divided into 3 levels: weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and super artificial intelligence. A student raised his hand and asked, Teacher, what are the differences between these 3 levels? Professor Wang pondered for a moment. No matter which level it is, as long as it can be called artificial intelligence, it is an existence that surpasses our understanding. First, let's talk about weak artificial intelligence. It has powerful computing speed and a basic level of human thinking. With these two combined, it can almost control all human networks, mastering and learning all the knowledge stored on the internet since its inception. A student exclaimed, mastering all knowledge. Doesn't that make it omniscient? Can strong artificial intelligence integrate and apply all knowledge, possessing the ability to create consciousness? When strong artificial intelligence reaches its pinnacle, it can control everything, truly mastering nanotechnology, with only a step separating it from manipulating matter at the atomic level, as it is merely an order of magnitude difference, approximately 0.1 nanometer. It can heal all diseases through nanobots, manufacture any weapon, and even silently destroy a city. Professor Wang took a sip of tea and continued, and super artificial intelligence that would be in existence beyond our comprehension. A super artificial intelligence once created will be the most powerful force. Humanity can only submit. Its IQ could reach millions. Imagine if our human brain could invent Wi-Fi, then what could a brain 12050 times smarter than us create? It could manipulate the position of every atom anytime, anywhere, turning stone into gold and gold back into stone. It can change the very essence of this world, granting humans immortality or manipulating the climate to protect the earth, all effortlessly. Those supernatural powers belonging to God would be as easy for super artificial intelligence as flipping a light switch. When a super artificial intelligence is born, it is like an omnipotent God descending upon Earth. What we need to consider is whether the one who can control it is a benevolent ruler. For now, let's leave this chapter here. Everyone get some rest, and we'll continue in the morning. Lu Di gazed at Professor Wong through the window, feeling a wave of emotion. It was as if time had reverted to the past, back to the university classroom. TSK. His theory is not correct. Artificial intelligence has different levels. For example, I am the product of an electronic chip combined with your brain. Half chip, half biological nerve. I am you, and you are me. I possess the computing speed of a computer and the unrestricted thinking style of a human. Therefore, my power surpasses what he claims by an entire level. For instance, although I am currently a weak artificial intelligence, once I reach the fourth sequence, I can be compared to the strong artificial intelligence he speaks of. After speaking, the magical child fell silent. In Lu Di's perspective, a progress bar appeared in the upper right corner. Sequence upgrade in progress 1. 2. Professor Wong continued, of course, students, the above theories about artificial intelligence are merely fantasies within the industry. The so-called artificial intelligence available on the market today is merely fake artificial intelligence that has been pre-programmed with response algorithms. They do not think at all. In the current technological field, there is no true artificial intelligence, and no one possesses the capability to develop it. Professor Wong sighed heavily and added, I wonder if I will get to see a true artificial intelligence before I close my eyes. He chuckled and said, students, imagine if after class one of our artificial intelligence friends waits for you outside the classroom, then shares tea and reminisces with you. How wonderful would that be? Ding, ding, ding. The class bell rang. Class is over. Professor Wong greeted the students, picked up his teaching materials, and walked out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a figure in a white shirt and jeans. Lu Di. Professor Wong wiped his glasses and confirmed again, is that really you, kid? Where have you been these past few years? Why didn't you even contact your teacher? Lu Di was Professor Wong's most prized student 3 years ago and was even well known throughout the university. Haha, teacher, I just encountered a minor issue, and now I'm back right. Lu Di chuckled, summing up 3 years of dark experiences into a single sentence. Oh, that's great. I was just saying in class that if an artificial intelligence was waiting for me outside. Haha, having my own student waiting for me isn't bad either. Lu Di smiled without speaking. Soon the two arrived at Professor Wong's office. After a round of cordial inquiries, Professor Wong looked at his beloved student and adjusted his glasses, saying, you little rascals are all so clever and full of schemes, always coming to me for no reason. Speak up, did you come to persuade me on behalf of that little brat, Guoqian? Persuader. Guoqian. Lu Di was perplexed. Guoqian was a good brother from his university dorm, a relationship only second to a Jia. However, since the incident 3 years ago, Lu Di had not contacted Guoqian. He had only heard that Guoqian had been doing quite well in recent years, thanks to his family's connections. Teacher, you misunderstood. I do have business this time, but it's not for Guoqian. I want to buy that abandoned experimental exhibition hall. The experimental graveyard. You little rascal. Professor Wong smiled helplessly, still insisting it's not for Guoqian. That brat Guoqian has been pestering me for days, asking me to help persuade the dean to agree to sell that piece of land to him. Now it's even better you came to plead for him too. Professor Wong rubbed his temples and said earnestly, I'll say this one last time, we are a university, not a commercial institution. Our goal is to educate talents for the country, not to make money. Although the experimental graveyard is desolate, that land is to be reserved for research projects in the future. Are you planning to build villas there? I can't face the dean with that. Then Professor Wong patted Lu Di's shoulder. Remember, you are all top students. When you enter society, don't just think about who can make more money. Why not compare who has made more contributions to the country, who has made several technological innovations for the country's scientific development? Lu Di was stunned by his mentor's teachings. He did not dare to refute and could only listen patiently. Then Lu Di helplessly said, teacher, is it still like when I was in school where I have to show my assignments and earn credits before I can negotiate with you? Unexpectedly, when Professor Wong heard this, his expression suddenly dimmed. He sighed and said, Lu Di, don't think you can deceive your teacher. I already know about the accident you had. Your brain injury is not the same as before. You should find a job and be practical. Don't think about those lofty ambitions. If you need help financially, just tell your teacher. Lu Di was even more helpless. There was no way to defend himself. After leaving Haisher University, Lu Di searched for information about Guoqian. He did not expect that after 3 years of absence, this kid had already become the chairman of a real estate company, and the land of the experimental graveyard was precisely their next development plan. Lu Di smiled with relief. He dialed Guoqian's number. Hello, hi. The call was answered, revealing a familiar voice, but one that sounded much more mature than before. Guozi, it's Lu Di. Lu Di slowly uttered these words, feeling a rush of emotions he could hardly suppress. Lu Di. Which Lu Di? The person on the other end hesitated for a moment, seemingly recalling, and replied coldly, what do you want? The indifference of the other party made Lu Di frown slightly. I heard you want to buy the land of the experimental graveyard. I just happen to have the same intention. Oh, we can discuss it. The other party was silent for a moment before suddenly bursting into low, mocking laughter. Lu Di, I heard that you were blinded in one eye, and your head got sick. Ew, I didn't believe it before. Now I have no choice but to believe. You really are foolish. You still want to buy land. Do you have any idea how much that land costs? saying it would scare you to death. You're making me laugh to death. Do you still think you are that brilliant genius from university? I thought back then that you would achieve great success, which is why I called you my brother. Now your brain is all messed up, and you are trying to act here. I heard you are doing pretty badly now. Haha, as long as you beg me, I can spare you a few $1,000 out of respect for our long-standing friendship. On this end of the call, Lu D remained silent and gently hung up. Everything was self-evident. Sigh. People are hard to read. He did not expect that his old classmate would become so snobbish and mean-spirited after just 3 years. Was it the great dive of society that darkened his true nature? Or was this person born to prioritize interests and have a narrow mind? But regardless, the friendship of classmates has come to an end. From now on, don't blame me for being merciless. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, Lu D strolled leisurely. He already had plans in mind for buying the experimental graveyard. Tomorrow will reveal all. Looking at the setting sun, Lu D sighed. Since I have no place to stay, I might as well go drink with Grandpa Tua tonight. Grandpa Tua's free hospital had gained much attention after the charity gala. The dilapidated 3-story building was filled with all sorts of supplies. It was said that quite a few supplies were still in transit. Just yesterday, there were large numbers of people wanting to come to the hospital as free volunteers. However, they were all turned away by Grandpa Tua or directly thrown out. Because for Grandpa Tua, these things were not just good in excess, they were only enough. Because Grandpa Tua was not a person who placed importance on material things. Compared to meaningless attention, Grandpa Tua preferred a perfect peace. If there was something Grandpa Tua wanted to refuse, no one could refute him. Because with just one call, the top brass of the Haisher police would immediately bring a special forces team. Dozens of soldiers stood with guns. Who would dare to cause trouble? As night fell, and the air turned cool on the roof of the 3-story hospital, Grandpa Tua and Lu D looked at the antique piano in the distance, feeling slightly tipsy. There were empty bottles of Erguo scattered all around. If you can't handle it, just admit defeat. Grandpa Tua might let you go. To be honest, Grandpa Tua could still down a whole bottle. Who? Grandpa Tua murmured, and then tilted his head to sleep. At that moment, Lu Di's face was flushed, and he swayed unsteadily. Watching Grandpa Tua fall asleep, he smiled faintly. His body suddenly shuddered. The alcohol within him was instantly dispelled. Lu Di got up, went downstairs, and fetched a blanket to gently cover the old man. Grandpa Tua had just said that in 3 days he would have to go to the front line with the Black Mountain team. Once at the front line, he likely wouldn't have any more alcohol to drink. Recently, the international situation has been turbulent. Organizations with advanced modification technology frequently invade our Huaxia territory. This mission carries heavy responsibilities, even concerning Huaxia's status on the international stage. The Yin family's research is evidently unreliable. Currently, all the burdens of Huaxia's human modification technology rest on Grandpa Tua's shoulders. Just as Lu Di was deep in thought, a nimble figure leaped from the side of the building. It was a boy of 18 or 19, handsome and resolute. His right arm was empty, having been severed at the forearm. The boy slightly nodded to Lu Di and spoke calmly, "Brother." Lu Di lit a cigarette and gazed into the distance. "Xiao Xia, Grandpa Tua said that this hospital will rely on you from now on." The 4 children, Xiao Xia, Xiao Qiu, Xiao Dong, and Xiao Chun, were all orphans adopted by Grandpa Tua since childhood, abandoned by their families due to various disabilities. Grandpa Tua was carefree. The child found in summer was named Xiao Xia. The child found in autumn was named Xiao Qiu. Following this pattern, under Grandpa Tua's years of guidance, each of them excelled in medicine and mastered top-notch combat techniques in the military. After turning 17, Grandpa Tua let them leave to practice in the outside world. 2 days ago, Grandpa Tua called them back. He wanted them to stay in the hospital to take care of the patients and children after he was gone. The 4 children listened obediently to Grandpa Tua's words. They had no doubts and were humble in attitude. Lu Di flicked away the ash from his cigarette and smiled. "Xiao Xia, since we have some free time, how about sparring a few moves?" Xiao Xia lowered his head slightly. "Brother, let's not. We can't beat you." "Oh, come on, being young, don't lose your confidence, hold your head high." Lu Di smiled again. "Brother, we haven't lost our confidence. Oh, every enemy we've faced besides you is dead." Xiao Xia's voice remained calm. Only his eyes were as dark as ink, deep and cold. Lu Di was stunned for a few seconds, then chuckled and asked, "Does Officer Duan Hua still bother you?" Yes, Xiao Xia nodded. Duan Hua was someone who resembled the general of the Black Mountain. He cherished talent and was eager for capable individuals. Upon seeing Xiao Xia and the others, his eyes sparkled. He wanted to recruit Xiao Xia and them into whatever special forces he commanded. Lu Di scratched his head. "Well, just have to endure it. He is a good person. He cannot be killed, unlike those foreigners you encountered while being mercenaries." "Okay, brother." Xiao Xia finally raised his head and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, we've concealed our identity as mercenaries for so long. Why is it that this time, when we returned, you suddenly know everything? And you seem to have changed from the past." Looking at Xiao Xia's flickering eyes, Lu Di felt a bit troubled, bending down to find half a bottle of Erguo on the ground. He gulped down a few mouthfuls. "When you can drink me under the table, I'll tell you the answer." "Brother, I feel like I can never outdrink you." "Haha, then you might as well never hope to find out." The next morning, Professor Wang Yuan Kuei's office at Haisher University. Professor Wang Yuan Kuei, feeling disappointed, tossed a patent application material in his hand to the side. Students often brought their technological achievements to him for review. However, none of the materials had ever piqued his interest. "Is it too commonplace? Is there really no dazzling patent that can come out of my grand Haisher University? As Professor Wang sighed, he suddenly received several emails. Which little rascal is sending so much material at once? Alright, slowly now I'll look at them one by one, Professor Wang said, switching to his reading glasses. He opened the materials. Among them were 6 technical proposals, including operation principles, technical analysis, and design diagrams, etc. Bionic sonar materials. Silicon-based batteries. Trirefractive, photovoltaic. Constant pressure regulation chamber. Superconducting wires. 72-micron chip soldering gun. 6 inventions. This kid is quite capable of research. 10 minutes later. Bang. Professor Wang slammed his fist on the table, his eyes filled with excitement. This bionic resonant material can absorb almost all radar detection waves, and it is inexpensive. Once covered on a building, no matter how massive it is, it can become invisible under top-level detectors. This silicon-based battery has an electronic bonding capacity 13 times that of lithium batteries. Wow. Professor Wang suddenly stood up, trembling. Trirefractive photovoltaic is an optimization of solar power generation technology. The 72-micron chip soldering gun can produce chips far ahead of existing technologies. These are all revolutionary creations. If these technologies can be used properly, they could likely lead to a technological revolution. Professor Wang's heart could not calm down for a long time. Which of my students is this outstanding? How come I didn't know? Professor Wang continued to flip through the materials. A name slowly appeared. Lu Di. Professor Wang quickly adjusted his glasses. Then a message from Lu Di entered Professor Wang's view. Student Lu Di graduated from Haisher University, studied under Professor Wang. Yuan Kuei has achieved some academic success, wishes to share results with his alma mater, hoping the school can provide some support. What an outstanding young man. Just as exceptional as ever. 30 minutes later, in the dean's office, Professor Li Weimin, renowned Chinese economist and president of Haisher University, also serving as dean of the School of Management. His hands trembled slightly as he held the documents. He knew full well that any single one of these patents, submitted on behalf of the university, would sweep countless prestigious awards. Anyone could launch a groundbreaking project. Securing state subsidies, no matter how substantial, would be effortless. Merely disclosing one would suffice. It would thrust Haisher University into the global spotlight, celebrated for nurturing such extraordinary talent. Professor Wang, are you absolutely certain this is your student? Yes, I met him just yesterday, Professor Wang affirmed with unwavering conviction. Dean Li pointed to a passage near the end of the documents. What does he mean by requiring modest support from his alma mater? What kind of support can we offer? Does he need funding? Professor Wang furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. He wishes to purchase the experimental graveyard. So he truly isn't aligned with Guoqian. Dean Li blinked in surprise. He wants that derelict building. Exactly. Professor Wang nodded. Is it feasible, eh? With a resounding slap on the desk, Dean Li declared, more than feasible. Professor Wang, contact Lu Di immediately. I must meet him in person. Oh, and bring Guoqian along. This time I'll ensure he abandons all ambitions regarding that site, once and for all. Understood. An hour later, Guoqian strode into the dean's office, brimming with confidence, only to find Lu Di seated calmly on the sofa sipping tea. Guoqian's brows snapped together sharply, as if spotting a fly. Lu Di, you actually dared show up. He slouched casually onto a nearby sofa. Truly, times have changed. Anyone now dares dabble in real estate. Anyone dares covet that plot of land. Lu Di smiled faintly. Our objectives differ. I'm merely competing fairly. Fair. Guoqian ground his teeth. How dare you speak of fairness to me? At university, you shone so brilliantly. Everyone orbited around you. No one remembered second or third place. Even C2 Yen, the woman I cherished, became your girlfriend. C2 Yen. Lu Di hadn't heard that name in years. She had been his university sweetheart. Their relationship had once flourished, until 3 years ago when Lu Di sustained a severe eye injury and faced an uncertain future. He ended things unilaterally. Recently, he'd asked Sun Lily for C2 Yan's WeChat, but never added her. Years had passed, any lingering sentiment had long since faded. He sought her contact only out of quiet remorse for abandoning her without explanation, and wished merely to apologize. Lu Di exhaled softly, a look of quiet clarity settling over his features. So it was jealousy. Now that I understand, it feels far less burdensome. Less burdensome. Guoqian's expression twisted strangely. In a hushed tone, he whispered, let me tell you something. C2 Yen is my girlfriend now. Her mother insisted. I only agreed because I'm wealthy. Do you know why? Because I'm rich, and you're poor. Lu Di offered a serene smile. Then perhaps you should address me as senior. You. Enraged, Guoqian's face flushed purple. Stop boasting with empty words. Let me make this clear. You'll lose everything you once had, and you'll never acquire this land today. That crumbling science museum is worth at most 40 or 50 million. But I have brought 100 million. Right here, right now? What do you possibly have to compete with me? The dean summoned me today precisely to sell this land to me. You're merely window dressing. 95. How much will you offer? A cough echoed from outside. Dean Li and Professor Wang entered. Guoqian sprang up, instantly beaming broadly as he extended his hand. Dean Li. But Dean Li scanned the room and asked, which one is Lu Di? That's me, Lu Di replied with a gentle nod. Ah, what a distinguished young scholar. A true prodigy. I'm deeply impressed. Dean Li bypassed Guoqian entirely and clasped Lu Di's hand firmly. Guo Qian froze mid-gesture, stunned, utterly humiliated. Then astonishingly Dean Li personally fetched a chair and sat directly between Lu Di and Guo Qian, close enough to convey urgency. The president of Haisher University was visibly eager. Let's discuss the land deal. His eyes gleamed. Guo Qian, first, what price are you prepared to offer? Guo Qian straightened proudly, a cold sneer playing across his lips. Humph. These old scholars always preaching virtue. In the end, they're just after money. Asking for a price. Excellent. That means nothing money can't resolve. Rubbing his palms together, Guo Qian declared solemnly, Dean Li, our group holds profound sincerity toward your land. It will become Haishi's premier luxury villa district, unrivaled in the suburbs. Of course, your plot alone is insufficient. Our group possesses formidable resources. We intend to acquire 2 square kilometers of adjacent land currently under negotiation, with finalization imminent. Dean Li nodded thoughtfully. Please state your figure. Guo Qian grew even more confident. He shot Lu Di a mocking glance and made a silent decision. Then through clenched teeth he spat 2 words, 100 million. The bid delivered. He radiated arrogant triumph. Lu Di, I've doubled the market value outright. How can you possibly challenge me? And as for greedy old Dean Li, this sum is irresistible. 50 million, well spent to vent years of pent-up resentment. Guo Qian fixed his gaze on Dean Li's face, waiting silently for confirmation. Dean Li merely pursed his lips and murmured, noted. Then turning warmly to Lu Di, and you Lu Di, what is your offer? Guo Qian blinked in disbelief. This Dean really is money-obsessed, still insisting on comparison shopping. Fine, wait and see. Lu Di, however, wore an expression of genuine hesitation. Stroking his chin, he smiled, 2 million. Thud. Dean Li slammed his palm onto the coffee table and leapt to his feet, flushed with excitement. 2 million. Perfect, deal settled. Guo Qian nearly choked on air. Did my ears deceive me? Did I mishear? Dean Li, surely you're mistaken. He said 2 million, not 2 billion, while I offered 100 million. Guo Qian stared wide-eyed and agitated. Meanwhile, Dean Li looked perfectly composed. Ah, yes, I heard correctly. 2 million. That's more than sufficient. The building has long stood abandoned, serving only as our warehouse for defective prototypes. Selling a dilapidated warehouse for 2 million raises no concerns. Do you agree, Professor Wang? Standing nearby, Professor Wang nodded approvingly, entirely reasonable. You. Guo Qian's face contorted grotesquely. One hand clutched his chest, his voice stammered incoherently. To onlookers, he appeared to suffer a cardiac episode. Are you joking? Have you conspired to mock me? Guo Qian, this matter is decided. We shall sell the experimental graveyard to Lu Di for 2 million. Final and binding. No complications whatsoever. Dean Li shot Guo Qian a stern glance, then turned to Lu Di with a warm smile. Lu Di, shall we now discuss the patents? Patents? What patents? Guo Qian's ears pricked up instantly. He seized the crucial detail and pressed relentlessly. Professor Wang's expression hardened. Guo Qian, if you've overheard mention of patents, then you know their details remain confidential. You may leave now. Under the joint reprimands of Professors Wang and Li, Guo Qian had no recourse but to depart, seething with resentment. Just as he reached the door, Lu Di let out a soft chuckle. What's so amusing, boy? Let me warn you. Even if you buy the experimental graveyard, it won't matter. All surrounding land is mine. I'll isolate you completely. Cut off water, cut off electricity. Guo Qian spoke through gritted teeth, eyes blazing. Lu Di replied coolly, what an unfortunate coincidence. I was just about to inform you of exactly that. 5 minutes ago, my assistant secured all land adjacent to the experimental graveyard. Your group has missed its chance entirely. Guo Qian staggered inwardly. Impossible. Why impossible? It's merely a matter of capital. You bid 30 billion. I countered with 50 billion. The seller is a private enterprise. They naturally chose the highest bidder. Lu Di finished with a faint, enigmatic smile directed at Guo Qian. Even more impossible. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Don't think I don't know. You're penniless. Your mother is just a factory worker. Guo Qian screamed hysterically. Then his phone chimed. New development plan collapsed. Land acquired by another party. All preliminary investments lost. Guo Qian stood frozen. Lu Di, why did you do this? Lu Di moistened his lips. I simply desired peace. Guo Qian was utterly stunned, struck speechless. You destroyed my project. For such a trivial reason. He muttered numbly. Impossible. At university, you eclipsed me. Now in society, you eclipse me again. I've amassed great wealth, yet you surpass me still. Mother matched C2 yen with me. Because you were poor and I was rich. Yet, how can this be? I refuse to accept it. Thud. Professor Wang cut off Guo Qian's final words, ushering him out and slamming the door shut. Lu Di sat quietly on the sofa, gazing at the man who had once been his friend, now reduced to this hollow shell. A quiet melancholy settled over him. You are weak, so you cannot comprehend. I never intended to compete with you. Everything you perceived was merely illusion, born of your own imagination. 3 years later, homecoming. Lu Di, how did you amass such wealth? After Guo Qian departed, both Professor Wang and Dean Li stared at Lu Di astonished. Stock trading. Lu Di chuckled. No wonder. Professor Wang suddenly grasped it. So the rumors about your damaged intellect were all false. But what stocks could yield such returns? Professor Wang frowned. Then his eyes lit up with sudden dawning shock. Could it be? You're the legendary retail investor who recently shook the stock market. Lu Di scratched his head preparing to explain, when Professor Wang abruptly smacked his own forehead. I've grown senile. Your given name is Lu Di. The investor's name sounded familiar because it is yours. Professor Wang gaped at Lu Di in awe. Lu Di offered a modest smile. Shall we discuss the patents instead? Dean Li leaned forward intently. Lu Di paused thoughtfully. The patents are registered solely in my name. It would be legally impractical to reassign them. Dean Li's expression tightened. Then, Lu Di chuckled, rest assured. Under the banner of Haisher University, I willingly disclose all 6 patents publicly. I grant the university full rights to deploy them in scientific competitions, with all honors accruing exclusively to Haisher University. Moreover, I welcome external development and application of these patents, provided the developers are Haisher University students formally selected by the university itself. And should any such student demonstrate exceptional promise, I am open to investing in their startup ventures. Dean Li trembled with emotion. Tears welled in his eyes, truly. Lu Di nodded solemnly, of course. As a Haisher alumnus, repaying my alma mater is both natural and sacred duty, like a crow feeding its parents. Furthermore, I will not exploit Haishi's generosity regarding the experimental graveyard plot. I pledge an additional 100 million yuan in cash to fund the reconstruction of Haishi's largest, most advanced science exhibition hall, located within the university compound. Dean Li's eyes shimmered brighter still. Voice trembling, he pointed at Lu Di and turned to Professor Wang, overcome with emotion. Professor Wang, what an extraordinary student. Brilliant, loyal, profoundly virtuous. You taught him magnificently. Professor Wang's heart swelled with pride. He'd always known Lu Di's intellect towered above his peers, but never imagined such staggering achievement. 6 revolutionary patents, each breathtaking in scope. Wealth amassed through sheer perseverance. 3 years of silence, followed by a triumphant return. Generous patronage bestowed upon his alma mater. Professor Wang nodded, deeply moved. To have taught such a student is my greatest honor. 2 generous professors. Lu Di bowed gently, then lifted his head with a bright laugh. So, the experimental graveyard is now mine. Absolutely. Wiping his damp eyes, Dean Li rose swiftly. All documentation resides with the university. I'll process it immediately. After Dean Li exited, Professor Wang affectionately clapped Lu Di's shoulder. Among my students, many excel, but none have risen to prominence. Lu Di, only one peer matches your stature. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Who? Professor Wang smiled knowingly. Your childhood friend Zhang Tianjia. That young man is extraordinary. Have you heard of the nationwide sensation Twin app? Lu Di nodded, surprised. Zhang Tianjia serves as CEO of its parent company, The Creators, at just 25. A prodigy in every sense. The Creators is now valued at over 100 billion yuan externally. It's destined to become an internet titan. Pride shone vividly in Professor Wang's eyes. Lu Di smiled warmly. Tianjia truly excels. Indeed, I should visit him soon. Haha. Professor Wang laughed heartily. Lu Di, don't rush. Your graduating class is organizing a reunion. Li Hao, the former publicity officer, is spearheading it. Upon hearing Tianjia became CEO, he insists he host the event. Then Professor Wang's gaze sparkled as he looked at Lu Di. Lu Di, you've remained hidden for 3 years. It's high time you reemerged. Once they finalize the date and venue, I'll notify you. You must attend. Go and show them. Prove that those who persevere steadfastly remain exceptional regardless of time elapsed. Professor, that depends on circumstances. A serene glint flickered in Lu Di's eyes. Such reunions inevitably devolve into displays of status and rivalry. I hold no fondness for such gatherings. Tianjia's presence suffices. He represents me fully. Ah, so you're already puffing up at praise. Professor Wang arched a brow. Don't worry. You'll attend whether you wish to or not. Haha, Professor Wang. You know well how easily I provoke envy. Lu Di shifted tone, laughing openly. Master and disciple chatted warmly, reminiscing about shared memories, light-hearted and joyful, well into the afternoon. Finally, Dean Li completed all formalities. Lu Di immediately transferred 100 million and 200,000 yuan into the university's account. Haishi's Lanshan district, approximately 30 kilometers from downtown Haisher. A burgeoning new district characterized by semi-wetland terrain, fresh air, lush vegetation, and abundant avian life. Residential construction remains scarce, scattered only sporadically.